William Theodore McGuire, commonly known as Bill, was born on September 21, 1964, in Bloomfield, New Jersey. He was the child of William Christopher McGuire and Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire. Bill spent his childhood in Bloomfield and graduated from Bloomfield High School in 1982. He subsequently studied computer science at Rutgers University, graduating in 1986. After finishing college, Bill worked as a computer programmer for various companies. He was a dedicated employee and earned the respect of his coworkers. In his leisure time, Bill liked playing golf, fishing, and spending time with his family. Bill was known for his kindness and generosity, always ready to assist others. He had a charismatic and witty personality. He married Marcy Pollock in 1986, but that marriage was brief, resulting in their divorce in 1994. The couple moved to Virginia Beach in 1986, where Bill took a position as an electronics technician in the Navy. Marcy, who hailed from Vernon, New Jersey, moved with him. Around 1990, Bill and Marcy returned to the Atlantic City area. However, in this new environment, Bill's behavior shifted dramatically. He became heavily involved in gambling and drinking. Marcy began to notice a significant decline in their relationship. The situation worsened in 1995 when Marcy sought a restraining order against him after he threw rocks through her window, which ultimately led to their divorce. In 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slate at a restaurant in Woodbridge, New Jersey, where she worked part-time while attending nursing school. Born on October 8, 1972, in America, Melanie Lynn McGuire, previously known as Melanie Lynn Slate, grew up in Ridgewood in Middletown Township, New Jersey, and attended Middletown High School South. Her academic path took her to Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology, graduating in 1994. Achieving the second position in her class, she earned her nursing diploma from the Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, now Raritan Bay Medical Center, in 1997. When he met Melanie, she perfectly complemented his personality. They quickly fell in love and were married the following year in 1999. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to our new channel, where we uncover captivating and chilling cold cases that will keep you on the edge of your seat. You won't want to miss the twists and turns we have in store. The couple soon started a family, welcoming 2 sons into their lives. In 2000, they had their first child, a son. 2 years after that, in 2002, they had their second child, another son. Their marriage seemed picture perfect, filled with love and laughter. However, beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to appear. Financial struggles began to weigh heavily on the couple. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been responsible and financially secure, but his gambling addiction took a toll on their finances. As debts piled up, stress on their relationship grew. Melanie, a nurse, worked tirelessly to support the family, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to make ends meet. In addition to their financial woes, Bill's gambling addiction also led to emotional turmoil. He would often disappear for days at a time, leaving Melanie to care for the children and manage the household on her own. The trust that was once the foundation of their marriage began to erode, replaced by suspicion and resentment. Despite the growing tensions, Melanie remained committed to her marriage, hoping that things would eventually improve. She tried to help Bill overcome his addiction, but his struggles continued, further straining their relationship. In 2004, the McGuires were planning to move to a larger home in Warren County, New Jersey. They had closed on a new house on April 28, 2004. But before they could move in, the unthinkable happened. On April 29, 2004, Bill vanished from his seemingly ordinary life, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family in despair. Where did Bill go? What could have been the reason for his sudden disappearance? Weeks had slipped by without a trace of Bill. His absence left a gaping void in the lives of his caring wife and children. But little did they know that Bill's fate was far more extraordinary than they could have ever imagined. On the early morning of May 5, 2004, 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their children, went on a fishing trip from Virginia Beach toward the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. As they headed north, parallel to the tunnel, they stumbled upon an unexpected catch, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. Intrigued by the mysterious object, they hauled it aboard their boat. The suitcase was surprisingly heavy, and upon opening it, they made a chilling discovery. Inside was a black sack containing a pair of legs. Horrified by their find, the fishermen immediately contacted police. They wondered if there were more suitcases hidden in the depths of the Chesapeake Bay, each concealing another piece of a human body. Soon, police started actively looking for the other missing pieces of this disturbing puzzle. Just days after the first suitcase was found, a student studying the nature reserve on Fisherman's Island made another chilling discovery. A second suitcase, identical to the first, was found on the beach on May 10, 2004. This time, however, it was a human torso, including the arms and head. The wait for answers continued as the search for the missing body parts intensified. 5 days after the second suitcase was found, a fisherman made the final gruesome discovery. On May 15, 2004, a third suitcase, again identical to the first two, was found floating in the Chesapeake Bay. Inside were the victim's pelvis and legs. With the Chesapeake Bay's vast expanse making the search area challenging, investigators decided to turn to the public for help. They released the victim's sketch in the media, hoping that someone would recognize him. Incredibly, it took only a few days for the sketch to yield results. Susan Rice and John Rice, close friends of Bill who hadn't seen him in weeks, played a pivotal role in identifying his body. When they saw a sketch of the victim on TV on May 21, 2004, Sue immediately recognized her friend's distinctive features. Skeptical at first, her husband, John, also agreed that the sketch bore a striking resemblance to Bill. Recognizing their friend's face, they promptly notified the authorities. The couple also provided crucial information to the investigation. They recalled that Bill had recently been involved in a physical altercation with his wife, Melanie McGuire, and had stormed out of their home. They assumed that he had impulsively fled to Atlantic City, distracting himself on a gambling spree. However, weeks passed without any contact from Bill, raising concern among his friends and family. With Bill's identity confirmed, investigators immediately initiated a fingerprint analysis. Fortunately, Bill's fingerprints were on file and a match was quickly established. The once missing man was now the victim of a horrific crime. Bill's past was shrouded in mystery with rumors of gambling addiction, domestic abuse, and even a restraining order. Bill's ex-wife, Marcy Pollock, had also spoken out about the emotional and physical abuse she endured during their marriage. She had described their relationship as deteriorating rapidly after their wedding, culminating in a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. These allegations painted a troubling picture of Bill's character and only made it difficult to identify the perpetrator. Investigators were now faced with the task of piecing together the events that led to Bill McGuire's death and bringing the perpetrator to justice. The question remains, who was the killer? Imagine a loved one vanishing without a trace. Even if it's just for a day, you'd be worried and scared, and you'd do everything you could to find them. Even if you had an argument with them, you would still report the missing to the police. However, in this case, the police received no missing person reports from Melanie regarding Bill's disappearance after being away for almost a month. Instead of immediately reporting him missing, she sought legal counsel from a divorce attorney. On April 30, 2004, she filed a restraining order against him, further indicating that she felt unsafe in his presence. The police were surprised that Bill's wife hadn't reported him missing, especially since they had found the person in the sketch through Bill's friends. The cops decided to look into Melanie McGuire, and what they found was pretty odd. On April 30, 2004, just 2 days after the big fight between her and Bill, she did something that would make most folks raise an eyebrow. Melanie believed he might be in Atlantic City gambling, so she planned to drive down there and search for his car. She said her goal was to annoy him by parking the car in the most hectic part of town. But interestingly, here was how people reacted to her. As the police began monitoring Melanie's activities, they also started tracking her phone calls. In the midst of seemingly ordinary conversations, the police discovered a crucial piece of evidence. In one of these intercepted conversations, Melanie talked to Jim Finn, an old acquaintance from nursing school who had a crush on her. After losing touch for some time, They reconnected in February 2004, with Melanie reaching out when she needed something. Aware of Jim's interest in firearms, she discussed Bill's behavior with him before his disappearance. And Jim, still harboring feelings for Melanie, suggested obtaining a gun for self-defense. However, investigators listening to their conversations concluded that Jim had no knowledge of any plans related to a murder. When questioned by detectives, Jim was surprised to learn about Melanie purchasing a gun and was unaware of her involvement in any foul play. She then purchased a .38 caliber handgun on April 26, 2004 from a store in Easton, Pennsylvania. This was just 2 days before Bill went missing. Despite constant monitoring and scrutiny, Melanie denied any participation. Maintaining her innocence, there was another unexplained road trip, this time to Delaware, just 5 days after her husband's disappearance. Melanie had told Dr. Miller that she was actually furniture shopping in the early hours of May 4, 2004. However, investigators suspect that this trip to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up. The route she took would typically lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, contrary to the usual path, via the New Jersey Turnpike, toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge and Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and Tunnel. She stated that this theory was absurd because Virginia Beach was an additional 450 miles away from Delaware. Considering the considerable distance, it was implausible to cover such a vast stretch within a limited time frame. Was Melanie McGuire truly acting alone? Or was there an accomplice involved? Maybe it was Jim Flynn. But why would someone go to such lengths for a girl he had a crush on years ago? Yet consider this. Could be someone else, someone closer, a secret affair perhaps. Was it someone who would do anything, even kill for her? The voice you heard was of Dr. Brad Miller. He was a partner at RMA Associates, and Melanie worked as one of his nurses. The affair between them officially began when Melanie was 8 months pregnant with her second child, at least for both of them. After Melanie returned from maternity leave, she and Dr. Miller began a full-blown affair. It appeared as if they were falling deeply in love with each other despite their marital ties and young children. Investigators uncovered mounting evidence indicating Melanie McGuire's involvement in her husband's murder. Bill's car held a bottle of chloral hydrate, a sedative, along with 2 syringes prescribed by Bradley Miller, who had said the prescription was written in Melanie's handwriting. During the investigation, Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer expert, analyzed the computers and handheld devices belonging to the McGuires, including a desktop computer situated in their apartment. Her examination revealed that between April 11 and April 26, 2004, several concerning topics were searched online. Among the searches were inquiries about undetectable poisons, how to purchase guns illegally, how to commit murder, gun laws, and toxic insulin levels. Among all the evidence, the gun, the internet search, or the affair, one particular detail left people confused. It was the purchase of a $500,000 million house, which occurred right before his disappearance. They ended up placing a substantial deposit on an impressive home in New Jersey. This residence was quite lavish, with a significant amount of land and carrying a price tag of $500,000 million. This seemed contradictory. On one hand, Melanie was growing closer to Dr. Miller, but on the other, she was making a major investment in a new property with Bill. On April 28, 2004, they were set to close on the house at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Melanie stayed in touch with Dr. Miller throughout as he pleaded with her not to proceed with the house purchase. He expressed a wish to be with her and build a future together. Melanie assured him she would handle it. After closing on the house, they returned to their rented townhouse. Bill, quite excited, called John Rice, reportedly in a very happy state. Melanie's final conversation that night was with Dr. Miller. She informed him that they had closed on the house and mentioned that Bill was asleep on the couch after having some red wine. Melanie planned to discuss matters with Bill when he woke, intending to request a divorce. Melanie recounted the events as a significant argument between her and Bill, stating that they had a fight in the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock. It all started regarding the house they were purchasing, with Melanie mentioning that she had settled for that particular house. Bill's reaction was immediate and intense, expressing dissatisfaction and stating that it wasn't what he wanted. He mentioned his preference for a cheaper house in Virginia, which Melanie refused, leading to an escalating heated exchange. Melanie further described that the argument turned physical, specifying that Bill pushed a dryer sheet into her mouth, revealing his fixation with dryer sheets during such moments. He informed her that he was leaving and wouldn't return, even instructing her to explain to their children why they wouldn't have a father. He communicated this through the bathroom door while he packed and made several trips up and down the stairs, continuously criticizing her. Her final words to him were a plea to stop. After discovering the suitcases, the police were finally on the verge of bringing justice to Bill. One crucial piece of evidence the police were eagerly seeking, yearning for proof of Melanie's involvement in the dismemberment, remained elusive. Despite thoroughly searching her home, they found no blood, no bullets, nothing. There was no direct physical evidence linking her to the murder. Over a year after Bill McGuire's murder, on June 5, 2005, Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her kids at a daycare in Mattoon. She was charged with first-degree murder in what became known as the suitcase killer case. Melanie pleaded not guilty and was released on $750,000 bail. In 2005, a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts, raising her bail to $2,100,000. She was again released. Another indictment later accused her of writing letters that obstructed the investigation. 3 years after the murder, in 2007, Melanie's trial began. The prosecution argued that she killed her husband in 2004 to start a new life with her boyfriend. Lead investigator Prezioso testified that the evidence points to a well-planned murder. Melanie maintained her innocence, stating that her husband was a compulsive gambler who had become increasingly erratic. However, a spokesman for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice disputed her characterization, saying that there was no indication that Mr. McGuire was anything more than an occasional gambler. Melanie's defense team argued that the murder and dismemberment could not have happened in the Woodbridge apartment because there was no evidence to support this claim. They highlighted the absence of blood, tissue, or DNA in the apartment, as well as the lack of a bullet or saw marks. Additionally, there were no testimonies from neighbors regarding gunshots or the sound of a power saw. 3 years later, on April 23, 2007, Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, packing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and tossing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 63 years 9 months. She also received a concurrent 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains and a further 5-year sentence for perjury for lying to a family court judge about her husband's whereabouts after he vanished in 2004. William and Melanie McGuire's 2 sons, whose identities are protected for their privacy and safety, were last seen with their father on April 28, 2004. Melanie dropped the boys, aged 2 and 4, off at their daycare as usual around 8:20 a.m. After their routine, the boys returned home expecting to see their father, but he was nowhere to be found. William and Melanie's sons were placed in the care of Bill's elder sister, Cindy Legoshi, a realtor at the Weichert office in Franklin Lakes. Cindy, along with her husband, pharmacist Bill Legoshi of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were deemed capable of providing a loving and nurturing environment for the boys. They already had 2 adult children of their own, Laura Legoshi and Max Legoshi, and were experienced parents. When the question of custody arose, the 2 boys were sent to live with Cindy and Bill, especially since they were already a close-knit family. After Melanie was convicted of murdering her husband, her family initiated a custody battle with Cindy, but to no avail. As a result, William and Melanie's sons continue to reside in New Jersey with their aunt, uncle, and cousins, the only family they've ever known. In 2007, during Melanie's murder trial, Cindy presented evidence that both of her sister-in-law's children, then aged 57, had been diagnosed with autism. Cindy had grown concerned about their well-being upon noticing their behavior and had them tested. Due to the protection of their identities, no further information regarding their current status is available. However, it's known that the boys have not had contact with their mother since before her conviction. If you've watched the entire video without missing a moment, you probably have numerous questions about the investigation and arrest. After looking at her history as a nurse and her caring and charismatic nature, It's hard to even consider if someone like Melanie could commit such a heinous crime. The high-profile nature of the case prompted a range of opinions among viewers. Many believe that there are many gaps in the story, beginning with the fact that she doesn't quite appear to be capable of murder. Even if she had the motive, how could this small woman accomplish it all alone? Did someone assist her? Was she unfairly charged? Perhaps the jury overlooked someone? Or was the accusation entirely mistaken? If you're pondering these questions, you're not alone. Many people, including criminology professors Megan Sachs and Amy Schlossberg, doubt Melanie McGuire's guilt. They host a podcast, Direct Appeal, questioning her conviction, pointing out that Melanie doesn't fit the typical profile of a murderer. The key witness for the prosecution, a forensic ballistics expert, stated that the bullets found in Bill's case were identified as .38 caliber lead cutter bullets. Subsequently, they found an error on the gun manufacturer's website. What's puzzling is that the website information was altered after the unfortunate incident involving Bill McGuire's murder. Post this, they also discussed the garbage bags found at the McGuire residence and the one Bill was found in. The investigator highlights that these characteristics indicate that the two bags were made at the same facility, on the same production line, and within a very brief time frame. Furthermore, they express confidence in their conclusion, drawing from conducted tests and observed results, affirming that the bags were produced during the same run. Sachs also emphasizes the physical challenges of dismembering a body and the lack of a believable crime scene. In a video demonstration, they conducted two tests. The first was a suitcase weight test, assessing whether Melanie, weighing 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase of similar weight, around 80 pounds, across a bridge with a guardrail height of 40 inches. Their findings suggested that a reasonably manageable weight to lift was around 40 pounds, approximately half of Melanie's weight. Despite a movie about her case coming out, Melanie remains in prison. Despite the attention, she insists she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. In the puzzling case of Melanie McGuire and Bill McGuire, questions remain about who committed the crime. Was Melanie rightfully convicted, or were there crucial details missed? If she did commit the crime, could she have acted alone, or was someone else involved? Think again. Do you believe Melanie was guilty, or are there unanswered questions that could lead to a different conclusion? Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Sarah Yarbrough had vibrant red hair and a constant smile. She adored her two younger brothers and often assisted them with their homework. Well-rounded, she had a passion for the arts alongside a talent for math and science. From a young age, she harbored big dreams and possessed the work ethic necessary to achieve them. Her mother, Laura, described Sarah as the joy of her life, remarking that she made those around her better. Sarah had a knack for connecting people, doing so quietly and effectively. The Yarboroughs moved to Federal Way, Washington, when Sarah was 8. By December 1991, 16-year-old Sarah was a junior at Federal Way High School, where she excelled academically and was an honors student. Despite a demanding academic schedule and numerous extracurricular activities, Sarah maintained an active social life. She had a few close friends but often mingled in larger groups, as her friendly and energetic nature drew people to her. The Yarboroughs were members of Bible Baptist Church, and Sarah actively participated in the church's youth group. Dance was a passion for her, and she often said it made her feel fully alive. She was part of Safety Kids, a dance group that performed to promote awareness against drug and alcohol abuse. In the summer of 1990, she traveled to New Zealand to perform with the group. Additionally, she was a member of her school's drill team. Her commitment to the team was one reason she asked her parents if she could stay home while the family traveled out of town on Friday, December 13, 1991. They were heading to Ocean Shores, about 2 hours from home, for one of Sarah's brother's soccer games. Sarah had plans for the weekend, including an important drill team competition, prompting her request to stay behind. Although her parents were hesitant to leave their teenager alone, they ultimately agreed. On the evening of December 13th, she hung out with a group of friends after the soccer game. After stopping for fast food and snacks, they returned to Sarah's house. When Sarah woke up the next morning, December 14, 1991, she thought she was late for her drill team competition. She quickly bid farewell to her friend, rushed out with curlers in her hair, and drove to school to meet the rest of the team for the bus ride to Juanita High School in Kirkland for the competition. Meanwhile, 13-year-old Drew Miller also had a sleepover on the night of December 13th. His friend Adam stayed over, and the two boys spent the morning of December 14th watching cartoons and eating cereal before heading out to skateboard in a nearby Albertsons parking lot. Adam lived down the road from Federal Way High School and typically jumped a fence to cut through the school's campus to reach the Albertsons. That morning, they followed their usual routine. Due to the cold weather, puddles had frozen, and the boys stomped on the ice as they crossed the school grounds. When Drew looked ahead, he noticed a man emerging from the bushes, walking in the same direction they were headed. He tried to tell himself that the man had just hidden in the bushes to smoke marijuana without being seen, but his presence still unnerved him, so he kept an eye on him as he and Adam kept walking. When Drew and Adam reached the spot where they had initially seen the man pop up from bushes, they found something horrifying: a young woman partially clothed, staring up at them, unmoving. When they looked back up, they saw the man up ahead standing near a vehicle, staring them down. The two boys turned and ran back to Drew's house. His mother called 911 while his stepfather rushed back to the scene with Drew to see if they could help the young woman. When they arrived, they confirmed that there was nothing they could do to help her. She was soon identified as Sarah Yarbrough. It turned out that Sarah had been wrong about the time she needed to be at school to catch the bus to the competition and had actually arrived at the school early. A witness saw her pull into the school's parking lot around 8:10 a.m., but members of the drill team did not need to be there until 9. Her body had been found between 100 and 1,150 yards away from her car. There was no obvious reason why she would have gone down to the area, which was covered in bushes. There were also no signs of a struggle in or near her vehicle, where a large jug of orange juice Sarah had brought with her sat unspilled on the front passenger seat. Because Sarah was always willing to help anyone, including strangers, it was theorized early on that someone may have approached her asking for assistance, and she walked away from her vehicle trying to help them with something. Sarah's cause of death was found to be ligature strangulation, and her own nylon stockings were found around her neck. Police believed Sarah's murder had been sexually motivated as semen was found on her clothing. DNA from it would eventually be found to be enmeshed to DNA found under Sarah's fingernails and on the nylons used to strangle her. Early on in the investigation, the most important lead police had was the two boys, Adam and Drew, who had seen a man leaving the scene just after Sarah was killed. The two boys were able to work with a sketch artist to produce an image of what the man looked like, which they said was highly accurate. The sketch was posted all over town and generated thousands of calls to police, none of which led to an arrest. In June of 1993, a memorial to Sarah was dedicated in the courtyard of Federal Way High School. The stone bench was inscribed with Sarah's life motto, Carpe Diem, which means seize the day, and featured a bronze statue representing some of the things Sarah loved the most: her ballet shoes, books, and her dog, Gibby. June 12, 1993 was graduation day at Federal Way High School. It also would have been Sarah's 18th birthday. Sarah had dreamed of going to a college somewhere far away from Washington to explore somewhere new. She hadn't fully settled on a career path, but was considering becoming a museum curator or an engineer, like her father. Sarah's mother, Laura, did not sit at home with her own pain on that day, instead going to the graduation ceremony to support Sarah's many friends, as Sarah would have wanted. Years passed without answers in Sarah's case, but they also brought new technology and new avenues of investigation. In December of 2011, Sarah's case made history in a field which would eventually solve her case. While other cases be solved using consumer DNA databases and genetic genealogy before Sarah's killer was identified, Sarah's case is believed to be the first cold case to find a lead by searching consumer DNA databases. Colleen Fitzpatrick of Identifiers International was not able to identify a potential suspect by comparing the DNA from Sarah's crime scene to the DNA profiles available in commercial databases at the time. However, she also used YSTR analysis, which looks at the Y chromosome and therefore male lineage. A match was found and showed that Sarah's killer was a descendant of Robert Fuller, who lived in Salem, Massachusetts in 1630s and whose family arrived in North America on the Mayflower. Because they shared a Y chromosome, the killer had to be a direct male descendant of Robert Fuller. The chromosome had been passed from father to son since 17th century until Sarah's killer inherited it. Given the number of generations who had lived and died since Robert Fuller's lifetime, this still left thousands of potential suspects. The surname of Fuller did have a connection to Sarah's case. Bill Fuller was a close family friend of the Yarboroughs. He had led the effort to have the memorial to her installed at Federal Way High School. While he did not match the description of the man the two boys who found Sarah's body saw leaving the scene, police still requested that he provide a sample of his DNA, which he willingly did. It was not a match to the crime scene DNA. However, his Y chromosome was a match to the crime scene DNA and the known Fuller family who arrived on the Mayflower. Bill Fuller was a paternal cousin of the killer, but too distant of one to identify him. Other individuals with the surname of Fuller living in the area were investigated but not tied to Sarah's murder. Genetic genealogy continued to be utilized in the case, and in 2019, it finally narrowed down the potential suspect pool to two brothers, either of which could have been the killer based on their DNA. However, one of the brothers was then excluded because his DNA profile was already in the criminal database and found not to be a match. Police began surveilling the other brother and collected 2 cigarette butts and a napkin he discarded. A DNA profile was developed from these items. It was found to be a match to the DNA collected from Sarah's body. On October 3, 2019, a first-degree murder charge was filed against 55-year-old Patrick Leon Nicholas. The filing documents alleged that Nicholas killed Sarah while committing or attempting to commit the crime of rape in the second degree. Nicholas was booked into King County Jail the same day, with prosecutors requesting his bail be set at $5 million. Nicholas did not have the surname of Fuller despite being of direct male Fuller genetic lineage, as had been previously predicted, because his grandfather had been adopted. Nicholas did have a disturbing criminal history. In June of 1983, he had attacked a young woman named Crony as she sat outside of her car overlooking the Columbia River in Richland, Washington. After making small talk with her for a few minutes, he held a knife to her throat as she attempted to leave. He forced her to remove her clothing and walk down closer to the river and was able to escape by jumping into the water and swimming away. Nicholas then bought a plane ticket, but was identified and arrested before he could leave town. Nicholas was only 19 years old at the time of his attack but he had been convicted of 2 rapes and an attempted rape as a juvenile. In these cases, he had used the threat of violence to get his victims away from where he first interacted with them and to a more remote area where he raped them, much like he had attempted to do to Anne. He had been released from custody for his most recent crime just a few months before he attempted to rape Anne. He pled guilty to 1 charge of first-degree attempted rape in Anne's case, and she spoke at his sentencing hearing. She requested that the judge sentence Nicholas to the maximum sentence. The judge did so, sentencing Nicholas to 10 years in prison. However, Nicholas was released after serving just 3.5 years of his 10-year sentence. Had he served his entire sentence, he would have still been incarcerated at the time of Sarah Yarborough's murder. 2 years after Sarah was murdered, at the end of 1993, he was arrested again. This time, he was charged with molesting his 6-year-old stepdaughter. Nicholas was ultimately able to plead the charges against him down to just 1 4th-degree assault charge. Despite the nature of his criminal history, Nicholas' DNA was never entered into any criminal database. According to state law, his DNA should have been entered into the combined DNA index system following the 1993 molestation arrest, but since he was able to plead down to a gross misdemeanor, he also avoided having to fulfill this requirement. That being said, it would have still been possible for Nicholas to have been identified using DNA more than a decade before he was finally arrested were it not for limitations in place in the do not allow for such analysis to be utilized there. Familial DNA analysis and investigative genetic genealogy, the process which ultimately identified Nicholas, involve essentially the same process, but they are considered 2 separate investigative techniques because of one major difference. Both techniques involve comparing a DNA profile from a crime scene to other DNA profiles in a database. Investigators identify individuals who share DNA with the suspect DNA and then work to determine how they are related based on how much DNA they share. In the majority of cases, only distant cousins are identified, meaning investigators have to use records to construct the family trees of these individuals in order to narrow down their suspect pool. The difference between investigative genetic genealogy and familial DNA analysis is that the former uses databases of customers of commercial DNA sites who generally use these services to explore their ancestry or find long-lost relatives, and the latter uses criminal databases. In what is perhaps the most famous use of familial DNA analysis, Lonnie David Franklin Jr., the so-called Grim Sleeper, was identified because his son Christopher's DNA had been entered into the criminal database following a weapons charge and showed up as a partial match to DNA from the Grim Sleeper investigation. Patrick Nicholas has an older brother, Edward Peter Nicholas Jr., who is a convicted rapist and registered sex offender. His DNA was entered into the Combined DNA Index System in October of 2005, 14 years before Sarah Yarbrough's case had been solved. Had familial DNA analysis been available to investigators working on Sarah's case, Patrick Nicholas would have been identified as a suspect in her case essentially instantaneously, according to investigators, because of how closely he was related to someone in the criminal database. Because familial searches are not performed by the Washington State Patrol crime labs, Patrick Nicholas remained free for 14 more years. According to Chris Loftus, the director of communications for the Washington State Patrol crime labs, familial DNA analysis is being evaluated for use in Washington state. However, the Washington state legislature has directed the labs to process the more than 9,000 backlogged rape kits in the state, placing the adoption of new techniques on the back burner for the time being. Furthermore, he maintains that familial DNA analysis presents legal, practical, and ethical issues for them to address, although the technique has not faced any major legal challenges despite widespread use in other states. Nicholas's trial began on April 17, 2023. His attorney, David Montez, based his defense of Nicholas on attacking two things: genetic genealogy and the witness testimony. He criticized the use of genetic genealogy in the case because it has only come into use so recently, although this critique did not explain how his client's DNA, which was compared directly to the crime scene DNA after he was identified using genetic genealogy, ended up on Sarah's body. Montez also argued that his client could not have been the man Drew Miller and his friend, Adam, saw just before they discovered Sarah's body, despite similarities between the composite sketch they helped develop and photos of Nicholas when he was younger. The boys told the sketch artist that the man they saw had uneven skin on his face, whether from acne, scarring, or dirt. Because Nicholas had clear skin at the time, Montez argued that he could not have been the man the boys saw, despite their testimony in court that they believed he was. It is also worth noting that the DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, as well as other evidence found at the crime scene, indicates that she fought fiercely against her killer. It is therefore possible that she may have scratched him on the face. While this is just a theory, the textured skin Adam and Drew reported seeing on Nicholas may have actually been scratch marks left by Sarah as she tried to fight him off. The trial went on for 2.5 weeks. Jurors deliberated for a day and a half before returning with a verdict on May 10, 2023. They had been sent into deliberation with 3 charges to consider: premeditated first-degree murder committed during the commission of an attempted rape, and the lesser charge of second-degree murder while also committing indecent liberties. They found Nicholas not guilty of the first charge, but guilty of the remaining 2. Nicholas' sentencing hearing was held on May 25, 2023. His lawyer argued for a sentence of 20 years in prison. Because the jury had returned a special verdict finding that Sarah's killing was sexually motivated, King County Superior Court Judge Josephine Wiggs instead handed down the sentence recommended by prosecutors more than 45.5 years. This sentence all but ensures that Nicholas will die while incarcerated. Nicholas plans to file an appeal. While decades had passed between the time when Sarah was murdered and when Nicholas was sentenced, dozens of people connected to Sarah and to her case were present at the sentencing hearing. And Crony, who had been attacked by Nicholas in 1983, had not been allowed to testify at his trial, but came to give a victim impact statement. Sarah's family members and numerous friends also gave statements detailing how the passage of time had not diminished the love they felt for Sarah or the agony they felt over her loss. 47-year-old Ralph Stutzman was a married father of 13 children who owned a farm in La Grange County, Indiana. On August 17, 1952, he left his house to go out to his barn and never returned. Rumors about his disappearance swirled in his community for decades, which was very upsetting to his family. His wife, as well as several of his children, passed away without ever learning what became of him. On June 16, 2023, more than 70 years after Ralph disappeared, the Grange County Sheriff's Detective Stephanie Mickham announced at a press conference that his case had been solved. Sometime after he vanished in Indiana, he moved to Florida, where he lived under the name Delbert Schrock and had 6 more children before passing away in 1968. In 2022, a woman given the pseudonym of Crystal in the press submitted her DNA to Ancestry.com in hopes of finding her biological parents. She believed she was a descendant of Ralph Stutzman of Indiana, but the site identified her grandfather as Delbert Schrock of Florida because his daughter Ruth had used the service and uploaded her DNA profile to their site. Crystal contacted a genealogist named Randy Davis to help investigate this unexpected result. After doing more research and realizing that Ralph Stutzman had disappeared before Delbert Schrock appeared in public records, Randy reached out to Detective Mickham to tell her he had a lead in a decades-old disappearance. She was initially suspicious, but did her own investigating into the Stoltzman case. When she realized Randy may have been onto something, she requested that Ralph's daughter, Mary, provide a DNA sample. Mary's DNA sample confirmed that she and Ruth, the woman living in Florida, were half-sisters. Mary Stutzman Boyd is now 92 years old and suffering from memory issues. Her family does not believe she fully comprehends what has transpired, but they are relieved she finally has some answers about her father, even if she does not fully understand them. According to her son, Ben Boyd, who was just 5 years old when his grandfather disappeared, for years, she always said that she would like to know what happened to her dad before she died. I think for the whole family, it's just a relief to know what really happened to him and that he's not laying in some ditch somewhere and deteriorating away. Ralph's reasons for leaving his first family remain unknown. Some members of the family he had while living as Delbert Schrock watched the press conference via Zoom and were able to virtually meet the members of the Stoltzman family who were in attendance in person in Indiana. They were shocked by the revelation that the man they had known as Delbert had another family. Many members of both sides of the family hoped to get together for a family reunion to meet in person sometime soon. On April 26, 2023, a farmer was digging a ditch on his farmland off Coxmore Road, Sutton in Ashfield, Nottinghamshire, when he made a terrible discovery. Between 4 and 6 feet underground, he discovered human bones. Unintentionally, the farmer had just solved a 56-year-old mystery. Traumatic injuries to the skull led an anthropologist to determine that the bones belonged to a murder victim. Initial DNA inquiries made by police did not help them identify the remains. Then they released images of a shoe and distinctive socks found with the remains, which were seen and recognized by a man named Russell Lowbridge. Russell contacted police believing the remains may have been those of his long-missing grandfather. Russell and one of his uncles provided samples of their DNA, and testing confirmed that the remains were those of Russell's grandfather, Alfred Swinscoe. Alfred was a native of Pinxton on the border of Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. He became known as the Champion Pigeon Man of Pinxton as a result of his love of pigeon racing. He went to work in the local coal mine at the age of 14. He was able to work his way up to one of the better-paying positions at the mine, but frequently gave away any extra money he had to friends and relatives in need. Alfred was married and was the loving father of 6 children. By 1967, 54-year-old Alfred was a grandfather as well. On the evening of January 27th that year, he went out to the local Miners Arms pub with 2 of his sons and some friends. He was last seen around 10:30 p.m. when he gave his son some money to buy the next round of drinks and then stepped outside to relieve himself. He never came back inside. While Alfred's entire family was distraught over his disappearance, his son Gary, who had been with him at the pub the night he went missing, was particularly affected by it. He spent decades reaching out to agencies, hiring a private detective and performing searches of his own, going into abandoned wells and searching local fields. Gary shared his father's love of pigeon racing and continued the hobby well after his father disappeared. He unfortunately passed away in November of 2012 following a short illness, never getting the answers about his father's fate that he spent decades searching for. According to Russell Lowbridge, it completely broke him, never knowing what happened to his dad. I want justice for Gary because he tried so hard to get answers. It tormented him up until the day he died. The Swensko family plans to bury Alfred's remains alongside Gary so that father and son can in some way be reunited. While Alfred's disappearance has been solved, the news that he was murdered has created new questions that now need answers. A murder investigation has officially been opened in the case. Alfred's family appeared on BBC's Crime Watch to appeal to the public for help. The coal mine where Alfred worked has since closed, and as it was a major employer in the area, a large number of people who lived there at the time of Alfred's murder have since moved. The family hopes that national media coverage will help reach former residents of the area who may have relevant information but now live elsewhere. Alfred's remains were found some 5 miles away from where he was last seen. According to investigators, this is an important detail because it indicates that his killer had access to a car, which very few members of the community did back in 1967. 4 of Alfred's 6 children are still living and desperate for answers about who took their father from them. Alfred's now 82-year-old daughter Julie told the press, "Someone, somewhere will have some information, and we would urge them to get in touch with the police. We might be able to now give my dad the funeral he deserves, but we don't have the answers we desperately want. Someone killed my dad, and I want to know why. I need to know why." 84-year-old Philip Kahn was a retired cab driver who lived in a mobile home in Las Vegas with his wife, Jean. He had been born in New York City during the Great Depression and had lived in Florida for a time before ending up in Las Vegas. He was tall and tan and known to other cabbies as Stretch. He loved warm weather and swimming. He met Jean while they were both in their 60s, and they had been happily married for 20 years in 2000. On July 9th that year, Philip left home around 7 p.m. A neighbor was giving him a ride to McCarran International Airport. He told Jean that he was going to Coral Gables, Florida, seeking holistic treatment for a physical ailment believed to be an aortic embolism because he did not want to undergo surgery for the condition. He never returned home, and Jean never heard from him again. She reported him missing to police after 12 days with no word from him. Investigators would later learn that Philip liquidated his assets after leaving home. He had sent his sister some money and a letter and signed over power of attorney to his wife. Airline records showed that he had not flown to Florida as he had told Jean, but to New York City. His movements could not be traced further. Philip had not shown any signs of dementia prior to his disappearance. Jean died in December of 2007 at the age of 89, never learning where her husband had gone. According to her daughter, Jean went through a variety of emotions from anger to sadness over her missing husband, but she did not fall apart after he disappeared and lived her life to the fullest in her final years without him. It would not be until January 11, 2023 that the resolution of his case was announced. That day, the State of Maine Office of Chief Medical Examiner issued a statement confirming that human remains found by the Coast Guard off the coast of Maine on July 24, 2000 had been identified as Philip Kahn. The remains could not be identified at the time they were found, so they were ultimately cremated and interred at Graceland Memorial Park in Auburn, Maine. Local authorities revisited the case over the years, but it was not until the FBI became involved that the interstate identification was made. They were able to match the fingerprints and dental x-rays taken of the unknown remains before they were cremated to one submitted to Philip's missing person file in Las Vegas. The identification of Philip's remains has brought on complex emotions for his stepdaughter, Jean's daughter, Judy Drago. She is perplexed over why Philip ended up in Maine. The news has also brought back up memories of her late mother. She feels at peace with the information she has now and is grateful that her stepfather's remains were laid to rest. She does not have any plans to have his ashes relocated. Mindy was born on July 16, 1955, in Brooklyn, Kings, New York, to Walter and May Schloss. She was raised in Syracuse, New York, alongside her brother, William Schloss. In her early 20s, Mindy left home and moved to Seattle, where she met Robert Conway, or simply Bob Conway. Mindy and Robert got along famously and quickly fell in love. By 1980, the couple had relocated to Alaska. Mindy had long aspired to a career in nursing. She understood the challenges ahead, but was committed to dedicating long hours to achieve something meaningful to her. Mindy completed a bachelor's degree in nursing at the University of Alaska Anchorage. She worked relentlessly to enhance her knowledge and skills, earning a master's degree in public health from Johns Hopkins, an adult nurse practitioner degree from the University of Portland, and a psychiatric nurse practitioner degree from the University of New York, Stony Brook. Despite her professional success, Mindy faced numerous hardships along the way. Her mother's passing in 1999, followed by her father's in 2001, took a huge toll on her. Thankfully, Robert was there to get her through this tragic time. In the years that followed, as she recovered, Minnie developed a passion for baking. Each year, she would eagerly wait for her favorite time of year, which was the berry picking season. Mindy greatly enjoyed traveling, whether it was to some exotic destination with Robert or wherever her work took her. She went happily. She served the public in various nursing positions in both rural and urban Alaska. And on top of that, she helped a wide variety of public health programs with her excellence in the nursing field, which was reflected in Mindy's exceptional professionalism and work ethic. During the latter period of her career, Mindy devoted her practice to helping take care of psychiatric patients. She was responsible and dedicated, always willing to give more than 100%. Her passion for life shone through every day as she encouraged all the people to live their lives to their fullest potential. During all of Mindy's ups and downs, Robert was always by her side, planning his next holiday destination with Mindy to make sure she took breaks from her busy life. Just like any other day on Friday, August 3, 2007, Mindy arrived at her home on Cody Sark Street in Anchorage, Alaska after a busy day at work. She was supposed to leave for Fairbanks to tend to some patients there in a few days and was preparing for that. But on Sunday, August 5, 2007, she missed her flight out of Anchorage in all of her appointments in Fairbanks. Jerry Yett, one of Mindy's closest friends, tried to contact Mindy to figure out where she had been, but she never answered any of her calls. Bob, Mindy's boyfriend, also tried contacting Mindy and reached out for help to Jerry after failing multiple times. On August 7, 2007, one day after Mindy had failed to show up for work, Jerry called the Anchorage Police Department and officially reported her friend missing. Jerry and Mindy had been friends for 18 years. They first became acquainted while working together as nurses, and gradually they became best friends. In this busy field of work, they were each other's biggest supporters. They loved to spend time together and frequently went on small trips. They took care of each other, and Jerry would even look after Mindy's cat, Willie, when she had to go away. But everything changed in that 1 week of August 2007. On Tuesday, August 7, 2007, Detective Pam Paranor arrived with her team at Mindy's house to conduct an investigation. She met with Jerry, who claimed that earlier when she arrived at Mindy's house to check on her, she found the house to be in complete disarray. Although there were any signs of a burglary or a break-in, there were some details that Jerry found odd. It definitely was not in a state that Mindy would have left it, even if she was in a rush to leave for work. In addition to that, there was an empty bottle of wine, and knowing how restless Mindy's sleep was, the bed seemed to be too perfectly made. Taking a look around the house, detectives found that Mindy's car was gone too. Jerry told the detectives about Mindy's flight to Fairbanks, but pointed out that Mindy didn't like driving to the airport since it was so close to her place. And also she always thought that the parking there was expensive. The sudden disappearance wasn't making any sense to Jerry, but looking at the circumstances, she couldn't help but fear the worst. As Jerry grew more and more worried, the detectives decided to take a look around Mindy's neighborhood and ask people if they had seen anything, even minutely suspicious. After an initial round of questioning, a few of Mindy's neighbors, the detectives were able to gather some information. Mindy was last seen at her home at about 7 p.m. on Friday, August 3, 2007. They also learned that Mindy had frequent arguments with her next-door neighbors who were known for being overly chaotic and rowdy. From the very beginning, detectives suspected foul play and thought that Mindy's long-term boyfriend, Bob Conway, might have something to do with her disappearance. However, after multiple rounds of interrogating Bob, he was soon dismissed as a suspect when he was able to provide a solid alibi confirming that he hadn't seen Mindy that weekend. A few days later, after Bob was left off the hook, the detectives noticed some activity in Mindy's bank account. Authorities discovered that $2,500 cash withdrawals had been made at 2 different ATMs from Mindy's account. As the detectives examined the CCTV footage from the ATMs, they found it wasn't Mindy who used her debit card to make those transactions. On August 9, 2007, Mindy's car, a red 2000 Acura Integra hatchback, was found in the area of 4370 Old International Airport Road, near Alaska Air Cargo. It had been parked strangely at a spot at the airport parking lot. Luckily, that spot had surveillance cameras, and the detectives were able to obtain the CCTV footage of the car being parked and left. When Mindy's car was searched, her purse was recovered, which had Mindy's wallet, house keys, and car keys, but her ATM card was still missing. The detectives connected the dots and figured the man who left the car there and the man who made the withdrawals from Mindy's bank account must have been the same guy. To collect more evidence from the car, detectives made use of the scent transfer technology, a technology which is used to sense, transmit, and receive scent-enabled digital media. And through that, they were able to figure out that Mindy might have been sitting in the passenger seat. Even though the investigators were getting close to solving the puzzle, there were still a few pieces missing. With each passing day, detectives worked hours to hunt down Mindy's killer. However, they didn't have any potential leads. A few days after the investigation had started, Kathy Easley, one of Mindy's neighbors, eventually came forward with some crucial information about a suspicious man. She informed the detective about a 26-year-old man named Joshua Wade, who was another one of Mindy's neighbors. Kathy told the detectives that Joshua acted very strangely when the detectives were conducting an investigation into Mindy's disappearance earlier that same year. To support her accusation, she even recalled an old incident she had with Joshua during the investigation period. Allegedly, when the detectives were working to locate Mindy, Joshua came up to Kathy and asked her not to tell the detectives that he too was Mindy's neighbor. When Kathy asked him the reason behind this, Joshua told her that he already had a warrant out for him and that if the detective found out that he lived next door to Mindy, he might be caught. Kathy grew more curious listening to Joshua's eerie words and didn't hesitate to inquire further. Kathy asked why he had a warrant out for him. Joshua fumbled with his words a bit and said that he had broken into a drug dealer's home. As Joshua turned his back to walk away, Kathy thought this was something very suspicious and wondered whether she should tell anyone about it. Just a few minutes after this incident, Detective Pam arrived at Kathy's house. At that time, Kathy was scared and didn't tell Detective Pam anything. From then onwards, whenever detectives would come to speak with Kathy, Joshua would be right across from Kathy's house keeping an eye on her by peeping through his window. And it was now when Kathy had decided to tell the police about the whole incident. The name Joshua Wade didn't ring a bell for the detectives. It turned out that Joshua had a history of violence, and there were reports that Mindy had expressed discomfort around him. Based on recent findings, the detectives tagged Joshua as a prime suspect in Mindy's homicide, but the detectives still needed some concrete proof to formally charge him. Using the evidence gathered through scent transfer technology, the detectives focused on the scent from the driver's seat in Mindy's car. This was done to isolate the abductor's scent from the passengers. The FBI brought in the dogs to track the abductors, armed with samples of scent which most likely belonged to Mindy's abductor. Tracking dogs were typically used immediately after a crime had taken place, but since there was no evidence in the initial stages of Mindy's case, they were never brought in. Since the trail was weeks old, the dogs' jobs were made even more challenging. However, even after facing difficulties, the dogs traced the scent to Joshua Wade. Detectives were shocked by the dogs' findings, but sometimes these searches could be tricky, and so for confirmation the FBI used the dogs again to track Mindy's bank card, which eventually led them to Joshua's house. Even though the search didn't find Joshua as he was on the run, evidence connecting him to the crime began to emerge. When the detectives conducted a search of Joshua's house, They found a jacket that matched the one seen on the surveillance footage from the ATM. Furthermore, the jacket also had a receipt for a bank transaction whose timestamp aligned perfectly with the one in the ATM footage. His phone was recovered as well, which had a picture of a gun similar to the one used to kill Mindy. The investigation took a shocking turn when the investigators looked further into Joshua's criminal history. He was eventually identified as an ex-convict who had previously been accused of another murder. Wade was once accused of murdering a 33-year-old woman named Della Brown in 2000. The case went to trial, but he was acquitted of the murder charge back then and was only convicted on one charge of tampering with evidence and given a 6.5-year sentence in 2003. After serving little more than 3 years, Joshua was released on probation on December 12, 2006. As the search for Joshua intensified, the police started receiving tips from the public, but still Joshua continued to evade capture, leading to a cat and mouse game. Greg Wade, Joshua's father, was devastated to find out what his son had been accused of. A photo of Joshua from the ATM was released as well, and an old girlfriend recognized him. Her name was Christina Greaser, and she claimed to have driven Joshua around. Tina Greaser, Christina's mother, never liked Joshua and didn't want her daughter to be with him. Christina decided to come forward when she found out some incriminating items in Joshua's backpack which he had accidentally left behind in Christina's car. These items almost confirmed Christina and her mother of Joshua's questionable background. By the end of August 2007, the detectives were able to track Joshua down. She had gone back to Christina's apartment asking her to drive him to a safe spot. Christina was panicking as she now knew the man in front of her was a murderer. Christina told Joshua that she first needed a smoke break and went to her room. Once alone, she called the police and told them about her situation. When the detectives went to arrest Joshua, he held a few people as hostage in Christina's apartment building. The detectives were able to get everyone out safely, arrest Joshua, and take him into custody. When the detectives interrogated Joshua, he maintained a defying attitude and smirked when confronted with evidence. Lisa, another one of Joshua's former girlfriends, eventually made a crucial confession. She revealed that Joshua had confessed to killing Mindy. With this information and Lisa's further cooperation, the detectives were now working to build a stronger case against Joshua. Joshua was finally charged with multiple state and federal charges, such as carjacking, theft, and bank fraud. On Thursday, September 13, 2007, a municipal worker doing site surveying work in the woods near Nick Goose Bay Road, about 5 miles from Wasilla, Alaska, came across a severely burned and decomposing body. He contacted the authorities right away. When the detectives arrived at the crime scene to investigate, they were taken aback looking at the gruesome conditions of the body. Using dental records, they were able to identify the victim as the 52-year-old Mindy Schloss. Later, an autopsy was conducted, which confirmed that Mindy was a victim of a homicide. The killer shot Mindy in the back of her head and tried to burn her body, but that wasn't even the worst part. Some other signs showed that Mindy had been gagged and bound with zip ties. A DNA sample was obtained from the crime scene and sent for forensic analysis. The results came back and confirmed a match between Joshua's DNA and the one found at the crime scene. This placed Joshua at the crime scene and also linked him to Mindy's ATM card usage. As the detectives intensified the search for Mindy's killer, her loved ones gathered for her cremation. It was Mindy's wish that she be cremated after her time in this world. Mindy's ashes were scattered across the Mediterranean Sea, and no services were held for her. However, a few of Mindy's close friends and colleagues gathered together to celebrate her life, the joy she brought to them. Despite Joshua's best efforts to keep his ex-girlfriend, Lisa, from testifying, she finally revealed his confession. According to Lisa, Joshua had told her that he killed Mindy Schloss back in 2007 when he had recently been released from prison on probation. Joshua moved to Anchorage, Alaska, and into a house next door to Mindy's. Joshua was having a hard time with his life after prison. He was unable to pay the bills, and the fact that he was broke kept bothering him. Sometime in early August, Joshua had had a rough day at work. He returned home in a bad mood and broke into Mindy's house to rob her. Mindy was in her bathrobe at the time. She couldn't process what was happening, but still tried to cooperate as much as she could. Joshua then tied her up with zip ties, took her ATM card and PIN information from her, and then shoved her in the car while she was still alive. After traveling more than an hour north of Anchorage, Joshua drove the car to a rural cul-de-sac in a wooded area in Wasilla, pulled Mindy out of the car, and shot her in the back of the head with a .45 caliber Glock. Once he made sure that Mindy was dead, he set her body on fire. Later on, he withdrew $1,000 from her bank account. Joshua was only 26 at that time. In 2010, during a dramatic trial, 29-year-old Joshua Wade entered a guilty plea in the 2007 killing of Mindy Schloss. Within a few hours, when the jury in Alaska Superior Court was about to hand him a sentence, Joshua made a confession, which shocked the entire courtroom. Joshua confessed that he also murdered the 33-year-old Della Brown in 2000 when he was only 19 years old. This resulted in a lengthy discussion by the jury. Both Mindy and Della were murdered years apart. And while Mindy had only been shot to death, Della had been beaten to death with a rock. Joshua was traveling through Spinald with his friends when he first saw Della and returned later to rob her. He stated that he found Della unconscious, and in an intoxicated state, Joshua bashed her head with a rock before assaulting and murdering her. Later, he dumped her half-naked body in a filthy shed. Adam Bartlett, one of Joshua's defense attorneys, asked a state court to approve the plea deal reached with prosecutors, stating that Joshua had great remorse about his actions and had entered the plea deal sincerely. He added that to save his humanity, Joshua wanted the families of his victims to have closure. He added that to save his humanity, Joshua wanted the families of his victims to have closure. Although Joshua's defense lawyers claimed that their client had committed unforgivable sins in the horrific killings, they had come to see another side of him. According to them, Joshua was not the monster that people believed him to be. Joshua's attorneys provided a detailed description of his difficult life, highlighting how he endured trauma as a child. They even brought up an incident when Joshua had attempted to take his own life by drowning himself in a bathtub at the age of just 10. Because of the difficulties Joshua went through in his early life, he developed a drug addiction and soon followed his visits to psychiatric hospitals. Everything was now in front of the jury to look at. After a lengthy discussion, the jury announced the verdict. In addition to murdering Mindy and Della, the jury also found Joshua guilty on a federal charge of murder during the carjacking. Given that he stole Mindy's car, he was handed a sentence of 99 years, although Wade did manage to evade the death penalty. He would only be eligible to get out on parole after he was 95 years old 4 years later in 2014. Joshua attempted to make a deal with prosecutors in exchange for being moved to a federal facility by confessing to 3 additional murders, in exchange for a transfer to a federal prison where he could finish out his federal sentence. Joshua told the detectives that apart from Mindy and Della, he had also killed 3 other men. Although Joshua provided only vague details about those crimes, detectives suspected that he was hinting at the killings of John Martin in 1994, Henry Antewaskarok in 1999, and another unidentified man in 2000. Their suspicions were confirmed once Joshua himself confessed to murdering the 3 men. When Joshua was in his teens, he murdered the 30-year-old Henry Antewaskarok in 1999 and 38-year-old John Michael Martin in 1994, both of whom were mentally ill. Joshua claimed that he murdered his 3rd victim, who was never identified, on the same night he murdered Della in 2000. Detectives reopened all those cold cases and took another look at them. John Michael Martin died from a single gunshot wound shortly after leaving a local village and restaurant. He was discovered by police in May 1994 near a cycling track that followed Northern Lights Boulevard. Martin had been frequently visiting the village inn for at least 5 years. He regularly came in during the day-night to meet his friends for coffee. But one tragic night, John left to walk home sometime around 2:30 a.m., and just 30 minutes later, he was found dead. John's sister claimed that he was jobless and suffered from schizophrenia. John's case remained cold for years after detectives exhausted all leads. In December 1999, Henry Antewaskarok's body was discovered in room number 221 of the Alaska Budget Motel in Fairview by a maintenance worker. The medical examination of Henry's body revealed that he had been killed 2 days before his body was discovered. Henry was staying at the motel East 4th Avenue in Gamble Street for a while at the time of the murder and was paying a weekly rent of $194. Henry too had a mental health issue. Joshua admitted that he killed his fourth victim, an unidentified man, on the same night he murdered Della in 2000. He claimed that the man was present when he killed Della in the spinal shed. Joshua knocked him unconscious, shoved him in the trunk of his car, and drove out to a spot in a valley where he took his clothes off and shot him in the head 2 times with a shotgun. Joshua further added that killing that man didn't really bother him. After making his confessions, 34-year-old Joshua was transferred to a federal penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana, after serving the initial years of his lengthy sentence in Spring Creek Correctional Facility in Seward. Joshua's sentence provided some closure for his victims' families. Even though they were long gone, their loved ones were here to witness justice. Mindy's best friend, Jerry Yett, said that Mindy's life was tragically cut short and she would be greatly missed and remembered as a person who was compassionate, kind, and always supportive. Joshua Wade, who is currently in his mid-40s, is serving his lengthy sentence at the United States Penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana, USA. There have been no updates on the case of those 3 men that Joshua murdered before killing Mindy and Della. However, authorities stated that the investigation into the cases is still open. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. On Friday, October 29, 1993, the students at Eureka Elementary School in Granite Bay, California, enjoyed a day full of Halloween festivities. They went trick-or-treating from classroom to classroom and participated in a fall festival. After the event ended and the students had gone home, 5th grade teacher Sherilyn Hockley stayed behind to clean up. She was observed tidying up popcorn around 4:30 p.m., and the school's janitor noticed her minivan still in the parking lot at 5:30. By the time he checked the lot again around 6, the minivan was no longer there. Sherilyn never arrived home, however, and her boyfriend quickly became concerned. He went to the school to look for her, but did not find her there. He called Sherilyn's family to see if they had heard from her before reporting her missing. It would not be until the day of the holiday she had just been celebrating with her students, Halloween, that Sherilyn would be located. That night, a deputy out on patrol saw Sherilyn's Dodge Caravan minivan pulled off of East Roseville Parkway in a wooded area. The location was less than a mile away from the school where Sherilyn taught and had last been seen. Curiously, it was within view of another school, Oak Hills Elementary. Sherilyn's body was discovered in the vehicle's back seat. She was just 39 years old. At the time of her death, Sherilyn had been going through a period of major change. She'd applied for the position at Eureka Elementary after going through a divorce. She and her ex-husband had been married for 15 years and had 3 children together, 2 daughters and a son. Sherilyn's daughter Heather, who was just 14 years old at the time of her mother's death, would later describe Sherilyn as the best mother ever. Sherilyn was loving and full of life. She and Heather shared a love of Whitney Houston and would blast her music when they were in the car or at home cleaning, singing or lip-syncing along to their favorite songs. Sherilyn's loving nature, which made her such a great mother, also helped her quickly endear herself to her students. Heather was proud of her mother for being hired for the position at Eureka Elementary because so many people had applied for it, and Sherilyn was overjoyed to have been selected for the job. When interviewed even decades later, the students who had been in her class enthusiastically recalled what a great teacher she was. Sherilyn's autopsy found that she had died as the result of ligature strangulation. She was found partially clothed, but tests to determine if she had been sexually assaulted were inconclusive. Authorities believe that she was killed the night she was last seen, 29th. Robbery did not appear to be the motive for the murder, as her purse and several other personal items were still inside the van. Sherilyn's boyfriend and ex-husband were investigated but quickly ruled out as suspects in the case, as were Sherilyn's co-workers at the school. However, investigators do not believe that Sherilyn was killed by a stranger. When the case first started, there was definitely a sense that it was probably somebody who at least knew her, somebody familiar with the area, and to a large extent that remains true today, Placer County Sheriff's Detective Brian Madison stated in 2016. There were reported sightings of an unknown individual sitting in a Volkswagen Beetle at Sherilyn's school on October 29th, but following up on that lead did not produce any useful information. Authorities also considered that Sherilyn's murder may have been connected to the unsolved murder of 35-year-old Cindy Warner, who was killed in November of 1991. Like Sherilyn, she had been strangled to death and disappeared in Granite Bay. She had been at her sister's house with her 11-month-old daughter. Her sister and brother-in-law left the home, and when Cindy's husband arrived at the house approximately 45 minutes after they left, Cindy's car, jacket, and shoes were there, but Cindy was not. Her young daughter had been left unattended but unharmed in her high chair. 19 days after she disappeared, Cindy's body was discovered by a quail hunter off of Forest Hill Road, east of Auburn. She was found face down amongst some trees and was wearing only a bra, although tests to see if she had been sexually assaulted came back inconclusive. Unlike Sherilyn, who appears to have been killed the night she went missing, Cindy had been kept alive somewhere for approximately 2 weeks before she was murdered. In 2017, it was reported that Cindy's case was still being investigated by the Placer County Sheriff's Office and that there is a large amount of evidence available in the case. However, the Sheriff's Office is still looking for witnesses who can help them put that evidence into context to move the case forward. Investigators working on Sherilyn's case ultimately concluded, based on the differing circumstances and the different behavioral patterns between the killers in each case, that the two cases were not connected. In 2015, the Placer County Sheriff's Office began a major effort to finally solve Sherilyn's case. They resubmitted numerous pieces of evidence in the case, including the rope they believe Sherilyn was strangled with, to the lab in hopes that advances in technology would provide them with new clues and, potentially, the DNA profile of Sherilyn's killer. While they waited on the results of the new testing, they engaged in less high-tech means of investigation as well, revisiting the scene where Sherilyn's body and her car were found, re-interviewing witnesses, and meticulously going through the thousands of pages of documents that make up Sherilyn's case file. Detective Chris Joyce stated he believed he knew who was responsible for Sherilyn's murder in 2016 and hoped that the new testing would reveal DNA evidence that could conclusively tie that individual to the murder. Unfortunately, the renewed effort and advanced testing ultimately did not identify new evidence that led to an arrest in the case. Investigators still hope that the evidence they do have will help them secure a conviction should they be able to identify the correct suspect. They believe that Sherilyn's killer has already come up in the investigation in some capacity, and they continue to work trying to identify them. A permanent memorial was created for Sherilyn at Eureka Elementary, bearing the names of all the students in her class who had all wanted to ensure that she would never be forgotten. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On April 4th, 2001, Michelle and Harold visited Betty's place once more to collect Erica for a family reunion. Betty was hesitant to let the little girl go due to her deep affection for her, and because she had planned for Erica to spend the Easter holiday with her, as Easter was approaching. However, Betty had no choice since Michelle was Erica's biological mother. Betty packed Erica's belongings, including her favorite doll and the new dresses she had bought for Easter, and said her farewells, unaware that it would be the last time she saw her. Harold, who had children from a previous relationship, likely influenced their decision to take the youngest of their children with them to Kansas City, Missouri. Harold brought his 6-month-old daughter, Markeisha Johnson. They chose not to take all their children to Kansas City for various reasons. One, because the apartment in Kansas belonged to LaWanda Driscoll, Harold's cousin, and also because Michelle already had her other 4 children elsewhere. Weeks passed and LaWanda Driscoll, Harold's cousin, soon noticed that she wasn't seeing Erica around. She asked Michelle about Erica's whereabouts, and she told LaWanda that Betty Brown had come from Oklahoma to take Erica. On the evening of April 28, 2001, the police received a call from an unknown man who said he's been trying to reach his friend for a while but couldn't get through to him. He asked that the police help him to conduct a welfare check on his friend, which the police did, but as they were unable to find the man at his residence, they had to search the wooded area near Hibbs Park, 59th Street at Kensington Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. After searching for a while, the police got a call that the man they were looking for had been found. But as they were about to leave, they stumbled upon a horrific sight. It was the decapitated body of a toddler. In no time, the police had determined that the body belonged to a female toddler because the body was found naked. The police immediately found the discovery suspicious. They wondered why a toddler's body would be lying in the woods, and also wondered why no one reported that child of her age was missing in the area. The investigators were left at a dead end. Without the body's head, there was no way the investigation would progress. All they could do was determine the age and the sex of the child. They found out that the lifeless body belonged to a black female of about 3 to 6 years of age, and also that she had been abused before she was murdered. May 1st, 2001, 3 days after the body was found, a volunteer searcher found the child's head wrapped in a plastic bag about 200 yards from where her body was discovered. Beside the body was an ashtray that the police believe was the murder weapon. But even with the head found, the police could not identify the owner of the body, as the head decomposed beyond recognition. The murder soon gained national attention due to the age of the victim and how gruesome it was. The investigators continued with their investigation and hoped that the parent or guardian of the child would come forward to claim her body, but no one came. When the victim's identity could not be established, the victim was dubbed Precious Doe. Soon, many members of the public volunteered to spread the word about Precious Doe through flyers, radio, television, and papers, and even went door to door to ask questions that could provide a link to the victim's identity. The case was featured on America's Most Wanted and Cold Case files many times to identify the little girl. But even after all that, no witnesses came forward and nobody claimed the child. In December 2001, members of the public raised money for Precious Doe's funeral, which was held at Hibbs Park near where her body was found. The residents of the area came out in numbers as hundreds of people were in attendance. But even as much as the case garnered attention, Precious Doe's identity remained a mystery. In 2002, the police exhumed Precious Doe's body for an autopsy to be conducted, and the result shows that she had been seriously beaten with an ashtray and also abused before she was murdered. Police tested the ashtray for fingerprints and DNA, but nothing was found. Investigators studied the likeness of Precious Doe's skull and also created busts that showed what she may have looked like. Due to the popularity of the case, the police constantly received tips, sometimes near and sometimes far away. At a time, the police received a call from Jamaica concerning the case, but they found out that it had nothing to do with Precious Doe's identity. Soon the police became busy with other cases and the public lost hope. But Alonzo Washington, a vocal activist for Precious Doe's case, never stopped searching for answers. Alonzo posted adverts on the case in a local newspaper every year. In April 2005, at Precious Doe's 4th-year memorial, Alonzo thought of putting the ad in an African-American newspaper because the victim was a Black American and also made t-shirts with the bust picture of Precious Doe on it. And that became the breakthrough the case needed. On April 30th, 2005, Alonzo received a call from a man named Thurman McIntosh, who was later identified as Harold Johnson's father. Claiming to know all about the Precious Doe case, Alonzo listened to the 81-year-old Thurman's words, who claimed that Precious Doe's identity was Erica Green. He also claimed that his son, Harold Johnson, killed Erica Green. Alonzo questioned Thurman about why he kept the secret since 2001, and was just revealing it in 2005. Thurman claimed that the police dismissed him whenever he called to tip them about the case. Alonzo then urged Thurman to get him a strand of Michelle's hair and also a picture of Erica. Immediately after Alonzo received a hair sample from Thurman, he sent it to Detective David Bernard, the detective who led the Precious Doe case. On May 4th, 2005, Thurman was brought in for questioning, and there he told the investigators why he was sure that his son did it. When Thurman stopped seeing Erica around, he questioned Michelle and Harold about her whereabouts, to which they both answered that she was with Betty in Oklahoma. And suddenly, when the couple and Markeisha were relocating back to Oklahoma, Thurman said he suspected that Precious Doe was Erica Green. Thurman then confronted Harold and told him he knew he killed Erica, and Harold responded by saying that it was a mistake. As soon as Thurman knew the truth, he said he wanted to tell the whole world what happened to Precious Doe before he died. Although the picture Thurman provided was for one of Erica's cousins, The hair was a complete match to Precious Doe's. Finally, the police were able to pronounce Precious Doe as Erica Green. Erica Green was born on May 15, 1997, in McLeod, Oklahoma, United States of America. She was the youngest of 5 children that her mother Michelle Johnson had with her father, Larry Green, when Michelle was 8 months pregnant with Erica. She was convicted of larceny of merchandise from a retailer and was sentenced to 2 years of custody with the Oklahoma Department of Corrections, but was housed in Mabel Bassett Correctional Center because she was pregnant. Michelle had only served 1 month of her sentence when she fell into labor. She was taken to the OU Medical Center in Oklahoma City, where she delivered Erica Green. Unable to take care of Erica, she was asked to contact a guardian that would help her hold her baby until her release. Michelle contacted Erica's father, Larry Green, to get a guardian for their child. Larry would then call Betty Brown, a woman in her late 60s, who happened to be Larry's mother's friend. Betty got to the correctional facility and was asked to do a few things to gain custody of Erica. The correctional facility authorities did not conduct a background check to know if Betty was fit to have custody of the child. She only provided her driver's license and a card from Sam's Club. She was asked to sign a form. After this was done, Betty was granted custody of Erica Green on May 16, 1997. Betty loved and cared for Erica as her own child, and she described Erica as one of the most independent children she ever met. She also said Erica was a lovely girl who was always smiling, and whenever she took Erica with her to church, people loved her. Michelle was then released on probation on October 23, 1997. According to Betty, Michelle was not so interested in taking care of Erica, as she only visited Betty Brown once in a while to check on her child. In 2000, by the time Erica was 3 years old, Michelle had already found a new lover named Harold Johnson, who she later married in 2002. Michelle soon moved in with Harold Johnson to his place in Oklahoma. Once the police confirmed that the body was Erica, they looked for her mother Michelle and her partner Harold. Both Michelle and Harold had been arrested on some warrants in Oklahoma and were in the Muskogee County Jail, Oklahoma. The police wasted no time. They immediately proceeded to the facility to question Michelle and Harold Johnson. Michelle was the first to be questioned. During the questioning, the police showed Erica's picture to Michelle, who identified her daughter and wrote a note at the back. She wrote, she agreed to tell the police how the murder happened. According to Michelle, on the evening of April 2001, the family arrived home around 8 p.m. and soon Harold became high on PCP and alcohol. Michelle instructed Erica, who was in the same room with Harold, to go to bed while Michelle went to the bathroom. Before she got out of the shower, Harold had begun to complain about Erica being bad, because she refused to go to bed. After Harold told Erica to go to bed about 5 to 6 times, she became agitated. By the time Michelle came out of the bathroom, Erica was again out of her bed. She then ordered Erica to go back to her bed, but Erica remained standing. At that point, Harold kicked Erica till she lost consciousness. Michelle said she rushed to pick Erica up and placed her in a cold bathtub, but she wouldn't wake up. That was when Michelle knew something serious had happened. After about 15 minutes, Michelle took Erica to the bathroom and laid her on the floor, but Erica remained unconscious and unresponsive. At that point, Michelle and Harold knew that Erica needed medical attention, but the two decided not to seek medical attention because they had outstanding warrants. Michelle agreed not to call an ambulance because she didn't want to go to jail, even though she knew that Erica could die. For about 10 to 14 hours, Erica was still unconscious, and by the following morning she had died. After Erica died, Harold and Michelle hid her body in a baby stroller. According to Michelle, they were both scared and didn't know what to do, so they agreed to dispose of the body eventually. They waited until it got dark to make sure no one saw them, and they both took Erica's body out through the window of the house and went straight to the woods. Harold believed that leaving the body the way it was might eventually lead the police to their home, so he thought of removing the head with hedge clippers, and also disfigured the head to make recognition difficult. They wrapped the head in plastic bags and disposed of it in a dumpster at a church they found nearby. But Michelle thought that was not a good idea. She told Harold to take out the head as the smell might alert the church owners. Harold did as his wife suggested and threw the head in a wooded area at Hibbs Park. Harold then removed Erica's clothes from her body and gave them to Michelle, leaving her body in the woods. The two of them returned home and entered the room the same way they got out. No one saw what they did, but Luanda Driscoll would soon notice that Erica was absent. She asked Michelle where she was, and Michelle lied that she was lying in the room as she was sick. After Michelle gave her account of what happened, she asked the police to take her to see Harold. She told Harold that she had already confessed to their crimes and urged him to do the same. Harold became upset at first and begged Michelle to change her statement. But Michelle's mind was already made up, as she also agreed to testify against him in court. Harold later agreed to make an oral statement, where he described the way he killed Erica and removed her head. While he was being questioned, he was also shown Erica's picture, which he took and also wrote a note behind it that reads, "I'm so sorry that this happened, and I hope that you forgive me for what I have done, and I will always love you with my heart and my soul. I will always miss you, Harold Johnson." Charging the criminals in this case brought closure to many people who went all out to bring justice to Erica. In August 2005, the members of the public decided to give Erica a proper burial in her real name. Larry Green, Erica's father, unfortunately was in jail at the time. Kansas City Councilman Alvin Brooks said he and others tried to get Larry Green permission to attend his daughter's burial, but they were unsuccessful, even though Erica's family was not present at her burial. The massive number of people that helped in getting justice for her would make her happy wherever she is. Luanda Driscoll also gave her account of what she knew about the case. She said in the days before Erica's death, Harold had been beating her. Luanda said the last time she heard of Erica was her scream from the bedroom. According to Luanda, Erica cried a lot because she was not used to living with her mother and stepfather, and her tears earned her more beatings from Harold. She also said Harold would beat Erica for anything and everything, no matter how trivial it is. Luanda mentioned she heard Harold telling Michelle, "You better go take care of your daughter or I'm going to do something bad." About a week later, she heard a loud bang from the bedroom, which she now believes was the kick that left Erica unconscious. While everyone was looking for Precious Doe's identity, Luanda said Michelle also helped hand out flyers to people and even cried at the girls. According to Luanda, Michelle always had a response for anyone that asked questions concerning Erica. On May 5, 2005, Michelle and Harold were charged with the murder of Erica Green, endangering the welfare of a child, abandoning a corpse, and tampering with physical evidence. Michelle was not tried until 2007 when she pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and other related charges and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. As soon as Harold knew that Michelle was going to testify against him, he started saying things that would implicate her. He mentioned that Michelle never cared about Erica in the first place. He said Michelle would sometimes neglect Erica to go and use drugs, but everything he said is not new to the investigators. Harold didn't go to trial until 2008. Although Erica's autopsy listed her cause of death as a closed head injury, which occurs when the head hits an object, it wouldn't have been equal to first-degree murder. But the neurologist testified that Erica may have survived if she had received medical attention in the hours before her death. After a few days of deliberation, the jury found Harold guilty of first-degree murder, endangering the welfare of a child, and abusing a child. In November 2008, Harold was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Harold appealed, claiming still that he isn't the type of person the state said he is. There was back and forth between the defense attorney and the state attorney, with Harold's team claiming that the murder was not premeditated. However, the state believed that Erica's murder was premeditated. During Michelle's confession, she mentioned that on the night of Erica's murder, she told Harold not to order Erica around and that he should only give his orders to Markeisha. The state believed that Michelle's statement annoyed Harold, and at that moment he thought of killing Erica. Also, the autopsy shows that Erica was kicked multiple times, which shows that Harold intentionally continued to kick the little girl, knowing well that she could die. Judge John Torrance believed that Harold showed no remorse by appealing the judgment, claiming the murder was not premeditated. The judge called Harold a textbook sociopath who won't take responsibility for his actions, and therefore ruled out his appeal. The revealing Erica's identity brought closure to those who were all out for her. This sentence scene was one of what brought relief to many people. Everyone that attended the sentencing for Erica was pleased with the judgment given to Harold, but some people wanted Michelle to also get the same sentence. Larry Green, Erica's biological father, also filed a lawsuit against the Oklahoma D.C., questioning the process for determining the custody of babies born to mothers in prison. The Department of Human Services and the Department of Corrections, however, agreed to adopt new will be referred to the Department of Human Services for proper care. Erica Green's case is a reminder that evil resides in the heart of man. While parents are known to cherish their little ones and always protect them, it is appalling and sad to know that some parents would save themselves not thinking about what might happen to their children. A lot of people who know about Erica's case have some things to say about the sentencing. Do you also think that Michelle should have gotten a more severe punishment because she was the biological mother? Let us know in the comment section. On January 6, 1982, Harold E. Bray, the sheriff of Jefferson County, Colorado, was on a United Airlines flight to San Francisco for business. As he gazed out the window while the plane was flying over the mountains west of Denver, he noticed flashes of light, 3 short bursts, followed by 3 long ones, and then 3 short again. Sheriff Bray recognized this as an SOS signal indicating that someone thousands of feet below was in distress. He promptly informed the pilot of his observation. The pilot radioed in Sheriff Bray's report to the Federal Aviation Administration, who in turn diverted 2 other planes in the area to investigate the source of the SOS. A pilot from a Rocky Mountain Airlines flight spotted a truck in the location, and the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office was notified that there was a motorist trapped on the Guanella Pass. Just before midnight, Dave Montoya, a fire chief in Clear Creek County, was dispatched to the scene. It was snowing heavily that night and temperatures at that altitude were around 20 degrees below zero. Near the top of the pass, he came across a pickup truck stuck in a snowdrift and its driver, 30-year-old Alan Lee Phillips, sitting inside the cab. Phillips claimed he had attempted to drive across the more than 1,000-foot mountain pass on his way back to his home in Georgetown from a friend's house in Bailey when his truck became stuck in the snowdrift. He attributed his poor choice to try to make it across the pass in the heavy snow to the fact that he had been drinking earlier. He had been wearing warm clothes and had an emergency blanket in his truck, but he did not have snow chains for his tires. He had tried to walk to a nearby ski area after getting stuck, but had only made it about 200 yards on foot before he realized he would not survive the extreme weather conditions. Desperate, he used his truck's headlights to signal SOS when he heard a plane fly overhead and was extremely lucky that the signal was not only seen, but seen by someone who understood what it meant. Dave Montoya was shocked at the situation, both at Phillips' bad idea to try to make it across the pass in the first place under those conditions and the sheer luck of the SOS being seen from the sky and Phillips being saved. "We ended up picking up the guy straight out of hell," Dave said decades later. When Dave found Phillips, he had a large bruise on his face. He claimed he had sustained it after getting out of his truck to urinate. He had been blinded by the raging snow and slammed his head into the corner of his truck as he tried to get back inside. When Dave got a good look at the man he was rescuing, he recognized him. Dave had seen Phillips at the local mine where he worked as a miner. Phillips was employed there as a mechanic. It would be almost 40 years before Dave would recognize that face again. This time he saw it on television while watching the local news in March of 2021. Phillips' mugshot popped up on the screen. He had been arrested for 2 cold case murders, both of which he was accused of committing on the same night Dave had rescued him from the Guanella Pass. He had not been in the area because of a bad choice he made while driving home from a friend's house. He had instead been there disposing of the body of the second woman he had killed that day. He got his mercy. He got saved. He got his life saved. He didn't die up there, but he did bad things before that, and he's got to pay for them, Dave told the media after learning of Phillips' arrest. Annette Schnee graduated from East High School in Sioux City, Iowa in 1978. She attended school in Nebraska before moving out to Colorado. She had a laid-back personality and was a free spirit who had hopes of one day becoming a flight attendant. At the beginning of 1982, 21-year-old Annette was living in the Colorado town of Blue River. She worked 2 jobs, one at the Holiday Inn in Frisco and the other at the Flipside Bar in Beaver Run. On January 6, 1982, she left work at the Holiday Inn early because she was not feeling well. She went to a nearby medical center in Frisco and then got a ride to a pharmacy on Ski Hill Road in Breckenridge. At the pharmacy, Annette was seen speaking with a woman she appeared to know, although the woman's identity has never been determined. When she finished at the pharmacy, Annette went outside to hitchhike home. Hitchhiking was a common behavior for Annette, as well as for the residents of what was then still the relatively small town of Breckenridge. Annette was last seen at 4:45 p.m. She did not report to or call out of her 8 p.m. shift at the bar that night. Annette was quickly reported missing. Her supervisor at the Holiday Inn filed a report the morning after she was last seen when she did not show up for her shift. However, despite this quick action, it would be nearly 6 months before there were any answers in her disappearance. On July 3rd, a young boy out on a fishing trip with his father found Annette's body face down in Sacramento Creek in a rural area in Park County, approximately 20 miles away from Breckenridge. Because she had been in cold water, her body was preserved enough for an autopsy to be performed despite the amount of time since her death. But testing to determine if she had been sexually assaulted could not be completed. She had been found fully clothed but with her clothing in disarray. Annette was not the only woman to vanish from Breckenridge on the night of January 6th. Just a few hours after Annette was last seen, 29-year-old Barbara Jo Oberholzer, who went by Bobby Joe, also vanished from the small mountain town. Bobby Joe was a native of Wisconsin who moved to Colorado with her husband, Jeff Oberholzer, in May of 1980. She was the loving mother of an 11-year-old daughter. Bobby Joe had never hurt anyone in her life, according to her sister Lori, and had a kind soul that resonated with both humans and animals. She raised baby birds from the time they hatched until they could fly and was training a previously wild Mustang. She had big dreams and made meticulous plans to achieve them. She carried a notebook with her full of detailed notes and potential budgets for a horse corral she and her husband hoped to construct on their property. Bobby Joe had gone out for drinks with some of her co-workers on the evening of January 6, 1982 to celebrate a promotion she had just received. She had been working as a secretary at a local real estate developer's office and had just been promoted to office manager. The group went to the Village Pub at the Bell Tower Mall in Breckenridge. Bobby Joe called her husband, Jeff, to tell him she would be going out to celebrate and he had offered to pick her up from the bar. She told him that he didn't have to and that she would hitchhike back to their home in Alma, Colorado. She was an experienced hitchhiker who had her own set of safety rules she followed when she was getting rides, like avoiding vans and never getting into a vehicle with two men. Bobby Joe's co-workers offered to give her a ride home as well, but she wanted to leave her home earlier than any of them did. Bobby Joe was last seen at the bar at 7:50 p.m., just 3 hours after Annette was last seen. Jeff fell asleep that night but woke up at 11:30, worried that his wife had not arrived home. By 1:30 a.m., he was panicked because he knew the bars were closed and that Bobby Joe still had not gotten home. He drove to Breckenridge and spent the remainder of the night looking for her. By the time the sun rose, Jeff had filed a missing persons report, and he then organized his friends into search parties. Some of Bobby Joe's possessions were found that morning, but she herself remained missing. A rancher found her driver's license off of Route 285 and Jeff found her backpack not far from that location. Then a more concerning clue was found: Bobby Joe's glove, covered in blood. Around 3 p.m., some of Bobby Joe's friends discovered her body on a snow embankment near the summit of Hoosier Pass. This site was just 10 miles away from where Annette's body would eventually be found. Bobby Joe had been shot twice. She had one grazing wound to her breast and had been shot once in the back. It appeared Bobby Joe had managed to get away from her killer, who then shot at her as she ran to escape. Her autopsy found no signs of sexual assault. Annette and Bobby Joe had not known each other, but their cases were quickly linked. This was due in part to the similar circumstances of the cases. Both women had been hitchhiking out of Breckenridge on the same night and taken to isolated areas where they were killed. It was determined that both women had been shot with either a .38 or .357 handgun. The cases were most directly linked thanks to a more unusual clue: a pair of distinctive orange booties. One of the socks was found on Annette's body, while the other was located at Bobby Joe's crime scene. Authorities believed that the two women's killer must have been a local because of the remote high-elevation locations where the bodies were found. As Bobby Joe's husband, Jeff Oberholzer, was immediately looked at as a potential suspect, but he had an alibi, passed a polygraph examination, and was later cleared by what would prove to be the most important clue in the case: DNA. Testing on Bobby Joe's bloody glove initially could only determine the blood type of the blood, and it was the same type Bobby Joe herself had, leading to the assumption that the blood had come from her. Decades later, investigators were able to develop a DNA profile from the glove as well as from a tissue that had been found with it. The profile actually belonged to a man. Decades after Bobby Joe was killed, 11th Judicial District Attorney Linda Stanley would hail her as a fighter and a hero. Because Bobby Joe had been brave enough to fight her killer with enough force to draw his blood, she had provided investigators with the critical DNA evidence. The profile was uploaded to a national database in 2002, but no match was found in the ensuing years. Numerous potential suspects were considered in the case in the decades following Bobby Joe and Annette's murders. 8 or 9 men who knew either Annette or Bobby Joe, at least 4 serial killers and known rapists who operated in the area, were all investigated but eventually ruled out by the DNA evidence. After the case was featured on the television show Unsolved Mysteries, a psychic called in claiming that a man on death row in Idaho was Bobby Joe and Annette's killer, but his DNA was not a match to that from the crime scene either. Investigators Charlie McCormick and Richard Eaton spent decades dedicated to the case. Richard was assigned to the case in 1984 while he was employed as an investigator for the Summit County Sheriff's Office and continued working on it in his free time after he retired 15 years later. Charlie had moved to Breckenridge in 1976 after retiring as a Denver homicide detective because he had grown tired of such investigations and the stress that they caused. In Breckenridge, he became a private investigator, but took an interest in Annette and Bobby Joe's case. Annette's family hired him in 1989 to work as a private investigator on the case, which helped him gain access to law enforcement files related to the investigation. He charged the family $1 per year for all of his work. In 1999, both Charlie and Richard joined the district attorney's task force dedicated to the case, which was later transferred to the jurisdiction of the Park County Sheriff's Office. With no luck finding a match to the DNA from the crime scene, incremental databases, or amongst identified suspects, investigators ultimately turned to the more novel approach of using genetic genealogy to identify the contributor of the DNA. Working with United Data Connect, a Colorado-based genetic genealogy firm co-founded by former prosecutor Mitch Morrissey, investigators identified over 12,000 people who were biologically related to the man whose blood was left on Bobby Joe's glove. Numerous individuals were asked and agreed to provide samples of their DNA to help place the killer in the extensive family tree more accurately. It took over a year's worth of work, but genealogists were able to eventually narrow down the pool of potential suspects and identify Alan Phillips as a likely match to the DNA from the blood on the glove. Investigators surveilled Phillips for several weeks in hopes of surreptitiously collecting a sample of his DNA so they could compare it to the DNA from the crime scene. One day in February of 2021, they witnessed him purchase fast food and take his trash in with him to the post office. He left the post office without the trash, and the investigators collected it from the trash can. DNA was extracted from the saliva on a napkin left with the trash and found to be a match to the DNA from the blood found on Bobby Joe's glove. On February 24, 2021, the now 70-year-old Alan Lee Phillips was arrested and charged with 2 counts each of first-degree kidnapping, first-degree assault, and first-degree murder in connection to Annette and Bobby Joe's murders. He was taken into custody without incident after being arrested during a traffic stop. By this time, he was semi-retired and had 3 children from a marriage that had ended in divorce. He had remained in the area following Bobby Joe and Annette's murders and was a longtime resident of Dumont, Colorado. Following Phillips' arrest, Jeff Oberholzer released a statement that concluded by saying, "I cannot thank enough all who never gave up the search for the truth. They are, without doubt, extremely dedicated and extraordinary individuals. Phillips is finally in the hands of the judicial system. May justice be served. Phillips pled not guilty to all of the charges against him, and his trial began on August 29, 2022. On September 15, 2022, after 4 hours of deliberation, a jury found Phillips guilty of all 8 charges he was facing. Phillips' identification and conviction inspired complex emotions for Annette and Bobby Joe's surviving relatives. Annette's older brother Russell, who attended the trial along with Annette's 2 sisters, was glad that his mother had lived to see her daughter's killer convicted, as she had long feared that she would not be able to do so. He was also grateful to all of the individuals who had spent so much time dedicated to his sister's case and had ultimately identified Phillips. However, he is hesitant to say that Phillips' conviction makes him happy. He had a stone face. He didn't move. No expression. No remorse. That's one of the things I'm not happy about. No details. No motive, Russell said of Phillips' reaction in the courtroom to his conviction. I want to know what fear my sister felt, the pain she felt, and I wish that he would endure that himself. Bobby Joe's sister, Lori, was unable to travel to Colorado for the trial, but stated that the emotion she felt after learning of Phillips' conviction was between relief and satisfaction of finally knowing that he had been convicted on all counts. It was a very emotional thing to hear. Phillips is due in court for his sentencing on November 7, 2022. He faces life in prison. Lillian DeCloe was born in 1905. Throughout her life, she devoted herself to helping others, particularly through her roles as a nurse and teacher. Known for her kindness, patience, and caring nature, Lillian was cherished by everyone she encountered, including her students, patients, co-workers, and neighbors. Among those who loved her was her niece, June Nicholas. In her younger years, Lillian played a significant role in caring for and educating June, along with her siblings and cousins. As Lillian aged and began to experience memory loss and other age-related illnesses, June took on the responsibility of caring for her. Lillian eventually moved to Pompano Beach, Florida, to spend her later years in tranquility. At 89, Lillian DeCloe was widely regarded as a model of a life well lived, having dedicated her career to serving her community as both a teacher and a nurse. She spent her retirement in her yellow brick home at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, Pompano Beach, leading a quiet and uneventful life until a violent intruder shattered her peace by entering through her bedroom window. April 29, 1994 was a Saturday like any other for Lillian DeCloe. She spent the day relaxing in her pink and white checkered nightgown, expecting a visit from her niece June later that evening. June had begun caring for her Aunt Lillian as she aged, and she would frequently visit Lillian to check on her and help with chores, keep track of medication, or keep her company. Around 6 p.m. on that fateful day, June arrived at Lillian's home as usual to check up on her and drop off some groceries she had gotten for her. When she entered the house, she couldn't find Lillian in the living room, so June called out asking where she was. June checked the first bedroom where Lillian usually took her naps, but still couldn't find her. Feeling slightly alarmed, June went down the hallway and looked into the bedroom on the right. There, lying on the floor, was her Aunt Lillian, who from all appearances was dead. June screamed and ran back up the hall to call 911. 2 officers from the Pompano Beach Police Department responded to June's 911 call, their minds racing with questions. It was not every day you heard of an 89-year-old woman getting murdered in her own house, so it seemed like a strange call. Upon arriving at the scene at 1550 Northwest 7th Avenue, the officers confirmed that Lillian was dead, lying on the floor beside a toppled floor lamp and a telephone with a cord pulled out. Lillian had wounds and bruises all over her face and body that indicated she had been beaten. There were bloody towels and other pieces of clothing littered around the room. The officers also noticed a broken window in the room where Lillian's body was found, where Lillian's attackers had likely entered from. The house had been ransacked, and the several broken pieces of furniture strewn across the room indicated that there had likely been a vicious struggle as Lillian fought for her life. Lillian's body was in such a shocking state that at first glance, it seemed to be a crime of passion. Lillian had contusions all over her body. Her ribs, nose, and wrist were fractured. She also had bruising around her genitals that suggested that she had been assaulted before being killed. The bruises on her neck also meant she had been strangled. The Broward Medical Examiner's Office would conduct an autopsy on Lillian and conclude that she had died from asphyxiation and also suffered a blow to the head. The telephone with the court pulled out, found next to Lillian's body, was what the attacker used to strangle her. However, there was no indication that Lillian was specifically targeted by her attacker, meaning the crime was likely not of passion. Lillian was generally beloved in her community, so she had no enemies. According to Lieutenant Earl Fluellen from the Pompano Beach Police Department, the scene of the crime and the general state of the house indicated that the case was likely that of a burglary gone wrong, but that did not make sense to Lillian's family members who knew that Lillian lived alone and did not have any money worth losing her life for. June recalled that Lillian did not have more than $50 at the house at the time of the incident. After searching the house, the only item that appeared to be missing was a gold wedding band. After gathering evidence from the crime scene, police officers began interviewing Lillian's neighbors to find out if they had heard or seen anything related to Lillian's murder. But according to the neighbors, the last time they saw Lillian was around 6:50 a.m. that morning when she went to buy a newspaper. She looked hale and hearty, and no one could recall seeing anything suspicious even though the murder occurred in broad daylight. After only a few days, detectives had come up with a list of potential suspects in Lillian's murder, but they still did not have enough to make an arrest. To motivate people to try and remember anything they could have seen or heard that could help with the investigation, the police put out a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of Lillian's murderer. Pompano Beach Police spokeswoman Sandra King also told the media that the police were looking for anyone who knew anything about the crime or the man responsible for it. In an interview with the Sun-Sentinel, King said, "At this point, we are urging anyone who saw anything to call us. Some kind of human monster is walking around freely with the blood of a harmless 89-year-old woman on their hands." But despite this promising progress the investigation made in the first few weeks, all the leads soon dried up and the case grew cold. Meanwhile, June Nicholas was grieving the loss of her beloved Aunt Lillian. She had to take a whole year off of work because it was just so hard to move on without her aunt and without knowing what happened or who hurt her in that manner. The grief got so heavy that she had to ask someone else to take care of her kids for a few months because she was hurting too much to care for them. She couldn't watch the image of Lillian lying lifeless on the floor away from her mind, no matter how hard she tried. As if this wasn't bad enough, the case went cold, dashing all her hopes of discovering what had really happened to Lillian. For the next 10 years, there were no new updates in the Declot case and it was shelved and forgotten about. But by 1999, the Broward Sheriff's Office had begun providing law enforcement services to Pompano Beach. This included taking over all of Pompano Beach's cold cases. By 2004, one of the cold cases that the Broward Sheriff's Office detectives reopened was the 1994 homicide of Lillian DeClough. Detective David Towsley with the Broward Sheriff's Office headed the investigation with the help from other detectives from the unit. They reviewed old case files, DNA databases, and re-examined evidence collected from the crime scene almost 30 years earlier. One piece of evidence that stood out was the pink and white checkered nightgown that Lillian was wearing on the day she was murdered. When they sent this nightgown to the lab to be retested, they discovered that it had bodily fluids from the male attacker, which was perhaps the most crucial piece of evidence in solving the mystery. When the police developed a genetic profile from the fluid sample obtained from the nightgown, they entered the information into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS, but they could not find a match. Once again, a promising lead had dried up, and the case went cold. However, Detective Towsley was determined to close the case of Lillian DeClough so that her family could find closure and move on. And so, even if it took another 15 years, Detective Towsley's dogged determination led him to re-examine the case in 2019 under the Broward Sheriff's Office newly created cold case unit. According to Jennifer Parker, the Broward Sheriff's Office criminalist in charge of conducting the DNA analysis of the evidence in the case, it did not initially seem like anything would come from reinvestigating the DeClough case. But thanks to advancements in DNA testing technology, Towsley believed he could unravel the identity of the individual who left their bodily fluid on Lillian's nightdress. Armed with this new technology, analysis at Broward County Crime Lab obtained a more thorough DNA profile. In 2021, Detective Towsley and his team asked the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to use the DNA profile to conduct a familial search of its offender database. That is, they ran the DNA profile through the database of registered offenders and people who had been arrested. This technique matches the DNA profile with the possible first-order relatives in the database, such as a child, father, or sibling. The search resulted in a match. The DNA from the crime scene shared overwhelming similarities with that of a known offender in the system. The offender turned out to be the son of the man whose DNA was found on the dress Lillian Duclos was wearing on the day she was murdered. This man's name was Johnny Mac Brown. Johnny Mac Brown was born in 1954, making him 40 years old at the time of Lillian Duclos' murder. A Vietnam War veteran who suffered from PTSD, life after the military was not good for Johnny. His PTSD made him resort to drug use, which eventually resulted in drug addiction. And because of his mental health issues and addiction, he could not find steady jobs. For a long time, Johnny became homeless as well. When investigators were initially investigating Lillian's death, John was never considered a suspect in the case or any other crime. He was entirely under the radar. However, when police made the match with Johnny's DNA profile, it became more apparent that he was very likely the man who had attacked Lillian on that fateful day. Police also discovered a crucial piece of information. In the early 1990s through 1994, Johnny lived only a few houses away from Lillian, but detectives could not arrest Johnny for questioning because he was dead. He died of natural causes in 2010 at the age of 56. Johnny was buried in the South Florida National Cemetery in Lake Worth, Florida. In August 2022, a judge granted Broward Sheriff's Office detectives requests to exhume Johnny's remains for examination. The detectives worked with the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, the Palm Beach Medical Examiner's Office, and a forensic anthropologist to exhume the remains and test them for DNA. The experts took samples from Johnny's body, and the Broward Sheriff's Office criminalist, Jennifer Parker, tested them in the Broward Sheriff's Office crime lab, comparing them to the existing DNA profile. To get the most accurate result possible, Parker took some of the bone marrow from Johnny's rib bone for testing. The test resulted in a match with the existing DNA profile from the sample found at the crime scene. According to the Broward Sheriff's Office, the DNA results showed that the DNA from the crime scene was 66.8 trillion times more likely to be from Johnny than from somebody else. With this conclusive evidence, there was no doubt that the killer in Lillian Duclos' case was Johnny Mac Brown. But that still did not explain why Johnny did what he did. The earlier assumption that it was just a case of burglary gone bad seemed to be the best explanation for the whole incident. In a press conference, Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney explained that it was most likely a crime of opportunity. He lived close by, only a few houses down, the sheriff said. When he fell on hard times and he went homeless and had a drug habit, it indicated that he broke into the house. He may or may not have known she was there alone, but she was 89. She lived by herself, and it looked like all the drawers were opened and things were gone through the house. Police presented all the evidence they had collected thus far to the Broward State Attorney's Office. There, the prosecutors reviewed the case and concluded that Johnny Mac Brown was involved in the death of Lillian Duclos. The case was closed. Although 28 years is a long time to await justice, Sheriff Toney believes justice has no expiration date. He said, "So long as we are responsible for investigating these cases, we are going to continue to push for the necessary manpower and effort to make sure that we can bring closure to so many families who have been waiting for decades time and time again in the hope that they get some resolution." Lillian Duclos' family spent 28 years praying for answers to the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of their beloved Lillian. Finally, they have gotten the answers they were searching for, and they can now begin to move on. June Nicholas, Denise, who found Lillian's cold body all those years ago, says she feels happy about the dedication of the Broward Sheriff's Office in uncovering the truth about her aunt's death. She believes now her aunt can finally rest in peace. "I know wherever she is, she can sleep in peace. We can move on," she said. "We can die in peace because we know that it wasn't a murder that was unsolved." Although we end the story with the full knowledge of who killed Lillian Duclos, some questions cannot help but persist in our minds, demanding answers. For one, we may never know why Johnny Mac Brown did what he did or if he felt guilty about it in the years that followed. Did the investigators take too long to find out who the real killer was? Can we genuinely say that justice was served in this case? On May 21, 2003, Kathleen Folbig was convicted of 3 counts of murder, 1 count of manslaughter, and 1 count of maliciously inflicting grievous bodily harm. The victims were her own children, all of whom had died before their 2nd birthday. She was found guilty of murdering her son Patrick and her daughters Sarah and Laura, and of manslaughter in the death of her oldest son, Caleb. Following her conviction, the media labeled her as Australia's worst female serial killer and considered her the country's most hated woman. Prosecutors at her trial claimed she had smothered all 4 children, despite the lack of forensic evidence to support this claim. Folbig has consistently maintained her innocence, asserting that she did not kill her children. In the years since her conviction, advancements in genetics have provided increasingly compelling evidence suggesting that her children's deaths may have been due to medical rather than criminal causes. Currently, courts in New South Wales are grappling with whether Kathleen Folbig's children were killed by her hand or if their deaths, along with her subsequent convictions, were part of a series of tragedies in a life long plagued by heartache and hardship. Kathleen was born on June 14, 1967 to Kathleen Donovan and Thomas Britton. Her life was difficult and unstable from the start. Both of her parents liked to drink, and her father had violent tendencies. Her mother left home one day after a particularly bad argument with Thomas, leaving their daughter with him. A few weeks later, on January 8, 1969, a drunken Thomas encountered his wife on the street and angrily demanded that she return home. She refused. Thomas then stabbed the elder Kathleen 24 times with a 10-inch knife. He held her in his arms and kissed her face while waiting for authorities to arrive. Kathleen did not survive her injuries, and Thomas was sentenced to 15 years in prison. He was subsequently deported to England. Baby Kathleen was just 18 months old at the time of her mother's death. She was at first taken in by her mother's sister and her husband, but they quickly reported behavioral problems in the little girl. She was reportedly aggressive, preoccupied with her genitals, and uninterested in learning hygiene or proper manners. A medical officer who assessed her at a child health center found that Kathleen had likely been abused by her father since infancy. Kathleen's behavior put strain on her aunt's marriage, and the aunt told authorities in June of 1970 that she could no longer provide care for the child. During a psychological and education assessment after she was removed from her aunt's home, Kathleen was described as a very disturbed little girl and found to have an IQ of just 77. Kathleen was placed in a foster home in the town of Newcastle, and the new environment seemed to help with her behavior and development. By the time she reached grade 2, her IQ was measured at 100, and she demonstrated good behavior and attendance at school. Behavioral problems would still arise over the years, with Kathleen being described as inattentive, disruptive, and defiant in grade 5. Kathleen left school 6 months before finishing grade 12, but not for academic reasons. She has stated that around this time, her relationship with her foster mother completely deteriorated. According to Kathleen, this resulted from ongoing issues they had. She has described her foster mother as unpredictable and controlling, which resulted in Kathleen never having many friends and being physically disciplined when she did not meet her foster mother's strict standards for her numerous household chores. Kathleen left home when she left school and moved in with a friend. One weekend soon after, she met the man who would become her husband while out dancing at a nightclub. Craig Folbig was 6 years Kathleen's senior and worked as a forklift operator. Kathleen immediately found him charming and viewed him as a knight in shining armor who could give her support and love in her largely chaotic life. Kathleen married Craig in 1987 at the age of 18. Both Kathleen and Craig looked forward to having a family as an obvious next step. Craig came from a family of 8 children and was still processing the death of his own mother, who had died when he was just 15, and Kathleen had lacked a stable family life of her own growing up, so having children was important to both of them for their own reasons. When Kathleen became pregnant for the first time, she was very protective of her unborn child. She made improvements to her diet and made her husband go outside to smoke so that she would not be breathing in so much of the secondhand smoke. Kathleen had an easy pregnancy but a difficult delivery, which required the use of forceps. She was unable to hold her baby for a few hours, but stated that she felt complete with her husband and her child as soon as she did get to hold him. Caleb Gibson Folbeg was born on February 1st, 1989. He was full-term and born at a healthy weight. Kathleen woke up around 1 a.m. on February 20th to feed Caleb and then went back to bed. When she woke up to use the bathroom 2 hours later, she went in to check on the baby while she was awake. She found that he wasn't breathing. She screamed for her husband and Craig performed CPR on Caleb while Kathleen called an ambulance. Paramedics were unable to resuscitate the baby. Caleb was just 19 days old when he passed away. His cause of death was found to be sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS. Kathleen and Craig were devastated by their son's death, but decided to try for another baby towards the end of 1989. Kathleen soon became pregnant. Her second pregnancy was obviously far more stressful, and Kathleen and Craig purchased all new bedding and made home improvements they believed would help reduce the risk of SIDS for their second child. Patrick Allen Folbig was born on June 3, 1990. In light of his brother's death, he underwent a variety of tests when he was a week and a half old, including a sleep study, an ECG, and a barium test to check for reflux, all of which had normal results. On October 18, 1990, when he was 4.5 months old, Patrick experienced what medical experts classified as an apparent life-threatening event. Patrick had been coughing, so Kathleen went to comfort him and he went back to sleep. When she went to check on him at 4:30 a.m., Patrick was not breathing and had turned blue. He was rushed to the hospital and resuscitated. However, the brain damage the incident caused left him partially blind and suffering from seizures, which meant that he required constant supervision. Kathleen had planned to go back to work, but Craig took on a more demanding job so that she could stay home and provide Patrick with the constant care he now required. Patrick was taken to the hospital 4 more times in November-December of 1990 after suffering subsequent seizures. Patrick passed away on February 13, 1991, while Craig was at work. His cause of death was found to be asphyxia due to airway obstruction as a result of a seizure. Kathleen became depressed and preoccupied with what external factors she had failed to address that could have saved Patrick. She and Craig coped by making several major life changes, including selling the house where both their sons had died, moving to a new town, and starting new jobs. Kathleen became pregnant again and fixated on limiting her food intake and becoming as physically fit as possible for her baby. Sarah Kathleen Folbig was born on October 14, 1993, and had a normal sleep study at 3 weeks old. Kathleen and Craig put her crib in their bedroom so that they could keep a closer eye on her as she slept. Tragically, Sarah still passed away on August 30, 1991, at 10.5 months old. During one of her checks on Sarah, Kathleen had found her blue and not breathing. Sarah's death certificate listed her cause of death as SIDS. While the death of each of their children had left both Kathleen and Craig understandably depressed, following Sarah's death, their relationship almost fell apart due to each other's poor mental states. They again sold their house and moved, this time to be closer to Craig's family. Kathleen put on weight, but then feared that this would push away her husband. She returned to obsessively tracking her diet and working out at the gym. Kathleen and Craig did separate on several occasions, but only for brief periods of time. Kathleen felt her relationship with Craig hit rock bottom during this period, but the couple was able to rebuild their marriage. Eventually, Kathleen became pregnant with her 4th child and again fixated on exercising so as to be as healthy as possible for the baby. Laura Elizabeth Folbig was born on August 7, 1997, and soon underwent extensive medical examinations. A sleep study found that while she did not have obstructive sleep apnea, she did have mild central apnea, although this would resolve itself by the time she was 6 months old. Biochemical, metabolic, and blood tests all came back normal. She was sent home with a cardiorespiratory monitoring device to record and download information about her breathing and her heart rate while she slept. The device would set off alarm if it detected any decrease in either. The machine reassured Craig but made Kathleen anxious because of its frequent false alarms. Laura was no longer prescribed to use the device after she turned a year old. Kathleen and Craig were understandably terrified of losing Laura like they had her siblings during the first year of her life. So when they were finally able to throw a first birthday party for one of their children, they held a big celebration to mark Laura's birthday. While Laura lived longer than her siblings, she also ultimately died suddenly. She passed away on March 1st, 1999 after Kathleen put her down for a morning nap when she was just shy of 19 months old. Her autopsy found that she had myocarditis or an inflammation in her heart muscle, while all 3 professors of forensic pathology called at a later inquiry stated that they would have listed Laura's cause of death as myocarditis. Because of how extensive it was, the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy listed the cause of death as undetermined. They noted in their report that the family history of no living children following 4 live births is highly unusual. The possibility of multiple homicides in this family has not been excluded. The death of a 4th child in one family also caught the attention of the local police, and a detective was assigned to investigate Laura's death on the day it occurred. Following Laura's death, the Folbegs' marriage finally collapsed under the weight of their grief. They went to counseling, but Kathleen moved out of their shared home in April of 1999. She had moved back in by that June, but she and Craig were separated for good by June of 2000. It was during the first period of separation following Laura's death that Craig became suspicious that his children's deaths may have been caused by his wife rather than by natural causes. While cleaning up his wife's belongings in May of 1999, he came across a diary she had written between June of 1996 June of 1997. He began reading it and was concerned by some of its passages. In October of 1996, shortly before she came pregnant with Laura, she wrote, obviously, "I'm my father's daughter," while discussing making mistakes in her past. Since Kathleen's father was a murderer, Craig was alarmed that his wife seemed to relate to him. In another entry, she wrote, "My guilt of how responsible I feel for them all haunts me. My fear of it happening again haunts me. What scares me most will be when I'm alone with the baby. How do I overcome that? Defeat that?" Craig took the diary to the police and was interviewed. During this interview, he said that he was suspicious that Kathleen had been involved in their children's deaths. He was asked to return for a second interview 4 days later. During the time in between these 2 meetings with police, Craig went to see his estranged wife and accused her of killing the children. Kathleen was appalled and slammed the door in his face. She later returned to the home she had once shared with Craig to yell at him, telling him that he knew how much she loved their children and that he needed to tell the police the truth. Craig recanted his earlier statement when he met with police again, and he and Kathleen temporarily reconciled a short time later. Kathleen was interviewed about the diary for 8 hours one day that July. She stated that she felt like she was her father's daughter, not because they were both murderers, but because she viewed him as a loser in general and felt like she was a loser as well. She felt guilt over the deaths of her children, not because she was their killer, but because she was their mother, and she had failed to protect them from whatever it was that kept taking them from her. Authorities remained focused on Kathleen's diaries and asked her if she had any more. She turned over one she had just purchased, which she said was the only one she had. However, after investigators obtained a search warrant and searched her home, they found another diary, written between June of 1997 and April of 1998, in a bag inside of a case in the wardrobe in her bedroom. Kathleen claimed that she had not tried to hide the diary from police. She had just forgotten that she still had it. Police would eventually come into possession of 6 of Kathleen's diaries, with 5 other diaries from the period of time her children died, believed to be unaccounted for. These diaries would play a major role in the criminal proceedings that would eventually be held in connection to the deaths of the Folbeg children. On April 19, 2001, Kathleen was arrested and charged with the murder of all 4 of her children. When Kathleen went to trial in 2003, her diaries were a major part of the prosecution's largely circumstantial case. The prosecution claimed that certain passages all but admitted her guilt. "I feel like the worst mother on this earth, scared that Laura will leave me now, like Sarah did. I knew I was short-tempered and cruel sometimes to her and she left. With a bit of help, Volbig wrote in one entry, 'Can't happen again. I'm ashamed of myself. I can't tell my husband about it because he'll worry about leaving her with me.'" The defense claimed that the passages were merely expressions of Kathleen's understandable feelings of maternal guilt and over-examination of everything she did in an effort to understand why her children kept passing away. The prosecution argued at trial that Kathleen had smothered all 4 of her children. However, there was no forensic evidence that the children had been smothered. Smothering sometimes leaves behind physical signs, but in some cases, it does not. Laura's death was slightly more difficult to attribute to smothering simply because of her age. At almost 19 months old, when she died, she would have been physically strong enough to struggle against being smothered, which can result in certain characteristic injuries which she did not have. Furthermore, there were other known health factors that could have contributed to the children's deaths. Caleb had been diagnosed with a floppy larynx, which can make it difficult for an infant to breathe. The seizures Patrick experienced were severe enough that they could have resulted in his death. In this case, the charge against Kathleen for maliciously inflicting grievous bodily harm alleged that she had tried and failed to smother him on the occasion of his first life-threatening event, which resulted in the brain damage that led to the seizures. If Laura had not been the 4th of her parents' children to die, her death would almost certainly have been attributed to the myocarditis found during her autopsy. However, at the time, there was no such known alternative explanation for Sarah's death. While the maxim was not explicitly invoked during the trial, the prosecution's case appeared to be highly influenced by what came to be known as Meadows' Law, which states that 1 sudden infant death is a tragedy, 2 is suspicious, and 3 is murder until proved otherwise. This saying originated from Roy Meadow, a British pediatrician who coined the phrase Munchausen syndrome by proxy to describe what is now also referred to as factitious disorder imposed on another, in which a caregiver either harms or creates the illusion of an illness in another person as an act of attention-seeking behavior. Meadow spent years collecting 1,000 pounds of taxpayer money per trial, testifying against mothers accused of killing their young children, whose deaths also could have been attributed to SIDS. One of those women was Sally Clark, who accused of murdering her 2 sons, both of whom had died suddenly. Meadow claimed that the odds of 2 children dying in a home such as Miss Clark's were 1 in 73 million, a figure which had absolutely no statistical merit. The actual odds were later calculated to be 1 in 77. Miss Clark was sentenced to life in prison in 1999, but her conviction was overturned in 2003 in light of Meadow's misleading testimony and the fact that a home office pathologist had failed to disclose that microbiology tests had indicated that at least one of her sons could have died as a result of natural causes. She never recovered from the trauma of losing her sons, being accused and convicted of their alleged murder, and being the target of abuse in prison because she was viewed as a baby killer. She died in 2007 of acute alcohol poisoning. At least 2 more convictions that relied on Meadow's testimony have also been overturned. The General Medical Council struck Migdow off of the medical register in 2005 after finding him guilty of serious professional misconduct for providing erroneous and misleading testimony in court. A high court judge overturned that ruling the following year. During Kathleen's trial, the case against her relied heavily on the premise put forth by Meadow that multiple deaths within one family have to be criminal. The prosecution argued that it was not obligated to prove that the children had been smothered or be able to disprove that they could have died of natural causes. I can't disprove that one day some piglets might be born with wings and that they might fly. Is that some reasonable doubt? No. Is the hypothesis that the defense advances a reasonable doubt? No. Why not? Because if you look at what they are suggesting, not in isolation but in totality, there has never ever been before in the history of medicine that our experts have been able to find any case like this. It is preposterous. It is not a reasonable doubt. It is a fantasy. And, of course, the Crown does not have to disprove a fanciful idea, the prosecutor said during closing statements. The jury found this argument compelling. After almost 9 hours of deliberation, they returned a verdict of guilty. Kathleen collapsed in the courtroom when the verdict was read. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison with a non-parole period of 30 years. Kathleen was sent to a maximum security prison where she spent 22 hours a day alone in her cell to prevent other inmates from attacking her, and because she was considered high risk for harming herself. Over the following few years, she unsuccessfully ran through all of her rights to appeal her conviction. Her sentence was reduced during this process down to 30 years in prison with a non-parole period of 25 years. Her only remaining hope of proving her innocence and having her conviction overturned was directly petitioning to the New South Wales Attorney General in hopes of having an official inquiry opened into the case. In the years following Kathleen's conviction, The problems with Meadows' law became increasingly evident and more research was carried out about the causes of sudden infant death syndrome. It should be noted that SIDS is a blanket term describing death in infants with no identifiable cause. Despite ongoing research, we do not fully understand what leads to the majority of these deaths. Parents are advised of certain preventative measures they can take, largely involving an infant's sleeping environment, but these only reduce the risk of a child dying from SIDS, not eliminate it. Furthermore, there is increasing evidence that deaths from SIDS have a variety of causes. In terms of Kathleen's case, the most significant development in SIDS research is the discovery that in certain cases, infant deaths are brought on by previously undiagnosed genetic conditions. More than 30 different genes that increase the risk of SIDS and the related syndrome sudden unexplained death in children, which affects children over 1 year of age, have been identified. According to current estimates, up to 35% of deaths attributed to SIDS actually have a genetic component. A new group of lawyers took over Kathleen's case in 2013, and they hired several medical experts to review the data from the case. One of these experts was Stephen Cordner, a respected forensic pathologist at Monash University. He spent over a year reviewing the children's medical data and the arguments presented at Kathleen's trial, eventually producing a 112-page report that argued that the medical data pointed to the phobic children dying of natural causes rather than by being smothered. This report was included with the official petition Kathleen's legal team filed in June of 2015 requesting that the Attorney General's office open a formal inquiry into the case. The petition was not addressed for 3 years. Finally, on August 22, 2018, Attorney General Mark Speakman announced that an inquiry overseen by former District Court Judge Reginald Blanche would be held. Kathleen's legal team hoped to be able to provide more solid evidence that the full big children had all died of natural causes, and therefore began exploring genetic causes that could explain why all of Kathleen and Craig's children had died so young. At the time, they did not have access to the DNA profiles of the full big children, so they began their investigation by looking at Kathleen's DNA for clues. Professor Carola Garcia de Venosa, the co-director of the Center for Personalized Immunology at the Australian National University, was asked by Kathleen's legal team to lead the effort. She and a geneticist worked with a cheek swab and saliva sample that had been collected from Kathleen in prison and had the DNA extracted from the samples sequenced. When they sat down to study the resulting DNA data, they noticed something that could potentially be of vital importance in the case. Kathleen had a mutation in her COM2 gene. The 3 COM genes relate to the production of calmodulin in the body. Calmodulin plays a role in how calcium is transported into and out of cells, including cells in the heart. As such, one of its functions involves regulating the contractions and expansions of the muscles in the heart. Mutations in these genes can result in severe inherited cardiac arrhythmias. Variants in COM genes were known causes of SIDS, as they could result in severe cardiac problems and sudden death in infants and young children. At the time it was discovered that Kathleen had this mutation, only about 75 people had been identified as having potentially lethal mutations in any of the 3 COM genes worldwide. The specific mutation found in Kathleen had not previously been identified or, therefore, linked to any deaths. Luckily, it was possible for Professor Vinoesa to follow up on this lead, as she was able to obtain DNA samples from all 4 of Kathleen's children. 2 of the children had frozen tissue samples on file, and she was able to obtain DNA from the blood taken from the other 2 children at birth and preserved on their heel stick cards, which were still on file. Sequencing of their DNA showed that both Laura and Sarah Fulbig had inherited the mutation in the COM2 gene from Kathleen, while Kathleen's 2 sons, Patrick and Caleb, had not inherited this mutation. It was later discovered that they each had inherited 2 copies of another exceptionally rare mutation. In their cases, the variation affected a gene referred to as BSN or bassoon. Again, this mutation is very rare, but it is known to cause early-onset lethal epilepsy in mice. That is, it causes mice to experience seizures that are severe enough to result in their death while they are still very young. The deaths of the 4 full big children appeared to not have a single cause as the prosecution had alleged during Kathleen's trial, but 2 separate genetic influences. The chances of 2 such rare genetic variants being in one family and causing 4 deaths seem almost incomprehensibly small. According to Professor Vinoesa, the overall small odds of Kathleen and Craig both carrying rare mutations are not as relevant as the high odds of them passing those mutations on to their children. In the end, it's not about these variations being very rare in the world. It's about the chances of Kathleen meeting someone like Craig and having this combination of mutations between both of them. Once genetics come into play, statistics go out the window, she has stated. Because of the novelty of the specific mutation found in Kathleen and her daughters, doubts were raised during the inquiry about whether or not it could be fatal. A pediatric cardiologist who was called to testify during the inquiry argued that since Kathleen herself was healthy and had lived into adulthood, it was unlikely that her daughters had died as a result of the mutation they shared. Kathleen did have a history of fainting episodes that began when she was a child, including an incident where she fainted while swimming, but luckily was rescued from the water by witnesses. Fainting while swimming is a specific symptom associated with long QT syndrome, which has been seen in individuals with COM mutations. However, during the inquiry, Kathleen was given an examination and found to not currently be showing any signs of cardiac problems, including long QT syndrome. However, around this same time, evidence supporting the theory that the COM2 variant carried by Kathleen and her daughters could have been lethal emerged. Professor Venosa was able to contact cardiovascular geneticist Peter Schwartz, who had just completed a paper examining data from the International Calmodulin Registry, which attempts to gather information from every individual and family affected by mutations in COM genes. One of the families he wrote about was an American family with a mutation almost identical to the one shared by Kathleen and her daughters. The family's 2 children had each suffered cardiac arrest at a young age, one at age 4 and one at age 5. One child survived the cardiac arrest, but the other, sadly, did not. It was determined that the children had inherited the mutation from their mother, who was healthy. Professor Vinoesa viewed the discovery of this other family as a major turning point in the case that provided strong evidence supporting Kathleen's innocence. Other scientists doing research for the inquiry did not view the new evidence as being so crucial, maintaining that the mutation found in the Folbegs was likely pathogenic, but still not a likely explanation for Laura and Sarah's deaths, in part because of their young age at the time of their deaths and also because most deaths with cardiac causes tend to occur during highly active periods and the 2 girls had died in their sleep. Data from the International Calmodulin Registry does not necessarily support these critiques in cases where mutations in the COM genes are concerned. The registry describes 5 families in which their mutation was fatal in some members who inherited it, but not all of them. Approximately 20% of individuals who died of a sudden cardiac event related to these mutations died in their sleep, and 9 sudden deaths occurred in children under the age of 3. There was also a possibility that another form of stress besides exertion played a role in Laura and Sarah's deaths. Each of the girls had been sick and on medication when they died. Sarah had been prescribed an antibiotic for a cough and Laura had a respiratory infection that was being treated with acetaminophen and pseudoephedrine. The cardiovascular stress from being ill and the medication, in combination with the altered heart rhythm caused by the mutation, which left the girls more susceptible to heart problems, could have led to their sudden cardiac-related deaths. The scientific arguments did not impress Judge Reginald Blanche, who oversaw the inquiry. In July of 2019, he ruled that there was no reason to doubt Kathleen Folbig's convictions. While he acknowledged the scientific evidence presented at the inquiry and the possibility that Laura and Sarah had heart conditions, he wrote in his judgment, even on the basis of accepting the opinion of Professor Vinoesa, that it is now plausible that Sarah and Laura Folbig may have had a cardiac condition and that raises a possibility it caused their deaths. I do not consider the inquiry should be reopened for the purpose of holding further hearings about the COM2 variant identified in Sarah and Laura, as they had at her 2003 trial. Kathleen's diaries played a major role during the inquiry and in the judge's ruling. Kathleen's testimony during the inquiry to explain some of the passages used to point towards her guilt hurt her rather than helped her, in the judge's estimation. In reaching his verdict, Judge Blanche argued that, indeed, as indicated, the evidence which has emerged at the inquiry, particularly her own explanations and behavior in respect of her diaries, makes her guilt of these offenses even more certain. Many excerpts from the diaries are difficult to understand, but Kathleen has always maintained that they reflect the depression, lack of control, and paranoia she was feeling after losing multiple children. In October of 1997, she wrote about Laura wouldn't have handled another like Sarah. She saved her life by being different, Kathleen testified that she believed that her youngest daughter had not been taken from her so far because she was somehow different than her siblings. When Judge Blanche asked her if she believed some sort of supernatural power was taking her children from her, and she was hoping that Laura being somehow different prevented her from being taken by this power, she stated that she had believed something along those lines at the time. In discussing a January 1997 entry, in which she said she had done terrible things in the past when she was stressed, she stated, "It's a broad spectrum of things that I am using the word terrible for. Could be me placing my child down to let her cry for even 30 seconds. That's a terrible thing, in my view." Judge Blanche claimed that the diaries were virtual admissions of guilt. 6 separate experts who have examined the diaries have all had the opposite opinion. The most recent expert to study the diaries, clinical and forensic psychologist Dr. Katie Seidler, who has worked with violent incarcerated offenders for over 2 decades, has stated there are no clear disclosures of any criminal or violent conduct in Miss Folbig's writings. Kathleen's legal team has also long been critical of short, cherry-picked phrases and sentences taken from over 50,000 words of Kathleen's writing being highlighted in court without context. Following this loss in court, Kathleen's lawyers applied for a judicial review of the inquiry's findings. While they waited to get a response, more and more scientific evidence supporting the theory that Laura and Sarah Folbig had died as a result of the variant in their COM2 gene they had both inherited from their mother was discovered. A biochemist in Denmark, with aid from scientists from 6 countries, was able to run tests on the specific mutation using a synthetic cell and was able to show that it was just as likely to be lethal as the more well-known mutations in COM genes. A major scientific study was published in November 2020 confirming that Laura and Sarah's deaths were most likely caused by the mutation. Specifically, their deaths were brought on by the variations of their heart rhythms caused by the mutation, which left them vulnerable to cardiac problems in combination with the medications the girls had been taking. On March 3, 2021, a petition signed by more than 90 prominent scientists and medical professionals from 9 countries was sent to New South Wales Governor Margaret Beazley requesting that Kathleen Folbig be pardoned and freed from custody in light of the accumulating evidence that her children had died as the result of natural causes. Among those who signed the petition were 2 Nobel laureates and the president of the Australian Academy of Science. The petition argued that Kathleen Folbig has endured the death of her 4 children and has been wrongfully incarcerated because the justice system has failed her by not properly taking the new scientific evidence into account. One of the signatories, John Shine, the president of the Australian Academy of Science, later stated, "It is deeply concerning that there is not a mechanism to appropriately weigh up all the medical and scientific evidence in a case of this nature. There is now an alternative explanation for the death of the Folbig children that does not rely on circumstantial evidence." 3 weeks after the petition was sent, the New South Wales Court of Appeal responded to the request for a judicial review of the Blanche inquest findings. They dismissed it, arguing that Judge Blanche's ruling was not at odds with scientific evidence. It would be a full year before the petition was formally answered. The actions of New South Wales Attorney General Mark Speakman, who bore more of the responsibility for deciding how to respond to the petition than the governor herself, did not seem to indicate that he would be in favor of granting the pardon. The Australian Academy of Science had offered to provide him with a panel of expert geneticists to help him go over the scientific data in the case, but he rejected this proposal. Still, on May 18, 2022, Attorney General Speakman announced that while Kathleen Folbig would not be granted a pardon, a second public inquiry would be held to ascertain if there were any reasons to doubt her original conviction. He did not believe simply granting a pardon was appropriate because the new genetic evidence needed to undergo further scrutiny. While he had not formed an opinion on Kathleen's guilt or innocence or on whether or not there was reason to doubt her conviction, he did find that the scientific discoveries in the case did merit some form of intervention. When announcing the second inquiry, Speakman said that he had been in contact with Craig Folbig and that he was truly sorry that he would have to go through another inquiry. Craig Folbig believes that his ex-wife is guilty of murdering their children. Almost all of the further scientific inquiry into his children's deaths has focused on the COM2 mutation his daughters inherited from their mother, who provided a sample of her DNA to researchers. However, further research into the deaths of his 2 sons has been hampered by the fact that scientists do not have access to Craig Folbig's DNA. Caleb and Patrick both had 2 mutated copies of the bassoon gene in question, presumably because they inherited one from each of their parents. However, Mr. Falbig has refused to provide a sample of his DNA to confirm this. A directions hearing held in July 2022 found that Craig Falbig's DNA was of vital importance for the inquiry, as examining it would allow scientists to determine if Caleb and Patrick, who were confirmed to have inherited one mutated copy of the bassoon gene from their mother, had inherited their second mutated copy of the gene from their father, or if it had been a de novo mutation. De novo mutations are not present in the parents of a child. They are instead spontaneous mutations in DNA that occur during early DNA replication of the child. Making this distinction would allow scientists to better determine if the mutation could be categorized as pathogenic or likely pathogenic. The lack of analysis of Craig Falbig's DNA limits the scope of the analysis of genetic factors in the deaths of his two sons. At the hearing, it was also found that Mr. Falbig could not be compelled to participate in the inquiry or provide a sample of his DNA. Mr. Falbig's refusal to participate in the inquiry is largely due to financial constraints. He does not have the money to finance his legal representation for the inquiry and says that rather than being given the necessary funds from the Attorney General's office, he was given the suggestion to take out a loan against his home to pay for his lawyer. Mr. Speakman says his office did approve the use of discretionary funds for Mr. Falbig's representation. However, according to Danny Eade, who previously represented Mr. Falbig, this funding was limited and would only provide Mr. Falbig with approximately 8 days of representation, which is completely inadequate for an inquiry of this scale. The upcoming inquiry will be overseen by retired New South Wales Supreme Court Chief Justice Tom Bathurst and will be conducted in 2 parts. The first part will take place in November of 2002 and examine the medical evidence in the case, and the second part will be held in February of 2023 to examine the psychological evidence. Regardless of the outcome of the inquiry and the credibility it may or may not give to the new genetic evidence, it will be a major moment in Australian legal history and shape the role science plays in the courtroom. If the new genetic evidence, supporting the theory that the Falbig children died of natural causes, is found to be valid, the inquiry will have to decide if circumstance or science is more important in the case. Let's rewind the clock to February 6, 1960, the day a sweet little girl came into the world. Born to Edward and Norma Hutto in the charming town of Largo, Florida, she was named Carol Dean Hutto. As the youngest of the family, Carol was showered with affection and attention from everyone. Growing up, she attended Largo High School, where her kind and gentle nature made her a cherished figure among her peers. Carol's family was quite a crew. She had a half-brother, Jerry Irwin Hutto, and while details about him are limited, it's clear that Carol and Jerry shared a special and close bond. Jerry was devoted to his sister, always striving to fulfill her wishes and demonstrating their strong sibling connection. Carol also had 2 sisters, Pamela Beale Hutto and Melinda Darlene Hutto, and 2 other brothers, Maurice Barnett Hutto and Frank Hutto. Carol was a source of joy to her family, particularly to her mother. They enjoyed doing activities like going to thrilling NASCAR races and exciting wrestling matches. Her mom fondly remembers her as a devoted Christian who chose her friends carefully. Carol had big dreams and a heart full of adventure. But sadly, she didn't get the chance to fully experience them and live those dreams. On December 13, 1976, Carol Hutto was spending time at her home on Corvette Drive with her mother Norma and her half-brother, 17 years old Jerry Irwin. Everything seemed like a usual evening. They were all enjoying themselves, sharing jokes and laughter. Norma was busy preparing dinner for the family, and Jerry was getting ready for a date. Their evening took an unexpected turn when the phone in the house started ringing. Norma went to pick up the call, and it turned out to be Carol's friend on the line, so she handed the phone to Carol and they spent a few minutes whispering to each other, but when Norma came back, she quickly ended the call. Strangely, after the call, Carol's mood took a sudden turn. She became incredibly happy and excited, which caught Norma's attention. Carol hurriedly went to her room, fixed her hair, and checked her appearance in the mirror. After about 15 minutes, she told her mom that she was heading to a store nearby, which was just a 10-minute walk away from their house. Even before Norma could ask what she needed from the store, Carol was already at the door. However, before leaving, Carol made a promise that she would be back soon. Later, Carol's half-brother Jerry also left the house for his date and said goodbye to Norma. and it usually took about 20 minutes or even less for Carol to walk there and back. So Norma expected Carol to return home in a half an hour. But after 1 hour had passed and Carol still hadn't come back, Norma started to wonder if Carol had bumped into her friends on the way and was chatting with them, which might be why she was taking longer. But after 2 hours had passed and Carol hadn't come back, Norma became even more anxious. It was getting dark outside, and Carol's absence was concerning because she had never missed her curfew before. At around 10 p.m., when Jerry arrived home, Norma, deeply concerned, asked if she had seen Carol. However, Jerry was clueless about her whereabouts, just like Norma. Upon learning that Carol hadn't returned home since she left, Jerry became even more worried. Norma urged him to go out and search for her. He started combing the streets calling out her name, but didn't receive any responses. He even went to the store near their house, where Carol was supposed to go. But the store staff mentioned that they hadn't seen her today, which led to the concerning questions of where Carol might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. Jerry sadly returned home and shared the unfortunate news with Norma that he couldn't find Carol anywhere. Despite their concern, they decided to wait until morning, hoping Carol might come back home on her own. However, as the morning sunlight arrived, Norma became even more anxious because there was still no sign of Carol. Without delaying any further, Norma decided to call the police to report Carol as missing. However, the police informed her that since less than 24 hours had passed since Carol went missing, they couldn't file a missing person report. At this point, they also considered the possibility that Carol might have run away from home. But Norma wasn't ready to accept that Carol would ever leave her home on her own or run away from her family. She had a strong feeling that something bad had happened to her daughter. Because of this, Norma and Jerry didn't want to sit and wait for the police to do something about it. They decided to take matters in their own hands and actively search for Carol themselves. They went around their neighborhood, talking to neighbors to see if anyone had seen Carol the previous night. Most of the neighbors remembered seeing Carol around 8 p.m. when she left home, but no one had spotted her coming back home that night. Norma and Jerry also visited all of Carol's friends' houses to find out if she had spoken to anyone or gone to their homes, but they couldn't find any trace of her. The sudden disappearance of Carol deeply affected Norma, and the entire community also came together after the news that their little Carol was missing to help in any way they could. At the same time, the police were also actively searching for Carol. They checked various stores, both nearby Carol's house and more distant, to see if she had visited any of them that night. Unfortunately, no one could confirm seeing her at any of those locations. The police noticed that there was a security camera outside the store that Carol was supposed to go. However, upon reviewing the footage, they couldn't find any evidence of Carol visiting the store on the night she disappeared. Back in those days, security cameras were not as common as it is today, so only a few stores had installed them, making it challenging to track Carol's movements. But it didn't take long for a tragic discovery to occur. On the evening of December 14th, 1976, Carol's half-brother Jerry stumbled upon her lifeless body under unusual circumstances. He had been searching the neighborhood on his own, desperately trying to find Carol. His search led him to the end of the street near a building that was still under construction. This building was located at 418 Imperial Drive, close to a lake. It was there that Jerry claimed to have discovered Carol's body. The details surrounding how he came across her in this specific spot remain a mystery. Carol's lifeless body was found floating in the water, her clothes partially removed. This sight was shocking and deeply disturbing for Jerry. He immediately contacted the Largo police to report the discovery, and then had the difficult task of returning home to inform Norma about the heartbreaking news. When the police arrived, they carefully retrieved Carol's body from the lake to preserve any potential evidence. It became evident quite quickly that Carol's death wasn't accidental. The presence of injuries on her body and a concrete block used to submerge her indicated foul play, suggesting that someone intentionally killed her and attempted to hide her body. The police believed that the attack likely occurred at the under-construction house, and then her body was placed in the lake. A crucial clue was Carol's watch, which was stopped at 10:36 p.m., indicating the time of her murder was likely between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. After Carol's lifeless body was sent for a thorough autopsy, some unsettling facts came to light. The coroner found that Carol had been strangled, which likely made her lose consciousness but didn't kill her right away. Additionally, she had suffered from a blow to the head with a heavy object, resulting in a severe injury. Adding to the distressing findings, Carol also had a significant burn on her thigh. The medical examiner's report uncovered an even more horrifying detail. When Carol was thrown into the water and a heavy concrete block was placed over her body, she was still alive. Despite the harrowing circumstances, she remained conscious and tragically succumbed to drowning over time. During the examination of Carol's body, the coroner also discovered 3 long hairs that were of the same person but seemed to belong to someone other than her. Additionally, a 4th hair, unidentified and possibly belonging to the killer, was found on Carol's blue jeans. This discovery held the potential to be a crucial breakthrough in the case. However, the limitations of medical technology in the 1970s meant that not much could be done with the hairs at that time. So they were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more advanced techniques that could help identify the person responsible for Carol's tragic fate. For a little while, the Largo police had their eyes on Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, because he was also outside on the night Carol was killed. Even though Jerry said he was on a date, the police discovered he got done half an hour earlier than he claimed. This made them wonder what was he doing during that time gap. The restaurant he went to was only about 8 minutes away from home, so why didn't he return home soon? The police started thinking that Jerry might be involved in Carol's death, since he couldn't provide an alibi for that time gap. They concentrated their investigation on him, but it didn't lead to any solid evidence. They couldn't find any proof that Jerry could have hurt Carol. Norma, Carol's mother, was convinced that Jerry cared deeply for his sister that would never hurt her. Despite their initial suspicion, the focus on Jerry didn't bring them any closer to the truth. The police cleared Jerry of suspicion as they couldn't find any more evidence against him. For the next 18 months, the police put a lot of effort into exploring every lead. But unfortunately, they couldn't find any clues to solve the case, and the investigation only went in circles. As time went on, the investigation began to lose momentum and the case grew cold. This left the Hutto family with aching questions. What really happened to Carol on that fateful night? Who was responsible for her death? They not only suffered the loss of their beloved daughter, but also the frustration of not finding justice for her. For almost 20 years, the mystery of Carol's murder remained unsolved. But in March 1994, a twist of fate brought a fresh set of eyes to the case. Officer Brad Hoyes, sidelined by a work injury, found himself poring over cold case files during his desk duty. As he sifted through the forgotten files, he stumbled upon the haunting details of Carol Hutto's murder case, reigniting a dormant investigation. As Officer Brad delved into the case, he sensed that there were hidden layers that hadn't received thorough scrutiny during the original 1976 investigation. Driven by his intuition, he made the bold decision to reopen the case and retrieve the evidence box that had been stowed away for years. Among the contents, he stumbled across Carol's personal diary. Officer Brad saw potential in those pages, hoping the diary might hold the missing pieces needed to unravel the mystery of Carol's tragic end. A few pages into the diary, Carol wrote about her secret romance with her classmate. It was back in 1976 when Carol was 16 years old. She had a major crush on a 17-year-old boy, James Brian Kuhn, born July 20th, 1959, also known as Jimmy Kuhn. They both were juniors at Largo High School and used to talk to each other all the time at school. The whispers of their closeness spread among the school corridors, but they chose to play it cool and never openly acknowledged their relationship. It was Kuhn who asked Carol to keep the relationship a secret, as his family was really strict, so they decided to hide it from everyone. At one point, Carol also claimed that she was so in love with Kuhn. Kuhn was also among the attendees at Carol's funeral, who appeared genuinely sorrowful and far from a suspect. In 1976, during the initial investigation, Kuhn was also questioned as a friend of Carol, and he claimed he hadn't seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder, asserting that he was at home the entire time. However, in 1994, when cold case detectives revisited the case, they spotted a discrepancy between Kuhn's statements and what the Hutto family had originally told the police. They revealed that on the fateful night of December 13, 1976, Carol had received a phone call from none other than Jimmy Kuhn. By this time, Kuhn was 34 years old and had become a father to a daughter. Following his graduation, he pursued a path in the U.S. Navy where he achieved significant success. His military career was marked by his role as a submariner stationed at the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut. Age 43 had a personal connection to the case. He too had attended the same Largo High School as Kuhn and Carol, so when he got to know about the case, he took the lead in investigating Carol's murder. Working alongside him was Lieutenant John Carroll, who is currently Largo's deputy chief. In a bold move, they made an unexpected trip to Connecticut, where Kuhn, an 11-year military veteran, was stationed. During this encounter, Kuhn's story drastically changed. He contradicted his earlier statements and confessed that he had indeed seen Carol on the night of her disappearance. He barely remembered anything, Sergeant Mike Short recalled. According to Mike, Kuhn explained, "I put up walls. If I remember, I'm going to jail." These words left a strong impression on Mike, leading him to believe that he had identified Carol's killer. However, the following day, Kuhn changed his stance. He sought legal advice, refused further interviews, and declined to take a polygraph test. The police and prosecutors faced a challenge as they lacked enough evidence to definitively prove that Kuhn was the one who had killed Carol on the night of December 13, 1976. Convicting him of first-degree murder seemed unlikely. Due to the statute of limitations, anything less than first degree might result in Kuhn going free. The evidence box held an even more intriguing discovery. Among the items in the box, Detective Mike came across a collection of unfamiliar hairs, retrieved from both Carol's body and the crime scene, and these hairs had been diligently preserved. During the late 1980s, a pivotal moment in forensic science emerged, which was the utilization of DNA testing to establish whether someone was guilty or innocent in criminal investigations. As the 1990s progressed, the approach shifted towards examining mitochondrial DNA, which resides in small structures within human cells and is more likely to endure the test of time. Given these advancements, Mike was eager to conduct a genetic test on the hairs to potentially unveil the true identity of the perpetrator. However, there was a problem. They didn't have a sample of Kuhn's DNA, which was a crucial element for the testing. To obtain this vital piece of evidence, the detectives needed to obtain Kuhn's blood through a legal search warrant. With this plan in mind, they aimed to maximize the time spent with the suspect and decided to proceed strategically. In 1998, Detective Mike decided to bring in the reinforcements in the form of the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS. They thought the presence of naval officials might make Kuhn nervous and lead him to a confession. On July 15, 1998, Detective Mike waited outside the police interrogation room, while Navy investigators Tom Asimos and Dave Early sat down with their murder suspect, James Kuhn. After obtaining the necessary warrant, they first collected a blood sample from Kuhn for further testing. Then Asimos and Early began their conversation with Kuhn, aiming to make him feel supported and comfortable. Their goal was to build trust, so that he might open up and gradually reveal the truth. At this moment, the NCIS agents were confident that Kuhn was on the verge of disclosing what happened on the night of December 13, 1976. Surprisingly, without any solid proof, they managed to make Kuhn break down as he wiped away his tears and finally revealed the heartbreaking truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Although Kuhn appeared emotional, the experienced cold case detectives weren't convinced of his honesty. The injuries Carol sustained, particularly to her neck and head, didn't align with a simple accident like tripping and falling. Instead, the nature of these injuries indicated blunt force trauma and strangulation. However, Kuhn had confessed to causing Carol's death. Although he claimed it was an accident, he took the responsibility for her demise, explaining that he failed to help her and attempted to conceal both the evidence and her body. As a result, Kuhn was taken into custody and anticipated his trial. However, on the eve of his trial, he presented a new version of events. In his alternative version of events, Kuhn initially claimed that there were no physical interactions between him and Carol, even though he wanted it. However, things took a different turn when Carol disagreed. Their disagreement escalated into a physical confrontation. Carol started screaming and fighting back by scratching and hitting him. Fearing her screams would draw attention, Kuhn struck her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his grip around her throat. When he finally let go, Carol fell to the floor, unconscious. Kuhn was panicked and unsure, so he made a hasty decision to hide her body. He also tried to create confusion by burning her thigh, hoping it would appear as though someone else had attacked her. Regardless of the details in Kuhn's different versions of events, detectives arrived at the same conclusion, that Carol had been assaulted, taken to the lake, and thrown face down. Her body was weighed down with a concrete block to keep it submerged. Interestingly, the second story Kuhn shared appeared more plausible and aligned better with the evidence discovered. This version of events seemed to match the physical evidence and circumstances surrounding Carol's tragic fate. As the trial day arrived on February 9, 2000, the prosecutors aimed for a first-degree murder conviction against Kuhn. His lawyers acknowledged that he had some involvement in the crime, but they argued that a more fitting verdict could be manslaughter or even third-degree murder. When the jury received the case, they took just 22 minutes to deliberate before reaching a verdict. Kuhn was found guilty of first-degree murder. There's a chance that Kuhn could experience freedom once more. Due to the fact that the crime occurred in 1976, Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court Judge Philip Federico applied the state laws from that year. These laws allow someone convicted of first-degree murder to be considered for parole after 25 years. Interestingly, Kuhn chose not to address the court during the sentencing. Carol's mother felt the need to address Kuhn. She expressed how Carol had trusted him and called him out, saying, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you, and you used it for your depraved wants." Norma's words did not stop there. She pointed out that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral, pretending to be upset and acting like her friend while hiding his true intentions. Norma hoped that he would never leave prison and didn't deserve a chance to start anew, emphasizing that he had taken that chance away from her daughter. Norma, a mother with high hopes for her young daughter Carol, had envisioned a bright future. She eagerly anticipated the day when Carol would proudly graduate from Largo High School. She had dreams of seeing her 16-year-old wearing a stunning white dress, walking down the aisle to embark on a joyful journey with her husband, and maybe even starting a family. However, all those dreams were shattered in a single night, and strongly desired that Kuhn would remain in prison forever, never to be released. So let's talk about Kuhn's case. What are your thoughts on whether he deserved a life sentence or not? And do you think he was really sorry about what he did? And do you believe Kuhn's actions towards Carol were accidental, or was it all planned out? Born in 1947, Peggy Carr's life was never easy. With deaf and impoverished parents, she had to start working early to provide for her family. Limited by her minimal education, Peggy struggled to find decent jobs. The positions available to her were either poorly paid or hazardous, such as waitressing at remote truck stops. Despite these challenges, Peggy remained determined and optimistic. Her tough demeanor helped her handle job-related dangers, including harassment from drunk men at lonely locations. Her hardened exterior made it difficult to find a romantic partner for many years, but eventually, an unknown man captured her heart, leading to their marriage. Over the next couple of years, Peggy and her husband would have 3 children, Yelena, Alan, and Dwayne. The couple worked hard to provide for their family, and it seemed things were finally going right for Peggy. But soon, Peggy started to have issues with her husband, and before long the marriage would come crashing down. By the mid-1980s, Peggy was in her mid-30s, a single mother working on jobs to raise 3 children. Although she tried to keep a positive attitude at work, Peggy grew increasingly sad and lonely. Life had been hard on her, and it just didn't seem like things would ever get better. As her kids grew up, they started to notice how sad and lonely their mother was, and they wished she would meet someone, fall in love, and be happy again. By late 1987, her children's wish came true. Peggy met a man named Perlin Carr, whom everyone called Pi. Pi, like Peggy, had recently divorced his wife. He also had 2 teenage children, and he worked at a local phosphate mining company in Altour, Florida. Peggy and Pi hit it off when they met, mainly because they were both strict people who did not condone nonsense from others. When Peggy and Pi started dating, Peggy's children noticed a significant improvement in her mood. She was happier, lighter on her feet, and more relaxed. By April 1988, Peggy and Pi delighted their children with the news that they were getting married. Peggy and her 3 kids moved into Pi's home in Alturas, Florida after the wedding. Although Pi's home was small and 4 new people made it even tighter, the blended family seemed to work out well. The family had 2 big dogs, 5 children, got along well, and they were just happy to see their parents. But just a few months after they got married, Peggy and Pi began to have some marital issues. On top of their issues, Peggy had begun hearing rumors that Pi was still seeing his ex-wife, so they grew increasingly distant from each other. Around the time that Peggy and Pi's issues started, their 2 dogs suddenly became violently ill. They were howling in pain, losing weight rapidly, and their fur started falling out. It seemed like the dogs may have come down with a strange disease, or they might have ingested a poison. Before long both dogs passed away, further plunging the Carr household into a gloomy atmosphere. Peggy and Pi continued to have daily issues that drove them further apart. In early October 1988, Peggy and her children had to move out of Pi's house for a week to stay at a motel because Peggy and Pi's fights had reached a point where they couldn't stand each other. The children also began taking sides with their respective parents. So the once happy family was now being torn apart. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. On October 23, 1988, Pi decided that he wanted to go on an unplanned hunting trip to get away for the day. Peggy and her kids had returned to the home by this time, so Peggy could be with the kids while Pi went on his trip. Once Pi left, Peggy and her daughter, Delina, prepared to go to work. They were both waitresses at a local diner, and they had morning shifts on that particular day. As Peggy waited tables and attended to customers, she suddenly began to feel her heart racing erratically. That morning Peggy was not doing any heavy lifting or stressful work. The only things she was carrying were the trays holding customers' orders. Peggy thought she should just take it easy and her heart would stop beating so fast. And before long, she started to feel this tingling sensation in her arms and legs, and her palms started to sweat. It suddenly occurred to Peggy that she might be having a heart attack. But rather than panicking or becoming hysterical, Peggy tried to calm herself down. She went to the staff restroom and washed her face and hands, then slipped into the staff break room to relax for a bit. As she was relaxing, Yelena noticed that her mother had gone into the break room, so she went to check on her. Peggy calmly said she felt she might be having a heart attack and that she would go home and wait it out. Yelena was immediately alarmed at the idea that her mother could be having a heart attack, but she was not surprised at Peggy's calm demeanor. She knew Peggy was not fond of raising false alarms or panicking unnecessarily, so she believed if Peggy said she would sleep off a heart attack, then there wasn't anything to worry about, but she did make her mother promise that if she started feeling worse, then she would go to the hospital. Peggy informed the manager that she would be taking the rest of the day off because of how she was feeling, and Yelena promised to check up on her as soon as she finished her shift. When Peggy got home, she found the house empty. The kids were still at school and Pi was still away on his trip, so she went to her bedroom to lie down. After a few hours, Peggy's 17-year-old son, Dwayne, returned from school to find his mother lying in bed. The sight of Peggy taking a nap in the middle of the day was so strange to Dwayne that he immediately knew something was wrong. Peggy never took naps, not even when she was ill. With concern written all over his face, Dwayne asked Peggy if she was all right, and Peggy said she was. But just as he turned to leave the bedroom, Peggy suddenly blurted out she was not fine and felt horrible. She said that it felt like fire was being pumped through her arms and legs, and the pain was so blinding that she could barely even speak. At this, Dwayne's suspicions were confirmed. His mother was not a dramatic person, so if she said this was the most painful thing she had ever felt, Dwayne knew she had to get to the hospital immediately. Luckily, Pi returned home from his hunting trip just then, and Dwayne immediately told him that they had to take Peggy to the hospital immediately. But to his shock, Pi merely waved him off, saying that he was sure that Peggy was just suffering from the flu, and she would be fine in a day or two. Dwayne immediately called his sister and asked her to return home so she could take Peggy to the hospital, since Pi was not planning on doing so himself. When Yelena arrived at the house, Dwayne had to carry Peggy to the car because her condition had gotten so bad that she could not even walk or stand. When they got to the hospital, Peggy was wheeled into the intensive care unit to begin receiving treatment. And this was where the real problem began, because neither Dwayne nor Yelena had any idea about what might have caused Peggy to feel the way she was. By now, Peggy could only lie down, moaning in pain. Her heart was still racing, her limbs still felt like they were on fire, and she was now nauseous and vomiting. The doctors ran a number of tests on Peggy, trying to determine what was wrong with her, but all the tests were turned negative or showed nothing was wrong with her. This seriously baffled the doctors. Peggy was writhing in pain, and it seemed like her ailment came out of nowhere because they could not find anything wrong with her from the tests they had run. With no better alternative, the doctor decided to keep her in the hospital and observe her. After about 3 days of being in the hospital, Peggy's symptoms seemed to improve. Although she felt bouts of extreme pain in her limbs and her heart was still racing occasionally, she could now talk, eat, and move around a bit. Since she seemed to be on the mend, the doctors decided to discharge her so she could fully recuperate at home. When Peggy got home on October 26, 1988, she lay in bed to recover and she felt herself improving. But within 24 hours, all the symptoms were back again. Much stronger this time. Her arms and legs felt like they were on fire. Her heart was racing. She was nauseous, and she had lost so much weight that she looked like a shadow of herself. But rather than go to the hospital, Peggy's family knew that even the doctors had no idea what was wrong with her, so they thought it might be better for her to stay home. But right before their eyes, it seemed like Peggy was coming apart at the seams. She couldn't walk, talk, eat, or even sleep. She could only lay in bed writhing in pain, and occasionally screaming into her pillow because of the intense pain she was feeling. Finally, on October 30th, her family relented and decided to take her to the hospital again. When Peggy arrived at the hospital, the doctors remembered her from the previous week and also remembered that they had been unable to determine the cause of her symptoms. But just to be sure they were leaving no stone unturned, the doctors decided to run another batch of tests on Peggy to see if they could find something they had earlier missed. They tested for food poisoning, thinking Peggy had ingested something tearing up her insides, and they tested for all the common diseases that might affect a 41-year-old woman, but the test results again showed nothing was wrong with Peggy. Once again, the doctors had no better alternative than to put Peggy in a room and observe her. As Peggy lay in her room, other patients and hospital staff could hear her screams of pure agony echo through the hospital halls. Peggy had begun slipping in and out of consciousness, but the situation was about to get even worse. Peggy's son, Dwayne, and Pi's son, 16-year-old Travis, were rushed into the same hospital that Peggy was at. They had suddenly began suffering the same symptoms that Peggy had been suffering for over a week. Like Peggy, the doctors ran several tests on Dwayne and Travis to determine what was wrong with them, but they also came up with nothing. But suddenly, Dr. Robert Van Hook, one of the neurologists working on Peggy, noticed something about their symptoms that immediately stood out to him. Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis were losing their hair, and combined with the other symptoms they were feeling, the neurologist had a hunch that he knew the exact cause of their illness. But first he sent for a very specific test kit to confirm his suspicions. When the test kit arrived and the neurologist tested Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis, the test results were positive. All three had ingested a rare and expensive chemical called thallium-1 nitrate. Thallium-1 nitrate is a tasteless, colorless, odorless metal that was once used in rat poison, but was banned because of how toxic it was to humans. The average human has a small quantity of thallium in their system, but even the slightest increase in that naturally occurring amount can have fatal consequences, with symptoms like severe pain in the hands and legs, nausea, hair loss, weight loss, and erratic heartbeat. Peggy had 50,000 times the naturally occurring amount of thallium in her body, while Dwayne and Travis each had about 20,000 times that amount. Doctors decided to test the rest of the family, and they all had elevated levels of thallium in their system, though not as much as that of Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis. Before the test results, the doctors had not previously considered that Peggy and her son's cases were a potential crime. But with the test results showing that Peggy and her family may have been poisoned, they began to see the case in a new light. The hospital contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office to let them know about the case and the fact that there was a potential crime at play there. Nobody knew where Peggy and her boys had come into contact with such a rare and expensive chemical. Was it accidental, or were they deliberately poisoned? While the police began their investigation, things looked grim for Peggy. Although there was a cure for thallium poisoning, Peggy's body had been so completely ravaged by the poison that even if treatment had been administered, she would not likely survive. Doctors told her that the only thing they could do was to make her as comfortable as possible while they waited for the poison to take her life. But there was hope for the boys. They could begin receiving treatment, and everyone hoped it would be fast enough to save their lives. A few days after Peggy received the news that she could not be saved, she slipped into a coma. She would remain in the coma for the next 4 months until March 3, 1989, when her family decided to take her off life support. After spending 2 months in the hospital, Dwayne made a full recovery. Travis would remain hospitalized for 6 months before eventually recovering from the poisoning. But tragically, he could never walk again because of the extreme damage the poison had caused to his limbs. For Sheriff Judd from the Polk County Sheriff's Office, Peggy and her son's case was very delicate regardless of whether they were intentionally poisoned. If someone had poisoned them, they had a murder and several attempted murders on their hands, and a killer at large. If they had ingested the poison by accident, then there was the likelihood that the source of the poison was still out there for other altruist residents to ingest. Either way, the stakes were high, so Sheriff Judd was determined to get to the bottom of it. Investigators tested every single item and surface in the car house for thallium, but all the results came back negative. Meanwhile, as news got out that the Carr family had been poisoned and the police did not know where the poison came from, panic began to spread throughout Alturas. People were afraid that the poison might have come from their groundwater, or that they could even already be dying and not know about it. So investigators examined the Carr's well water, which was connected to at least 2 other houses, but they found nothing. Also, no one else in the community had come down with the symptoms that Peggy and her son suffered. At this point, Prosecutor John Aguero from the Florida State's Attorney's Office joined the investigation and started to look into pesticides, insecticides, or any other plant spray where thallium might have come from. Alturas had many orange groves, and there might have been thallium in the chemicals used to preserve the trees. But the test results all came back negative. While scouring the Carr house to find what Peggy and her sons could have eaten or drank that could have contained the poison, police discovered their first break in the case: an 8-pack of Coca-Cola bottles with lids that had been tampered with. They immediately sent the bottles for testing, and when the results came back, it showed that the Coca-Cola bottles had high levels of thallium. Someone had put thallium inside the drinks and then replaced the covers. The first obvious lead was that this had become a case of product tampering from the bottling company's end. If it was, there could be a national thallium poisoning crisis because practically everyone drank Coca-Cola. When Altura's residents heard about this new lead, many became scared of drinking Coke. However, as the investigation proceeded, it came out that the poisoning did not come from the bottling company or the stores that sold Coca-Cola and Altura's. This led investigators to one chilling conclusion. The bottles had been tampered with, but it had been done by someone who deliberately targeted the Carr family. The prime suspect was Pye Carr himself. On October 23rd, the day Peggy had begun experiencing the symptoms, Pye had suddenly decided to go on a hunting trip that kept him away for most of the day. Investigators believe this might have been the way of trying to cover his tracks. There was also the fact that Pye worked at a phosphate mining company, so he could have access to a chemical as expensive and rare as thallium. Coupled with the fact that Peggy and Pye had begun having marital issues, it seemed very possible that Pye was the one who poisoned Peggy. However, this theory had some loopholes. Pye and his children had also tested positive for thallium poisoning, meaning they drank from the Coke that Peggy and her children drank. So if Pye truly wanted Peggy dead, it seemed more realistic that he would have planned it in such a way that she was the only one who ingested the poison. Or at least he would have made sure that his children did not ingest it. Still, police brought Pye in for questioning. Pye told them that he knew nothing about how the poison got into his home, swearing that the hunting trip was coincidental. As he was talking, he mentioned something offhandedly that did not seem like a big deal then. But when police followed up on Pi's tip, they would find the next big clue to help them piece this puzzling case together and discover who had poisoned Peggy and her family. As Pi sat in the interrogation room trying to defend himself, he suddenly remembered something that happened a few weeks before Peggy fell ill. Peggy's son, Dwayne, had gone to check the mail one day when he found a printed note addressed to Pi. The note read, "Have exactly 2 weeks to move out of the state of Florida or you will all die." This is no joke. At the time, Peggy and Pi dismissed the death threat as a prank by some mischievous teenagers. But now that the entire family had been poisoned, it seemed that the note might not have been a joke. It might have been from the person who poisoned the cards. As police began investigating the note, they noticed a few things that immediately told them that whoever had sent the note knew Pi and his family well. For example, the sender had spelled Pi's name correctly as Pye rather than Pie, as most people would spell it. Armed with this new lead, police began interviewing hundreds of Alturas residents trying to find out who might have had a reason to hate the Carrs and want them dead. But in a small and closely knit community like Alturas, neighbors looked out for each other. Police could not find a single person with a motive to hurt the Carrs, so they decided to ask FBI Special Agent Mark Young, a profiler with hundreds of cases under his belt, to help build a profile of the likely perpetrator of this crime. Agent Young believed that a person using poison to kill was likely someone who had been wrong and wanted to correct the wrong they believed had been done to them. Also, the specific type of thallium used to poison the Coca-Cola bottles was the unnoticeable type. It was expensive, not something you could pop into the store and buy. This showed that the perpetrator was intelligent, with a significant knowledge of chemistry. With this in mind, investigators ruled out suspects until they reached the Carrs' neighbors, George Trappel and his wife Diana Carr. George Trappel was born on January 23, 1949. He was a chemist and computer programmer with multiple degrees. His wife Diana Carr, who had no relationship with Picker, was a successful orthopedic surgeon with a private practice in Alturas. While Diana had a very strong personality and was more outgoing, she was a very good George was a quiet man who barely left the house. But he wasn't always so laid back. In the 1970s, when George was a student at Clemson University, South Carolina, he was fond of doing drugs and was always willing to share his substances with others, with or without their consent. George and his friends formed a habit of picking up hitchhikers and giving them drug-laced brownies or cookies just to see how they would react. In 1975, he got sentenced to 3 years in federal prison for running a large methamphetamine or meth lab. An interesting thing about George's meth cooking process was that one of the byproducts was thallium. George also had a habit of studying police manuals. He considered himself an expert on crime scene procedures. George and Diana were not exactly the best neighbors to live with. They always had problems with Peggy and Pi and their children, from complaining that they were laughing or playing music too loud, to complaining that their dogs were Diana and George found the Carrs annoying and obnoxious, and although Peggy tried to be amicable, they were never on good terms. Diana especially hated the Carrs and would always complain about them. George, on the other hand, seemed nicer. He smiled and waved at them and did not complain as much as his wife did. But secretly, George hated the Carrs as much as his wife did. In March 1988, George reported Pi to the local zoning board for violating zoning laws. He had tried to convert his garage into an apartment for his stepdaughter, Yelena, and her baby girl. 2 days before Peggy fell sick, Diana stormed to the Carr house to complain as usual. When they told her off, she left shouting, "You won't get away with this. This isn't over." Aside from being very successful in their respective fields, George and Diana were very intelligent people, so intelligent that they were members of a prestigious organization called Mensa. Mensa was founded in 1946 by a barrister named Roland Barrel and his friend Dr. Lance Ware. It is an exclusive club for people who fall within the upper 2% of the general population in a special IQ test and are highly intelligent. To gain entry into Mensa, applicants have to pass a series of special IQ tests, and even passing those tests does not always guarantee admission into the club. When they do get admitted, members regularly hold meetings, discussion panels, debates, seminars, and other hangouts to share ideas and engage in stimulating conversation. Although Mensa was originally based in England, it has branches worldwide. The Florida chapter of Mensa, to which George and Diana belong, regularly held monthly fun, mentally stimulating meetings called Murder Mystery Weekend. Members would take turns planning a crime mystery that the rest of the members would try to solve for an entire weekend. For that weekend, all the members would go to a secluded location, like an inn or hotel, where they would stay and play their parts in solving the murder mystery. In April 1989, a few weeks after Peggy's death, the Mensa Florida chapter welcomed a new member, a middle-aged woman named Sherry Gwen. Sherry had moved to Florida after escaping an abusive marriage in Texas. Once she joined Mensa, she found a sense of community and immediately became close with George and Diana. The month that Sherry joined Mensa was George and Diana's turn to plan the murder mystery that would be solved for that month's Murder Mystery Weekend. George, now 40 years old, took this role very seriously, and he spent weeks trying to create the perfect crime. Their Murder Mystery Weekend was very successful, as all the members had a hard time trying to solve the crime and identify the murder weapon. But when George finally disclosed the murder weapon to the group, Sherry became fascinated. She would spend hours talking to George about it, trying to learn everything he knew about the murder weapon and how it would play out if it were used in real life. George, who was often overshadowed by his wife, was flattered with the attention he received from Sherry, and he was happy to answer all her questions. In December 1989, Diana moved her medical practice from Alturas to a neighboring town called Sebring, so she and George decided to move there too. When Sherry heard about it, she immediately asked if she could rent their house since they weren't selling it yet. As soon as Sherry moved into the house, almost the entire Alturas police department descended upon the house. Sherry Gwen was not in fact a divorced woman but fled Texas after escaping an abusive marriage. Her real name was Susan Gorek, and she was an undercover policewoman assigned to investigate George Turple and Diana Carr. During their initial investigation, police interviewed George. Although he seemed meek and reserved, when asked if he knew anybody who would want to hurt the Carrs, he said, "Someone must have wanted them to move out of the neighborhood." This statement echoed the death threat Pi had received weeks before Peggy fell ill. When police discovered the altercations between the Turples and Carrs, their suspicion of George grew. Additionally, he fit the FBI profile for the perpetrator, a white, extremely intelligent male with a passive personality who avoided conflict. So Susan Gorek had been assigned to investigate them on her cover. When Susan discovered that the murder weapon George used to plan his murder mystery was thallium poisoning, she knew George was most likely the killer. Also, the pamphlet he printed describing the murder in this mystery read, "When a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. Hardly anyone dies from magic. Most items on the doorstep are just a neighbor's way of saying, 'I don't like you. Move or else.'" So as soon as he and Diana left their house, she called for backup and ordered a search of the house. In the garage, the police found a treasure trove of chemicals, including thallium. They also discovered that George often brewed his own beer, so he had machines to remove bottle covers and replace them. Investigators determined that George had finally had enough of his neighbors, so he decided to get rid of them. He fit the profile, had the means and motive to commit and had the opportunity to sneak a case of Coca-Cola into the Carr's kitchen. Alturas was a community where people hardly ever locked their doors, and casually strolling by to say hello to a neighbor was normal. With all this evidence, the police had enough to bring George in for questioning. When George arrived at the Alturas police station, he appeared shy and avoided eye contact with the officers interviewing him. But faced with all the evidence, he maintained that he had nothing to do with the poisoning, but investigators were not buying it. On April 5, 1990, Tropal was indicted on 1 count of first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of poisoning food or water, and 1 count of tampering with a consumer product. In January 1991, George went on trial for these 15 criminal counts, including first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted murder, poisoning food or water, and product tampering. From January 7th to February 7th, 1991, the jury returned a guilty verdict against George on all counts. He was sentenced to death. Today, George remains on death row at the Union Correctional Institution in Railford, Florida. George has filed several appeals challenging the FBI's investigation procedure and the credibility of the state's witnesses, but all his appeals have been denied. She would eventually divorce George in 1996 and were married. Peggy's children, Alan, Yelena, and Dwayne, have since moved on. Knowing the evil mastermind who killed their mother, paralyzed their stepbrother Travis, and nearly killed Dwayne, has been made to face the law. Peggy's life was very difficult for a long time, and just when things were about to start getting good for her, her life was violently snatched by a neighbor who just didn't like her and her family. At least her family can move on, knowing she got justice. But do you think Diana Carr should have also been charged with murder, or at least attempted murder? Let us know in the comments. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On July 26, 2022, 41-year-old Aftab Hussein was discovered beside his vehicle on Rhode Island Street in Albuquerque, New Mexico, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He succumbed to his injuries. Investigators found that his attacker had concealed themselves behind a bush near the driveway where Aftab usually parked his car. After Aftab exited his vehicle, the shooter fired multiple times from behind the bush. Aftab, originally from Pakistan, was a Muslim who worked at the popular Flying Star Cafe in Albuquerque. Tragically, just a few days later, on August 1st, another Muslim man, Mohammed Afzal Hussein, was fatally shot in a drive-by incident near the intersection of Cornell Drive and Garfield Avenue while out for an evening stroll. His brother had to identify his body and see how distorted the shooting had left Mohammed's face. Mohammed was originally from Pakistan and had studied law and human resource management at the University of Punjab before he and his brother came to the United States on student visas to attend the University of New Mexico, where he earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in community and regional planning. He served as the president of the Graduate and Professional Student Association while working on his master's, a position he won with 72% of the vote. According to his brother, Mohammed had the courage to speak up when others would not, which was part of what led him to wanting a leadership position. He was working towards obtaining U.S. citizenship and had hopes of a career in politics once he obtained it. At the time of his death, Mohammed was a well-respected member of the planning team for the city of Espanola. He had a 90-minute commute each way to work every day because he chose to live in the same apartment complex as his brother in Albuquerque, so that he could be a major part of his brother's children's lives. Just before he was killed, he had been given the opportunity to live in a house on a 100-acre ranch owned by the city of Espanola, and he was looking forward to this new chapter in his life. The murders of two Muslim men in the same city in such a short amount of time raised concerns that the two crimes may have been connected, and that Muslim men were being targeted by a killer. Authorities also considered the possibility that a third murder may also have been related. 62-year-old Mohammed Zahir Ahmadi was a Muslim man originally from Afghanistan. On November 7, 2021, he had been shot and killed behind the halal market he ran with his brother. Funeral services and a luncheon were held for Aftab and Mohammed at the Islamic Center of New Mexico on August 5, 2022. Several Albuquerque police cars were stationed nearby at the mosque's request, and the department announced it would be increasing its presence near all the mosques in the city for the time being, in light of the murders. One of the more than 1,000 people in attendance at the services was 25-year-old Naeem Hussein. Naeem had come to the United States as a refugee from Pakistan in 2016, fleeing persecution he faced there as a Shia Muslim. He had been a United States citizen for less than a month. Upon his arrival in the United States, he worked as a truck driver, and once he obtained his U.S. citizenship, he began his own trucking company. He took great pride in his job and worked extra shifts when there were supply chain issues because he knew people were relying on goods being delivered. Even before he was officially a citizen, he loved the United States and its citizens and wanted to help them get critical supplies. He was a hard worker who supported himself as well as his family back in Pakistan. He was working to bring his wife to America and looking into purchasing property in Virginia. His brother-in-law described him as the most generous, kind, giving, patient, and down-to-earth person that I could ever meet. Following the funeral, Naeem made plans to meet up with some friends, who also worked as truck drivers, at his apartment, but he never showed up. His friends left his apartment to attend holiday services for Muharram at a Shiite mosque, But Naeem did not show up at the mosque either. He was not answering phone calls or texts, so his friends used an app they utilized to track each other's movements while they were driving their trucks to try to find him. The app showed that Naeem's vehicle was near the intersection of Truman Street and Grand Avenue. His friends arrived at that location around 11:20 p.m. They found Naeem's white 2020 Toyota 4Runner in the parking lot of Lutheran Family Services, where Naeem had previously worked with other refugees as a caseworker, helping them resettle in the area. The vehicle's engine was running and its lights were on. When they got closer, his friends discovered Naeem's body slumped across the front seat, which was covered in his blood. By this time, the Muslim community in Albuquerque was in a state of panic and feeling as though they were being targeted. Some people tried to leave the city and others would not leave their homes. When they did go out, many people chose to travel in groups. The Islamic Center of New Mexico issued a public warning for its members to be cautious, and the governor of New Mexico sent additional state police to Albuquerque after Naeem's murder. The Albuquerque police increased their presence at local mosques, the University of New Mexico, and Muslim-affiliated schools. The amount of fear the murders inspired in the community also inspired community action, which ultimately led to the arrest of a suspect. Hundreds of tips were called in to authorities, and residents who lived near the crime scenes voluntarily uploaded footage from their home surveillance cameras to a portal for law enforcement to examine. This effort resulted in police finding footage of one of the murders, with gunshots appearing on the video, which then showed a vehicle speeding away from the scene. Authorities released an image of a dark silver sedan, which they believed was most likely a Volkswagen Jetta, to the public. The car was described as a vehicle of interest in the 4 murders. The FBI and the Albuquerque police subsequently received numerous tips about a possible suspect who drove such a vehicle. 51-year-old Mohammed Syed. Syed was arrested by FBI agents and Albuquerque police detectives near Santa Rosa, New Mexico, more than 100 miles east of Albuquerque on August 9, 2022. He was driving his Volkswagen Jetta at the time. He claimed he had been going to Texas to look for a new place for his family to live. He cited the unsafe conditions for Muslims in Albuquerque, illustrated by the 4 murders, as his motivation for wanting to move. At this time, he was charged with just 2 murders, the killings of Abtab Hussein and Muhammad Afzal Hussein. Prior to his arrest, investigators had learned that Syed and one of his sons had purchased multiple firearms and firearm accessories from several gun shops in Albuquerque, with the first purchase recorded in January of 2021. 2 of the firearms they purchased were of the same calibers as weapons used in the murders. While searching the Jetta, police found numerous bullet casings. Testing revealed that 2 of them were a match to a casing found at the scene of Muhammad Afzal Hussein's murder. Syed's home was searched at the time of his arrest, and further evidence tying him to the murders was discovered. Numerous firearms were located and collected for testing. A rifle found underneath Syed's bed was found to be the weapon used to kill both Aftab Hussein and Muhammad Afzal Hussein. Syed and his family came to the United States from Afghanistan in 2016. He worked as a truck driver, although apparently not on a regular basis, and the family struggled financially. He was married and had 6 children. His wife and children were the alleged victims of numerous incidents of domestic violence that received police attention. Syed had been arrested on misdemeanor offenses related to these incidents, but the charges were always dropped. Syed's daughter Lubna was a frequent alleged victim of her father's violence over issues like her refusal to allow one of her brothers to chaperone her when she attended college classes and her relationship with the man who would become her husband. She told CNN that her father was initially angry over her 2018 marriage, but had come to be more accepting of it. Her husband was friends with both Aftab Hussein and Naeem Hussein. She did not believe that her father could be a murderer, despite his history of violence. Authorities stated that they found evidence during the search of Syed's home that he knew the 4 victims in at least some capacity, and that they believed interpersonal conflict played a part in the motivation for the murders. Syed had a previous known conflict with the first suspected victim, Muhammad Ahmadi. 2 years prior to his murder, Muhammad had confronted Syed over a suspected food stamp fraud scheme he was trying to carry out at the market Muhammad co-owned with his brother. Syed allegedly purchased large amounts of rice from the market using food stamps and then tried to return it for cash. According to his brother, Muhammad confronted Syed and then refused to let him into the market at all because he did not like dishonest people and would not participate in fraudulent activity. Syed returned to the market at least 3 times to threaten the family and would sit outside the building in his car after being forced to leave. In early 2020, Muhammad and his wife left Friday services at the Islamic Center of New Mexico to find that 2 of the tires on their car had been slashed. Security footage from the mosque showed someone slashing the tires, and the mosque reportedly identified Syed as the culprit. He was then banned from the center. On August 22, 2022, Syed was also charged with the murder of Naeem Hussein. This charge stemmed from the surveillance video of a car similar to Syed's fleeing the scene of the shooting. Ballistics testing also tied Syed to the crime. Syed has so far not been charged with the murder of Muhammad Ahmadi, but investigators have stated that he is the prime suspect in that case. Syed's son, 21-year-old Shaheen Syed, has also faced legal troubles connected to his father's arrest. He was arrested the same day as his father, August 9th, and charged with providing false information when he purchased a firearm in 2021. While purchasing 2 military-style assault rifles at a firearms dealer in Albuquerque, Syed provided an address in Florida on the transaction record, despite not living at the address. In November 2022, he agreed to a plea deal in which he pled guilty and was given a sentence equal to the amount of time he had spent in federal custody since his arrest. He was placed in a halfway house and also given 3 years of supervised release. The younger Syed has not been charged with any of the murders believed to have been committed by his father, although federal agents did testify at his initial detention hearing that there was evidence he helped his father coordinate the ambush-style murders. Shaheen accompanied his father to the gun store to pick up 2 AK-type weapons, one of which was later used in the murders of Abtab Hussein and Muhammad Afzal Hussein. He also went with him to a custom gunsmithing shop where an optical scope was attached to one of their rifles. This work was done on August 1, 2022, just 6 hours prior to the murder of Muhammad Afzal Hussein. Cell phone records also indicate that father and son were cooperating leading up to the murder of Naeem Hussein. The elder Syed followed Naeem from the Islamic Center of New Mexico, where he had attended services for 2 of the other murder victims, to Lutheran Family Services. Shaheen's cell phone connected to his father's phone at 3:39 p.m. near the Islamic Center of New Mexico, 2 minutes before his father drove off, allegedly to follow Naeem. Father and son then had several brief phone conversations. Muhammad Syed has denied any involvement in the murders and remains in custody. 24-year-old Rebecca Contois was the mother of a daughter, and, according to a family friend, she had a heart for everything. She was soft-spoken, but had a friendly personality. Rebecca was a member of the Crane River First Nation, but grew up in Winnipeg. Members of her community came together to help search for her when she suddenly went missing, but when Rebecca was finally located, she was not reunited with her family. On May 16, 2022, her remains were discovered in a garbage bin behind an apartment building in Winnipeg. The following month, more of her remains were located in the Brady Road landfill south of the city. On May 18th, 2 days after Rebecca's remains were first located, police arrested 35-year-old Jeremy Anthony Michael Skibicki and charged him with first-degree murder in connection to Rebecca's death. Authorities have stated that he and Rebecca knew each other, but not in what capacity. They also revealed that they believed there was a possibility that Skibicki had other victims. The extent of the crimes believed to have been committed by Skibicki would not be known for several months. On December 1, 2022, the Winnipeg Police Service released a press release announcing that Skibicki was now being charged with 3 more counts of first-degree murder, bringing the total of such charges he now faces up to 4. The remains of the other 3 victims have not been located. Winnipeg Police Chief Danny Smythe has stated that their remains are most likely in the landfill where some of Rebecca's remains were located, but police will not be able to search the site because of its massive size. Still, police say that they have enough evidence to recommend charges of first-degree murder for the killings. They also have stated that DNA played a role in this investigation, but have so far not elaborated on how it was used. Due to the ongoing proceedings, they are limited in what information can be released to the public. It is now believed that Rebecca Contois was Skibicki's final victim. The identity of the woman believed to have been Skibicki's first alleged victim has not been determined. Investigators believe she was most likely an indigenous woman in her 20s and that she was killed around March 15th of 2022. They have released an image of a reversible baby fat brand coat with fur trim, similar to one they believe she owned, and asked anyone who recognizes it and could identify its owner to contact them. The other two alleged victims had been identified as 39-year-old Morgan Beatrice Harris and 26-year-old Mercedes Myron. Both women were members of the Long Plain First Nation. It is believed that Morgan was killed on May 1st, 2022, the last day she was seen alive. Morgan was a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 1. She had a strong spirit and was afraid of no one. I want her to be remembered as happy-go-lucky as she was. She was silly, she was fun. People loved to be around her, her daughter Cambria has said. Morgan was homeless at the time of her death, and according to Cambria, when they were out looking for her while she was missing, every person they talked to knew who Morgan was, and no one had a bad thing to say about her. Cambria has been critical of the decision to not further search the landfill for remains, calling the choice disgusting. She believes her mother and the other victims deserve to be brought home. Mercedes is believed to have been killed on May 4th. She had been missing since March, last seen in Winnipeg's North End. She had been living on the streets at the time. Her grandmother, Donna Bartlett, had made appeals to the public trying to find her. A motive for the killings has not been determined. Although Skibicki showed support for openly racist organizations and conspiracy theories on his social media accounts. All of his alleged victims were indigenous women, although investigators have stated that they cannot be certain if this was intentional or coincidence at this time. Skibicki's ex-wife had been granted a 3-year order of protection against him in September of 2019. Skibicki has been in custody since his arrest for Rebecca's murder in May and remains at Milner Ridge Correctional Center. He appeared in court on December 2, 2022, where he was directly indicted on the 4 counts of first-degree murder, meaning the case will proceed directly to trial without a preliminary hearing. Skibicki's lawyer says that his client will be pleading not guilty to all of the charges against him. Between March of 1990 and February of 1991, the St. Louis area saw a string of murders attributed to a murderer who came to be known as the Package Killer. This moniker stemmed from the fact that the victims were all found in public areas in large visible containers. 2 victims were found in garbage cans, 1 in a wooden box, and 1 in between 2 mattresses. All of the murders had connections to an area of South St. Louis, known for sex work at the time. The victims were Robin Myhin, 18, Donna Reitmeyer, 40, Brenda Pruitt, 27, and Sandy Little, 21. Robin, Brenda, and Sandy all had young children when they were killed. Sandy's body was the last to be discovered in February of 1991. At that time, the St. Louis Major Case Squad made an arrangement with the FBI. They agreed that the next time the body of a suspected victim of the Package Killer was found, they would seal off the crime scene and wait for the FBI to arrive and process the evidence. However, there were no more victims and therefore no new pieces of evidence in the case, which then went cold for more than 3 decades. Sandy Little's body had been discovered in O'Fallon, Missouri, giving police there the authority to investigate the case. O'Fallon Police Detective Jody Weber reopened the case in 2008 and worked on it for 14 years before it was finally solved. Technology did not advance to the point where DNA evidence could be identified on any of the evidence in the case until 2022. Even then, some of the DNA evidence had been compromised, and Sandy Little's now-adult son, Chris Day Jr., had to provide a sample of his DNA to confirm that his mother's DNA was on the same item as the DNA of her alleged killer. Police reportedly have 4 pieces of physical evidence tied to both the alleged killer and to 3 of the victims through DNA. Once the DNA profile of the killer was developed, finding out who it belonged to proved to be very simple. A match was found during a search of the FBI's combined DNA index system because the alleged killer was incarcerated. On September 19, 2022, prosecutors announced that the Package Killer had been identified as 73-year-old Gary Muehlberg, an inmate at the Potosi Correctional Center in southeastern Missouri, who was serving life without the possibility of parole for the 1993 murder of a man named Kenneth Atchison. Kenneth was an acquaintance of Muehlberg's who wanted to buy a car from him. Muehlberg killed him, took the money he was going to pay for the car, and hid his body in a makeshift coffin in his basement. The DNA evidence connected Muehlberg to the murders of Robin, Sandy, and Brenda. Detective Weber went to the prison to confront him with this evidence in the summer of 2022. Once prosecutors agreed that he would not face the death penalty, Muehlberg began cooperating with them. He confessed to murdering Robin, Sandy, and Brenda. He also admitted to killing Donna, whose murder was suspected to have been committed by the package killer, but never definitively tied to the other murders until this confession. In addition, Muehlberg claimed that he killed a fifth woman whose name he does not remember. He says that after he killed her, he put her body in a metal barrel, which he left at a self-service car wash. Authorities are working to try to identify this woman and determine what became of her body. Muehlberg is currently facing 4 charges of first-degree murder in the cases of Brenda, Donna, Sandy, and Robin. In a phone interview after his confession, Muehlberg stated that he did not know why he started or stopped his killing spree, as he had paid many other women for sex, but had not killed them. He tried to claim that he confessed to try to do something positive for the victims' families, an assertion that is not supported by the fact that he did not choose to admit to his crimes until he was confronted with physical evidence tying him to them and he knew he would be facing charges. He also wants to quickly confess to and be sentenced for his crimes in court, claiming he wants to spare the victims' families the stress of a trial. However, those who know him say he is most likely more concerned with losing his cell on the honor block in the correctional facility if he is away facing trial for too long. None of the relatives of Muehlberg's victims, who have spoken publicly since Muehlberg's identification, believe he thinks about anyone but himself. At the time of their murders, 42-year-old Vita Hicks, 44-year-old Diane Nelms, 37-year-old Cheryl Ray, and 37-year-old Janice Cox were local sex workers. The only known detail about their lives was their addiction to crack cocaine. On August 1, 1995, Detective De La Torriente from the Miami Police Department arrived at the scene where 42-year-old Vita Hicks' body was discovered. He encountered a growing crowd of onlookers and nearby homeless individuals. Vita's body was found on the ground, burned from the waist up, wearing a mesh shirt and shorts severely scorched to the point where the mesh pattern was imprinted on her skin. Additionally, she had sustained a blow to the head. Initially, De La Torriente suspected she might have accidentally ignited herself while smoking crack cocaine, given the area's reputation for drug activity. However, the head injury prompted him to reconsider, leading him to secure the scene with yellow crime scene tape and investigate the case as a potential homicide. He sent Vita's body to the Dade County morgue for an autopsy. The autopsy revealed that Vita had suffered a severe injury to the head that caused a fractured skull and brain trauma. The blow to the head was determined to be the cause of death, and because she could not have suffered such a severe injury from an accidental fire, there was only one other option. Somebody had intentionally killed Vita Hicks and set her body on fire. 2 months later, on October 1995, a worker at the Alapata Produce Market opened a bay door and stumbled upon a dead body. Detective Frank Castillo from the Miami Police Department and some officers responded to the scene less than 30 feet from where Vita Hicks' body was found. They identified the body as belonging to 44-year-old Diane. She was lying face up and appeared to have the same injuries as Vita, injuries to the face and head, a torso that appeared to be burnt. Detective Castillo immediately cordoned off the crime scene and sent the body to the coroner's office, although he could already tell that the cause of death was likely the head and face injuries. Soon after police began investigating Diane's death, they got another call that a dead body had been found at a cemetery about 3 miles from where the first 2 bodies were found. Detective Jack Calver from the Miami Police Department responded to the scene and became the lead detective. Like Vita and Diane, this body was beaten on the head and burned. She was 37-year-old Cheryl Ray. By this time, police had started to form a theory that a serial killer may be on the loose. All the evidence from the 3 crime scenes so far pointed to the same killer. The methods of killing were the same. The victims were all African American women and their bodies had all been burnt after they were killed. But this time the killer made a mistake. He had left bodily fluid on Cheryl's body. On March 27, 1996, officers responded to a 911 call at 501 Northwest 29th Street, an abandoned gas station in North Miami. There was a partially nude dead woman lying on the floor, and her name was Janice Cox. The crime scene bore the same now familiar trademark as the previous scenes: wounds to the head and a burnt body. This time, however, Janice was lying next to a pool of transmission fluid. The coroner confirmed the cause of death as a fatal blow to the head. Inside the building at the gas station, the floor around Janice's body was littered with ceiling tiles that had fallen some time before Janice wound up there. This seemingly unimportant detail would be the break the detectives handling the 4 homicides would need to crack the case wide open. The ceiling tiles that the investigators found at the Janice Cox crime scene had landed with the white side up. The killer appeared to have stepped on the pool of transmission fluid found near Janice's body and then stepped on the ceiling tiles. According to Detective Nelson Andrejo, one of the lead detectives in the case, the footprints were fresh, meaning they were likely the killer's footprints. Investigators also knew that, given the locations where the bodies were found, the killer knew the area well. During their investigation, police interviewed over 500 people, including passersby, friends, and families of the victims. Meanwhile, investigators were already getting tips from locals about possible suspects. The most promising lead was an eyewitness account identifying a street thug named Dredd with Cheryl moments before she was killed. Police developed a composite sketch of Dredd and began circulating his picture in case anyone else had any information about him. But despite these promising leads, the case was not moving as quickly as the detectives believed it would. They had nothing tying Dredd to the crime scene, and his only relation to the case was being seen with the 3rd victim shortly before she was murdered. However, Detective Callius believed that the police already had enough to catch the killer, so he set up an operation to find him. On the first day of this operation, he and his partner, Detective Nelson Andrew, would receive a tip to give them the break they needed to close the case. A woman named Yolanda approached Detective Callius, claiming she had information that he might be interested in. Yolanda, a sex worker, said that about a year before these murders, a guy had approached her to solicit her services. The guy had asked her if she spoke Spanish, and when she moved closer to him to respond, he hit her head with a metal pipe. Yolanda started running for her life. Luckily, she escaped her attacker and ran into a gas station where she called 911 and reported the incident. After hearing what she had to say, Detective Callius thanked Yolanda and asked her to call him if she remembered anything else or if she saw her attacker. In truth, he did not think much of her story, as it had happened a year ago and likely had nothing to do with the present case. But just 3 hours later, Callius received a call from Yolanda. She had just seen her attacker riding a bicycle in town. Hoping for a break in the case, Detective Callius and his partner went to pick Yolanda up to try and locate this random man riding a bicycle. Together they drove through the streets of Miami until Yolanda pointed out, "There he is." And we're going around, and all of a sudden she points out, she goes, "There he is." Callius stopped the man and began questioning him. His name was Francisco Del Junco, and there was something suspicious about his manner. Hanging from Francisco's bike was a plastic bag with a juice bottle containing gasoline. It just so happened that, in all 4 murders under investigation, gasoline was the accelerant used to set the bodies on fire. It seemed strange to Callius and his partner that a bike without a motor needed a bottle of gasoline. When asked about it, Francisco claimed that his bicycle chain usually fell off, and when he tried to fix it, he would get grease on his hands, so he used the gasoline to wash the grease off his hands afterward. This explanation did not satisfy Detective Andreo, so he asked Francisco if he could see the bottom of his shoe. And sure enough, the shoes had that elusive footprint impression found at the crime scene where Janice Cox's body was found. The detectives, feeling they had a strong enough reason to place Francisco on the suspect list, asked him to come down to the station with them, and he agreed. During the interview, Francisco was cordial with the detectives, but he did not admit to being involved in the murders. Andreo asked Francisco if he knew why somebody would murder these women. He replied that it was impossible to know what drives people to do things like that. So the detectives kept suggesting reasons why someone would commit these crimes, hoping to notice a change in his attitude, an admission, a slip-up, or anything, but Francisco maintained his innocence. And then, out of nowhere, Andrew mentioned Santeria. Immediately, Francisco's mood changed. Santeria, or Regla de Oca, is a religion practiced in Miami and the Caribbean. It is a mixture of the traditional Yoruba religion of West Africa, Catholicism, and Spiritism. People who practice this religion are known as creyentes, or believers. Detective Andrew knew immediately that he had struck a chord, and he could feel the puzzle pieces falling into place. Francisco wanted to go to the beach to talk, and Andrew was all in. At the Miami beach, Francisco began telling the detectives a strange account of his life. He was battling a condition whereby he would be going about his normal daily activities and then suddenly become aroused. And then, without any provocation or stimulation, he would ejaculate. Francisco told the detectives how embarrassing and debilitating this condition was for him. He believed it was all the fault of the Santeria priestesses, who created the voices in his head, and their leader was a black woman. So he targeted black women to get even with the Santeria priestesses. The detectives were having a hard time deciding whether Francisco was truly delusional or if he was telling the story as an excuse for the crimes he was about to confess to. So they needed to look into his past to understand who he was and possibly give clues as to his mental state. Francisco del Junco was born on August 3, 1957 in Cuba. He was the first child of his parents who had a history of mental illness. As a result, Francisco also had mental struggles from a very young age. He developed epilepsy at age 3 and had to begin taking medication for it. Francisco's family was highly dysfunctional and his childhood was rough, but he was educated until the 4th grade. His parents had begun having marital issues soon after they got married, which eventually resulted in a divorce. His father left the family, ignoring Francisco for the rest of his childhood. A therapist later noted that Francisco's childhood was characterized by rejection of others by being different, isolated. When Francisco's mother remarried, her new husband, who became Francisco's stepfather, would constantly abuse him. He also had problems relating with his peers and others outside his family. Still, Francisco had an okay relationship with his mother, and some of his best memories were going to the beach with her. As Francisco grew older, his mental health began to deteriorate. By 16, he began hearing voices in his head that he claimed were caused by black magic being done by some priestesses. The voices in his head made him paranoid, afraid that someone was trying to kill him. He began distancing himself from others as a result. In 1980, Francisco moved to Miami via a Mariel boat lift, which was the period between April 15th and October 31st, 1980, when Cubans emigrated via boat to the U.S. due to Cuba's poor economy. When he arrived in Miami, Francisco began living with some relatives while working multiple jobs. He also began to receive medical attention for his mental illness. He regularly visited a psychiatrist whom he told about the voices in his head and how he often saw images of black ladies or Santeria, priestesses of black magic. He also told a psychiatrist that he often had homicidal thoughts because he was delusional and expressed his frustration about being unable to channel his energy like he wanted to. In 1987, when he was 30 years old, Francisco was admitted to a mental health clinic for the first time. He was admitted again in 1988 and 1992, when he was 31 and 35 respectively. Meanwhile, Francisco held different jobs to support himself. His last job was at Dan Marino's Sports Bar and Grill in Coconut Grove. His employers regarded him as a quiet but model employee. He worked hard, was never late, and often rode to work on his bicycle. As an adult, Francisco had overcome some of his childhood awkwardness and could engage in casual romantic relationships. He deliberately avoided getting into any serious relationship because he knew the problems he was dealing with and he did not want any further complications in his life. Between when he was first admitted in 1987 and 1995, he had several run-ins with police for petty crimes ranging from assaulting an officer to burglary, loitering, and theft. On one occasion in 1987, Francisco swung a chain at one police officer and attempted to take a gun from another while shouting in Spanish, "Long live Fidel." Long live communism. But despite Francisco's priors, the judge deemed him not a threat to society, mostly because of the guarded prognosis he had received from his psychiatrist. A guarded prognosis for Francisco meant that the psychiatrist did not have enough information to accurately determine whether or not Francisco could be a threat to the community in the future. The fact that Francisco missed his last appointment scheduled for January 1993 with his psychiatrist did not stop the psychiatrist from administering the guarded prognosis. The fact that Francisco missed his last appointment scheduled for January 1993 with his psychiatrist did not stop the psychiatrist from administering the guarded prognosis. The judge, relying on this, ruled that Francisco would not threaten society. Perhaps if Francisco had not missed that last appointment, the psychiatrist might have had a different opinion, which might have influenced the judge differently. He did miss the appointment, and so when his victims met him, they believed they would get free drugs in exchange for their services. But what they couldn't possibly have known at the time was that the man soliciting their services in exchange for drugs would be the last client they would ever take. Francisco confessed to Detective Andreo and Detective Callias that he did not commit the murders because he was a racist, but rather because he got a sense of. However, the detectives were still skeptical about his confession, so they needed to verify his account by asking him questions about the murders that only the killer would know. Francisco decided to revisit all the crime scenes to show the detectives that he was not lying. The first stop was where he placed the second body, the Produce Market, near the railway tracks. Next, Francisco led the detectives to the cemetery where Cheryl Ray's body was found. There he demonstrated how he carried out the crime in detail, and explained how he lured his other victims to a secluded area before killing them. With this, the detectives believed he was telling the truth. Meanwhile, the detectives could not eliminate Francisco's boots as the one that made the footprints at the Janice Cox crime scene, meaning it could have been him. The final nail in the coffin for Francisco is the DNA from the body fluid recovered at the Cheryl Ray crime scene. On June 3, 1996, police arrested him and charged him with 4 counts of murder. With the overwhelming evidence against Francisco, the task for the judge at the Dade County Circuit Court was to determine whether he was responsible for his actions or he was legally insane and therefore not guilty. Under Florida law, for a defendant to qualify for the defense of legally insane, he must not know the difference between right and wrong. However, despite his bizarre behavior, it was evident from his confession that he understood the difference between right and wrong. But Francisco's defense lawyer told the judge that he was never adequately treated for his mental illness, so his actions resulted from an undiagnosed mental health condition. After a 6-week trial that began in May 2003, Miami-Dade County Judge Alex Ferrer found Francisco Del Junco guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder. He was not eligible for the death sentence because of his mental illness, so he received 4 concurrent life sentences without the possibility of parole. Now 66 years old, Francisco Del Junco is serving his sentence at the Miami-Dade County Jail. His victims have received justice and their families can now move on with their lives. Francisco's life was a series of tragedies that all contributed to his mental health and psychopathic behavior. However, the only crimes his victims committed was encountering the man who would take their lives from them. In 1980, 22-year-old Dale Nancy Wyman resided on Washington Avenue in the city of Vanier, Ontario. Although she had confided to some family members about her desire to leave home due to her father's abuse, they did not anticipate her leaving without notifying anyone of her destination. Nonetheless, on July 16, 1980, Dale left home with a suitcase and took a cab to a bus station on Catherine Street, without informing anyone of her plans. Her family never heard from her again. During the investigation into her disappearance, police interviewed the primary witness, the taxi driver who had transported Dale to the bus station. He reported that Dale had mentioned she was uncertain about her final destination but was contemplating traveling to either Toronto or Montreal. He also said that when he went inside the bus terminal, after dropping Dale off to get a cup of coffee, he had seen Dale talking with 2 other young adults who have never been identified. Tips called into police placed Dale in Alberta in 1991 and Toronto in 1992, but the sightings were never substantiated. Dale's family received a phone call from a hospital in Saskatoon trying to locate the family of an individual in their care, but this did not lead them to Dale. This call did lead to retired RCMP officer Linda Davidson, who is now the director of an organization called Murdered Unidentified Cold Case Investigations, investigating hospital records and unidentified remains from this area, when she began working on the case as a private investigator decades later. In May of 2021, in honor of Dale's 63rd birthday, there was a new appeal to the public for information about the case. Police in Ottawa released a new age progress sketch of what Dale might look like, along with a video message recorded by Dale's sister, Brenda Larsh. In it, Brenda stated, "Dale is deeply missed by her brother and two sisters. Our hearts hold an empty space for her, and we pray and hope that someone may remember her in any way. Please help us to resolve this and find some peace and closure. Thank you, and God bless for any tips brought forward." Brenda also spoke directly to her sister in case she saw the message, saying that she loved her and wishing her a happy birthday. It would be this effort that would ultimately lead to the resolution of Dale's case. On August 10th, 2022, Ottawa police announced that a third party had eventually seen the age-progressed image of Dale and called to report that Dale had been living outside of Canada and had recently passed away. Ottawa Police's Missing Persons Unit followed up on the tip and was able to confirm the information. At the time, authorities did not release any further information about what had become of Dale. However, it was later disclosed that the third party who had called in was Dale's daughter. Dale had made a life for herself in Ohio, where she had a family. She passed away just 2 months before her daughter saw the age-progressed image and learned that she was a missing person, whose family had never given up the search for her. Dale's siblings are struggling to accept this new information, as well as the fact that Dale passed away just before they found her. Dale's daughter has been put in contact with her family in Canada. In May of 1990, 35-year-old Myrtle Brown needed some time away, so she traveled to New York City to visit her best friend. However, the trip proved to be anything but relaxing. While in the city, someone stole her purse, which held all of her money, her identification, and medication she used to treat her epilepsy. Myrtle called her mother back home to tell her about the robbery. She also mentioned that she was not feeling well, and that she would have to find a hospital where she could obtain an emergency refill on her prescription. Myrtle's family never heard from her again. They reported her missing and went to New York, where they spent weeks visiting hospitals and police stations looking for her with no success. They had to return home without answers, and decades would pass with no information about what became of Myrtle. Myrtle's daughter Ebony, who was just 13 years old when her mother went missing, struggled with going through the milestones in her life without her mother, especially because she did not know for sure if her mother was absent from her life voluntarily or not. Myrtle's family would not receive any new information about her case for more than 30 years. In April of 2022, the month before the 32nd anniversary of Myrtle's disappearance, Myrtle's brother Robert was watching NBC's Nightly News with Lester Holt. The show aired a segment about a cold case squad working out of the New York City office of the chief medical examiner to determine the identities of more than 1,200 unidentified sets of remains located in New York City over the course of the past several decades. During the segment, Robert saw one facial reconstruction that he believed looked like his sister. He decided to contact the unit to see if they could help him determine if the woman depicted in the reconstruction could be Myrtle. Dr. Angela Solar, the assistant director of forensic anthropology, and her team began looking into Myrtle's case. The woman in the reconstruction that initially inspired Robert to call was proven not to be Myrtle, but Dr. Solar and her team continued researching to see if Myrtle was in fact one of the unidentified individuals in their caseload. Using Myrtle's physical details and the timing of her disappearance, the team was able to identify a potential match after more than 2 months of work. Dr. Solar notified Robert and Ebony about the potential match over a phone call. To see if they were correct, the team had to send them a photograph of an unidentified individual taken after they had passed away. When Ebony and Robert saw the photograph, they were able to confirm that the woman was Myrtle. Her family finally learned the details of what had happened to her. Myrtle had suffered a seizure while waiting in the emergency room at Kings County Hospital and passed away. However, she died during a brief period of bureaucratic limbo that prevented her from being quickly identified and her family from being notified of her death. She had not yet registered with or been admitted to the hospital, so when her family searched for her, there was not a record of her being a patient there. Since her purse had been stolen, she had no identification with her when she died. Internal records do show that she did provide her name and date of birth to the hospital when she arrived to the emergency room, which helped the cold case unit identify her more than 30 years later. The Brown family was able to hold a virtual memorial for Myrtle after she was identified. They say that they now have peace knowing what happened to Myrtle. Paul McGinty, originally from Mount Charles in County Donegal, Ireland, was one of 9 siblings. Like many Irish men, he moved to England for work in the 1960s, spending time in London before relocating to Coventry, where he supported himself through construction work. In 1991, at the age of 51, Paul was facing a tough period, having become unemployed. Despite managing to pay his rent, he suddenly disappeared on April 8th, leaving all his belongings behind. Although Paul's friends attempted to prompt local authorities to investigate his disappearance, the police showed little interest in the case. Even though Paul no longer lived nearby, he had maintained contact with his family in Ireland. His sister Eileen saw him in person for the last time in 1987, when he came home to attend their brother's funeral. They would call each other for Christmas and Easter, and a few times in between each year. When she called the home where he had been staying one day in 1991, his landlord informed her that Paul had gone missing. Eileen would be the only one of Paul's siblings to live long enough to see his disappearance solved more than 30 years later. On April 18, 1991, a man's body was found in Bracetown, County Meath. Foul play was not suspected in his death, but the man had no identification on him. And since his identity was unknown, his next of kin could not be notified of his death. The man had been seen around the county in the week previous, talking with locals at a pub and attending a Gaelic Athletic Association match, but no one who had seen or interacted with him knew his name. He had looked disheveled and had been living as a transient once he arrived in the area. The man's body was photographed, as were his belongings, including the gray herringbone coat he had been found wearing and the St. Christopher medal he carried with him. 7 months of investigation did not uncover the man's identity. He was then buried in a grave marked only by a small stone in St. Mary's Cemetery in Navan. A renewed effort to learn the unidentified man's identity began in 2021. His remains were exhumed in hopes of collecting a DNA sample, but things did not go according to plan. Forensic Science Ireland ultimately concluded that a usable DNA sample could not be collected, which can sometimes happen based on circumstances during the exhumation or the extent or nature of how the bones had degraded. Investigators then turned to the other evidence they had in an effort to solve the case. The man's body had been discovered within a day or two of his death, meaning it had not yet decomposed very much. So the photographs investigators took of his body, at the time it was found, gave a good idea of what the man had looked like in life. Because the photographs were such high quality, they were sent to a forensic artist who drew an image of what the man would have looked like before his death. This image was subsequently shown on the RTE television program Crime Call in hopes that someone would recognize him. A man named Michael Leonard happened to be watching the program the night it aired in his home in County Donegal. He nearly fell out of his chair when he saw the artist rendering on the screen, as he immediately recognized it as Paul McGinty. Michael had met Paul decades earlier when Paul and Michael's brother John worked together in Coventry. John had seen Paul just the day before he disappeared. Other members of the Leonard family had met Paul as well, and they had all never forgotten him, wondering what had become of him in the decades after he disappeared, when Michael told the other members of his family about the composite image. Theo also recognized it as Paul upon seeing it. Michael then went to see Paul's sister Eileen to show her the image, and she too immediately recognized it as her brother. She went to the authorities to begin the process of confirming the identification. In November of 2022, a coroner's inquest was held in Mead Coroner's Court, outlining the details of the case and formally identifying the previously unidentified man, found in April of 1991 as Paul McGinty. It is unknown what brought Paul to County Meath, as he had no known ties there. His lone surviving sibling, his sister Eileen, who is now in her 80s, was able to attend the inquest and see her brother's case officially solved after more than 3 decades. In 1993, 36-year-old Suzanne Pohl lived with her husband of 9 years, Daryl, and their 2 children, 8-year-old Melissa and 6-year-old Adam. The couple had a happy marriage, and Suzanne was loved by everyone in her extended family. Suzanne worked nights at the Sands and McDougall stationery shop on John Street in Salisbury, north of Adelaide, South Australia. On the night of April 29, 1993, Suzanne did not return from work at her usual time. Her husband Daryl tried calling the store multiple times, but his wife never answered the phone. He therefore decided to drive down to the store to check on her. When he arrived, he saw that his wife's car was still in the parking lot. The lights were still on in the store, and the door was still unlocked when he tried it. He cheerfully sang out his wife's name as he walked inside. He did not receive a response. When he reached the counter, he finally realized that something terrible had happened. The back storage door was open, and he could see his wife's legs on the floor. He also saw a large quantity of blood. Suzanne was lying on her back, with her purse, which appeared to have been gone through, next to her. When Daryl got to his wife, he checked for a pulse and noticed that her hands had been badly cut. He tried performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on her, but had to remove a rolled-up piece of paper from her mouth before he could do so. Suzanne had suffered extensive stab wounds in what would later be described by authorities as a ferocious attack. Many of the stab wounds were inflicted to her back as she tried to escape her killer. Authorities believed Suzanne's killer entered the store around 9 p.m. while she was counting the money from the register to close down for the night, as approximately $300 was missing from the store. The $200 Suzanne had taken out from the bank earlier that day to pay for some mechanical repairs was also missing from her purse. Because she always worked the closing shift at the store and service stations in the area were often robbed, Suzanne and her husband had discussed what she would do in the event of a robbery in the past. She had always stated that she would hand over the money to a robber without hesitation, because she would not risk her life for the cash. Despite an extensive police investigation, Suzanne's case went cold. It would be more than 26 years before an arrest was made in the case. On September 20th, 2019, 46-year-old Matthew Donald Tilley was arrested in Ballarat, Victoria in connection to Suzanne's murder. He was subsequently extradited to South Australia to face the murder charge. He pled not guilty. Following Tilley's arrest, Suzanne's daughter Melissa released a statement thanking the police and expressing some of the complex emotions the arrest had brought on for her and her family. It would be Tilley's own blood and one of his blood relatives that ultimately identified him as Suzanne's killer. In addition to the large amount of Suzanne's blood found at the scene, blood from an unknown and in 3 locations around the entrance to the store. A DNA profile from the blood was identified by 1999, but there was no match to it in the national database. Eventually, however, authorities discovered a familial match to the DNA profile in the database. While they still did not have a direct match to the DNA from the crime scene, they did find a partial match, meaning the individual they found in the database was related to the person who left their blood at Suzanne's crime scene. The individual in the database was Daniel Tilley, the brother of Matthew Tilley. Investigators began looking at all the members of Daniel's family, which ultimately led them to investigate Matthew Tilley. They traveled to Victoria to meet with him and spoke to him outside. When Matthew threw out his coffee cup in a trash can along the street, they collected it and had the saliva left behind on it tested for DNA. It was a match to the DNA found at the crime scene. Another DNA sample was taken from Tilley in a more clinical setting and confirmed the match. At the time of Suzanne's murder, Tilley's mother had lived just a few streets away from the store where Suzanne was killed. He was working at a service station at the time and claimed to have been at work on the night of the murder. Although by 2019, the records that would have proven or contradicted that claim were no longer available. In the years since the murder, he had moved to Victoria, gotten married, and fathered 4 sons. Tilley's 4-week-long trial began in November of 2021. His defense relied heavily on the possibility that the DNA from the crime scene had been contaminated at some point during the 26 years between Suzanne's murder and Tilley's arrest. His lawyer did not have direct evidence that the DNA was contaminated, but argued that it was not her responsibility to provide such evidence. Rather, the prosecution was obligated to prove that it had not been contaminated. She did present news footage showing law enforcement not wearing gloves or foot coverings at the crime scene. She also argued that while the amount of blood that did not belong to Suzanne found at the scene was enough to fill a vial, her client had not had any cuts to his hands at the time of the murder, although how this could be proven is unclear. On the night of the murder, but none of them had matched Tilly's description, and none of Tilly's fingerprints were found inside the store. The jury was not persuaded by these arguments, however. After 4.5 hours of deliberation, they came back with a guilty verdict. Tilly was sentenced to life in prison, with his non-parole period set at 26 years after court proceedings in March of 2022. Tilly was identified because his brother, Daniel Tilly's DNA was in the police database and came up as a familial match to the DNA at the crime scene. Daniel Tilly has reacted violently to his brother's arrest and conviction, attacking members of the media on 3 different occasions throughout his brother's legal proceedings. The most recent incident occurred in September of 2022 when he exited court and charged at a waiting cameraman, shoving him to the ground with enough force to cut his head. Daniel Tilly continuously swore throughout the attack, which he carried out in full view of a bus full of schoolchildren, and had to be contained by sheriff's officers, who subsequently denied him re-entry to the courtroom for later proceedings. Appearing in court in November of 2022 for charges stemming from this incident, as well as one that occurred in March of 2022, Daniel Tilly stated that he would be contesting the assault charges he was facing. He did state that he intended to plead guilty to a property damage charge he faced for throwing a microphone that belonged to Channel 9 News against a wall on the day his brother was sentenced. Matthew Tilly is currently appealing his conviction and wants it overturned on the grounds that the trial judge misdirected jurors and gave an unbalanced summary of the evidence at his trial. His legal team argued at his first appeal hearing that he is only tied to the crime through his DNA, which they allege calls his guilt into question. Suzanne's family has stated that they hope her case and Tilly's conviction after so many years had passed will give hope to other families of cold case victims still waiting for justice. On January 13, 1972, everything seemed normal in the Randall household. 32-year-old Juanita Randall was busy preparing a family meal in the kitchen, while her 9-year-old daughter, Debbie Randall, was eagerly looking forward to playing at the nearby playground, just 2 blocks from their home. Before Debbie could head out, Juanita asked her to pick up some washing powder from the laundromat across the street on her way back. With a smile and a wave, Juanita said goodbye, unaware that this would be the last time she would see her joyful daughter. Tragically, Debbie never returned home. What could have happened to young Debbie on that seemingly ordinary day? And where did she disappear to after setting off for the playground? Marietta, Georgia, with a population of around 60,000, is known for its diverse community and strong civic pride. Residents here often engage in various community activities and events, creating a welcoming and vibrant atmosphere. This city offers a mix of historic charm and modern amenities, making it an attractive place to live for a diverse group of individuals and families. Marietta's population rate reflects its appeal as a desirable community in the state of Georgia. Let's start the story and take a journey back in time to August 21, 1962, when a lovely little girl came into the world. Debbie Randall was born to John Randall and Juanita Wheeler Randall in the cozy town of Marietta, Georgia. She attended Pine Forest Elementary School in Georgia, where she was in 3rd grade, and her kind and gentle nature made her a beloved friend among her classmates. Beyond school walls in the tight-knit community, she was adored by everyone, and people often brought dolls for her when they visited her home as tokens of their affection. Debbie also had a big brother named Marvin Randall, and their bond was something truly special. Marvin loved his little sister and would always go above and beyond to make her happy. Whatever Debbie wished for, Marvin made it happen, highlighting the strong and caring connection they shared as siblings. Debbie was a source of joy for her family, and she had grand dreams and a heart filled with adventure. However, her life was cut short and never truly got the chance to fully chase those dreams and live life to the fullest. It was an ordinary evening on January 13, 1972, when Debbie was at her home in Marietta, Georgia, with her mother Juanita and her brother Marvin, who was feeling a bit under the weather, so he was resting in his room. It was shaping up to be an ordinary evening. Juanita was in the kitchen, busy preparing dinner while John, Debbie's father, had yet to return home. Suddenly, with a burst of enthusiasm, Debbie went to her room, quickly dressed herself, and returned back to her mother with an eager request to go play at the nearby playground with her friends. This playground was just a stone's throw away, a mere half-block and a quick 57 feet from their house. Right across the road, there was a laundromat. Juanita remembered that she had forgotten to grab some washing powder from there. So she'd granted Debbie's request to play. She asked her to run a small errand. "While you're out, dear," she said, "please don't forget to pick up the washing powder we need." With a cheerful nod, Debbie happily ventured outside to join her friends at the playground, and didn't forget to promise her mother that she'd return home before dinner time. Little did they know that this simple request would mark the beginning of a mystery that would haunt their lives for years to come. The playground was just a mere 5-minute stroll for Debbie. Her usual routine was to play for about an hour and then head back home. So Juanita naturally thought she'd be back in roughly an hour and a half. However, when 2 hours slipped by with no sign of Debbie, Juanita began to wonder. She thought, maybe she's at the laundromat, imagining the crowd there was causing the delay. But as 3 hours came and went, the sun sat below the horizon. Juanita's concern grew stronger. This was far from the normal. And as the evening darkened, Juanita's worry also deepened. Debbie had always been punctual and never missed her curfew before. By 9:45 p.m., when John, Debbie's father, finally arrived home, Juanita couldn't contain her concern any longer. She anxiously asked him if he had seen or been with Debbie on his way home. But John's face mirrored her distress when he said that he had no information about Debbie's whereabouts. The worry that had begun as a tiny spark now blazed into a full-fledged concern for their beloved daughter. At the moment, listening to the voice, Martin also emerged from his room, and he couldn't help but notice the worry etched across his parents' faces. Being concerned, he inquired about what was happening. Juanita, torn between protecting her ailing son and the growing anxiety over Debbie's absence, finally broke down in tears. She told Martin that Debbie hadn't returned home, and she and John were going out to search for her. With a heavy heart, Juanita asked Martin to stay behind, keeping an eye on the house and let them know immediately if Debbie returned. It was a moment of heart-wrenching decisions for the family. Fear and confusion swept through the neighborhood as the Randall family sprang into action to find young Debbie. Martin, being a caring older brother, couldn't bear to stay home and do nothing. He roamed the neighborhood, approaching people with questions burning in his mind. "Have you seen Debbie? Do you know where she is?" The response was unanimous shock. No one could believe that their beloved little Debbie was missing without a trace. Some recalled glimpsing her as she left her house, but no one had seen her since. Meanwhile, Juanita and John hurried to the playground where Debbie went to play with her friends, but it was eerily deserted. All the children had already returned to their homes. Their next stop was the laundromat, where Juanita had asked Debbie to fetch washing powder, but it too was closed by then. The minutes ticked away, and every empty road and quiet street they searched seemed to amplify the silence of their daughter's absence. Where could their beloved Debbie have disappeared to? At a moment, Juanita stumbled upon a box of washing powder scattered on the road that led to their home. It was a moment of realization that something terribly wrong might have happened to her daughter. Overwhelmed by worry, Juanita could not hold back her tears any longer. She made the difficult decision to file a missing person report, determined to do everything in her power to find her daughter. However, the police explained that, as less than 24 hours had passed since Debbie went missing, they couldn't officially file the report just yet. Still, they promised to do their best to locate her. Despite this devastating setback, the Randall family was touched by the outpouring support from the community during this difficult time. Launching a citywide search effort which involved approximately 4,000 volunteers, Martin also took to the streets, posting flyers with a desperate plea for information about his missing sister. Debbie, who had a fondness for playing baseball with her brother, was dearly missed by her family, and Martin hoped that someone, somewhere, had seen or knew something that could bring her back home. At the same time, the police were equally determined to find Debbie. They visited the laundromat where the owner confirmed that Debbie had picked up the washing powder as instructed. But the question was, what could have transpired in those mere 5 minutes between her visit to the laundromat and her disappearance? The police also interviewed all of Debbie's friends who had been at the playground that day, but none had any information about her whereabouts. 16 long days passed, and yet there was no sign of Debbie. Juanita and John were still hoping, and waiting anxiously for their beloved daughter to return home safely. Among the dedicated searchers were a group of Southern Tech students who tirelessly assisted the police. After 16 days, on January 29, 1972, their unwavering efforts eventually led them to a tragic discovery on Johnson Ferry Road. On the other side of the woods, they found Debbie's lifeless, partially unclothed body. Her body bore the harrowing signs of a fierce struggle, as if she had fought with all her might until her very last breath to defend herself. It appeared that the heartless killer had used Debbie's own coat to silence her cries for help. Investigators believed that the perpetrator must have been stalking Debbie for some time, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. He eventually seized the opportunity, abducting and subjecting her to a horrifying ordeal at various locations, before ultimately discarding her lifeless body in the woods. This heartbreaking discovery left the community in deep sorrow, and Debbie's parents were overwhelmed with the grief at the sight of their beloved daughter's lifeless form. The coroner's examination revealed that she had been strangled and assaulted, bearing deep marks on her body that hinted at the immense pain she endured. During this examination, a significant discovery was made: an unidentified hair possibly belonging to her assailant. This find had the potential to be a breakthrough in the case. However, due to the limitations of medical technology in the 1970s, there was little they could do with the hair at the time. So it was carefully preserved, waiting for future advancements that might one day help uncover the identity of the person responsible for Debbie's tragic demise. As the days turned into months, detectives tirelessly pursued hundreds of leads, yet each one seemed to lead nowhere. Despite their dedicated efforts, the police found themselves in a frustrating loop, unable to uncover the vital clues needed to solve the case. These turn of events left the Randall family with haunting questions. What truly transpired on that tragic night? Who bore the responsibility for their daughter's demise? They grappled with not only the profound loss of their cherished Debbie, but also with the agonizing frustration of justice eluding them. For nearly 28 years, the puzzle of Debbie's murder remained without a solution. However, in 2001, fate intervened, giving the case a new chance. Detective Morris Nix, who couldn't shake the memory of this unsolved mystery, began to comb through old cold case files. As he pored over those documents, he stumbled upon Debbie's murder case. Diving back into the details, he felt like there were concealed aspects that hadn't been thoroughly examined. In the initial 1972 investigation, following his instincts, Detective Morse made the choice to reopen the case. He retrieved the evidence box, which had been tucked away for years, and inside it, he found an unidentified strand of hair that had been preserved with care. The FBI conducted numerous tests on it, but even with their efforts, they couldn't determine whose hair it was. The technology at the time just wasn't that advanced enough, so they wait for the day to finally bring the breakthrough in the case. This case stayed unresolved, but in 2015, it gained momentum again when Detective Morris volunteered for the Cobb County Cold Case Unit. He brought fresh eyes in the aid of advanced medical science, determined to crack the mystery that had baffled the police 46 years earlier. With the help of the media coverage which shone a spotlight on this old case, a woman named Sandra Walker emerged from the shadows. She had been one of the kids who played with Debbie on that fateful evening of January 13, 1972. Sandra bravely recounted her memories to the police. Although fear had kept her silent at the time, those memories were etched in her mind. She recounted nearly being run over by the man's speeding vehicle and the sensation of his eyes locked under her through the rear-view mirror. She could still hear Debbie's desperate screams and see her kicking as the man forcibly pushed her back into his truck. All the memories still haunted her to this day. To engage the entire community and reignite their memories of that fateful night, the police enlisted the help of a graphic designer. With the street now transformed into a bus terminal, Jessica Knoll took a fresh perspective on the case. Freelance artist Amanda would dedicated once to crafting a visual representation of Debbie's last moments. Given Debbie's fondness for dolls, she chose to depict her story in the form of a doll, with her killer portrayed as the menacing monster in this tragic tale. This creative approach aimed to draw attention of the community once again and help uncover potential clues in the case. John, Debbie's father, held onto every newspaper article that recounted her disappearance, a constant reminder of the lingering sorrow and the mysteries that were left unsolved in their hearts. In the meantime, Detective Morris took a significant step by sending a piece of cloth, a circular one adorned with floral prints, which had been found on Debbie's body, to the Sorensen Forensic Lab for a fresh round of DNA analysis. Thanks to advancements in technology, they managed to construct a partial profile of an unknown male. However, they faced some challenges, but fortunately in 2019, with additional funding from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, renewed DNA testing opened up new avenues for further investigation. In 2023, a breakthrough emerged as the police turned to the power of genetic genealogy. They enlisted DNA Labs International to conduct more tests aiming to create AS&P's profile by combing through public records and police resources. When the DNA matched to an individual, the investigators wasted no time and began building a family tree, painstakingly tracing down as many members from the assailant's family as possible. By reaching out to all of the killer's family members and requesting their DNA samples, to their surprise, the family agreed and cooperated willingly by providing their DNA for testing. When all the necessary tests were completed, the DNA evidence found on Debbie was a perfect match. The killer was identified as William B. Rose from Mableton. However, the twist was that Rose took his own life in 1974, just 2 years after he abducted and killed Debbie. At that time, he was only 24 years old. The reason behind Rose's decision to take his own life was driven by fear. Even during the previous arrest for an alcohol-related incident, he lived in constant fear, as revealed by one of his family members who spoke to the police. The authorities believed that Rose must have harbored a deep fear that one day the police might catch up to him for the terrible crime he committed. To avoid facing the consequences, he chose to end his life before that could happen. Remarkably, during the initial investigation, Rose had never even appeared on the police's radar, making his identity as Debbie's killer all the more unexpected. While it seemed unlikely that Rose and Debbie were close acquaintances, there was a connection through their families as both resided in the same complex. In that neighborhood, children often played together on a nearby playground. This suggested the possibility that Rose might have seen Debbie on previous occasions, and when the opportunity presented itself, he carried out his sinister plan. To definitively confirm Rose as the real killer, the police, with the family's consent, exhumed his body after nearly 5 decades. They conducted various tests, and the results left no room for doubt that William B. Rose was indeed the perpetrator, who tragically took the life of 9-year-old Debbie Randall in a horrific manner. The long-awaited revelation of the perpetrator's identity brought closure to the case, but it was bittersweet. Sadly, Debbie Randall's parents, Juanita and John, never learned that the mystery of their daughter's death had finally been solved. Juanita passed away in 2018 after battling with leukemia, and John followed in 2022. Losing a child, especially at such a young age, is a pain beyond words. This family had waited patiently for decades, hoping for answers, could never replace the profound sorrow of losing Debbie Randall. After a relentless pursuit of justice for his sister spanning 5 decades, Debbie's brother Marvin expressed his heartfelt sentiments, saying, "I wish my mother was here, but I know she's in heaven now, and it's finally over. We want to say thank you to all of you for making this day possible. We wish that Debbie's soul finds eternal peace." What are your thoughts on this case? Why would Rose have killed little Debbie? Was that just because he got a chance that day? Or was it already planned? We'd love to hear from you. If there's a case you'd like us to cover, don't hesitate to drop your recommendations in the comments section below. 16-year-old Billy Carroll was a well-known figure in his Chicago neighborhood, known for his friendliness and humor. Despite his outgoing personality, Billy had his secrets. He spent little time at home or school, preferring to spend most of his days on the streets. Even his friends were unsure of what he did with his time. Though he came from a poor family, he always seemed to have money, which was unusual for their uptown area. He used his cash to buy food and nicer things, like skates, which were not common among local kids. He also generously used his money to provide food and clothes for his friends. Billy was resourceful and determined to earn money, sometimes resorting to less than legal means. As a middle child of 3, Billy's family struggled to make ends meet, particularly because of his younger sister Caroline, who was born with severe disabilities. Eventually, the family made the tough decision to place Caroline in a residential facility, where she lived until her death in 2012. Both of Billy's parents struggled with alcohol abuse and were abusive, leading to frequent physical altercations between Billy and his father, sometimes in self-defense and sometimes to protect his mother. After watching the 1972 Olympics on television, Billy became focused on working out. He joined the local YMCA so he could swim, box, and lift weights. Samuel Stapleton was born in Chicago, but grew up in a humble home with no running water in the woods near the Ohio-Kentucky border. While his family did not have much money, Sam thrived as he ran wild through the woods, getting dirty and scraped up as he climbed trees and jumped into creeks. Sam's family eventually moved to Chicago for more economic opportunities, living in multiple neighborhoods over time. When his family moved to the Chicago neighborhood of Uptown, he made a point of identifying and then easily beating up the toughest kid in the neighborhood before his family's belongings were even brought into their apartment so as to immediately secure a tough reputation with the other kids. He knew how to defend himself physically and how to respond when someone was taking advantage of him, something he appears to have inherited from his mother, Bessie. He was streetwise and knew how to navigate around the various gangs that operated in his neighborhood. In May of 1976, Sam was preparing to enter high school. He looked forward to joining ROTC at Senn High School. He had his first job as a delivery boy for a local pizza shop and hoped to soon have even better employment. A contractor calling himself John would call the Stapleton home asking for Sam, with the promise of a job with his company. The boy Sam beat up upon his arrival to Uptown was Randy Reffitt, who did not harbor a grudge over the fight. The two boys were not close friends, but managed to coexist as two of the toughest kids in their neighborhood. Randy was one of 4 children, and his family originally hailed from Kentucky. His father was abusive towards his mother, and the children sometimes tried to protect her from him. They all, including Randy, would sometimes run away for brief periods when their home life became too difficult to deal with, but they always came home after a short time. He was just 15 years old when he disappeared on May 14, 1976. Dale Landegan moved around extensively as a child, which was reflected in his name. His name was really Frank, but his father nicknamed him Del because he had been born in Delaware, which eventually evolved into Dale. He and his 4 sisters all adored their mother. After years of living in Brooklyn, the family moved to Chicago's Uptown neighborhood in 1969 to escape growing crime in New York and join Dale's great-uncle Pablo, who owned an apartment building where he offered Dale's family a unit. Dale liked to play pranks, although he could sometimes take them too far, once convincing his family that he had been hit by a car and killed at a gas station. He could come off as aggressive and pushy, but could ultimately win over friends. In February of 1978, 19-year-old Billy Kindred was in love with his girlfriend, Mary Jo. The young couple planned to marry once Billy found a good job. One night, however, Billy failed to show up for their nightly meeting, and all his belongings were found left in his bedroom. Mary Jo reported him missing and spent months driving around Chicago looking for him after she got off of work. When Mary Jo first met Billy, she took note of how physically attractive she found him, but she had truly been drawn in by his kind smile. He respected her, and he respected his elders, which won him the approval of Mary Jo's mother and grandmother. Gregory Godzik was a hockey player, but he did not have the aggressive personality associated with the sport. Sometimes people would try to fight him, but he had little patience for such things. He was instead kind-hearted with a carefree nature. He lived with his parents and sister and was the grandson of Polish immigrants. He had left a job with a lumber company because he had been paid so well by John Wayne Gacy for contracting work. John Sitch was the middle child of 5. He loved animals from a young age and kept pets ranging from bullfrogs to albino hamsters. He regularly brought home stray dogs and cats from the neighborhood to care for as well. As a child, he was an altar server at Chicago's oldest Polish church and attended the parish school. His family moved to the suburb of Des Plaines just before he began his junior year of high school, and he quickly made friends with the members of the school's drama department, hanging out with them in the woods after school. He also got a job at a local pet store. One of his high school friends described him as a sweetheart and claimed to have never seen John without a smile. He remained close with his friends in Chicago even after he moved, and returned there for parties and nights out, although he was not a big drinker. 20-year-old David Talsma volunteered for the Marines in 1977. He was on inactive duty when he had plans to attend a concert in Hammond, Indiana, on the evening of December 9, 1977. He had made arrangements to meet up with a young woman there around 2 a.m., but he never showed up. He instead vanished. 15-year-old Rob Piest kept a busy schedule. He was an honor student at Maine West High School. He was 2 merit badges and a community service project, shy of reaching his goal of becoming an Eagle Scout. Extracurricular activities like working tech on his school play or gymnastics kept him at school until 5:30 p.m. And on most days, his mother would pick him up from school with a hot meal that he would eat on his way to work. His 6 to 9 p.m. shift at Neeson's Pharmacy. His co-workers there would later describe him as a wholesome kid who they could not envision ever smoking or using swear words. He was kind and polite, sometimes loaning his coat to the girl working the front register, who was subjected to cold air when the door to the store was opened. He was supposed to go home after his shift on December 11, 1978 to eat cake to celebrate his mother's 46th birthday, but he instead left with John Wayne Gacy to discuss a summer job with his construction company. Rob had just been denied a raise at the pharmacy, and Gacy's rate of $5 an hour was nearly double what he was making there. He was saving up to buy a Jeep with $900 already put aside for the eventual purchase once he could drive. John Prestige grew up in Michigan, mainly in the Kalamazoo area. His father lived in a trailer there, and his mother and stepfather owned a beehive farm in a nearby town. He began taking healthcare classes part-time at Kalamazoo Valley Community College after graduating high school, paying for them by working at a local motel. He did not get along with management there and traveled whenever he could to get away from the stresses of his everyday life. He had gone to New Orleans for Mardi Gras in February of 1977, and the following month, he was in Chicago visiting a friend, as he made his way out to Colorado to go skiing. 17-year-old Michael Bonin lived near Wrigley Field with his father, stepmother, and younger sister before going missing on June 3, 1976. His fishing license was later found inside Gacy's home. He was athletic, a talented wrestler and baseball player. At the time of his disappearance, he had been working at a gas station. Russell Nelson was an architecture student at the University of Minnesota who came to Chicago in the fall of 1977, towards the beginning of a long road trip that would take him as far north as Toronto and as far south as Florida. He was a talented dancer who had won competitions back in Minnesota. He was last heard from on October 17, 1977, when he called his mother to wish her a happy birthday. According to his mother, he and a friend had been doing work for a contractor. While in Chicago, Russell also left behind a fiancée. As the son of a police sergeant, 18-year-old Robert Gilroy received one of the most extensive investigations into his disappearance when he first went missing. His father conducted his own investigation, and his file with the Chicago police consists of more than 40 pages. Robert disappeared on September 15, 1977. After telling his parents he was going to his horseback riding lesson in Northbrook, although he had in fact stopped attending the lessons weeks earlier. He was not reported missing until nearly 2 weeks later because he was supposed to be at a camp in Gaithersburg, Maryland. He never made it to the camp. Rick Johnston lived in the suburb of Bensonville, but was last seen in Chicago when his mother dropped him off in front of the Aragon Ballroom in the Uptown neighborhood. Multiple bands were playing the venue that night, but Rick told his mother he would call her for a ride home after the band Spirit played their set. He never made that call. His family feared he had been recruited by a cult because of his recent interest in religion and studying the Bible. They traveled as far as Washington, D.C. to look for Rick amongst the congregants of Reverend Moon's Unification Church at one of their rallies. 19-year-old Daryl Sampson was a native of West Virginia who was living in Chicago's Uptown neighborhood when he went missing in April of 1976. He had previously run away as a juvenile in 1973 in an effort to get out of a court appearance related to curfew violations. Within a few days, he was at his father's house in Virginia. After he disappeared in 1976, he would not be seen again until his remains were found under Gacy's dining room floor. The end of 1978. The family of Matthew Bowman of Crystal Lake, Illinois had already lost one of its members to homicide. Matthew's stepfather, Anthony Rovatuso, was shot and killed during a carjacking in 1975. Matthew's mother last saw him on July 5, 1977, when she dropped him off at a rail station so he could get to a court appearance over a parking ticket. He called her a few hours later to let her know he would be going to Chicago to visit his sister at her apartment. He left his sister's apartment around 6 or 7 o'clock that night after telling her he was going home. He never arrived. John Mowry had also been impacted by homicide before he himself was murdered. In November of 1972, when he was just 14 years old, he had been sent to his sister Judy's apartment to check on her, only to find her stabbed to death on the floor. John joined the Marines after graduating high school, returning to Chicago after completing his service. He worked at a bank and began taking accounting classes at Truman College in Uptown. The last time his mother saw him was at her home, where he came for dinner in an effort to cheer himself up after one of his dogs was struck and killed by a car. 20-year-old Tommy Bowling was the married father of a 3-year-old boy named Timmy. Before disappearing on November 18, 1977, he called his parents' home to check in on his father, who had not been feeling well. Around this time, he had been receiving threatening phone calls, which he took seriously enough to instruct his mother to contact the police should she not hear from him for 24 hours. 16-year-old Robert Winch was one of 6 children from Michigan. His father taught physics at Kalamazoo College. Robert had difficulties at home, which led to him staying in a foster home during weekdays. He ran away from that foster home in November of 1977. Timothy O'Rourke was 20 years old when he vanished on June 30, 1978. He had a distinctive tattoo that read, Tim Lee on his left arm, a tribute to his love for martial artist Bruce Lee. He frequented gay bars and was close friends with a transgender woman, which Gacy's defense team later tried to use to undermine the witnesses, who spoke on his behalf at Gacy's trial. 20-year-old James Matsara of Elmwood Park was last seen by his family the day after Thanksgiving of 1978. He had the nickname of Mojo. 16-year-old Kenneth Parker's family lived in the Edgewater neighborhood after moving to Chicago from Tennessee. He was going through a difficult time and was on parole. He spent a lot of time hanging out at the Yankee Doodle Dandy, a restaurant in Midtown, with his longtime friend Michael Marino. Michael Marino was just 14 years old. He and Kenneth Parker were last seen alive on October 24, 1976, at the Yankee Doodle Dandy. Their remains were later found in a shared grave beneath Gacy's house. His mother had reported him missing after he failed to arrive to see a movie with her as planned on the evening of October 24th. John Bukowich was later described as a nice kid who lived with his family on the north side of Chicago. He was close with his parents and sisters and had plenty of friends. He would always call home if he would be returning late. He had dropped out of high school to work in construction and worked for Gacy on and off for over a year. When he disappeared in July of 1975, he reportedly was trying to get Gacy to pay him back wages he still owed him. John's family always suspected that Gacy was involved in his disappearance and called police every week for more than 2 years, trying to get them to investigate his case seriously. Authorities insisted that John had simply run away. Circumstances did not support this theory. John had been working to renovate his first apartment and had just spent $2,000 on carpeting before he disappeared. He also left behind a large amount of money in his bank account. Also discrediting the runaway theory was the fact that his car was left behind in a location Gacy would later admit to moving it to. The keys were left in the ignition, and John's wallet, keys, and ID were on the front seat. These 24 of Gacy's victims were identified by March of 1980. In June of 1981, the 9 victims who had still not been identified were laid to rest in donated caskets. A short service for all 9 victims was held outside Abbey Chapel of the Oak Ridge Glen Oaks Cemetery, and each victim also received his own graveside service when he was buried under a grave marker reading, "We remembered." Each victim was buried in a different cemetery. In May of 1986, one of these victims was identified as 16-year-old Timothy Jack McCoy, leaving authorities with 8 individuals to identify. Tim had small-town origins, but an extensive travel history, living in and visiting numerous states across the country during his short life. This was the result of both his father's restlessness, which brought the family to places like California and Florida, and his own. He was mischievous and daring from a young age, and was never afraid to throw himself into a lake or even a moving boxcar without hesitation. At 15, he left school and obtained a fake ID so that he could work as a forklift operator. Tim's life was largely formed by his large extended family. It made up a large part of the population of his hometown of Bartlett, Iowa, and he traveled regularly to spend time with the members of the family who had moved throughout the Midwest. He spent New Year's of 1972 visiting one of his cousins in Michigan. He left Michigan by bus to return to Omaha, where his father was living, on January 2nd. He had an overnight stop in Chicago during which he met Gacy at the Greyhound station. In October of 2011, Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart announced a renewed effort to identify the remaining 8 victims. They were all exhumed so that samples could be taken for DNA testing, and Sheriff Dart made an appeal to the public, asking for friends and relatives of young men or teenage boys. He went missing any time between 1970 and December 22, 1978, to contact his office. The appeal quickly yielded results. The boy previously only identified as Gacy victim number 19 was identified as 19-year-old William George Bundy. On November 29, 2011, Bill's mother had feared he had been one of Gacy's victims and tried to get his dental records to submit to police as they had requested back in 1979. However, his dentist had retired, and by the time she was able to track him down, he had destroyed all of his records. Bill was identified after his brother and sister provided DNA samples. Bill had been popular at Senn High School and had plenty of friends. According to his sister Laura, all of her friends wanted to date him and only came to see her at her house for the opportunity to see her brother. He was a talented diver and gymnast. However, Bill ultimately chose to drop out of high school to begin doing electrical work. Bill went missing in October of 1976. One evening, he told his family he was headed out to a party as he was leaving the house. He forgot to take his wallet with him. He never came home. In July of 2017, victim number 24 was identified as 16-year-old Jimmy Hackinson. His mother had gone to Chicago from her home in Minnesota in 1979 to try to learn if her son was amongst Gacy's victims, but she did not have dental records to submit to the police to identify him. He was also identified thanks to DNA submitted by his brother and sister. Jimmy was one of 4 children and lived in St. Paul, Minnesota. He was funny and good-natured, despite difficult circumstances at home. His father drank heavily and was largely absent, and his mother often had to work as many as 3 jobs at a time to support the family. One day in the summer of 1976, he announced to his family that he was going to Chicago. Hitchhiking was not unusual at the time, and Jimmy had left home in the past. To get away from stressors at home, he had always safely returned, so this trip did not raise any concerns. He called his mother on August 5th to let her know that he had safely made it to Chicago. However, weeks then passed with no calls from Jimmy, and he did not return home, so he was reported missing at the beginning of September. The number of unidentified Gacy victims then dropped to 5 on October 25, 2021, when the man previously only known as Gacy victim number 5 was publicly identified as Francis Wayne Alexander. In addition to his extended family, Wayne is survived by his mother, 2 half-sisters, and 2 half-brothers. DNA extracted from one of victim number 5's molars had undergone 8 months of specialized testing and processing to prepare a profile suitable to be used with genetic genealogy. The Cook County Sheriff's Office partnered with the DNA Doe Project for the genealogical research. Genealogists identified Wayne as a potential match and submitted his name to the sheriff's office. Investigators there used more traditional means of investigation to follow up on the lead. when they could not find any evidence of Wayne being alive after the time period when they believed victim number 5 was killed, which would have disproven the identification. They traveled to North Carolina to meet with his family. They collected DNA samples from Wayne's mother and brother, which confirmed that Wayne was Gacy victim number 5. Wayne was born in 1955. He grew up in North Carolina and lived in New York for a time. He got married while he was living there. He and his wife moved to Chicago in February of 1975, but the couple soon divorced after 3 months of marriage. His family never filed a missing persons report because, based on certain decisions that he had made, they believed he wanted to be left alone. While they loved him, they thought he no longer wanted anything to do with them when he stopped contacting them. Wayne supported himself by working at various bars and clubs in Chicago. Authorities do not know exactly how he and Gacy crossed paths, but Wayne lived and worked in an area where Gacy was known to look for victims. He lived near several other victims of Gacy, including William Bundy, who lived just blocks away from Wayne. Wayne would have been 21 or 22 years old when he was killed. The last official record of him was a traffic ticket issued to him on January 5, 1976. He was buried at Gacy's property under an individual whose death authorities have placed on March 15, 1977, indicating that Wayne was killed sometime during the window of time between receiving the traffic ticket and the death of the other victim. Financial records show that Wayne earned very little income in 1976, potentially indicating that he was killed earlier on in that window. When investigators returned to the Alexander family to confirm that Wayne was in fact Gacy victim number 5 on October 22, 2021, there were 5 generations of the family in the room to hear the news. Wayne's mother was the first parent to still be alive to be notified that their son had been identified as one of Gacy's victims since the renewed effort began in 2011. The family greatly appreciated the kindness the people of Cook County had showed Wayne, giving him a proper funeral and burial, even though they had not known his identity when they did so. As of November of 2022, 5 of Gacy's victims remain unidentified, but investigators still hope to one day identify all of them. Victim 10 is believed to have been between 17 and 21 years old, and between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 11 inches tall. He had a well-healed fracture to his left clavicle. His time of death has been estimated to have been between March 15th and July 5th of 1977. Victim 13 is estimated to have been between 5 feet 11 inches and 6 feet 2 inches tall, between 17 and 22 years old. His hair was a dark enough brown that it would appear black. He was probably suffering from a severe toothache at the time of his death, which has been estimated to have been between August and October of 1976. Victim 21's remains were completely skeletonized by the time they were discovered, complicating the process of determining exact details about him. He was most likely between the ages of 15 and 27, between 5 feet 8 inches and 6 foot tall, based on the location where his remains were found, relative to other victims with known dates of death. It is believed he was killed sometime between June 13th and October 25th of 1976. Victim 26 is estimated to have been between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 6 inches tall, and between 22 and 30 years of age. He was most likely murdered sometime between June 13th and August 6th. Victim 28 was killed sometime between early 1972 and the end of July of 1975. He was between 5 feet 8 inches and 5 feet 9 inches tall and 14 and 18 years old. He was found wearing a white metal band on his left ring finger. He had brown hair and may have previously broken his right upper arm. Valerie Busek McDaniel, born on January 12, 1969, came from a prosperous family in Harris County, Texas, USA. She was far from an ordinary individual. Those who knew her often highlighted her generosity, intelligence, creativity, and her inherently sweet and kind disposition. As she matured, Valerie was not only warm-hearted, but also an outstanding student. In 1987, she graduated as the valedictorian of her class at Episcopal High School, USA, finishing at the top. Following high school, her pursuit of knowledge took her to the University of St. Thomas in Houston for her undergraduate studies. But Valerie's ambitions didn't end there. In 1997, She reached a significant achievement by earning her doctorate in veterinary medicine from the esteemed Texas A&M University. Valerie's journey reflected both academic success and a compassionate spirit. While at the university, she met a man named Marion McDaniel, affectionately called Mac. Love blossomed quickly between them, and in a whirlwind romance, they decided to tie the knot on August 16, 1997. They ventured into a married life in style, moving into a luxurious house generously provided by Valerie's parents. Valerie had a taste for the finer things in life, and their home was no exception. It was a high-rise condominium nestled in River Oaks, often dubbed the Beverly Hills of Houston. Their collection of luxury cars added to their glamorous lifestyle, and they even owned a charming beach house on Tiki Island. Valerie loved to host her friends there on the weekends, making it her personal paradise, sometimes without Mac by her side. It was the beginning of an exciting chapter in her story. Valerie did have a taste for luxury, but deep down her heart belonged to animals. This love led her to fulfill a dream, opening her own veterinary clinic, the Montrose Veterinary Clinic in Houston. Her husband Mac joined her in this venture, taking on the role of office manager. Starting a business is no walk in the park, and they both dedicated countless hours to making it a success. Unfortunately, their dedication came at a cost. They didn't have much quality time left for each other. As their marriage progressed, Valerie's friends and acquaintances noticed a change in her demeanor. She had a heavy heart, and many attributed this to Mac's harsh and abrasive language and his reluctance to engage in social gatherings. It seemed like he was never keen on joining in on any get-togethers, leaving Valerie feeling alone in her social pursuits. Dr. Brittany King, a veterinarian working alongside Valerie, witnessed her pain firsthand. She recalled it would be just a text or a phone call, and then Valerie would be in tears. It was heart-wrenching to watch someone in so much pain. Despite the hardships, they clung to the hope of becoming parents. However, Valerie had a medical condition that prevented her from having biological children, but this didn't deter them. In a heartwarming decision, they chose to embrace adoption as a path to fulfilling their dreams of parenthood. It was finally in 2008 their dream came true, when they adopted a precious 2-day-old daughter. They had hoped it would strengthen their bond, but sadly, trouble followed soon after. Out of the blue, Valerie got a shocking phone call from a stranger, claiming to be Max's ex-girlfriend. What made it even more worse is that this caller shared a list of names showing that Mac was cheating on Valerie with other women. It was a devastating revelation that shook their relationship to its core. When Valerie confronted Mac about his infidelity, he offered just a simple apology. It was a painful moment that deeply hurt Valerie. However, her love for him and the desire to keep their family intact led her to give him another chance. She didn't want to risk losing custody of their daughter. But sadly, it seemed that Max's love for his wife had waned, and he didn't waste much time before betraying Valerie by cheating on her once again. After 17 years of marriage, Valerie had reached a breaking point. Her world was shattered when she came back home early and found out that Mac had been involved with another woman right in their own home. Valerie's emotions boiled over into pure rage, and for the first time, she uttered the word divorce. In February 2014, she took a bold step by filing for divorce and asked for full custody of their 8-year-old daughter. It was a difficult decision, but Valerie knew it was time for a major change in her life. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. In her divorce petition, Valerie detailed a string of alleged infidelities, financial recklessness, and even violent behavior that she claimed Mac had been involved in. Valerie also shed light on the strained dynamics of their relationship, formally requesting legal protection. She wanted Mac to be restrained from using threatening, vulgar, profane, obscene, or offensive language when communicating with her. Their divorce proceedings reached a conclusion in August 2016, and Valerie ended up keeping the primary property in Houston along with her cherished veterinary clinic. In contrast, Mac was granted the beach house and a substantial compensation of $1,200,000 to cover the compensation. Valerie had to take out a loan, which was a source of great distress for her. But eventually, she finally got custody of her daughter. During this challenging time, Mrs. Gold Jacob, Valerie's next-door neighbor, played a crucial role as her attorney, assisting her through the divorce process. Interestingly, Mrs. Jacob's 37-year-old son, Leon Jacob, was also living with her at the time. It was during this period that he got to know Valerie, setting the stage for a significant turn of events in their lives. One day, out of the blue, Leon showed up at Valerie's doorstep and introduced himself. At first, Valerie thought that he was a bit cocky and full of himself, but as they spent more time together, her opinion changed. She began to see Leon as not only good-looking, but also as a man who truly understood her. With him, Valerie felt a love and comfort she had never experienced with Matt. Leon, who was 8 years younger than Valerie and also a doctor, made her realize that life in her 40s still held plenty of adventures. She finally had a man who loved and paid her the attention she had always yearned for. Following her divorce, Valerie and her daughter made a move to a swanky apartment building in Houston. At the start, Valerie tried to keep her relationship with Leon low-key. But as time passed, Leon ended up moving in with them, which made Valerie appear genuinely content, and her friends and family were thrilled for her, especially after the difficult relationship she had endured before. However, Mac, her ex-husband, didn't share the same enthusiasm for Leon's presence. He was uncomfortable with the idea of Leon staying with his daughter, which stirred up tension and disagreements regarding their daughter's custody. So who exactly was Leon Jacob? And what was the past that would become a central factor in the unfolding events of our story? To understand everything, let's first delve into Leon's background. Leon Jacob's journey began in 1980 in New Jersey, born into a well-to-do family. His father was a skilled surgeon and his mother Golda Jacob was an attorney. Leon, the older of two sons, enjoyed a privileged upbringing and received an outstanding education at prestigious boarding schools during his formative years. However, life took a painful turn when tragedy struck at the age of 13, when Leon lost his father. Despite this hardship, Leon forged ahead, eventually choosing a path in medicine, following in his late father's footsteps. In 2021, Leon tied the knot with Annie Morrison, who worked as an attorney for a pharmaceutical company. Together, they welcomed two sons into their family, building what seemed like a happy life together. However, in March 2011, a few months after discovering they were expecting their second child, their world took a dramatic turn when Leon's residency was terminated because Annie had discovered he was having an extramarital affair with a mutual friend. She soon filed for divorce in 2013 after 12 years of marriage, citing experiencing extreme mental cruelty during their time together as the reason for this difficult decision. In the end, she also got custody of her two sons. But even after the divorce, Leon couldn't seem to let go of his obsession. He found himself in legal trouble facing charges of stalking, cyber harassment threats, and incessant phone calls to his ex-wife, Annie. His excuse was that he was desperate to talk to his sons, and he believed she was keeping them away from him. However, circumstances eventually forced him to move away from his ex-wife and children. In 2014, he relocated to Pittsburgh to pursue his doctor's residency program. It was there that he crossed paths with Megan Verakas, who was 33 years old at the time, setting the stage for a new chapter in his life. The two first crossed paths at the hotel where Megan worked, and despite their initial meeting, it didn't take long for love to bloom between them, and they decided to move in together. Their journey led them to Houston, where Leon embarked on a new residency program. They seemed to be living a lavish lifestyle, enjoying vacations, fancy dinners, and extravagant outings. However, it turned out that Megan was the sole financial provider for all these luxuries, and Leon contributed neither personally nor financially. What's truly intriguing was this was not Leon's first attempt at residency. In fact, it was his seventh. The startling fact is that he had been dismissed from every previous residency program he had been a part of. This aspect of Leon's past becomes a pivotal and fascinating element of his story. Leon's downfall in previous residency programs was largely due to his problematic attitude. He had a habit of coming across overly confident, acting like he was the absolute best. In class, he consistently showed disrespect to his professors and fellow students, but his issues went beyond arrogance. He never received an offer for a second residency here at St. Vincent's due to his unreliability, inability to stay focused, and distracting behavior. What's even more concerning was that his behavior was not just bad. It was noted as bizarre and alarming. Leon's behavior in those residency programs raised serious concerns among his fellow residents. They reported that Leon posed as a real threat, especially to patients. As a result, hospitals chose not to renew his contract, and on January 23, 2009, the University of Texas Health Science Center delivered the final blow, notifying Leon that his residency wouldn't be renewed. The reasons were clear: Leon's inflated sense of grandiosity which clouded his decision-making, his lack of insight on professional conduct, and his tendency to be argumentative and confrontational. Adding to his list of troubles, Leon also had harassed a female physician at the institution by bombarding her with relentless phone calls. He demanded her to retract a statement she had made against him. This harassment escalated to such an extreme level that the physician had no choice but to confide in her supervisor about it. The situation reached a breaking point on February 25, 2011. When authorities had to intervene, Leon was forcefully removed from the premises of Northside Medical Center in Ohio and given a stern warning never to come back. This marked his 6th residency program, and just like the previous 5, he had been shown the door. The common thread was his overconfidence, even in the face of his limited abilities. Leon seemed unwilling to learn because he believed he already knew everything there was to know. This pattern of behavior and arrogance became a reoccurring theme in his medical career. In 2012, Leon's behavior took a disturbing turn, moving from problematic to downright criminal. He faced charges for breaking into the home of the head of the residency program that had previously dismissed him. But the trouble didn't end there. In 2014, he found himself in legal trouble again, this time charged with cyberstalking and harassing his ex-wife Annie. This resulted in a sentence of 11 months in jail, though in the end he ended up serving only probation. Leon's records spanned across 4 states and included a long list of charges. These include a minimum of 8 counts of assault on family members, 13 counts of harassment, 4 counts of terrorist threats, burglary, kidnapping, aggravated assault, violation of protection orders, and more. All of these alarming details about Leon's history played a pivotal role in Mac, Valerie's ex-husband, wanting to keep his daughter away from Leon. Clearly, Leon's past issues raised serious concerns about his suitability and state of mind. It had been 3 years into their relationship, and Megan began to uncover the hidden aspects of Leon's life that he had tried so hard to keep secret. Despite his efforts, Megan gradually pieced things together until she knew everything. When she finally confronted Leon about it, things took a violent turn. Leon, known for his fiery temper, erupted in attack against Megan. At that moment, Megan reached her breaking point and made a firm decision. She had enough, and she promptly kicked Leon out of her apartment. Megan made some serious allegations against him, including claims of physical assault, verbal abuse, and even an instance where he covered her mouth. Of course, Leon vehemently defended himself, insisting that these accusations were entirely untrue, setting the stage for a tense and conflicting situation. Even after their troubled breakup, Leon continued to keep Megan in his sights. In February 2017, he faced charges of stalking and assault in connection with Megan. This wasn't just a one-time occurrence, it happened repeatedly. There was even a 911 call from a concerned co-worker who reported that someone was trying to stalk her boss, and it left her feeling frightened and uneasy. But Leon was adamant in refusing to accept any of the charges against him. He staunchly denied everything, holding on to the belief that he was the upstanding man he saw himself as. This was the point where Leon's true character began to surface. While Leon may not have been the exceptional doctor he believed himself to be, his career meant the world to him. In 2017, while facing charges of stalking and harassment by the police, his lawyer delivered a harsh reality. If Megan testified against him in court, he could lose his medical license forever, which would end his career as a doctor. And of course, Leon couldn't bear the thought of his carefully constructed image as a great doctor and a remarkable person falling apart. So, driven by this fear, he made a shocking decision. He sought out a hitman to eliminate Megan from the equation. For this, Leon met up with a man named Motes, a fellow U.S. Army veteran. Through a mutual acquaintance, Leon hired Motes, who often went by the name Zach, for a disturbing task. He wanted Megan kidnapped to stop her from testifying against him in court. For this dangerous job, Leon paid Zach $9,000, however. Zach maintained a firm denial that he had ever entertained the idea of taking money to harm another person. He adamantly asserted that he was not a violent individual. Leon's scheme had 3 distinct phases. Initially, Zach's task was to abduct Megan and instill such fear in her that she chose not to reunite with Leon. If this tactic failed, they would proceed to phase 2, which involved frightening Megan by any means necessary, pushing her to leave town and avoid the court proceedings, effectively disappearing from their lives. And if despite all efforts Megan remained resolute, phase 3 represented a dire last resort. She would have to be killed. And for that, Leon provided Zach with various methods to carry out Megan's potential murder, including one particularly sinister suggestion: injecting a syringe of potassium directly into her heart to trigger a fatal heart attack. Surprisingly, when Leon approached Zach with this disturbing request, Zach viewed it not as an opportunity to harm someone, but as a chance to save a life. Zach did indeed accept the money from Leon, taking it for himself, but he had zero intention of causing harm to anyone. Zach had no regrets about taking Leon's money under false pretenses. As Leon anxiously awaited Zach to carry out his plan, Zach unexpectedly disappeared and left town without harming Megan in any way. This left Leon in a state of panic, not only because he had lost $9,000, but because also Megan was still alive and could potentially expose his dark past, which could tarnish his name further. So to get out of this and being desperate to locate Zach and salvage his sinister plan, Leon turned to a well-known bail bondsman, Michael Kabash, who had assisted him in previous legal matters. Leon also asked Michael to track down Zach as he had some unfinished matters with him, whereas Michael in turn reached out to the police for assistance in finding Zach. However, there was a bit of a challenge because Zach's real name was Motzazeh, so it took some time for the authorities to finally track him down. It was during this investigation that for the first time, police uncovered the full extent of Leon's sinister intentions. Zach clarified to the police that he never intended to harm anyone. Instead, he believed it was his duty to take that money from Leon and prevent it from falling into the hands of someone who might actually harm Megan. However, the police had their doubts about Zach's story, although they were convinced of Leon's guilt due to his troubled history and the clear attempt to harm Megan. Still, there was a problem. They lacked concrete evidence to prove it in court, and in such high-profile cases, it's important to focus on each and every little detail. So, instead of immediately acting on Zach's statements, the police decided to devise their own plan. And for that, they approached Zach and asked him if he would cooperate in catching Leon red-handed, and Zach agreed to help. With the use of a wiretap, the police set up a call between Zach and Leon, allowing them to eavesdrop on their entire conversation. During the call, Zach told Leon that he wasn't suitable for the task and suggested that Leon should seek out someone else for whatever plan he had in mind, and for that he even knew a hitman who would be capable of doing whatever he wanted. During this time, Leon was also in a relationship with Valerie, and they were sharing a life together. Now, due to Leon's troubled history, Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, wanted to regain custody of their daughter. However, Valerie was fiercely protective of her child and didn't want to give her up to Mac under any circumstances. So here Leon saw this as an opportunity and persuaded Valerie that the real issue for her was Mac and that he could potentially tear their family apart and take her daughter away in the future. This was happening at the same time that Leon was having a second conversation with Zach, and seeing an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he proposed a startling deal. At this moment, Zach found himself in a confusing situation and was not entirely sure what Leon meant. So, he asked for clarification from Leon about what the second problem was, and Leon's response was quite shocking. Leon stated that he wanted Valerie's ex-husband, Mac, eliminated as well. What made it even more astonishing was that Leon claimed that Valerie was completely on board with this plan, and she also wanted Mac to be taken out of the picture. But one thing Leon was unaware of was that the new hitman he was dealing with was actually a professional undercover police officer named Javier Duran from the Houston Police Department. Javier's mission was to gather evidence against Leon for plotting not just one, but 2 murders. So the following day, they arranged to meet Leon and Valerie at an Olive Garden restaurant. Over bowls of soup and sandwiches, they delved into the discussions about the sinister plans for these hits. As Leon finished outlining his part of the dark plan, Javier turned his attention to Valerie to learn her intention regarding Mac's fate. During a 2-hour lunch conversation, Valerie and Javier discussed the grim details of how Mac might meet his end. Valerie cautiously asked, "Let's say something were to happen to him, what would it look like? Could it be a car accident?" At this, Javier offered various possibilities, suggesting that it could resemble a tragic car wreck or a botched robbery. Valerie expressed her deep fear that Mac would take her daughter away from her, and that she felt cornered with no other options left. Shockingly, Valerie didn't shy away from the sinister plan. Even she actively agreed to have Mac killed. As they discussed the details, Valerie seemed to believe that Mac would fall victim to a carjacking and end up with a fatal gunshot to the head. Although she hesitated a bit as the lunch drew to a close, she ultimately gave the green light for this horrific plot. Could have been a successful plan, but what they failed to realize was how suspicious it would appear to the police. In such cases where hitman targets both the ex-girlfriend and ex-husband of a current couple, law enforcement would naturally become suspicious. When initial leads and primary suspects are elusive, investigators often turn their attention to ex-partners, suspecting their involvement in the murders. The next day, on March 9, 2017, Detective Javier paid Leon and Valerie a visit, unveiling a set of disturbing photos. One depicted Mark in his car, blood-soaked, while another showed him sprawled on the pavement with blood on his face and a bullet wound to his head. These pictures perfectly mirrored their discussion, creating the illusion of a robbery or a carjacking gone horribly awry. Leon and Valerie had genuine confidence that their problem was finally solved. If you're wondering the same, whether Mac had met his demise and this marked the conclusion of our tale, you're in for a surprise. The twist is Leon and Valerie's problems weren't disappearing anytime soon. In fact, things were about to get seriously intriguing because Mac was very much alive. After the Olive Garden meeting, Detective Javier reached out to Mac, revealing all the sinister plans concocted by Leon and Valerie. To make the photos convincing, they used pig's blood and enlisted a makeup artist to create a realistic bullet wound. Mac, on board with the plan from the start, determined to cooperate fully with the authorities to expose their scheme. However, Mac was utterly shocked by the revelation. When the police informed him about Valerie's plot to have him killed, he couldn't believe it. He acknowledged their troubled history, but couldn't fathom that things had escalated to the point where she'd hire a hitman. It was a sight of Valerie he never expected to see. Meanwhile, Leon and Valerie, unaware of Mac's cooperation with the police, remained hopeful that their plan would succeed and were now eagerly anticipating the news about Megan's fate. And it didn't take long, as on that very night, Leon and Valerie's phones pinged with picture messages from Javier. These photos depicted Megan with her hands bound and duct tape across her mouth, eyes filled with terror. What Leon and Valerie didn't know was that Megan had been informed of the plan and was cooperating with the police. However, shortly after sending those photos, Javier made a distressing call to Leon, claiming that Megan had become uncontrollable, leaving him with no choice but to take her life. The reason why Megan's reactions in those photos were incredibly authentic was because she experienced a genuine meltdown. The gravity of the situation hit her hard. She understood that if Leon's sinister plan had succeeded, she might have faced a terrifying reality, being kidnapped and potentially losing her life. The next day, on March 10, 2017, around 3 a.m., the police arrived at Valerie and Leon's apartment with body cameras rolling, ready to record the reactions. It was the moment they had to deliver the grim news to Valerie. Her ex-husband, Mac, had become the victim of a shooting, and tragically, he was no more. The police noticed something rather strange when they delivered the heartbreaking news. Valerie, a skilled veterinarian, but certainly no actor, seemed oddly composed. Her reaction, or lack thereof, didn't match what you'd expect from someone in her situation. She appeared rather cold, as if she didn't quite know how to act to convince the officers that she was genuinely shocked and saddened by the news. As Leon entered the scene, the officers informed him too about Mac's tragic passing. It seems that Leon was a somewhat better actor than Valerie in this situation. He quickly tried to comfort Valerie and appeared genuinely shocked by the news. However, his newfound acting skills were short-lived, as he made a crucial mistake by casually mentioning that he had been at home all day. This comment raised suspicion for the police because it seemed like he was overly eager to provide an alibi, a behavior often associated with individuals who may have something to hide. The police let Leon and Valerie continue their amateur acting for a few more moments, perhaps relishing their attempts to put on a show. The couple did their best to feign sorrow and shock, but then in a twist for Leon and Valerie, they dropped the bombshell. Both Megan and Mac were alive, and they both actively participated in creating those fake photos. The shock that spread across Leon and Valerie's faces this time was genuine, as the unexpected twist left them speechless, and they realized they were in serious trouble. As Valerie was led away from her apartment, she came face to face with Mac, who had been patiently waiting outside. He was there to take his daughter back home, and Valerie had no choice to hand over her sleeping daughter to Mac. It was a heart-wrenching moment, and little did Valerie know, it would be the last time she saw her daughter. Both Valerie and Leon were arrested on charges related to murder conspiracy. Leon, on the other hand, couldn't make bail due to his past charges involving Megan. Meanwhile, Valerie was granted bail and she returned home, awaiting her upcoming trial. After making bail, Valerie was stuck under house arrest with the relentless press besieging her apartment building. She was under constant surveillance by cameras and reporters hungry for sensational stories. The most painful loss was her daughter, a heartache beyond measure. As each news story circulated, more and more people discovered the truth about her actions, and Valerie felt trapped with no way out. Her world had collapsed, and the walls of her apartment seemed to close in as the public scrutiny intensified. It was a situation she couldn't escape, and the future looked bleak. Her once comforting space had become a prison, with no one to offer solace, not even her beloved daughter. To make matters worse, her veterinary license was suspended, cutting off her ability to work. The weight of her circumstances was becoming unbearable, and she longed for relief from the unending ordeal. At this time, Valerie battled intense emotions and spiraled into a deep depression. She reached out to some of her colleagues who couldn't help but notice her overwhelming emotional state and profound sadness during their meeting. In hindsight, they understood that this encounter was Valerie's way of bidding them a final farewell. Sadly, on March 27, 2017, Valerie faced a devastating moment of despair. She made the fateful decision to jump from her 7-story apartment balcony. But that wasn't all. During the police search of Valerie's apartment, they discovered a voice message, the only trace she left behind. It was a poignant recording made just moments before her fateful leap. In this message, Valerie poured out her heart, revealing her profound love for Leon and her deep affection for her daughter. Her voice held the weight of her emotions as she tried to explain the complex feelings that had brought her to this tragic point in her life. She expressed her deep regrets, clarifying that she never intended for events to spiral out of control. She didn't want harm to come to Mac, but she also couldn't bear the thought of losing her daughter. Valerie had once dreamt of a beautiful future, but her actions had led her down a tragic path. In the final recording, she tried to convey that despite the circumstances, she wanted people to know she wasn't the monster her actions might suggest. Valerie knew that there was a daunting road ahead, and that the legal battle and the tarnished reputation would be incredibly challenging. Her friends and family were shocked because they knew a different Valerie, one they couldn't believe was capable of these actions. They realized that she couldn't bear the weight of her deeds and chose to end her life for a sense of freedom. Her colleagues from the vet clinic held cherished memories of the special person she once was in their lives. Where everyone mourned for Valerie's demise, the person she cherished most, Leon, notably distanced himself from the grief. In an unexpected and rather cold response, he remarked, "It's nothing to do with me. She took the easy way out. I can't be held responsible for her actions. I didn't ask her to get involved. It was her ideas. She got me involved, and she had to face the consequences of her own actions." On March 20th, 2018, Leon found himself on trial, facing 2 counts of solicitation of capital murder. As the legal battle unfolded, Leon's defense adopted a somewhat predictable strategy. With Valerie no longer present to defend herself, they attempted to shift the blame entirely on her shoulders. Their narrative painted Valerie as the mastermind behind every stage of the sinister plot, leaving Leon as the manipulated and unwilling participant in her alleged schemes. The prosecution, however, had 2 powerful witnesses: Valerie's ex-husband, Matt, and Leon's ex-girlfriend, Megan, who was already involved in an ongoing case against Leon. When Megan took the stand, she didn't hold back, describing Leon as a criminal who subjected her to troubling incidents like grabbing her by the mouth, assaulting her, and stalking her. She testified that Leon had a controlling nature and always needed to assert dominance in every situation. Megan's bold testimony must have frustrated him to no end. When it was Leon's turn to testify in court, he took a rather peculiar stance and said, "I didn't ask Zach or Javier to kill anyone. I was not involved in any plot or conspiracy to murder. I am the one who is taking the blame for Valerie." Furthermore, the defense team argued that the police were overly eager to execute a successful undercover operation. They claimed that Javier had been instructed to lead Leon into suggesting ways to harm Megan. The defense's perspective painted Leon as the victim of an overzealous police force that seemed determined to make him confess to wanting Megan dead. The prosecution strongly opposed defense, emphasizing that when Leon saw those disturbing photos of terrified Megan, he didn't lift a finger to stop them from harming her. Not once did he ask Javier to spare her or prevent any harm. It appeared as if he was content with her being killed to protect himself. In a final blow, the prosecution unveiled Leon's dark past to the jury. They laid bare how he had not only stalked Megan, but also his ex-wife, Annie, exposing his undeniable pattern of controlling behavior. After a little over an hour of deliberation, the jury returned to the courtroom, and in April 2018, the inevitable verdict of guilt was announced. The sentencing hearing followed shortly after, and in a clever move, the prosecution called upon Leon's ex-wife Annie as a witness. They questioned her about her past experiences with him during her pregnancy. She had something significant to share. She said, "He wasn't physically violent to me at first. He used to just throw things around the room. He was verbally abusive to me, but his behavior got worse. He used to grab me, push me, and one time, I remember he grabbed me by my head and pushed it into the kitchen counter, so hard that it bruised my face. I don't recall what the fight was about, but I remember him threatening to punch me, and then he started kicking my legs. I was trying hard to protect my stomach and the baby. He said that if I ever left him, he would kill me and nobody would ever find my body." After hearing Annie's testimony, there was no escaping the consequences for Leon. In March 2018, he was handed a life sentence for both counts of soliciting capital murder, and his chance for parole won't come until 2047, when he'll be 69 years old. Megan expressed her thoughts on the sentencing, saying, "I couldn't see it at the time, but looking back I believe Leon manipulated me. He used his look and his seeming charms to persuade me to leave my family, my home, the life I built in Pittsburgh. I lost everything, my career, friends, colleagues, all as a result of his controlling behavior. But now the girl he called poor and uneducated is responsible for him going to prison for a very long time. Leon's future is now marred by a life behind bars. He won't experience his children's growth or return to the world of medicine. He is incarcerated and parole isn't even on the horizon until 2047. Surprisingly, his time behind bars hasn't brought a significant transformation in him. Leon once pondered from his prison confines, questioning the unpredictability of life where violence can suddenly emerge. He finds it odd that he is now surrounded by the very criminals he once treated as a doctor. Leon vehemently refuses to accept responsibility for his crimes. He maintains that he was wrongly convicted and that Valerie masterminded the murder plots. In his eyes, he was a doctor who healed, not a monster who murdered. He even envisions a movie about these events, with Bradley Cooper as the actor portraying him, noting their physical resemblance. Well, we'll leave it to you to decide if Leon really looks like Bradley Cooper. Megan and Mac have finally found peace and moved forward from their troubled past, relieved to have Leon out of their lives. It's a sad truth that many women who crossed paths with Leon ended up worse for it despite his charm and charisma. Beneath his exterior, he proved to be nothing more than a common criminal, specializing in domestic abuse. Yet, Valerie McDaniel's role remains a complex puzzle. Was she a victim of Leon's manipulation? Or did she willingly participate in a plot to take two lives? The line between victim and accomplice in her case is a blurry one, making it challenging to fully understand her role in this tragic story. Valerie unfortunately could never share her side of the story, but the evidence paints a complex picture. She was captured on tape alongside Leon, expressing her desire for her ex-husband's demise. Her attempt to act shocked when the police arrived at her apartment makes it challenging to argue that she wasn't a willing participant in this sinister plot. However, her actions could have been out of character given her strong and determined nature. She was not a weak person. She fought for what she wanted in life. She wasn't old, and she had many years ahead of her. Perhaps the fear of sharing custody of her beloved daughter with Mac, fueled by Leon's influence, pushed her into a dark and unexpected path. Even today, those who knew Valerie refused to accept that she was a bad person. They believed that she was under the control of Leon, manipulated into a dark path. Many argue that it was he who hatched the murderous plot, not her. In this intricate story, one character's identity has remained hidden throughout: Valerie's daughter. She's fortunate to have one parent left to care for her, but she will grow up knowing that her mother loved her deeply. Yet, she'll also learn of the unusual circumstances that led to her mother's profound unhappiness and the tragic event that unfolded when she jumped from a 7th-floor balcony. It's a tale filled with complexities and unanswered questions. Now, it's up to you to decide whether Valerie was a victim, caught in a web of manipulation, or a willing participant in this intricate tale. The story presents a complex narrative with differing perspectives, leaving room for interpretation. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In 1994, Tanya Fraser resided in the Mount Baker neighborhood of southeast Seattle with her mother and sister. The 14-year-old tomboy was sweet and generous, consistently bringing joy to those around her, even with her somewhat shy nature. She served as an altar server at St. Clement's Episcopal Church and spent July 17th enjoying a church picnic, where she participated in potato sack races and shared details about her new haircut with fellow parishioners. The next day, Monday, July 18th, 1994, Tanya attended summer classes at Meany Middle School in the morning. She was last seen leaving the school around 11 a.m., just as expected. Afterward, she was supposed to catch the bus to her part-time job at a thrift store on Jackson Street operated by the Chicken Soup Brigade, a local nonprofit. When Tanya didn't return home by 6 p.m. as planned, her mother, Teresa, went to the thrift store to find her. There, she discovered that Tanya had never shown up for her scheduled shift. Teresa then went to Meany Middle School to look for Tanya, but there was no sign of her there. Teresa contacted the police to report Tanya missing around 7:30 p.m. Police did not seem to view Tanya's disappearance as an urgent matter. They repeatedly tried to get her younger sister to say that Tanya had plans to run away from home and referred to Tanya as a runaway throughout their initial report. This was an important distinction because while a missing child would have a detective assigned to their case, a runaway would only be assigned a community service officer. An officer spoke to two of Tanya's friends and called Teresa a few days later to ask if she had heard from Tanya. Tanya's mother did not believe her daughter had run away, both because it would have been out of character for her and because of practical considerations. If Tanya had left on her own accord, she had done so without any of her belongings or any money. At the time she disappeared, Tanya was excitedly waiting for her first paycheck from her part-time job, which she was due to receive in just a few days. She planned to use the money to buy pagers for herself and for her 12-year-old sister, Tina. Tina herself was another reason why no one who knew Tanya believed she had run away. Tina and Tanya were very close and were described as soulmates. Tanya would almost certainly never have gone anywhere without Tina and would have at least talked to her if she had any plans to leave. Tina spent the night after Tanya disappeared with her bedroom window open just in case Tanya came home. While she could not imagine Tanya running away, the idea of something bad happening to Tanya was even more difficult to fathom. Tanya's church quickly came together to organize on Tanya's behalf when she disappeared. Corporate policies prevented them from posting flyers in many stores, but they still covered the area in over 1,500 missing persons posters. The police have a hell of a task. I want to be supportive of that, Father Ralph Carskadden, Tanya's pastor, told the media. But I also feel that had Tanya not come from our neighborhood or not been mixed race, would more people have known this terrible thing had happened to her? On July 23, 1994, 5 days after Tanya went missing, a 62-year-old man was walking his dog along East Highland Drive when he noticed the smell of death. He had become familiar with that smell during his time serving during the Korean War. He stepped into a wooded area along the street and saw someone lying at the base of a tree at the bottom of a ravine. He stared at the person for several seconds before he fully processed the fact that he was looking at a human body. The body belonged to Tanya Fraser, who had been stabbed to death. The medical examiner believed she had not been killed until July 20th, 2 days after her disappearance. This caused fear in Tanya's mother, Teresa, that the police initially dismissing her daughter as a runaway may have resulted in her death. From the first report, I often wondered if they took it as more serious. If they looked in that first 24 hours, would there have been a chance she maybe would have been saved? That's a big question, she later told the Seattle Times. Tanya's community came together to mourn her loss. A memorial was established near where her body was found, and members of her church took to the streets for walks of remembrance. It was a member of her church who donated the cemetery plot where Tanya would be buried. Tanya had a routine of picking out one of her stuffed animals to take with her on her walk to school every day. Other students now took up this habit. Tanya was last seen alive at 21st Avenue and East Thomas Street, approximately 11 blocks away from where her body would later be found. Her friends reported seeing her speaking to an unfamiliar, unkempt man. This man has so far never been identified. Despite the best efforts of her loved ones, Tanya's case received little media attention. Talking about her daughter's murder was unbearable for Teresa, but she tried to find any opportunity to do so that she could in order to keep the case in the news and hopefully reach a witness who could help solve the case. Flyers posted by Crime Stoppers generated just 3 calls to the tip line, none of which helped advance the investigation. Private investigator Rose Winquist began working with Tanya's family the week she went missing. She continues to work on the case and forwards every credible lead she finds to the police. Seattle Police Detective Ralph Norton, who has been the lead investigator on Tanya's case since June of 2016, says that there are numerous persons of interest in the case, none of whom will be cleared until the case is definitively solved. Despite the fact that almost 30 years have passed since Tanya's murder, her sister, Tiara, is still hoping that one day the case will be solved. I am hopeful. I can't imagine this just never being solved and never having that closure, so I'm hopeful that it will be, she said in 2023. Natalie McNally grew up as one of 4 children and her parents' only daughter. Her parents and 3 brothers treated her like a princess, but this did not cause her to become soft and spoiled. She was fiercely independent and fought for herself and for others. She had type 1 diabetes from a young age, but always fought through the health challenges the condition caused for her. She campaigned for women's political issues and fought for animal rights. She had a bright and loving personality that earned her many friends, for whom she would have done anything. Natalie had a career in marketing and worked for the public transportation company TransLink. She lived in the Silverwood Green area of Ligon, County Armagh, Northern Ireland. In December of 2022, 32-year-old Natalie was pregnant with her first child and looking forward to becoming a mother. She would be the first of her siblings to have a child, making her baby her parents' first grandchild. Natalie planned to use the name Zara for a girl and Dean for a boy. She had an ultrasound scheduled for December 20th, where she would learn her baby's sex. While her immediate family knew she was pregnant, she planned to announce her pregnancy, as well as her baby's sex and name, to her extended family on Christmas Day. Natalie went to see her parents, Noelle and Bernadette, on Sunday, December 18th. Around 10 p.m. the following day, December 19th, emergency services were called to her home. Natalie's body was discovered inside. She had been stabbed numerous times, with some of her injuries being defensive wounds. It was determined that Natalie had been murdered on the evening of December 18th, sometime after arriving home from visiting her parents. She had been due to have the ultrasound where she would learn if she was having a boy or a girl 2 days after she was killed. During her post-mortem examination, it was discovered that she had been expecting a son. A vigil for Natalie was held on her street on December 23rd. Friends and family members addressed the crowd before pink and blue balloons were released in Natalie's memory. Natalie's funeral was held at her parents' home on December 26th, with 100 of mourners gathering outside the house before traveling to St. Coleman Cemetery, where Natalie was to be buried. Music was played over a loudspeaker during the service, which ended with the song Humans by The Killers, Natalie's favorite band. A 32-year-old man was arrested on the day Natalie's body was found, but he was subsequently released and cleared as a suspect. Another 32-year-old man was arrested on December 21st, but he was also later released and no charges had been filed in the case. More than 3,000 hours of CCTV footage from the area around Natalie's home has been collected as a part of the investigation. Authorities believe that some of this footage captured Natalie's killer coming and going from her home. They have released images of the man they think is the killer, carrying a rucksack and wearing shoes with white soles in hopes that a member of the public can identify him. He is seen in the footage arriving on Natalie Street at 8:52 p.m. on December 18th and leaving at 9:30 p.m. Police are asking for anyone with footage taken in the area on the night of the murder to submit it to them for analysis. They are also still looking for witnesses and have reminded the public that Natalie was killed on December 18th, the same day as the World Cup final, in hopes that it will help potential witnesses recall the correct evening. Investigators have stated that they believe Natalie knew her killer. There were no signs of forced entry into Natalie's home, and authorities believe she willingly let her killer inside. Whether the killer had come to Natalie's home with the intention of killing her or decided to kill her after arriving remains unclear. At a press conference on January 5, 2023, Detective Chief Inspector Neil McGinnis stated that he believed the murder weapon had been recovered and that it had come from within Natalie's home instead of being brought to the residence by the killer. On January 6th, police conducted a search of the grounds of the Silverwood Golf Club, which is located next to Natalie's home. The search was reportedly a general part of the investigation and was not conducted based on a particular tip. The search focused mainly on the pathways and shrubbery within the club's grounds. Police also made house-to-house inquiries in Lisburn on 6th. As part of the investigation, they seized a vehicle from the area for further examination. Police activity refocused on Natalie's neighborhood on 8th, with detectives returning to the scene of the crime and officers passing out flyers and speaking to motorists and pedestrians in Lugan looking for witnesses. Natalie's family is devastated by her loss and by the fact that they will never meet her baby. It's just unimaginable. I can't see a future. There will be no joy in life now because she's gone, Natalie's mother, Bernadette, has said. The family remains in regular contact with the police and continues to speak to the media so as to appeal to the public for information. They have also publicly thanked the community for supporting them, saying that the messages they have received are helping them get through this ordeal. Crime Stoppers is currently offering a reward of up to £20,000 for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of Natalie's killer. Natalie's brother, Declan, has appealed to the public. We just can't reiterate enough that if anyone has any information whatsoever, even if it seems insignificant, bring it to the police or bring it to Crime Stoppers. We need justice because that's all we have left now is to try and find out who did this to Natalie. On April 20th, 1990, Corey Darden was born into a loving family in Utah. Raised with strong moral values and the guidance of her parents, she grew up in a supportive environment. Corey is a highly educated individual, holding a postgraduate degree in human resources and management. Additionally, she earned a bachelor's degree in healthcare administration. Her professional experience includes working as an administrative assistant at Park Street Hospital and training in enhanced patient services and specialty clinics at Park City Medical Center. Corey Richens led the life of a prosperous young woman. On June 15, 2013, she married her boyfriend, Eric Richins, in an intimate backyard ceremony at their home in Camas, Utah. Their marriage was blessed with the arrival of 3 children, 3 adorable boys, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, as their family grew. Amidst all the joy, Corey was also thriving. She embarked on a career as a real estate agent and found success in the field as well. However, little by little, cracks began to surface in her otherwise happy life. Financial struggles played the role of the antagonist in her narrative, causing shifts in Corey's personality and subsequent actions. Between 2015 and 2017, Corey acquired at least 4 life insurance policies on her husband, amassing nearly $2 million in coverage. Additionally, in September 2020, Eric discovered that Corey had allegedly obtained and utilized a $250,000 home equity line of credit on their Camas residence. She had also withdrawn over $100,000 from his bank accounts and spent more than $30,000 using his credit cards. When confronted about these financial discrepancies, Corey agreed to repay him. In October 2020, without his wife's knowledge, Eric consulted both a divorce lawyer and an estate planning attorney. He took several significant steps to protect his assets, altering his will, establishing a living trust, and placing his estate under the management of his sister, Katie Rich and Spenson. Furthermore, he transferred his partnership interest in his business to the trust and designated it as the beneficiary of his $500,000 life insurance policy. Additionally, Eric and his business partner held $2 million life insurance policies, naming each other as beneficiaries. However, on January 1, 2022, Corey attempted to change the policy to designate herself as the beneficiary. Eric discovered the alteration and reverted the beneficiary back to his business partner. Later that month, Corey allegedly initiated the application process for a new $100,000 life insurance policy on Eric Richins' life. These circumstances pushed Corey to the brink, and gradually, they were about to unfold into a horrifying series of events. We will soon return to these events, but first, let's delve into the day of Eric Richins' death. It was March 4, 2022, and the Richins family were all at home. It was a joyous evening, and they were celebrating Corey's successful business deal as a real estate agent. The cheerful evening slowly became a quiet night with their 3 sons, Carter, Ashton, and Weston, sound asleep. Eric and Corey shared a few drinks before retiring to bed. But tragically, they had something else in store for 39-year-old Eric Richins. That very night, at around 3 in the morning, Corey, who was sleeping with her youngest son, per her statement later on, went to check on Eric in their master bedroom. To her shock, she discovered Eric lying unconscious on the floor near the foot of his bed. Alarmed, Corey immediately dialed 911 for help. Upon arrival, the police determined that Eric had passed away due to a fentanyl overdose, a powerful synthetic opioid drug commonly used for pain relief. During the initial investigation, apart from the cause of death, no other significant clues emerged. However, a pressing question remained. How could Eric have succumbed to a drug overdose? This query prompted the police to explore all possible scenarios and avenues of investigation. To unravel the mystery, the police delved deep into the updates and dynamics within the Richins family. During the interviews, Corey informed authorities that she and her husband were celebrating her recent property acquisition for her business. According to her account, she prepared a Moscow Mule in the kitchen and brought it to their bedroom, where Eric consumed it while sitting in bed. Corey later recounted to the authorities that she had fallen asleep in one of her children's rooms. Upon waking up and returning to her bedroom, she discovered her husband was cold to the touch. Allegedly, she attempted CPR on him. However, when medical and fire personnel arrived, they observed that it didn't seem like she had performed CPR, given the significant amount of blood that came from Eric's mouth. Moreover, Boyce claimed that she had left her phone plugged into the bedroom, conflicted with the evidence found by investigators. They discovered her phone had been locked and unlocked multiple times, showing movement before the emergency call to 911 was made. These inconsistencies heightened the initial suspicions, directing the police's focus towards a more thorough investigation. As time passed, investigators uncovered a crucial piece of information that would gradually unravel the case. They learned that shortly after her husband's death, Corey had reportedly hired a locksmith to drill into Eric's safe, which held between $125,000 and $165,000 in cash. When Eric Richardson's sister, Katie Rich and Spenson, advised Corey to leave the safe untouched, Corey reacted with anger, physically assaulting Rich and Benson by punching her in the face and neck. These actions raised further suspicion to the unfolding investigation as the investigations honed in on Corey Richards. The police uncovered a wealth of additional information, painting a clearer and more intricate picture of the situation at hand. At the time of her husband's death, Corey Richards was allegedly in dire financial straits, owing over $1 million on March 3, 2022. The day before her husband passed away, she had a significant conversation with a moneylender to whom she owed at least $1,800,000 and had a lengthy telephone call with the IRS. Additionally, she had outstanding state and federal tax liabilities amounting to $189,840. Moreover, Corey was indebted to her husband, owing him at least $514,346. These staggering financial troubles added a compelling layer to the investigation, further intensifying the scrutiny on Corey. On February 14, 2022, what was supposed to be a romantic Valentine's Day meal turned into a terrifying ordeal for Eric. After eating a sandwich his wife made for him, he broke out into hives and struggled to breathe. Investigators discovered that Corey had prepared a sandwich and left it on the seat of Eric's truck, accompanied by a love note. However, soon after consuming it, Eric fell seriously ill and had to use their son's EpiPen. There was a strong suspicion that he had been poisoned with an allergen, although this was never confirmed. Worried about the possibility of poisoning, Eric confided in a friend, sharing his concerns that his wife might be trying to harm him. Moreover, in the aftermath of Eric's death, Richland Benson took the proactive step of hiring a private investigator to monitor and shadow Corey. This decision stemmed from Corey's attempt to remove her sister-in-law as the trustee of Eric Richland's trust, leading Richards Benson to suspect Corey's involvement in her brother's demise. A legal battle ensued between Corey and her sister-in-law over the trust and estate matters since Eric Richardson's passing. Corey later claimed that the private investigator frequently parked outside her home, conducting surveillance and questioning her neighbors about her and her husband. During interviews, Greg Scordes, a spokesperson for Eric Richardson's family, stated that the private investigator was hired to investigate Eric's death. However, the private investigator declined to comment on the case. The mounting evidence and intricate details unearthed by investigators pointed towards Corey from multiple angles. However, the investigators aimed to compile a comprehensive and irrefutable report, striving to conclusively close this case once and for all. A year after her husband's tragic passing on March 7, 2023, Corey published a book titled Are You With Me? And dedicated to Eric Richards, who according to her was an amazing husband and wonderful father. In an interview, Corey discussed her book and her husband's death, describing it as happening unexpectedly. However, at that time, she remained unaware that she was at the center of suspicion. Before she fully grasped the gravity of the accusations against her, Corey was arrested on May 8, 2023 on charges of aggravated murder and 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute. She was held in custody at Summit County Jail in Park City, Utah, awaiting trial. Prosecutors disclosed that Corey had slipped 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl into the cocktail on the night of Eric's death. Subsequently, she left him in bed and slept with one of their younger children. Upon checking on him around 3 a.m., Eric had already passed away and was unresponsive. Corey's phone was also collected on the day of her arrest, as prosecutors revealed that it was located in the dresser drawer on her side of the bed during the second search of her home on the day she was arrested. Following the discovery of Corey's phone, her search history unveiled some intricate details. It was revealed that she had searched for the address of the lead detectives on the case, but her actions didn't end there. The search history indicated that Corey had also sought out contact information for the relative of the second lead detective online. Corey's search history provided a troubling glimpse into her thoughts. Among her searches was luxury prisons for the rich in America. She also looked into whether she would receive a life insurance payment if her husband's cause of death was listed as pending. Most disturbingly, she conducted a search related to a lethal dose of fentanyl, indicating a deeper and concerning line of inquiry. Furthermore, investigators discovered a key witness who could potentially help solve the case once and for all. While the person's name was never disclosed, she was identified only by her initials, CL. In early 2022, Corey contacted CL, as per the contact saved on Corey's phone, and requested fentanyl, the drug that proved fatal for Eric. Phone records indicated multiple calls and text messages between Corey and CL in January 2022. However, authorities were unable to ascertain the precise content of these messages because Corey allegedly deleted data from her phone between January 2nd, 2022 and shortly after Eric Richeson's death. During the interview, CL informed authorities that she acquired the fentanyl pills and handed them over to Corey in a direct transaction either on February 11th or February 12th, 2022. In late February, Corey once more reached out to CL, expressing dissatisfaction with the strength of the fentanyl and requesting a more potent supply. During this conversation, Corey allegedly asked CL for some Michael Jackson stuff, referencing the way that Michael Jackson died due to a drug overdose. CL confirmed to the authorities that she had obtained what Corey requested once again. Corey wrote a backdated check for $1,300 to obtain fentanyl from CL. According to CL, on either March 9th or March 10th, she left the fentanyl pills in a fire pit located in the backyard of a home owned by Richens. This statement and evidence became pivotal in establishing Corey's responsibility. However, on June 10th, 2023, lawyers representing Corey Richens argued for her release, completely denying the allegations. In a court filing that summer, they contended that there was no substantial evidence to support the charges. According to her legal team, not a single text message or document had been presented during discovery to substantiate the claim that Eric ever believed Corey attempted to poison him. Later on August 18th, prosecutors for Summit County informed the court that they had decided not to pursue the death penalty after careful consultation with the sisters and father of Eric Richens. On September 18th, prosecutors accused Corey of witness tampering, alleging that she had asked her brother to fabricate a false story about her husband supposedly buying drugs. In a court filing, prosecutors revealed that they found the request in a 6-page letter in Corey's cell at Summit County Jail in Park City. After a recent court hearing, Corey Richards was declared to be a substantial danger to society, leading the judge to rule that she would be safer behind bars. While the verdict is pending, it is undeniably evident that Corey Richards will spend a significant amount of time behind bars, bringing the case to its conclusion. January 9th, 2009, began as an ordinary day for Robert and Janice Che. Around 5 a.m., they were getting ready to leave for work. The couple owned Penn Station Beauty Supply, a thriving beauty supply store located in Suburban Station, a major train station in central Philadelphia. Their successful business had enabled them to purchase a 4-bedroom home in North Wales, Montgomery County, north of Philadelphia. Each day, they drove into the city to run their store. They did not get to leave as was their routine on this day, however. Janice was in their garage, putting on her shoes, and Robert was in their driveway, on his way to warm up his vehicle when they were ambushed by 3 armed men. The attackers dragged Robert into the garage as he asked why they were doing this and tried to fight them off. The 3 men then began beating him and binding him with duct tape and flex ties. Janice was then forced inside the home by 2 of the unknown men. She was taken upstairs where the attackers forced her to help them get into the safe in her bedroom. They stole between $15,000 and $20,000 in cash, some gold jewelry, a passbook for a Korean bank account, and a family symbol stamp. The Chase's 2 adult children also lived in the house but had been asleep when the attack started. 23-year-old Mina awoke to the sound of her mother hyperventilating in the hallway and got up to check on her. One of the attackers put a gun to her head and demanded access to the safe, as her mother had not yet provided it. When Mina said she did not know how to open the safe, she was taken to the garage and forced to kneel on the floor next to her severely injured father. 29-year-old Richard was awoken by the attackers coming into his bedroom and shining flashlights in his face. They pistol whipped him, and he fell to the floor before being dragged from the room. Janice, Mina, and Richard were all taken to the basement and bound with duct tape. One of the attackers stayed in the basement to guard them, but he then went upstairs. As soon as she and her children were alone, Janice was able to free herself enough from the duct tape to run out of the house through a door in the basement. She ran to a neighbor's house to call 911. When the attackers realized that Janice escaped and had most likely gone for help, they immediately fled. Richard was able to free himself and his sister and ran upstairs to lock the door to prevent the men from coming back inside the home. Richard and Mina then went to their father in the garage. Duct tape had been used to bind his feet together and his arms behind his back. Robert's head was also almost completely covered with duct tape. By the time police arrived on the scene, Robert was dead. He was 58 years old. His autopsy found that he had died as the result of asphyxia. The duct tape covering his head restricted his airway, and due to the severe beating he was subjected to, he bled extensively and his blood went into his airway. Robert was born Jumsaki in a small village in Korea in 1950. He grew up very poor and was only able to leave his village by joining the military. When he first came to the United States, he had only a few $100 with him and no English language skills. Despite these circumstances, he got married, had a family, and started his successful business. When he became a naturalized U.S. citizen, he changed his first name to the more American-sounding Robert. There had been a string of home invasion robberies targeting Asian business owners in Philadelphia, so the possibility that Robert's murder had been connected to these crimes was considered. However, the victim profile appeared to be the only thing in common between the attack on the Che family and the other robberies. In those crimes, the victim was accosted by armed perpetrators who quickly took money and valuables and left. None of these other robbery victims or their families were restrained or assaulted. Furthermore, the perpetrators in these crimes wore ski masks to prevent their victims from being able to identify them. The fact that the individuals who attacked the Che family and killed Robert had not worn masks raised concerns that they had not been worried about the Che's being able to later identify them. They may not have worn masks because they planned to kill all the members of the family to eliminate any witnesses, a plan that was ruined by Janice Che's escape. Richard J. had poor eyesight and relied on glasses to see clearly. Since he obviously did not sleep with him on, he could not clearly see the individuals who pulled him from his bed and forced him into the basement. Mina and Janice Che, however, were able to provide detailed descriptions of two of the men who had invaded their home. They worked with a sketch artist to develop composite images of the men, which were then released to the local media. Because Janice and Mina could potentially identify the men who attacked them and killed Robert, police feared that the men may return to kill them to prevent them from ever making such an identification. The Che's did not feel safe in their home because they shared such fears and found it difficult to be in the place where they had been attacked and Robert had been murdered. They therefore went to stay with family, and police kept them under surveillance there for their safety. While only 3 men had forced their way into the Che home, more people may have been involved. According to the surviving members of the Che family, the 3 attackers inside the home had been talking on cell phones. The conversations the Che's overheard indicated that the people on the other end of the line were also involved in the crime. Cell phone data would prove to be critical to the investigation. Police obtained a subpoena which allowed them to access the records of the cell phone tower located closest to the Che home in order to see what calls were being made in the area at the time of the home invasion. They were able to identify at least 3 phones that had been in contact with each other in the area at the time in question. Unfortunately, they were all prepaid cell phones, meaning there was no account owner on record for any of them. However, investigators were able to identify other numbers each of these phones had been calling. In analyzing these records, they came across calls made to someone close to the case, Angelo Shin. Shin was the nephew of Robert Che. While he was in high school, Shin had lived with the Che's for a year and a half while his parents had been in Korea, meaning he was familiar with the layout of the Che house and aware of the location of their safe. Robert and Janice treated Shin as though he were their own son, and their son Richard considered Shin to be a brother. Shin had a minor criminal record, 1 drug arrest, and would later be labeled by prosecutors as a wannabe gangster. Police were surprised that a member of the Choi's own family could have been involved in the attack on them that resulted in Robert's death. The possibility was also concerning because it meant the surviving members of the family were serious danger. They had been staying with Shin and his family since the murder, meaning he had easy access to them should he and his accomplices decide to kill them to prevent them from identifying the men who had invaded their home and killed Robert. Therefore, once Shin was identified as a potential suspect, police quickly tried to get the Choi family away from him. When they contacted Mina and Richard Choi to ask if they knew where their cousin was, they were with him. Investigators asked them to come with their cousin to the police station so that they could all be asked some more routine questions. When the three of them arrived there, Shin was placed in one room and Mina and Richard in another. While Shin was questioned by police, Richard and Mina were informed that their cousin may have been involved in the attack that had resulted in their father's murder. The news was devastating. At this time, police did not have enough evidence to charge Shin with murder or any charges related to the robbery, but they were afraid for the Chase's safety should he be released. In his statement to police, Shin had claimed that he had never been in contact with anyone involved in the crime. Using the cell phone records that showed him communicating with the cell phones used in the area at the time of the murder, they were able to arrest him on a charge of providing false information to police and hold him. After just a day in jail, Shin changed his story and admitted to his involvement in the home invasion. He told police that he had been bragging about his rich uncle to his friend Joseph Page, a 23-year-old from Philadelphia. Shin told Page that his uncle kept over $100,000 in the safe in his home. Page had a history of committing home invasion robberies and decided that Shin's uncle sounded like an ideal target. He recruited 5 more people to execute the robbery, 2 who would enter the house with him and 3 who would later be referred to as the cleanup crew who acted as lookouts and getaway drivers. Shin worked with Page for over a month to orchestrate the robbery. He also attended a meeting to plan the home invasion where he provided everyone involved with information about his aunt and uncle's daily routine and the location of their safe. He claimed to police that his family was supposed to be left unharmed. It is unclear how he could honestly have been so confident in his relative's safety, given the fact that he saw the duct tape, knives, and guns the others had collected to use during the crime at this meeting. Shin told police that he had learned of his uncle's murder when Page called him, upset about the much smaller amount of money in the safe than he had been promised. Page allegedly told Shin that Robert had died because they needed to hurt him a little after he tried to resist during the attack. Because so many people had been involved in the crime, each perpetrator received a relatively small amount of money for their participation. Angelo Shin betrayed his family and got his uncle killed for just $2,000 on February 4, 2009. Shin and the other 6 alleged participants in the home invasion were charged with the crime. Shin was charged with third-degree murder, and the others, 5 of whom had been present at the scene, were all charged with both second- and third-degree murder. Page, 25-year-old Amitati Latham, and 18-year-old Carrie Pitts were identified as the 3 men who entered the house. Julius Wise, 32, Robert Eatman, 33, and Sybil White, 17, all of Philadelphia, were all charged as members of the so-called cleanup crew. Unfortunately, what this investigation has revealed is far more sinister than a simple robbery. Angelo Shin is a traitor of the worst kind. He is a traitor to his family, he's a traitor to his people, and his treachery is of the lowest kind we've ever seen here, Montgomery County District Attorney Risa Vetri Furman stated when the charges were publicly announced. Page and Latham were tied to the crime by the cell phone data. After they were arrested, they were obligated to provide samples of their DNA, which also tied them both to the scene. Page's DNA was found on the inside of a portion of a finger from a black latex glove, consistent with the type the Chays said their attackers wore, found near Robert's body, and Latham's DNA was found on some of the duct tape used to restrain the Chays. Investigators believe it got there when he used his teeth to rip the tape. White, who had been the getaway driver, pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. At her sentencing hearing, she took full responsibility for her participation in the crime, but also said she had been convinced to participate because she was foolish, stupid, naive, and gullible. She was sentenced to 4 to 8 years in prison, plus 20 years of probation. Eaton also pled guilty to third-degree murder and apologized in court. He received 20 to 40 years in prison, plus 4.5 to 9 years for a robbery charge. Wise, who had participated in the planning of the home invasion and helped cover it up after the fact, pled guilty to third-degree murder the day after his trial for second-degree murder began. He was sentenced to 16 to 32 years in prison. Eatman and White were both witnesses for the prosecution when Page, Pitts, and Latham went to trial. Page and Latham were both found guilty of second-degree murder, robbery, burglary, and conspiracy. Page was given a consecutive 40 to 80-year prison term over and above a life sentence. Latham was sentenced to life plus 32 to 64 years. Pitts, alleged to have been the third man to actually enter the Che home, was found not guilty at trial as there was no cell phone or DNA evidence tying him to the crime, and Mina and Janice Che had not gotten a good enough look at him to be able to identify him. Angelo Shin pleaded guilty to third-degree murder. In October of 2010, he was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison for his role in the robbery that cost his uncle his life. He later unsuccessfully appealed this sentence, arguing that it was too severe in light of his cooperation and the remorse he expressed. Robert's death, the trauma of the home invasion, and Angelo Shin's betrayal left the surviving members of the Che family unable to live a normal life. Robert's son Richard has stated that he could not comprehend how someone could betray their family in such a manner. In 2015, Marty and Glenna Durham, both 46, lived in Sand Lake, Michigan. The couple had been married for 10 years. They each had been previously married and had grown children. Marty was known to be security conscious, wary of strangers and vigilant about locking the doors to his home, but he was also a good friend and neighbor to the select few people in his social circle. Keith and Connie Ream, who lived across the street from the Durhams, spoke and texted with them every day. They were therefore concerned when they abruptly stopped seeing and hearing from the couple, despite repeated messages to them and 2 trips over to their home. On May 13, 2015, after 2 days of not hearing from them, Connie decided to go back over to Marty and Glenna's home to check on them again at approximately 4:30 p.m. Connie realized that something was wrong as soon as she tried to enter the home. The door was unlocked, which Marty would not normally have allowed. The house was usually well kept but was now in a state of disarray. Various items were thrown about and a lamp had been broken. In a bedroom, she discovered Marty and Glenna lying on the floor, both covered in blood. She ran outside to get help from firefighters who had been attending to a fire down the street. First responders initially believed that both Marty and Glenna were dead. However, an hour after authorities arrived on the scene, a trooper from the Michigan State Police was trying to lure the couple's upset dog out of the bedroom. He noticed that Glenna appeared to still be breathing. When he went to check her pulse, her eyes opened, and she cried out, "What are you doing?" Despite a serious injury from a gunshot wound to the head, Glenna was still alive, and she was taken to the hospital. Marty was not as lucky. By the time he was found, he was dead, having been shot 5 times. 3 shots fired at close range had entered his chest. He had also been shot once in the back and once in the forearm. He was survived by both of his parents, 3 children, and 4 grandchildren. Marty had been an avid outdoorsman, and he had found ways to continue enjoying some of his favorite outdoor activities, even after he required the use of a leg brace. The leg brace was used to help treat lingering injuries from a serious car accident Marty had been involved in back in 1995 when his car was struck by a truck speeding through a red light. The accident left him in a coma for weeks and with extensive injuries. The entire left side of his body had been severely injured and his brain had been jolted against his skull with enough force to cause permanent damage to his frontal lobe. He required months of intensive medical care and rehabilitation. While he was able to eventually lead somewhat of a normal life, he did have ongoing medical problems as a result of the accident. In 2010, Marty's condition worsened and he required more daily care as a result of the ongoing effects of his injuries. Glenna began receiving $3,153 a month from the state of Michigan to serve as his caregiver. Marty also received $1,100 a month in disability payments. Marty was notoriously frugal. He did not like to pay to have his home heated, so visitors had to wear thermals under their clothes when they came to see him in the winter. As anxious as he was about spending money, he did find ways to make sure he could still enjoy some of his favorite, but more expensive outdoor activities. By cutting his expenses like his utility payments, he was able to carefully save up money each month for big purchases so that he could still hunt and fish. However, while he was concerned with his finances, it was Glenna who actually handled them. Glenna was not as careful with money as her husband. Glenna had a love of gambling, and while Marty was aware of her hobby, Glenna appears to have kept the extent of her gambling problem a secret from him. Marty would normally accompany Glenna on her trips to casinos, which she would make once or twice a week, but Glenna would also ask family members not to tell her husband about some of her gambling activity or the amounts she spent. In 2010 alone, she spent $75,000 gambling at casinos. In addition to her casino trips, Glenna would also visit gas stations near her home 3 to 4 times a week to purchase lottery tickets, spending between $50 and $100 during each visit. Glenna was in charge of actually paying all of the couple's bills and told Marty that they were current on all of them. They were not. In the years leading up to Marty's death, the couple had started going into debt. They owed money on one of their cars and to the IRS. When a collection agency attempted to repossess the vehicle, Glenna assured Marty that she had been making the necessary payments on it. She had not. In April of 2015, Marty's mother Lillian saw a legal notice in a local newspaper stating that her son and daughter-in-law's home was being foreclosed on. She called Marty to ask about the foreclosure, but he knew nothing about it. When he bought a copy of the paper and showed the notice to Glenna, she told him that it was a misprint and that she would call the newspaper office. She assured him that it was a mistake and that the mortgage was still being automatically withdrawn from their account every month. The $700 monthly mortgage payment had in fact not been paid in a year, and the checking account it was supposed to be withdrawn from only had $182 in it. Their savings account only had $118 on April 28, 2015. Foreclosure documents were delivered to the home. The house was set to go up for public auction on May 13th, the day Marty was found dead. After the murder, the documents were found torn up in one of Glenna's drawers. Glenna appears to have kept the true state of the couple's finances and the imminent loss of their home from her husband. Marty seemingly had no idea that his house really was in foreclosure as he continued to make improvements to the home up until 2 days before his death when he painted his bathroom ceiling. Marty's 2 sons and daughter went to his home the day after he was found dead. There, they found a manila envelope that had not been processed by the police. Inside were letters Glenna had written to her children and her ex-husband. In the letters, she asked her ex-husband to look after their grown children. She apologized to her children and told them that she loved them. Marty's children were concerned by the implications of these letters. They believed that their stepmother wrote the notes prior to attempting to take her own life. Other evidence surfaced supporting the theory that Glenna had killed her husband and then turned the gun on herself. Between 3:32 and 4:48 a.m. on May 12th, Glenna's cell phone had been used to research Ruger firearms, specifically the Ruger Single-6, the type of weapon used to kill Marty and critically injure Glenna. After these searches, Glenna's phone then sent a text message reading "Love you, sorry" to Glenna's mother. Blood evidence also showed that Glenna had moved around the house after she had been shot. Most importantly, her blood was found on a couch in the living room. The Ruger Single-6 revolver that was used in the shooting had been found hidden under the love seat in the living room. The neurosurgeon who treated Glenna would later testify that it would have been possible for her to move around the home after being shot with her specific injury. Due to her extensive injuries and the months of physical rehabilitation she required, Glenna was not thoroughly interviewed by the authorities until October of 2015, 5 months after Marty's murder. During this interview, Glenna claimed to have no memory of anything that happened between May 11th and when she was taken to the hospital. She was adamant, however, that she had not killed her husband. She claimed that she only went online using her phone to play games and that she did not perform any of the searches about Ruger firearms. She said that the letters to her children sounded like letters she had previously written to them on their birthdays, but also said that she would have only written acrimonious things to her ex-husband, which was in conflict with what she actually wrote in her letter to him found financial troubles Glenna and Marty were having, as well as the fact that Glenna had hidden them from Marty seemingly up until just before his death gave Glenna a motive to kill her husband, and physical evidence seemed to support her involvement in his death. Glenna was not arrested. As the months went on with no charges filed in the case, Marty's family became more and more aggravated. They were vocal in the local media about their frustration with the lack of movement in the case. In addition to a dog, Glenna and Marty also had another pet, an African gray parrot named Bud. Marty had owned Bud with his first wife, Christina Keller. Christina had another parrot, and since she had previously owned Bud and knew how to properly care for parrots, Bud went to live with her after Marty's death. Bud, like many African gray parrots, had a talent for mimicking voices he heard as well as an impressive memory. Several people the police spoke to during the course of their investigation asked them if they planned to interview Bud. After Bud went to live with Christina, she became concerned by some of the things she heard him saying. Bud would regularly repeat the same profanity-laden argument, which appeared to have taken place between two people. He used two different voices to represent the two participants in the conversation, switching between them as he went through each part of the argument. According to Christina, one of these voices sounded like Marty. The apparent argument would end with Bud speaking in his voice for Marty, yelling at someone not to shoot. Christina was concerned that Bud had witnessed Marty's murder and was relaying the argument he overheard just prior to Marty being shot. Because of all the concerns about Glenna's involvement in the case, Christina suspected that the person Bud heard Marty arguing with was Glenna. She recorded a video of Bud going through the exchange a month after Marty's murder, but did not immediately share the video. After the first anniversary of Marty's murder came and went with no arrests made on the case, Christina did decide to release the video to a local news station. The station aired their story on the case in early June, and the video quickly garnered national attention. 3 weeks after the story featuring the video of Bud aired, Glenna was arrested and charged with Marty's murder. Authorities denied that the video of Bud played any role in Glenna's arrest. Instead, they maintained that they had to wait more than a year to make the arrest because they had been waiting on the results of some tests that required a lot of time and the completion of some interviews that could not be made immediately after Marty's death. Glenna had finally been arrested because the investigation finally had enough evidence to support the murder charge against her, not because of the video. Some of this testing showed that Glenna's DNA was present on the murder weapon, which would prove to be a major piece of evidence at her trial. Christina Keller, however, believed that Bud deserved some credit for helping get justice for her ex-husband. Bud helped us get attention for Marty's murder, and I believe it put pressure on the prosecutor to make the arrest with all the media pressure, she told the Cedar Springs Post. While prosecutors were aware of Bud and his apparent recounting of the events leading up to Marty's murder, they believed they had enough evidence and a strong enough case to prosecute Glenna without him. While Bud's apparent play-by-play of the argument that led up to the murder was certainly evocative, there would have been extensive legal challenges to trying to use Bud in court. Prosecutors were able to show that Glenna had a strong motive in no longer being able to hide the imminent loss of their home from Marty, and strong evidence in the DNA found on the murder weapon, Glenna's phone activity, the notes, and the evidence at the scene that supported their assertion that Glenna had killed Marty following an argument before turning the gun on herself in an unsuccessful attempt to take her own life. The jury agreed with the prosecution. On July 19, 2017, after 8 hours of deliberation, they found Glenna Durham guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole. Glenna maintains her innocence and still has supporters who speak out against her conviction. In April of 2019, Glenna appealed to the Michigan Court of Appeals, arguing that the evidence found on her phone that showed she had been researching the type of weapon used in the shooting was hearsay and therefore inadmissible and unfairly prejudicial. The appeal was rejected. On December 23 the same year, the Michigan Supreme Court denied her request to appeal that decision. Glenna is currently serving her sentence at the Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility. Rosemary Pacenta was born on July 28, 1932. While not much is known about her early life, it is clear that she never married. For most of her life, Rosemary was the type of woman who kept to herself and minded her own business. In 1972, she moved to 140 Alcott Place, an apartment in Co-op City in the Bronx. For the next 25 years, she lived there alone and worked as a school teacher. Though her life was somewhat routine, she often ventured out to spend time with a few neighbors she had befriended in the building. On Sunday, January 5, 1997, the weather was particularly cold in the Bronx, prompting Rosemary to stay indoors. The night passed, and on Monday morning, January 6, 1997, she failed to show up at her school. Her phone rang multiple times, breaking the silence in her apartment, but there was no response. One of Rosemary's neighbors began to notice something was amiss. The lights in Rosemary's apartment had stayed on through the night. However, she didn't put much thought into it. But when she tried calling Rosemary and got no answer throughout the day, she grew concerned. And then in the evening at 6:15 p.m., the neighbor decided to check up on Rosemary and went to her apartment. From the moment she arrived at Rosemary's apartment door, she had an eerie feeling. The door to the apartment had been left slightly open. She walked in slowly, taking small steps, afraid of what she might find. The neighbor's worst fears came true as soon as she walked into the kitchen and discovered Rosemary's body in a pool of blood. She shrieked, looking at the gruesome scene, and tried to pull herself together. She informed the authorities immediately, and soon Detective George Wood and Sergeant Curtis Oates from the New York Police Department arrived to inspect the crime scene. Rosemary's body was almost completely covered in blood. She was lying face down with a 9-inch knife still lodged in her back. Looking at the multiple stab wounds on Rosemary's body, the detectives could tell that she had suffered an extremely painful death. Detectives also noticed that Rosemary's throat had been slit, and the defense of bruises suggested that Rosemary had put up a fight against her attacker during the struggle between the two. Outside the apartment in the lobby, there was more evidence that supported their theory. Detectives found stains of blood smeared across the wall next to the elevator. However, there was no traces of blood inside the elevator. This led the detective to search the staircase of the building, and on the 10th floor across a flight of stairs, there was another trail of blood. Detectives now believed that sometime during the struggle, Rosemary had managed to wound her attacker. Detectives were sure that the blood found smeared across the elevator wall, and on this staircase 13 floors below Rosemary's apartment belonged to the person who killed Rosemary. This gave detectives an idea about how Rosemary's killer might have escaped the building. At first, they thought of taking the elevator and pressed the button with his blood-covered hands and left a trail on the wall. But perhaps the elevator was taking too long, or maybe they thought that given their messy appearance, someone in the elevator might suspect them. They then thought it would be best to take the stairs if they wanted to leave the building without being noticed, and that was what they did. While the bloodstains were a strong piece of evidence in the case, it didn't give detectives an idea of who the killer might be. The samples were obtained and preserved for further testing and future use. Later, an autopsy confirmed that Rosemary had been stabbed a total of 39 times, out of which 8 wounds were on her back. The knife found jammed into Rosemary's back belonged to a set from her own kitchen. This made the detectives believe that Rosemary's murder was probably not a premeditated one. They came up with a theory that when the attacker entered Rosemary's apartment, they initially didn't have any intentions of killing her. But when a struggle ensued, they did it anyway. And since there were some items missing from the apartment, it seemed like robbery was the motive behind the tragic incident. A few days after the murder, a funeral was held for Rosemary at Granby Cemetery, Granby, Hartford County, Connecticut, USA. Her loved ones gathered around to pay their respects, and she was laid to rest. Months went by, but there weren't any new developments in the case. Even with strong evidence and convincing theories, detectives were having a hard time coming up with any leads to follow. Soon, the police department diverted their attention to a fresh trail of murders in New York, and Rosemary's case went cold. More than 2 years later, in May 1999, Detective Kevin Lawler from the NYPD was assigned to the Cold Case Squad and handed Rosemary's case. Skimming through Rosemary's case file, he had an idea of how he was going to move forward with the case. With assistance from Detective Mark Tebbins, Detective Lawler got the blood samples found on the elevator wall and in the staircase re-examined. The forensics department was successful in developing a DNA profile of Rosemary's killer, and it was uploaded to the Combined DNA Index System, or simply CODIS, which is a nationwide database of DNA profiles. All the detectives needed to do now was wait and hope for a match. After another 2 years, on August 20th, 2001, Detective Lawler received a phone call from the NYPD crime lab regarding Rosemary's case. There finally was a match through CODIS, and the person was identified at 28-year-old Charles Jones. Detective Lawler had been desperately awaiting this call, and now that he had the information he needed, he wasted no time in investigating the genetic link further. In order to make sure that he wasn't missing anything out, he performed a background check on Jones and uncovered some intriguing information. Originally, Jones wasn't linked to Rosemary's murder, but since he had been imprisoned after pleading guilty to a robbery and assault of another Co-op City resident on August 13, 1998, he was required to submit a DNA sample right before being released on August 10, 2001. And then on August 20, 2001, when Jones' DNA profile was uploaded on Cody's, it matched with the sample that belonged to Rosemary's killer. Furthermore, at the time of Rosemary's murder, Jones himself lived in Coop City, just a couple blocks from her apartment. While this strengthened the elevator against Jones, it still wasn't enough for Detective Lawler to charge Jones yet. Detective Lawler was quick to realize that while the blood sample evidence did place Charles Jones in the building at the time of the murder, it did not place him in any way inside Rosemary's apartment where the murder took place. This could completely destroy the detective's theory of Rosemary's murder and give Jones a chance to escape. Detective Lawler and Detective Tebbins needed more information and stronger evidence to put Jones behind bars. They decided to head over to Jones's house and have a talk with him. When the detectives arrived at Jones's place, they were told that he wasn't home at the time and that they should come back later. Since they didn't have solid evidence against Jones yet, they had to be extremely careful about the case, as even a slight misstep could cause all their progress to be lost. They didn't want anyone in Jones's family to learn about the reason behind their visit, which could tip him off and give him another chance to escape. And so they left a message for Jones saying that he had an outstanding traffic violation and they only wanted to talk to him to clear it. The detectives had to leave Jones' house without seeing him, but not without setting up a trap for him. A couple of days later, Jones took the bait and showed up to the precinct to talk about his traffic violation. The next steps were going to be very crucial, as Jones would soon be made aware of the real reason why he was called in for questioning. Detectives wanted to create a comfy environment for Jones before confronting him. After 30 minutes of being nice to Jones, the detectives began the interrogation. Even though Jones seemed nervous, he still wasn't breaking, and so detectives threw in some facts to shake his confidence. They told him that the blood found in the building of Rosemary's apartment belonged to him, and that was enough evidence to link him to Rosemary's murder. Listening to this information, Jones changed his story. The process still didn't seem like it was working. Detective Lawler had to do something more to break Jones and get a clear confession out of him. He walked up to his desk, picked up an envelope, and pulled out a bunch of pictures and laid them on the table in front of Jones. The picture showed Rosemary's body lying cold and lifeless on her kitchen floor. Detective Lawler thought this might drive Jones into admitting his guilt, but he was wrong. The tensions were now high even after several attempts of making him speak the truth, but the detectives were not letting him go anywhere. The interrogation went on for another 8 hours and only came to an end when Jones finally gave in. He decided to confess to the murder and cut a deal for his plea bargain. By stating a straight 8, Jones meant that he would serve only 8 years in prison for a full confession of the murder. By now, Jones had realized that there was no way out of this mess. One way or another, he would have to give in and suffer the damage for his actions, but thankfully Jones chose wisely. Instead of contesting the accusations against him, he gave Detectives Lauer a full confession, hoping that it would help him during his sentencing. According to Jones, the whole incident was merely a misunderstanding. He was persistent that Rosemary attacked him first, and he only acted in self-defense. However, something about this confession wasn't sitting well with the detectives. At the time of the murder, Jones was 23 years old, almost 6 feet tall. A well-built tall man defending himself from a 5'4" elderly woman seemed like a made-up story. While it did seem like this wasn't premeditated murder, the detectives weren't fully on board with the idea that Jones acted in self-defense. Charles Jones was arrested on Friday, August 24, 2001, and charged with robbery in the murder of Rosemary Passant. Jones was made aware that if he contested the accusations against him in the court and lost, it would end in a lengthy murder trial with a possible death penalty as the outcome. On the morning of January 11, 2002, in the Bronx County Courthouse, Jones pleaded guilty to a charge of first-degree manslaughter and was handed a sentence of 19 years behind bars. Charles Jones's capture brought closure to many of the Bronx residents, but especially to Rosemary's loving neighbors. Even though their friend was long gone, she would never be forgotten. Rosemary's case being solved brought a huge amount of relief to her family and friends. Belinda Bailey, one of Rosemary's neighbors and friends, said that her friend's murder remained a mystery for almost 4 years, and those 4 years were the most painful for her. She lived right down the hall from Rosemary's apartment, and whenever she crossed it, she would think of her. Even though it took some time, the detectives were able to solve Rosemary's case through DNA technology and bring closure to her loved ones. Detectives are now determined to implement the same technology to crack thousands of other cold cases and serve justice to victims like Rosemary and their families. Jones's confession told a different story from what the detectives had theorized. Do you think he was hiding the whole truth or not? Apart from Rosemary, Jones was linked to another assault from 1998. Do you think there are more cases in which Jones escaped from undetected? Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. Rita Curran had a passion for singing and shared her love of music with her family. She was a cherished second-grade teacher at Milton Elementary School in Milton, Vermont, and during her summer breaks from her full-time job, she also worked part-time as a maid at the South Burlington Colonial Motor Inn. At 24 years old, Rita continued to live at home with her parents and siblings, even after starting her full-time career. However, that changed in the summer of 1971 when Rita came across an advertisement for a room available for rent in an apartment on Brooks Avenue in Burlington, Vermont. After deciding she was a good fit with the potential roommates, Rita decided to move in for the summer. She shared one room with a young woman named Beverly, and a couple, Carrie and Paul, lived in the apartment's other bedroom. On July 19, 1971, Rita had only been living in the apartment for 2 weeks. That night, her roommates Carrie and Paul went out to dinner and then went to a bar called the Harbor Hideaway. Around 11:15, they called their apartment to see if their roommates wanted to join them for a drink. Beverly answered the phone and told them she would meet them there. She did not invite Rita because she was already asleep. Beverly left the apartment at 11:20 p.m. Paul and Carrie returned home at 12:30 a.m. on July 20th, and Beverly arrived shortly thereafter. When Beverly entered her bedroom, she discovered Rita's body and called out to her roommates for help. Rita had been viciously attacked. Her autopsy found that she had been severely beaten, raped, and then strangled to death. She had fought fiercely against her killer. She appeared to have been asleep at the time the attack began, as she had curlers in her hair and was surrounded by scraps of her clothing, including her nightgown. All of her clothes had been ripped from her body during the attack. Based on her roommate's movements, it was determined that the window of time during which the murder occurred was just 70 minutes. Police collected evidence, followed up on leads, and interviewed neighbors. No arrests were made. Authorities later actively investigated the possibility that serial killer Ted Bundy was Rita's murderer. He had been actively killing at the time of her murder, and the motel where Rita worked was next to the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers, where Bundy had been born. Rita's sister Mary even wrote to Bundy asking him if he had been involved in Rita's murder. No evidence was ever found tying Bundy to the crime, and 45 minutes prior to his execution in 1989, when asked if he had ever killed anyone in Vermont, Bundy said no. Decades would pass, but police interest in solving the case did not diminish. In 2014, authorities in Vermont went out of state for help in processing evidence from the scene. The New York City office of the chief medical examiner processed evidence looking for DNA, while the slides made from vaginal swabs taken during Rita's autopsy were too degraded to identify DNA. They were able to sequence a male DNA profile from a cigarette, but that had been found next to Rita's body. It would later be determined that this profile was a match to DNA also found on Rita's nightgown. However, there was not a match to the profile in any criminal database. Rita's case was reopened in 2019, and instead of having one investigator working on the case, as was protocol for cold cases, an entire team was assigned to investigate her murder. Genetic genealogy was used to identify relatives of the man whose DNA was found at the crime scene. In combing through their family trees, investigators came across the name of someone who had been interviewed about the case back in 1971. This man had since died, but he had a half-brother living in Alabama who agreed to provide a sample of his DNA. The sample confirmed that this man's half-brother was the contributor of the DNA that was found at the crime scene. On February 21, 2023, Burlington police announced that they had identified the suspect in Mita's case as William DeRuse. DeRuse and his wife had lived in the same building as Rita, 2 floors above her apartment. Shortly after Rita's murder, DeRuse had moved to Thailand to become a Buddhist monk. He and his wife divorced after not seeing each other for some time. DeRuse eventually moved back to the United States and remarried. He died of a drug overdose in San Francisco in 1986. An informant had identified DeRuse as a potential suspect early on in the investigation. However, when police interviewed his wife, Michelle, she said that her husband had been with her at the time of the murder. When she was re-interviewed 50 years later, Michelle admitted that DeRuse had not been with her. He had argued with her that night and then gone out for a walk to cool off. Because they lived in Rita's building, police had notified DeRuse and his wife of the murder the morning after it occurred. According to Michelle, as soon as he closed the door, her husband had turned to her and told her to say she had been with him all night if police asked her any questions. Therefore, when she was formally interviewed by police, Michelle provided her husband with an alibi. Police do not believe Michelle knew her husband killed Rita. They view her dishonesty as the result of her being coerced by her husband rather than as her being a willing accomplice in covering up his crime. DeRuse did have a history of manipulating women and went on to commit acts of domestic violence and violence against women. He once strangled his second wife until she became unconscious, and on another occasion, he stabbed one of her friends, seemingly at random. Rita's parents passed away before DeRuse was identified, but her brother and sister did get to learn who took their beloved sister from them. While DeRuse cannot be prosecuted for the murder, investigators say they are unanimously certain that he killed Rita and the case is now closed. Sarah Mobley Hall experienced loss early in life, but it only made her more dedicated to helping others. She was raised by her grandmother because her mother died shortly after the birth of Sarah's sister, Mary. According to Mary, Sarah treated her as though she were her own child and always had faith in her. Sarah was very outgoing and well-liked by those who knew her. In 1984, 27-year-old Sarah was a single mother living in the Hidden Valley neighborhood of Charlotte, North Carolina. She worked with children with special needs like her son, 10-year-old Derek Mobley. Derek had a jovial personality and was very close with his mother. On March 14, 1984, police were called to Sarah and Derek's apartment, which was in a complex on Ventura Way. They had been called because the door to the apartment was open and a foul odor was coming from inside the home. When police entered the apartment, they discovered the bodies of both Sarah and Derek. They had both been strangled, and Sarah had also been badly beaten. Sarah's sister Mary worked near Sarah's apartment and spent a lot of time at the home with her sister and nephew. "I carried a burden for years because I felt like I should have been with her," Mary later said. "It would have never happened if I was with her." Decades would pass before an arrest was made in the case. Finally, on February 1, 2023, 60-year-old James Thomas Pratt was arrested without incident in York County, South Carolina. He was extradited back to North Carolina to be charged with Sarah and Derek's murders. While he does have a criminal record, he's only ever been charged with minor misdemeanors. He lived in the same neighborhood as Sarah and Derek at the time they were killed and is believed to have had a friendly relationship with them. It was DNA that finally led to Pratt's arrest. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department received a grant from the Bureau of Justice Administration which allowed them to use new technology in the investigation. DNA was found on the pillow Sarah's body had been found resting on, but there was no match to the profile in criminal databases. Investigators then attempted to use forensic genetic genealogy in the case, looking in DNA databases for relatives of the contributor of the DNA found at the crime scene. This effort did not identify a potential suspect. They then partnered with state police to use familial DNA technology. Instead of using commercial DNA sites, this technique involved searching the state criminal DNA database looking for people who were related to the individual whose DNA was found on the pillow. This effort is what ultimately led to Pratt being identified as a potential suspect. Police then worked with the FBI to obtain a sample of Pratt's DNA, which proved to be a match to the DNA from the crime scene. According to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, this is the first time familial DNA has been used to solve a murder in the state of North Carolina. The technology was previously used in the state to make an arrest in a previously unsolved rape case and to identify a John Doe in 2022. Pratt is currently being held at the Mecklenburg County Jail. After Pratt's arrest, Sarah's sister, Mary, said, "I'm so grateful the police have found this person, and I hope he spends the rest of his days behind bars." Wilhelmina Filkins, who went by Violet, came from a large family, growing up with 7 sisters and a brother. She never married or had children of her own, and in 1994, she was 81 years old and living alone in a ground-floor apartment in East Greenbush, New York. She retired after a long career with the State Department of Education but remained active. Despite her age and the fact that she did have a car, she made almost daily walks to a local convenience store, where the employees were fond of her, to buy grocery items. She loved to garden and volunteered often. She was a quiet woman who lived a simple life, attending Mass regularly and always keeping her weekly hair appointment. She was close with her family and friends, and her neighbors all liked her. Violet was last seen alive on Wednesday, August 17, 1994. 2 days later, on August 19th, her brother Sterling and her niece Carol went to her apartment to check on her. They realized that something was amiss before they even reached the apartment. They noticed that the curtains were caught in the apartment's sliding glass door, which meant the door could not be locked as Violet normally kept it. When they opened the door, they discovered Violet's body lying close to it. Violet had been beaten severely about the head. Her 1989 Plymouth Reliant was located at the apartment complex but was not found in the manner Violet usually parked at. Police believe that Violet was killed during a daytime robbery and that her killer had used her vehicle to transport items stolen from her home before returning it to her apartment complex. Her killer did not appear to profit very much from the robbery and murder, as it is believed he disposed of many of the stolen items right after killing Violet. The items were found abandoned behind a local cemetery 3 years after Violet was killed. An arrest was not immediately made despite the best efforts of investigators. In the following years, the case was investigated by numerous law enforcement agencies, including the State Police Troop G Major Crimes Unit, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations Unit at the State Police Barracks, and the East Greenbush Police Department. However, it would be more than 28 years before the case was finally closed. On January 19, 2023, police announced that they had identified the man they believed killed Violet. His name was Jeremiah Gayette, and he had been 18 years old at the time of the murder. He had been living in the same apartment complex as Violet when she was killed in a unit he shared with his father just around the corner from where Violet lived. He had been interviewed about the case in 1994 when police canvassed the neighborhood but was not considered a suspect at the time. He went on to serve in the Air Force and live in Florida before returning to upstate New York, where he worked as a bus driver transporting both children and the elderly. Unfortunately, Gayette could not be prosecuted for Violet's murder. Investigators had identified him as a potential suspect in 2019. They went to see him on October 1st that year. When they told him they wanted to speak with him about an incident that had taken place 25 years earlier, he immediately became visibly upset. He told the investigators that he would not speak to them without an attorney present, and they left. The next day, police came to the home after receiving a report of a shot being fired there. Gayette had shot himself in the head. He did not survive. A relative later told police that Gayette had called them after investigators came to see him and stated that he did not want to go to prison. Gayette had been brought to investigators' attention by one of his ex-girlfriends. In 2009, he made statements to her while crying like, "That poor old woman, I robbed her, I hit her, and I just left her there." She did not think anything of these statements until 2019 when she was watching programming about cold cases on Netflix. She did some research and found out that an old woman, Violet, had been robbed and killed while Gayette was living near her. She then went to the authorities with this information. Gayette's DNA and fingerprints were taken during his autopsy, but due to a backlog of cases at the lab and the pandemic, it was years before they were analyzed. When the evidence was finally examined, Gayette's left thumbprint was matched to a print taken from Violet's coffee table. According to police, at the time of the murder, Gayette had plans to steal a car and rob a bank in order to pay for college. Violet's family is grateful to finally have the answers they feared they might never receive. Susan Priest lived in an old vicarage on a traveler's site in Pontefract, West Yorkshire, with her 6 siblings and her mother. Her mother struggled to raise her children on her own, and they were often temporarily placed in foster care. In 1969, a family of travelers from Scotland befriended 4-year-old Susan while they were staying on the site. The parents told Susan's mother, Maureen, that they were taking their 2 sons to Disney World for 2 weeks and offered to take Susan along with them. Wanting her daughter to go on a trip, she knew she could not provide for her. Maureen agreed to let Susan go with them. At the time, a child Susan's age did not require a passport to travel from the UK to the United States, just their birth certificate and a parent's signature, which Maureen provided the couple. However, 2 weeks passed and the couple did not return Susan as they said they would. Maureen would spend the rest of her life searching for Susan. She regularly visited various traveler sites looking for the family who had taken her daughter and frequently made trips back to the site where she had previously lived long after she moved away. She passed away in 2014 without ever seeing Susan again. The couple had not taken Susan to Florida as they had told Maureen they would be. Instead, they took her to Canada, then Australia and New Zealand. Susan grew up being told that she was adopted after her biological family had disowned her. She enjoyed her life within the traveling community and later said that the couple she was told had adopted her spoiled her rotten. Susan did not learn the truth about how she came to live with her traveler family until she was 16. The family traveled from Australia to New Zealand, and Susan did not need a passport upon entering New Zealand. However, she did need one to return to Australia. She went to apply for one, but the application required the signature of a parent. When she went to the man, she called her father to get his signature. He tearfully admitted why he could not sign it. Susan's birth family had never disowned her, and he and his wife had never adopted her. They had stolen her from her family instead. The couple had 2 sons, and Susan later theorized that they had taken her because they wanted a daughter. Susan was shocked but did not fully comprehend what her situation meant. She stayed in New Zealand until she could apply for a passport as an adult. She returned to Australia when she was 19 and went on to marry a traveler, becoming Susan Gervasi. She had 3 children and eventually 4 granddaughters. She and her husband ran a charity for travelers. It was not until 2022 when she had a conversation with someone who had been adopted that Susan processed how serious her abduction was. The woman asked her if she was curious about how her birth family was feeling about her being gone, and Susan experienced what she later described as a light bulb moment, realizing that her birth family may have actually cared for her and wanted to know where she was. Susan remembered where she had lived back in England, so her husband posted about her story in a Facebook group for the area. Within half an hour, her family had been found. Their efforts to find her had always been hampered by the fact that they did not know the surname she had been given by the couple who took her, or later her married surname. When Susan was able to speak to her siblings on the phone, they were crying hysterically with joy at the news that she was alive and located. While her disappearance was solved and Susan was reunited with her family, neither of Susan's abductors could face any charges as the woman, who had multiple sclerosis, passed away when Susan was still a child and the man passed away when Susan was 21. In the fall of 2022, more than 50 years after she was taken from her family, Susan traveled back to England to be reunited with her siblings and celebrate her 57th birthday. While she was not reunited with them until after their mother passed away, the reunion came just in time for one of her sisters, who has Parkinson's disease and dementia. She was able to see Susan before her condition worsened to the point where she could not understand what was happening. Susan hopes her story will give strength to the loved ones of other missing people. It gives a message to anybody who has lost somebody that miracles do happen. There is hope, she said after her reunion with her family. Paula Aulera was born in Colombia in the late 1970s to her parents, Cesar and Olga Aulera. She had 2 older siblings, Julio and Alexandra. In June 1990, Paula, along with her mother and 2 siblings, relocated to East Harlem, New York City, seeking a better life. They lived on the 30th floor of an apartment building at 420 East 111th Street, sharing the space with Paula's uncle, Guillermo Ospina. Her father, Caesar, stayed in Colombia, working as a taxi driver and saving money to eventually join them in New York. Upon arriving in New York, Paula began attending junior high school 90. According to her sister, Alexandra, Paula excelled academically, dedicating her free time to studying English and mathematics. She had only a few friends, primarily classmates, and dreamed of becoming a lawyer to assist those in need. Her uncle Guillermo described her as exceptionally intelligent and mature for her age, thinking well beyond her years. He also mentioned that Paula was very happy in New York due to her passion for the English language. She was a young girl with many plans for the future, her uncle Guillermo said. Everything appeared to be going smoothly for Paula and her family until a heartbreaking event suddenly changed their lives. On the cold afternoon of January 24, 1991, Paula, who was just 13 years old at the time, left her school and made her way back to the familiar surroundings of her apartment building. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. At approximately 4:45 p.m., she arrived at the entrance of the building and used the intercom to call her apartment. Her mother, Olga, answered and let her in by pressing the button to unlock the lobby door. This ordinary interaction would be the final one Olga would share with her beloved daughter. With the door now open, Paula entered the lobby and stepped into an elevator, but tragically, she never made it to their 30th floor apartment. 10 minutes later, when Paula hadn't arrived home, her brother and uncle grew worried. They felt that something was amiss and decided to go look for her. As they hurried down to the lobby, they found it completely empty. They began searching the neighborhood desperately for Paula, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. 3 hours later, around 7:30 p.m., a man out for a walk with his dog made a chilling discovery. He spotted a lifeless figure lying on a walkway near the East River. The area was littered with drug-related items like vials, syringes, and used lighters. Tragically, what he found was Paula's slender body, and she had passed away. The site where she was found was located about a half a mile to the south of the apartment building where she lived. When detectives arrived at the scene, they were faced with a deeply saddening sight. There were no clues to indicate who might have committed this crime. The only things they discovered on Paula's body were a new Kids on the Block watch on her wrist and a piece of chalk in her pocket. Paula's murder profoundly affected not only her family but also the entire neighborhood. Her mother Olga was inconsolable, struggling to come to terms with the loss of her daughter. At Paula's school, both students and teachers were in shock. In the aftermath of this tragedy, teachers held meetings with students to provide support for those who were close to Paula, helping them cope with their grief. They also advised all students not to walk alone in the area for safety reasons. In response to the incident, reporters were not allowed to access the school, and the principal and district officials declined to speak with them. Detectives were left with numerous unanswered questions. They went from door to door in the 32-floor building, hoping to find witnesses who might have seen Paula in the area where her body was eventually discovered. Unfortunately, they couldn't locate anyone who had seen her there. Moreover, the detectives had no information about the appearance of the person responsible for this tragedy. It remained uncertain whether Paula was killed in the isolated spot filled with crack vials where her body was found or somewhere else. Through their investigation, the detectives managed to piece together some important details. They discovered that Paula regularly stayed at school after hours for a journalism workshop on Thursdays. On the day of her tragic murder, she had been working on an article about her father, intending to send it to him as a Valentine's Day gift. The detectives also found out that on that fateful day, Paula left the school after the workshop at around 4 p.m. and walked north along First Avenue with a friend. They parted ways at 106th Street with Paula continuing to her family's apartment building. During their inquiries, the detective learned that another teenager named Aaron Wofford had entered the same elevator as Paula. However, when they spoke with him, he claimed to have gotten off at the 19th floor while Paula continued upward. As a result, the detective shifted their focus away from him as a suspect. The autopsy revealed the full extent of the terrible ordeal Paula had endured. She had been violated, strangled, and stabbed 3 times near her heart. The medical examiner also noticed unusual elongated marks on her thighs. It was clear that Paula had bravely resisted an assault, and her attacker had forcefully separated her legs, causing bruises on their thighs that matched the shape of their fingers. The examiner also collected male hair from her body. This was stored as evidence. On February 2, 1991, Paula's body was laid to rest at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens. For months later, after her tragic murder, Paula's family decided to relocate to Flushing, New York, and they received support from Victim Services, a private nonprofit organization that assists victims of violent crimes and their families. In Flushing, Olga sought solace through counseling at the Families of Homicide Victims program, also run by Victim Services. As the family continued to cope and heal, they held on to the hope of achieving justice for Paula. However, as this time passed, Paula's case gradually grew colder and the quest for answers became increasingly challenging. The murder of a 13-year-old girl should have been a major news story in any city at any time. However, in the violence-ridden New York of 1991, this dreadful crime in East Harlem was largely unnoticed. Between 1990 and 1992, the city reported over 2,000 murders each year, with an average of 6 bodies discovered daily across the 5 boroughs of New York City. Unfortunately, most of these occurred in impoverished, predominantly minority neighborhoods, such as East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Regrettably, very few of these cases received significant attention from the media. Instead, the media often focused on more upscale crimes involving white wealthy victims in picturesque locations. Without the pressure from the media or politicians, Paula's case became a low-priority homicide. Consequently, her murder remained unsolved and largely forgotten throughout much of the 1990s. By the mid-1990s, crime rates in New York City were on the decline. However, in the housing projects of East Harlem, a disturbing trend persisted. A series of seemingly unrelated incidents began to occur, all involving the assault and murder of young, attractive teenagers with large skin regardless of whether they were black or Hispanic. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl became a victim when she was confronted by an attacker brandishing a knife. This case revealed a consistent pattern used by the assailant, which he would repeat multiple times over the next 4 years. He would approach the teenager from behind and guide her to an isolated location. There he would blindfold her using a piece of her own clothing, coerce her to undress, and then subject her to assault. Remarkably, the 15-year-old survivor was able to provide a description of her attacker. He was a well-groomed young man with a muscular build, and he displayed an excessive sense of self-importance. Shockingly, he even told the victim that she should consider herself fortunate to be assaulted by someone as good-looking as himself. A few years later, on September 10, 1997, firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street. In the aftermath, they discovered the lifeless body of a woman who had suffered severe abuse, had been struck with a blunt object, and was burnt so badly that she was unrecognizable. This victim was later identified as 19-year-old Jaiz Castro, who had moved to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family. Jo Hiaz, a young mother with a daughter, had been pursuing her studies in computer science at a community college in the Bronx. 7 months later, in April 1998, a 13-year-old girl was the next victim in the same neighborhood. Thankfully, this young victim managed to escape with her life. 2 months after that, on June 2, 1998, 17-year-old Rashida Washington met a tragic end. She was found in a 15th-floor stairwell of an East 112th Street housing project, having been robbed, assaulted, and strangled. Her lifeless body with its naked torso covered by a shirt had been positioned in a seated stance against the wall. Similar to the earlier victims, Rashida, a fashion student who worked at a clothing boutique, was petite, weighing only 100 pounds. Tragically, she was murdered just 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday. In that same year, during the fall, 2 more young teenagers fell victim to assaults in the same area. A 15-year-old was attacked on September 25, 1998, followed by a 14-year-old on November 16th. Thankfully, These two adolescents survived likely because they didn't get a good look at the attacker before being blindfolded. Even as these similar cases continued to accumulate, the police did not publicly acknowledge the possibility of a serial murderer targeting teenage girls in East Harlem. However, due to the concerns raised by the parents of the victims, the police eventually decided to take prompt action. In the 1990s, there was a relatively small database of DNA samples on record because of widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet begun. However, a significant breakthrough had occurred in the autumn of 1998 concerning the East Harlem cases. New York police experts in forensics compared bodily fluid evidence from the Rashida Washington murder with evidence from two other similar cases in the neighborhood. These tests conclusively linked the same perpetrator to all three crimes. Finally, detectives had solid evidence confirming the existence of a serial criminal preying on teenagers in Harlem. In response, police leadership assembled a specialized task force comprising detectives with the sole mission of apprehending the suspect. The police took action by distributing a wanted poster that included a sketch of the serial attacker. This sketch was based on descriptions provided by the victims. Shortly after posting the flyer in East Harlem, a tipster who called and suggested that the detectives should closely investigate a 25-year-old man known as Ace who resided on the 19th floor of the same building where Paula had lived. The police quickly identified Ace's real name as Aaron Key, and this name triggered a memory. The name Aaron had initially surfaced during Paula's murder investigation. Detectives recalled the teenager named Aaron Wofford, who had been seen entering the elevator at the same time as Paula and had claimed to have exited on the 19th floor. The distinctive first name, Iran, had also reappeared in the investigation of Jogias Castro's murder in 1997. Phone records showed that in the days leading up to her death, Joe Hayes had made numerous calls to a man named Aaron Key. When questioned by the police, Aaron explained that Joe Hayes had been a friend of his girlfriend, Jacqueline. He accounted for his numerous phone calls by stating that the two women had been planning a shopping trip on the day of Jaya's murder. The police also interviewed Jacqueline, who confirmed Aaron's explanation. It was only later that the police realized that Aaron Wofford and Aaron Key were actually the same person. Wofford was his father's last name and Key was his mother's. This revelation connected Iran Key to 2 out of the 3 victims in the suspected serial killer case. He was the last person known to have seen Paula alive, and there was a significant history of phone communication between him and Joe Hayes in the days leading up to her death. These connections could not only have been coincidence. Detectives decided to dig deeper into Iran's background. They found that he was an intelligent and reasonably well-spoken individual. He was born on September 18, 1973, and he had spent most of his childhood in East Harlem. During the time of Paula's disappearance in 1991, he was living with relatives in the same building as her. Iran was known as a charming person with a knack for computers. He claimed to be involved in rap music production, although there was little evidence to support this claim. Physically, he stood just 5 feet 8 inches and he was fairly handsome. His criminal record showed only 1 arrest for robbery in 1990, and he had spent little or no time behind bars. However, neighbors had a different perspective on Iran. They described him as having a troubling side. He had a habit of peering through the peepholes of women in his building, and he often wandered around with a portable video camera attempting to capture inappropriate footage. At this stage, the police didn't have much substantial evidence against Iran, but they understood the importance of a thorough investigation. They focused on the assailant involved in the September 1998 incident, who had left behind a black boo-boo cap and a gray sweatshirt. The detectives decided to look closer into these clothing items for leads. Their efforts paid off when they found a laundry tag on one of the garments. This tag eventually led the police to a dry cleaner located near Iran's building. What made this discovery even more significant was that the client list at this dry cleaner included Aaron's mother, Cynthia. Every piece of information seemed to point to Aaron as a prime suspect, and law enforcement was increasingly convinced that testing his DNA would confirm his involvement in the crimes. However, there was a significant hurdle. Iran had no DNA on record because mandatory DNA testing for accused felons in New York wouldn't begin until the year 2000. In the 1990s, obtaining a DNA sample was not as straightforward as bringing a suspect and asking for a swab. DNA tests were still seen as invasive procedures, and acquiring a sample required judicial authorization based on reasonable suspicion. Even though there was substantial circumstantial evidence pointing towards Iran's involvement, detectives were aware that the details like the elevator ride, phone calls, and the laundry tag alone wouldn't be enough to persuade a judge to order Iran to provide a DNA sample. Consequently, the police had to resort to an alternative plan. Their initial approach involved tailing Iran Key, hoping he would unknowingly leave behind a sample of his saliva, like through spitting or disposing of chewing gum. However, this tactic quickly proved to be unsuccessful. On February 8, 1999, detectives finally caught a break when Iran was arrested for his involvement in the theft of a computer hard drive. Since there were no laws mandating DNA testing for arrested individuals in New York at that time, the police had to resort to a bit of trickery in an attempt to obtain a DNA sample. They devised a plan where a female detective disguised herself as a doctor. Wearing a white hospital garment, she approached Iran and asked him to provide a saliva sample for what she described as a routine tuberculosis test. She handed him paperwork in hopes he would sign a release form. However, Iran, being cautious, took the time to read the document. When he noticed a line mentioning DNA analysis, he refused to cooperate. He claimed that he was a practicing Jehovah's Witness and that his faith prohibited him from participating in any form of medical treatment. Aaron had figured out what the police were after, and he was determined not to give it to them. After finishing his meal that evening, he tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet. To further confuse investigators, he swapped his cup with that of his cellmate. However, the police were one step ahead. Shortly after Aaron's arrest, he had been in a shared holding cell with several other men. During their time there, attendants had provided them with cups of water. Detectives managed to locate these cups in a wastepaper basket and sent them for DNA testing. Within just a couple of days, the results came back, confirming that a sample collected from the rim of one of the cups found in the police holding cell matched the DNA of the East Harlem criminal. By the time the DNA test results were ready on February 12, 1999, Iran had already been released without bail, as he was only facing a misdemeanor charge related to computer theft. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department offered an $11,000 reward for any information that could lead to his arrest. Authorities soon discovered that Iran had traveled to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old girlfriend named Angelique Stalling. Her parents believed that they were going on a Valentine's Day date. However, instead of sticking to their plans, Iran and Angelique boarded a bus headed for Florida from Newark, New Jersey. Detectives grew concerned that Angelique might be in danger, potentially facing the same fate as the previous victims. After Iran arrived in South Florida, he made 2 phone calls to another girlfriend back in New York. By this time, news of his status as a suspected serial killer on the run had made headlines. The second girlfriend, aware of the situation, properly contacted the police and provided a tip that Iran was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel located just 2 blocks from the beach on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami. Responding to this tip, 2 New York detectives rushed to the hotel and began surveilling it. When they spotted Iran and Angelique walking around inside, they called the Miami-Dade SWAT team for assistance. The SWAT team stormed the building and discovered Iran and Angelique hiding under the bed on the hotel's 6th floor. And on February 19, 1999, Iran was apprehended and placed in custody. When detectives attempted to interrogate Iran about the East Harlem crimes, he remained silent and did not provide any information. However, the police had a plan. They later observed and listened from behind a 2-way mirror as they allowed Angelique into the interview room. Iran and Angelique believed they were having a private moment to say their goodbyes. During this conversation, Angelique pressed Iran to explain why he had committed the crimes. Iran's response was cryptic. He mentioned that he had bugged out and claimed to have had a sickness. After a lengthy 4-month legal battle, Iran was eventually extradited to New York to face trial on 22 felony charges related to 4 assaults in the murders of Paula Illara, Johias Castro, and Rashida Washington. DNA evidence connected Iran to 6 out of the 7 cases. During the trial in the fall of 2000, prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky presented a powerful case. With a barrage of testimonies and DNA evidence against Iran, they called upon 130 prosecution witnesses. including 2 of Iran's victims. Iran himself insisted on being the first defense witness to take the stand. Over the course of 2 days of testimony, Iran displayed a range of emotions. From giggling like a schoolgirl to crying like a baby, he also expressed his anger at being prosecuted. His monologue, which was largely uninterrupted by the judge, prosecutors, or his own attorneys, covered a wide range of topics including pop culture, drugs, rap music, jail food, and his reflections on the criminal justice system. With many of his victims' family members present in the courtroom, Iran moved a bizarre narrative to explain why he found himself facing charges of brutal serial violence against young women. He asserted that the police had conspired to frame him as a part of a cover-up orchestrated by a corrupt medical examiner who was involved in harvesting and selling human organs. He even claimed that his DNA had been manipulated in what he referred to as genetic shuffling. However, the jury did not buy into his elaborate story. On December 16, 2000, when the guilty verdict was delivered, the courtroom burst into cheers. As Iran was later led past the crowd of grieving relatives, he directed a profane curse at them. During the sentencing a month later in January 2001, family members of Iran's victims had the opportunity to speak directly to him. Olga Paula's mother addressed him, expressing her wish that he would understand the torment of sleepless nights, loss of appetite, the inability to walk or breathe, and the absence of peace. All the while thinking about her daughter's suffering at the time of her death, Olga spoke of her enduring pain, having brought her daughter to the country in pursuit of the American dream. When it was Iran's turn to speak at the sentencing hearing, he began to cry and said that he was sorry. In response to this, a male cousin of Juhayes Castro erupted in anger and attempted to leap over the barrier in an effort to attack Iran. Following this, Justice Joan Sodonic delivered the sentence. She imposed 3 life sentences on Iran, each without the possibility of parole for the 3 murders. Additionally, he received a 400-year sentence for 4 counts of abuse. Iran was incarcerated in the Clinton Correctional Facility located in Dannemora, New York. By the time Iran was sentenced, lawmakers in New York and many other states had enacted laws requiring DNA testing for individuals arrested in connection with violent crimes. Since then, this testing has been expanded to encompass most felony arrests spanning both violent and nonviolent offenses. Moreover, certain jurisdictions have initiated DNA testing for individuals arrested for misdemeanors. For Olga, the agony of losing Paula remains as raw as ever. She understands all too clearly that the anguish stemming from the sudden and senseless loss of a loved one doesn't fade with time, especially when so many unresolved questions linger. As we conclude this heart-wrenching journey through Paula's tragic story, her memory and that of the other victims lingers in our thoughts. Reflecting on Iran's actions and consequences he faced, we are left with thought-provoking questions. What drives an individual like Iran to commit crimes like this? And how can society identify and address the factors that lead to such behavior? Frank Batts was a United States Marine and a veteran of World War II. During his service, he was stationed for a time at Camp Pendleton in Southern California. After completing his military duty, Frank and his family settled in California, specifically in San Diego. He and his wife Elaine had 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Frank often took his son John fishing on a barge anchored off the coast near Oceanside. Frank and Elaine opened a small store called Bott's Gift Shop in the College Grove Shopping Center. On the afternoon of Saturday, April 2nd, 1977, a customer entered Bott's gift shop but found no one there to assist them. When they walked to the back of the store, they discovered Frank's body in the store's office. He had been stabbed to death in what would later be classified as a robbery. At the time of his death, he was 61 years old. It would take 46 years and 5 labs in 2 states to finally solve Frank's murder. A renewed investigation into the case began in 2021. In the summer of that year, a match was found to a set of fingerprints collected from the glass counter at the gift shop when the scene was processed after Frank's murder. The technology required to adequately process these years-old fingerprint lifts had only been developed within the previous decade. Still, investigators hope to find more corroborating evidence. They therefore use multiple labs to look for and process DNA evidence. A hat, which investigators describe as distinctive, had been found in the office along with Frank's body. It did not belong to him, and police believed his killer had lost it in the struggle that had ended with Frank's murder. One of the labs working with the investigators from the San Diego District Attorney's Office ultimately developed technology that allowed them to pull a DNA sample from the hat and match it to an individual whose DNA was on file. The DNA profile from the hat matched a DNA profile later extracted from scrapings taken from Frank's fingernails at his autopsy. The DNA profile belonged to the same individual, identified in 2021, as having left their fingerprints at the scene. In May of 2023, the San Diego District Attorney's Office identified the person responsible for the murder of Frank Botts as Norman Lamont Jones. Jones had been just 16 years old at the time of Frank's murder, but he was already 2 years into his criminal career. He would go on to have an extensive criminal record and be in and out of jail until 1991, when he was killed in an officer-involved shooting after a robbery at a store in the Fashion Valley shopping mall. Frank's son, John, has expressed relief both at finally having resolution to his father's case and at knowing that his father's killer had not been able to hurt anyone else after 1991. Joyce Casper was a generous, vivacious woman and the mother of 2 daughters and a son. She was loved by her children as well as their friends. Joyce owned a drugstore and soda fountain in the Vista Village Shopping Center in Boise, Idaho. Her children's friends from the local junior high school would come in to have lunch there, and Joyce would dote on all of them. Decades later, they would still remember the affection she showed towards them and the attention she gave to them. By 1987, Joyce's soda fountain no longer existed, but 65-year-old Joyce still owned a business at the location on Vista Avenue. She was now the owner and operator of Casper's Vista Hallmark and Gift Shop. On the morning of October 13, 1987, Joyce's vehicle was found near some railroad tracks at Day Drive and Robert Street, just a few blocks away from her store. Her body was inside of the car. While evidence suggested to police that Joyce had been murdered, they could not determine the exact cause of her death. They were able to determine that she had been sexually assaulted. Joyce was known to be a hard worker who often kept very late hours at her shop. The doors to the store were locked when police went there after the discovery of her body. They believed she had been abducted outside of her shop as she left in the early morning hours of 13th. She was then sexually assaulted and killed, with her body being found a few hours later. Those who knew Joyce could not fathom that someone would want to hurt her, and those who lived and worked around her shop were shocked that such a violent crime could occur in their neighborhood. However, a recent incident had placed Joyce in danger. Just a few weeks before she was killed, Joyce called police to report that she had been attacked in her store. A young man, believed to be between the ages of 17 and 25 with slicked back, black hair, had attacked Joyce in her store but had run off when she fought back. Police were not able to identify this individual, but after Joyce was killed, they feared he may have been the person responsible for her murder. Joyce's purse had been emptied and one of her credit cards was missing. There were no security cameras in the area of her store or where Joyce and her car were ultimately found, and no witnesses could be located. Nearly 150 suspects were investigated in the following years. Semen was found at the scene, and eventually DNA was extracted from it. However, no match to it was ever located in criminal databases. The case was formally reopened in 2017 for the 30th anniversary of Joyce's murder. 2 investigators were assigned to work on her case full-time. They submitted the DNA from Joyce's crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs, who used it to generate an image of what the contributor of the DNA may have looked like. They found that the DNA profile was consistent with an individual who had dark hair and dark eyes and may have had Colombian or Puerto Rican ancestry. The image was released to the public, but no one called in to police, reporting that they recognized the man in the image. In 2019, what would ultimately be a years-long effort to use genetic genealogy to the case started working with another company, Identifiers International. An extensive family tree was developed and detectives looked into records of 100 of individuals trying to ascertain how they were related to Joyce's killer. They also collected DNA samples from numerous distant relatives of the killer, trying to figure out exactly where he would be situated within the family tree. Various social media sites and genealogical databases from all over the country were searched for leads. investigators ultimately came into contact with a man who told them he had a half-brother who had lived in Idaho. They were able to get in contact with the half-brother's ex-wife in California. She had 2 sons with this man, but they were both homeless and difficult to contact. A detective did eventually find them in Los Angeles, and they provided samples of their DNA. Their DNA profiles confirmed that the DNA from the semen found at Joyce's crime scene belonged to their father. On July 7, 2023, the Boise Police Department announced that they had identified the individual they believed was responsible for Joyce Casper's murder as Frank A. Rodriguez. He had been just 17 years old at the time of Joyce's murder. Rodriguez could not be arrested or charged with the murder because he had taken his own life in 2007. Rodriguez's family cooperated with police, and his mother is still alive. Boise Police Detective Paul Jagosh likened informing her of the DNA match to a death notification based on how devastated she was to learn of what her son had done. The Boise Police Department is currently looking into the possibility that Rodriguez may have been involved in other unsolved cases. 26-year-old David Malcolm hailed from Connecticut and was living in Ithaca, New York, while enrolled at Cornell University. According to Nina Miller, one of his co-workers, the sheer gentleness of the man made him very special. He also had a wonderful sense of humor. He was the best of what young people can be. He was idealistic, sensitive, warm, very bright. David has also been described by others as being wise beyond his years and a good role model. David dedicated much of his time to helping others. He worked at a Red Cross emergency shelter and at a suicide prevention network. On February 11, 1987, David worked a 24-hour shift at the Red Cross shelter, which was located on West Ford Street in Ithaca. On the morning of February 12th, his body was discovered in the shelter's office. He had been stabbed to death. Police initially suspected that David had been murdered by one of his co-workers and focused their investigation on this man for years. The case was investigated throughout 1987 and 1988 and then periodically up until 2010. The case was formally reopened in 2015 in hopes of using forensic science to solve it. The Ithaca Police Department worked with the New York State Police Troop C Major Crimes Unit, the New York State Police Forensic Identification Unit, the New York State Police Forensic Investigation Center, and the Tompkins County District Attorney's Office in the renewed effort. Following years of work, on May 26, 2023, the Ithaca Police Department announced that, based on DNA evidence and other investigative efforts, they had identified the individual they believed was responsible for the murder of David Malcolm. However, they are choosing not to reveal his name to the public because he cannot be charged with the murder. He died in 2019. The exact source of the DNA that tied him to the murder was also not disclosed. According to investigators, David was killed by the boyfriend of a young woman who had come into the shelter where David worked for help. On February 11, 1987, a teenage girl from the town of Newfield came to the shelter following an altercation with her boyfriend looking for assistance in being relocated somewhere away from him. Investigators believe that the deceased suspect came into the shelter looking for the young girl, and David refused to reveal where she was. According to the press release from the Ithaca Police, Mr. Malcolm's heroic actions for not disclosing the whereabouts of the young teen sadly cost him his life. Investigators from the Ithaca Police Department, Tompkins County District Attorney Matthew Van Houten, and Deputy Chief Vincent Monticello all met with David's family prior to the announcement that the case had been solved. They apologized for the fact that the case took 36 years to solve, attributing the family's long wait for answers to limited resources and the necessary technology being unavailable to them in 1987. On June 13, 1967, Gretchen Eleanor Harrington was born to Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington. At that time, her father Harold was a minister at a Presbyterian church. Along with her parents, Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet. Her family described her as someone who radiated kindness and possessed a sweet, gentle nature. By 1975, at the age of 8, Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square. Everything seemed to be going well for Gretchen and her family until a tragic event changed their lives. On the morning of August 15, 1975, Gretchen left home to attend a summer Bible camp program. This camp had two locations: the Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, where a man named David Zanstra was the pastor, and the Reformed Presbyterian Church, where Gretchen's father, Harold, served as pastor. The Bible camp activities occurred in the morning at the first church, and afterward, David would transport the children to the second church. The Harrington and Zanstra families were well acquainted, living nearby and sharing the common bond of both fathers being pastors, while their mothers fulfilled the traditional roles of pastors' wives. Notably, one of Zanstra's daughters was Gretchen's best friend. That day, Gretchen's journey would take an unexpected turn. Typically, she would be walking to the summer Bible camp program with her two sisters, 12-year-old Zoe and 11-year-old Harriet. It was their daily routine. However, on that particular day, their mother Ina had just given birth to a baby named Jessica and was bringing the newborn home. Zoe and Harriet chose to stay back and await their return. Despite this change in routine, Harold, Gretchen's father, encouraged her to go to the summer Bible camp program to maintain her perfect attendance record, and so Gretchen embarked on the walk alone as her father bid her farewell. It was just past 9 a.m. when she began her stroll up the hill towards Trinity. Harold kept a watchful eye on her as she proceeded along Lawrence Road. Little did he know that once she was out of his sight, it would mark the last time he would ever see his daughter alive. In the 1970s, in a peaceful suburban place like Marple, it was entirely normal to see children walking alone on sunny summer days. The idea of danger didn't even cross people's minds. This was a time when kids freely played until late in the evening. They roamed the streets, ventured into the woods, and even cooled off at Darby Creek, which flowed behind Gretchen's house, without any worries. Children would walk to their friends' houses, blocks away without any aid of cell phones or GPS watches to keep them connected to their parents. Marple was simply an exceptionally safe place. That's precisely why many longtime Philadelphians chose to move there in the 1960s. Gretchen was supposed to be at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m., but she didn't arrive as scheduled. The first inkling that something was amiss came when Harold noticed her absence around 11 a.m. A group of Gretchen's friends had come to the front door of their residence looking for her. Worried and unable to locate Gretchen within the classes or nearby, Harold took immediate action. He phoned the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and spoke with Maggie Zanstra, David's wife, in an attempt to determine his daughter's whereabouts. However, he was told she hadn't been seen. Following this, the Marple Township Police Department was contacted by David, and Gretchen was formally reported as missing. Gretchen's disappearance sent shock waves through Broomall in Marple Township. By the following day, August 16, 1975, an extensive search effort involving 100 of people was underway to find her. This included volunteer firefighters and K-9 units, who scoured both sides of the creek, fields, and wooded areas. A Pennsylvania State Police helicopter continuously scanned the area from above. However, on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen went missing, the police had to call off the large-scale search operation because they had very little information to work with. The police chief, Daniel Hennessy, candidly admitted to a local newspaper that they had no clues regarding her whereabouts. This situation threw the entire town into a state of panic, shaking the community's sense of security to its core. In response, friends and family members started distributing flyers to passing motorists in the area. These flyers featured Gretchen's most recent school photo, showcasing her with a missing tooth and a cheerful childlike grin. The absence of information led to a surge in speculation and countless unanswered questions. Did she run away? Did she accidentally drown in the creek? Could a stranger have abducted her? Or was it someone she knew? The mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance left everyone deeply concerned and bewildered. In the days that followed after Gretchen vanished, the police worked to gather information and understand the events surrounding her disappearance. One of their key interviews took place on August 19th when they spoke with David. During this conversation, David disclosed that he had indeed transported a group of children to the church on the day Gretchen disappeared. However, he stated that he had not seen her on that particular day. As August turned into September, Gretchen's sisters, Zoe and Harriet Harrington, resumed attending Delaware County Christian School. However, Their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or engage in conversation, unsure of what to say in the face of such a heart-wrenching situation. When traditional investigative methods yielded no results, the police decided to pursue an unconventional avenue in their search for Gretchen. They turned to the assistance of a psychic named Judith Richardson Hames. Judith was known for using her psychic abilities to aid law enforcement in solving nearly 100 criminal cases, particularly those involving missing children. In September 1975, Judith sat down with police officers and she made a prediction that she herself hoped would prove to be incorrect. According to her psychic insights, she believed that Gretchen was dead. A month later, on October 14, 1975, a jogger exploring Ridley Creek State Park stumbled upon a decaying body hidden in the forest. Initially unsure of what he had come across, his uncertainty vanished when he noticed a human fingernail. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the jogger promptly contacted the police. Gretchen's parents examined the distinctive clothing discovered with the remains, and they confirmed it was hers. Subsequently, the medical examiner matched the body to Gretchen using dental records. The tragic conclusion was that Gretchen's death had resulted from homicide. The forensic examination revealed that her skull had sustained multiple fractures, indicating a severe beating. Although the police initially suspected abuse, the autopsy did not yield any concrete evidence to support this hypothesis. On Sunday, October 19, 1975, just a few days after Gretchen's body was discovered, her father, Harold, stood at the pulpit and delivered a deeply emotional sermon. In his heart-wrenching address, he spoke of Gretchen's faith in Christ. He pointed out that she was now free from this world, but her murderer remained bound by their terrible actions. Gretchen's funeral was a somber event, and David officiated the service for the 8-year-old. Following the ceremony, she was laid to rest in Meridian Line Cemetery, situated in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA. Meanwhile, the discovery of Gretchen's body in the woods ignited renewed fervor for the investigation. Witnesses began to step forward, sharing accounts of various individuals they had seen in the vicinity where Gretchen's body was found. These eyewitness reports provided descriptions of men who had been in the area. As a result, the police received a flood of tips from the community, with some seeming more promising than others, while others turned out to be unrelated or unhelpful in the pursuit of justice. Investigators examined a range of potential suspects, even scrutinizing individuals with prior criminal records residing in the vicinity. Despite their efforts, no significant leads emerged, and the evidence box stored at Marple Township Police Department headquarters began to gather dust. This box contained a trove of materials, including reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda, all relevant to the case, but the lack of progress had it sitting idle. As time passed, the investigation into Gretchen's disappearance grew cold. Occasionally during roll call meetings, or when a detective had a spare moment in an otherwise uneventful week, they would revisit the case. They would look through the file, hoping to spot something they had missed before, but each time it seemed like a futile effort. The leads always led to dead ends, leaving them frustrated and without any breakthroughs in the case. For many decades, there were no developments in the case. The original detectives, who had been working on Gretchen's disappearance, had either passed away or retired. However, in the fall of 2022, there was a significant turn of events. A woman whose name was not released to the public reached out to the Marple Police Department, expressing her desire to discuss Gretchen's disappearance and murder. At the time, Nick Coffin, a sergeant, had taken charge of Gretchen's cold case. Therefore, when this woman contacted the Marple police, her message was directed to Coffin's phone. The woman informed Coffin that she believed she had information about who might have been responsible for Gretchen's tragic fate. She also mentioned an attempted kidnapping incident that had occurred around the same time, raising suspicions of a possible connection. This unexpected contact rekindled hope for solving the long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and murder. On January 2, 2023, state troopers arranged an interview with the woman identified only by her initials, SF, denoting her as a confidential informant. This interview would prove to be a momentous breakthrough in a cold case that had remained unresolved for nearly 5 decades. According to SF, She had been a schoolmate of Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe. SF also disclosed to investigators that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and frequently visited the Zanstra residence, even staying overnight on occasions. During one of these sleepovers, when she was 10 years old, Azaf recounted awakening in the middle of the night to find David inappropriately touching her. Brightened by this disturbing behavior, she shifted her position and prompted David to hastily exit the room. Shockingly, this inappropriate touching occurred again the following night. In the morning when the girls awoke, SF decided to confide in David's daughter about her father's unsettling actions. To her astonishment, the daughter responded with something along the lines of, "He does that sometimes." Over time, SF mustered the courage to share this distressing experience with her parents. Shortly after Gretchen's disappearance, the Zanstra family relocated to Plano, Texas, a suburb of Dallas, in response to the situation. During her interview, SF also shared with state police information about another child in their neighborhood, a girl named Holly, whom she considered a friend. According to her, someone had made an attempt to abduct Holly. As the conversation unfolded, SF presented the investigators with a diary she had kept during her childhood. In a specific diary entry dated September 15, 1975, she had written that a man had tried to kidnap Holly twice. In the diary, she went on to express her suspicion that this man, whom she referred to as Mr. Z, might be the one responsible for Gretchen's kidnapping. Mr. Z was her way of referring to David. This revelation from SF added a significant layer to the investigation into Gretchen's disappearance and murder. The interview with SF and her diary entry motivated investigators to locate 83-year-old David, who was now residing in Marietta, situated northwest of Atlanta, Georgia. On July 17, 2023, investigators conducted an interview with David at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta. This interview was carried out by two Pennsylvania troopers, Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey. The conversation started with a somewhat friendly tone. In the beginning, David initially denied having encountered Gretchen on the day she disappeared. However, the situation took a different turn when the police informed David about the allegations of assault made by a woman who had documented her experiences in the diary. As the conversation progressed, David eventually broke down and confessed to something profoundly disturbing. David recounted to the police that he had observed Gretchen walking towards the church that morning. He claimed that he offered her a ride in his green AMC Rambler station wagon, and she accepted, as she had no reason to decline the offer. However, contrary to taking her to church as promised, David admitted to investigators that he drove Gretchen to a nearby wooded area. There he parked the car and instructed Gretchen to undress, but she refused. Following this, he struck Gretchen with his fist, resulting in her suffering head injuries and bleeding. David then admitted that hearing Gretchen was dead, he tried to conceal her partially unclothed body with sticks before leaving the area. This shocking revelation left detectives stunned, as they processed the horrifying details of what David had confessed to. In the wake of the shocking revelation, David was arrested and faced a slew of serious charges, including criminal homicide and first-degree murder, as a result of his confession regarding Gretchen. While David's confession provided some closure concerning Gretchen's fate, it also raised a disconcerting question with ramifications that reached far and wide. Could this man, who had openly admitted to killing one girl and harming others, have additional victims? Before relocating to Marple, David had served as pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey for several years. During his time at Trinity, he had been an outspoken advocate against the inclusion of education about sexuality in the local school district's curriculum. Less than a year after the discovery of Gretchen's remains, he moved his family to a church in Plano, Texas, just outside Dallas, where he led the congregation for 7 years. Following this, David's pastoral journey took him to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego. His final pastoral assignment was in Fairfield, California, from which he retired in 2005, at the age of 65. Authorities were aware that this lengthy period of leadership provided him with considerable influence and access to young and vulnerable individuals. This left them with questions about the potential extent of his actions during these years. The Marple community had at long last received some of the answers it sought for decades, but the shocking turn of events did not bring peace to many residents. It had been far more comforting to believe that an outsider, a disturbed criminal, had committed this heinous act. A person who randomly entered the town, abducted a young girl, and then vanished as swiftly as they arrived. However, the perpetrator was not an outsider, but rather a respected member of their own community. It was a religious leader, a man with a wife and young daughters of his own. This further shattered the sense of security within the community. In the aftermath of all this, Gretchen's family issued a statement. In it, they expressed their gratitude to law enforcement officials for their ongoing dedication to the case. They also conveyed their hope that the individual responsible for Gretchen's tragic murder would be held accountable. Following David's arrest, his legal team initially contested an extradition process. However, prosecutors led by Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner sought assistance from Governor Josh Shapiro's office to facilitate the return of the confessed perpetrator to Pennsylvania. David is presently under investigation for potential instances of abuse beyond this case. Additionally, investigators took a DNA sample from David, which could prove valuable in a broader context, aiding in the investigation of other missing persons, as well as cases involving assault and murder nationwide. As we conclude this harrowing case, one can't help but reflect on the complexities and twists that unfolded over the years. What challenges lie ahead of Gretchen's family as they seek closure and healing after all these years? And what about David, the perpetrator? What kind of justice do you think he should face for his actions? And how will his arrest impact other potential cases of abuse? In 1930, the Maroney family in Chicago was facing a challenging situation. Michael and Catherine Maroney had two daughters, 2-year-old Mary Agnes and 11-month-old Anastasia, and were expecting a third child. The Great Depression had significantly impacted their lives, leaving Michael with only low-paying jobs. In an effort to find work, Michael published a letter in a local newspaper outlining their struggles. As a result of his letter, the Maroneys received some support. One man, Edgar Gilpin, visited their apartment, which was situated above a grocery store on Wentworth Avenue in Chicago, and brought Michael a suit and shoes. On May 14th, another visitor arrived, aiming to assist the Maroney children. A woman identifying herself as Julia Otis came to the apartment, stating that her social worker had sent her to see how she could help the family. She had obtained their address from the newspaper that published Michael's letter and arrived carrying fruits and vegetables she purchased from the grocery store below. While there, the woman became enchanted with Mary Agnes, expressing that she had always wished for a child just like her. The woman returned the following day, May 15, 1930, this time bringing a large bundle of clothing for the Maroney's unborn child. She offered to take Mary Agnes around the corner to buy clothing for her as well. Catherine agreed to let Mary Agnes go with her. The woman never returned with Mary Agnes. The Maroneys contacted the police and provided them with a general description of the woman, calling herself Julia Otis. She was approximately 5 feet 2 inches tall, 125 pounds, 22 years old, and smartly dressed in a gray suit and a gray lace hat. The day after Mary Agnes was taken, her parents received a letter wrapped around a $5 bill from Julia Otis. In the letter, she said that she was taking Mary Agnes to California, but would return her in a few months after Catherine gave birth and the family adjusted to having the new baby. She said she had hired a special nurse to help take care of Mary Agnes, and the little girl was being well taken care of. She promised to help the family get back on their feet and told Michael and Catherine not to worry about Mary Agnes. They, of course, did not follow this advice. Chicago police searched train stations and interviewed individuals who worked on board trains, looking for any indication that Mary Agnes had been transported out of town. They also traced the baby clothes Julia Otis had brought to the Maroneys to the Goldblatt's department store at Ashland and Chicago Avenues. The clothes had been paid for using a brand new $50 bill. The police also took Edgar Gilpin, the man who had donated clothing to Michael Maroney, into custody in case he had been involved in the plot to abduct Mary Agnes. Another letter came in the day after first, trying to explain the actions of Julia Otis. The letter was signed Alice Henderson and claimed to be from a cousin of Julia Otis. The letter claimed that Julia's husband had previously passed away and her child had recently died as well. The loss of her child had caused her to have a nervous breakdown. It again assured the Marones that their daughter would be returned to them in a few months. For days after Mary Agnes went missing, her parents were able to secure a warrant from a judge charging Julia Otis with Mary Agnes kidnapping. However, Julia Otis was not found to face these charges, and Mary Agnes Maroney was not found to be reunited with her family. The assurances of the two letters proved false, and Mary Agnes was never returned, no matter how many months passed. More than 20 years after Mary Agnes went missing, a Chicago newspaper claimed to have solved her case and reunited her with her parents. In 1952, the Chicago Daily News partnered with a newspaper in California where Mary Agnes was believed to have been taken based on the letter from Julia Otis. The Oakland Tribune published photographs of various members of the Maroney family, which were seen by a man who believed they all looked very similar to his wife, 24-year-old Mary Beck McClelland. Mary had been adopted the year Mary Agnes was kidnapped. The Chicago Daily News arranged for a variety of tests, which they claimed did not exclude Mary McClelland as possibly being Mary Agnes, although the value of these tests is questionable based on current scientific standards. These tests included the examination of dental casts taken from Mary McClelland, and members of the anthropologists claimed that genetic factors in teeth proved that Mary McClelland was in fact Mary Agnes Maroney. The paper arranged for Catherine Maroney to meet with Mary and declared the case solved on their front page. While the paper reported that Catherine believed Mary was her daughter for their story on what they claimed had been an emotional family reunion, the Marones did not believe that Mary was their daughter. Mary did not have a birthmark on her cheek as Mary Agnes did, or a scar Mary Agnes had as the result of a surgery to repair a herniated navel. After meeting Mary, Catherine said that she was a wonderful person, and while she wished Mary was her daughter, she was not. Mary did become a friend of the Maroney family and stayed in contact with them. The media coverage in California also brought another woman who thought she could be Mary Agnes into the Marones' life. She too became a family friend. In 2008, a DNA test conducted after Mary McClelland's death showed that she was not Mary Agnes. And 10 years later, DNA also proved that the other Maroney family friend was not Mary Agnes either. Catherine and Michael Maroney would go on to have a total of 8 children. Neither of them ever recovered from Mary Agnes kidnapping. Catherine fell into a deep depression and died in 1962 at just 49 years of age. Michael died at age 58 with his last words reportedly being, "They never found my baby girl." Michael and Catherine both made their other children promise to never give up looking for their sister until they found her. As the 100th anniversary of Mary Agnes kidnapping grew closer, cold cases were getting a lot of attention both nationwide and in Chicago specifically. In 2011, the office of Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart had undertaken a major investigation trying to identify John Does killed by John Wayne Gacy, successfully uncovering the identities of 3 of them in the next 10 years. In addition, the office's Missing Persons Project is working to solve cases of women who have been missing for more than 3 years, and used cases are listed in the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, or NAMUS. One of the investigators assigned to the unit was Detective Jose Rodriguez. On June 10, 2022, Detective Rodriguez was tasked with investigating Mary Agnes' disappearance. He turned to the technique that was being widely used nationwide and had been successfully used in the Gacy investigation, genetic genealogy. Detective Rodriguez reached out to members of the Maroney family and learned that several of Mary Agnes' relatives had profiles on commercial DNA sites like 23andMe and Ancestry.com. Some members of family had hoped that these sites would help them find Mary Agnes on their own. When they learned that Mary Agnes' case was being reopened and that their DNA could help, another relative submitted their DNA as well. Their results all ultimately revealed a second or third cousin that none of them knew. Detective Rodriguez was able to get in contact with this individual, a woman named Lori Hart. She, in turn, gave the contact information for her aunt, Terry Arnold, whose mother, Jeanette Burchard, was now being considered as potentially being Mary Agnes Maroney. Jeanette Damon spent the first 6 years of her life in Chicago, just 11 miles away from the Maroney family. She had been told that her date of birth was April 14th, 1928, and that her father had died when she was just 2 months old. She was raised by her mother and later a stepfather. She was never abused, and, unlike many children growing up during the Great Depression, she never went hungry and always had anything she could possibly want. She was raised as a devout Catholic and received a good education. Her family moved to Virginia in 1934 and then to Florida during World War II. Sometime in 1940s, she married Edgar Jennings and had 3 children. She and her husband divorced in 1961, and she remarried to a man named Earl Thomas Burchard in 1977. Earl died in 1989. Jeanette worked as a nurse for more than 50 years and loved the opera, particularly Madame Butterfly. She was also a fan of the Miami Dolphins from the day the team was established in 1966. Jeanette was a devoted mother who loved all of her children dearly. She would later become a grandmother who was always there for her grandchildren. She was also very attached to her pets. She had all of her cats and dogs cremated, and their remains were buried with her when she passed away in 2003 at the age of 75. When detective contacted Jeanette's daughter, Terry, she was initially positive her mother could not be Mary Agnes Maroney. She could not imagine her grandmother being involved in a child abduction. She decided to take a commercial DNA test to prove the detective's theory wrong. However, when she received her results, they were not what she was expecting. While her mother's family was Polish, Terry's DNA showed that she did not have Polish ancestry. Rather, she was of Irish descent, like the Maroney family. Furthermore, the test identified Mary Agnes's nieces and nephews as her cousins. Terry's initial reaction was anger at her grandmother. It is still unclear how exactly Mary Agnes came into her custody and was raised as Jeanette. Previously, the family had no reason to believe Jeanette was not her mother's biological child. The only suspicious event in her life was an occasion when Jeanette's stepfather alluded to her not being her mother's natural child. He did not provide any other information. Jeanette contacted her cousins in Chicago to see if they had any information about this claim, but they had no idea why he would say this. Terry has been working through these complex emotions. She has been working through these complex emotions. She has been in contact with the Maroney family and is enjoying getting to know them. She has spoken to them several times over the phone and sent them photographs of her mother. She believes that had her mother been alive when the truth about her origins was revealed, she would have pursued a relationship with the Maroneys. She would have wanted to reassure them that she was alive and well and had lived a good life. Terry also believes that her mother would have loved being part of such a big family. While the DNA evidence seems to prove that Jeanette Burchard was Mary Agnes Maroney, the evidence is indirect. In order to prove this identification to an adequate legal standard, both Jeanette and Catherine Maroney's remains would need to be exhumed for direct DNA samples to be taken and compared. Terry Arnold told Detective Rodriguez from their earliest communications that she is not comfortable with an exhumation of her mother's remains. The missing person's remaining means of investigating how exactly Mary Agnes came to live with the woman who raised her as her daughter. Therefore, Mary Agnes' case does not fit the official criteria needed for it to be removed from NAMUS. Even after police announced that the investigation was closed on February 3, 2023, the case remained listed in the database as the oldest case from Illinois. As the Maroney family accepts that Mary Agnes lived out her life as Jeanette, they consider it solved and are no longer looking for her. Investigators were apparently ultimately successful using their acceptance as a means of getting the case removed from the database several months later. While Mary Agnes was never reunited with her family, the Marones feel that this resolution was still, in some ways, positive. Mary Agnes's nephew, Don Maroney, told the Chicago Sun-Times, "One of our hopes was that, when Mary Agnes was taken, that she led a good life and she was taken care of, and she was." One day in the summer of 1992, Bob Copta returned to his home in Ross Township, Pennsylvania. But his wife of 20 years, 52-year-old Patricia, was not there as he had expected. It was not uncommon for her to leave home for short periods of time without telling anyone, but he ultimately reported her missing. In school, Patricia had been a straight-A student who worked as a model and a dance instructor. After graduating from high school, She continued dancing by attending weekly ballroom dancing events and took a job working in finance at a plate glass company in Pittsburgh. She met Bob Kopta near a river in Pittsburgh, and he offered to give her and the friends she was with a ride on his boat. Bob and Patricia fell in love and married in 1972. By the time she disappeared in 1992, Patricia's life had become far less idyllic than it once had been. She had resigned from her long-time job at the glass factory because she suffered from migraines, which her doctors told her were the result of stress. She then went to work as an elevator operator at the Art Institute of Pittsburgh. While she was employed there, her family began noticing concerning changes in her behavior. It was at the Art Institute where she claimed to have started receiving visions, saying she had seen an angel while she was there. Patricia then soon became a well-known street preacher in the area, dubbed the Sparrow because of her small build. She frequented parking lots and busy streets in Ross Township, as well as concert venues and stadiums in Pittsburgh, preaching to people as they walked or drove by. She preached about her religious visions and tried to warn people about the end of the world, which she believed to be imminent. Patricia was briefly institutionalized prior to her disappearance. Doctors at the facility diagnosed her as having delusions of grandeur and stated she was showing signs of schizophrenia. Patricia was afraid of being placed in an institution long-term, so when she went missing, police theorized that she had voluntarily disappeared to prevent this from happening. Patricia's family and the police tried every avenue of investigation open to them. They even went so far as to consult a psychic to try to find Patricia. However, they could not find any trace of her. After Patricia had been missing for 7 years, she was declared legally dead. More than 30 years later, Patricia's shocked surviving family members were present at a press conference on March 3, 2023, during which Ross Township Police Department Chief Brian Coleheb announced that Patricia's disappearance had been solved. She had been found alive living in a nursing home in Puerto Rico. Patricia being in Puerto Rico made some level of sense to her family. She had previously vacationed there multiple times with friends before she got married and had talked about wanting to travel there again because she enjoyed the climate. Bob Kopta had even taken out newspaper advertisements about his wife's disappearance there in hopes that someone on the island had seen her, but he never received any information from the effort. While Patricia's location was logical enough to her family, they were still shocked to learn that she was still alive after 3 decades. Patricia's twin sister died without knowing what happened to Patricia, but Patricia's husband Bob and younger sister Gloria finally learned her surprising fate. Patricia had been in Puerto Rico since at least 1999, around the time she was declared legally dead back in Pennsylvania. She had been wandering around several towns in the northern part of the island. She was found living on the streets and identified as a person in need. This allowed her to be placed in a care home for adults. At the time, she would not reveal any details about her past or her identity. At one point, she hinted that a cruise ship from Europe had brought her to Puerto Rico. Patricia developed dementia years later, which led to her, perhaps inadvertently, revealing more details about her origins to her caregivers in passing. They were eventually able to piece together enough of the random pieces of information to find Patricia's case back in Pennsylvania. They contacted authorities there, and DNA samples provided by Patricia's sister and nephew confirmed that the woman in Puerto Rico, who now required more intensive care in a nursing home, was Patricia Kopta. Since Patricia was located, Bob Kopta has stated that he is relieved that his wife was not murdered or otherwise harmed. He is also happy that she is being taken care of so well in the nursing home. In the decades since Patricia disappeared, he would always fear that his wife had been killed and her body had been found any time he heard about police finding human remains on the news. He never remarried, even after Patricia was declared legally dead. However, he has no plans to visit Patricia in Puerto Rico. Patricia's sister, Gloria, does plan to travel to Puerto Rico to see her, even though she understands that Patricia will most likely have forgotten her due to her dementia. Whether she knows me or not, I still want to see her and give her a hug and tell her I love her. I thought maybe she had died, Gloria said at the press conference. 28-year-old Judith Bello lived on Saratoga Drive in Stanwood, Washington with her husband and 3-year-old son. She was employed at the National Food Corporation in Savannah. It was at work where she was last seen on December 13, 1993. She left the facility at 9:30 that morning and was not seen again. She did not pick up her son from daycare and did not return to her home. Her car was later found abandoned at the post office in Stanwood. Police investigating her disappearance did not believe that she had left voluntarily because she would not leave her son behind, and she was very close with her siblings. They believed that she had most likely been the victim of foul play. Their investigation did not locate Judith or her body, and her case eventually went cold. Years later, Judith was featured as the Eight of Hearts in a deck of playing cards issued by the Snohomish County Sheriff's Department. Each card in the deck featured an individual who was the subject of an ongoing cold case investigation, including missing people and murder victims. The decks of cards were distributed throughout the community in hopes that someone with information about one of the cases would see them and call in a tip. A tip did later come in finally solving the case. However, it did not come from a witness. It came from Judith Bello herself. On November 23, 2011, a woman claiming to be Judith called the Snohomish County Sheriff's Department and left a message stating that she was alive and living in California. In the following weeks, the Sheriff's Department investigated this claim and ultimately determined that the woman who contacted them was in fact Judith Bello. According to Judith, she had voluntarily disappeared because of serious problems in her marriage. She had cut off contact with her family because she was afraid of her husband and feared her siblings would face harassment from him if they knew where she was. She left Washington State in August of 1994 and was living in California when she saw her case on the Sheriff's Department's website. Since she left Washington, she had given birth to 3 more sons. Judith was not the only relative her family had spent years looking for. 3 months after Judith disappeared, her husband had abruptly left town with his and Judith's son, cutting off contact with Judith's family. They did not hear from Judith's son until he was a teenager and chose to reach out to his mother's family on his own accord, contacting his maternal grandmother in Mexico shortly before she died. Judith's siblings were ecstatic to find her and to learn that they had 3 more nephews. Several of her brothers began making plans to go to California to spend Christmas with Judith and her sons once the Sheriff's Department put them in contact with her. 8-year-old Chad Choice lay in bed, lost in dreams, when an intruder quietly entered the house and took him into the darkness of the night. Initially considered a runaway case due to the lack of evidence, the investigation quickly turned into a nightmare as the critical 48-hour window passed with no sign of Chad. Who could have had the ability to silently enter Chad's home and take him without a trace? However, the most pressing question remained: would Chad ever reunite with his family and return home? The city of Tyler, named after the 10th President of the United States, John Tyler, is the largest city in northeastern Texas. Often referred to as the Rose Capital or Rose City, Tyler earned its reputation due to its extensive history of rose production, cultivation, and processing. Each October, the city welcomes thousands of tourists. However, the October of 1991 took a dark turn, as Chad Choice mysteriously vanished without a trace, casting a shadow over the usually vibrant atmosphere. Ernest Chadwick Choice, known affectionately as Chad Choice, came into the world on April 26, 1983 in Texas. He was one of the cherished 4 children in the Choice household, a beautiful soul deeply adored by his family, particularly his mother, Karen Elaine Choice. Chad was an outgoing youngster, surrounded by a large circle of friends with whom he frequently played. Moreover, his strong bond and affectionate relationship with his siblings were apparent, as they often enjoyed quality time together. Chad's energetic and lively nature was further evident in his regular visits to the playground. Chad had an older sister named Angela Choice, who fondly recalls that her little brother had a passion for riding bikes, scaling trees, and indulging in sports. Details about the remaining siblings were not made public. As a student at Mommy G. Griffin Elementary School, Chad's life was in its budding stage. At just 8 years old, he had his entire future ahead of him. However, fate often takes unforeseen turns, and tragically, Chad's destiny had already been sealed. The daily routine of the Choice family was shattered on the morning of October 31, 1991. On the fateful morning, Chad's mother, Karen, rose early and went to the church without waking her children, allowing them to continue sleeping. However, Just a few minutes into her church service, Karen received a phone call. Karen rushed back home and began scouring the neighborhood for Chad. She sought assistance from her neighbors as well. Despite their collective efforts and their thorough search, Chad seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Now it was the police's turn to investigate the matter. Karen dialed 711, reaching the Tyler police station, where Sergeant Bill Gokane responded and arrived at their house shortly after the call. During his initial inspection, he looked for signs of a break-in, but there were no indication of forced entry. Moreover, there were no signs of struggle inside the house. Based on the initial investigation, Gokane began to consider the possibility that Chad might have run away from home. However, Karen firmly believed that her son had been kidnapped. And as the sun set and the day turned into a chilly night, her tension escalated into fear. Adding to her fear, the crucial 48-hour window had passed without any signs of him. Later during the interview, Chad's older sister Angela Choice provided a crucial piece of information to the detective. Her house keys had disappeared the day before, and she distinctly recalled leaving them by the back door of the residence. This revelation raised additional questions, suggesting the possibility of a planned kidnapping or something even more disturbing. 2 days after Chad's disappearance, a ransom note was discovered at the business of Chad's uncle, Greg Sterling, prompting the investigation to swiftly shift focus to a kidnapping scenario. As the family attempted to deliver the money at the Greyhound bus station, as instructed, the kidnapper failed to appear. Several days later, Chad's mother received an anonymous phone call, revealing that Chad's disappearance was leaked to a family member's drug debt, with a man named Paco. Investigators discovered that Greg Sterling owed money to 3 Colombian drug dealers in the area, Paco Jr. and Carlos, shedding light on a possible motive of Chad's abduction. However, the case still remained elusive. On the 1-year anniversary of Chad's disappearance, his mother Karen Choice discovered a note fluttering on her car windshield. The note asserted that Chad was still alive and demanded $6,000 for his safe return. This development reignited the investigation, filling the Choice family with hope and prayers of seeing Chad again. However, the case suffered a setback when the kidnapper failed to make contact once more, causing the investigation to stall again. Time was not on their side. Slowly years were passing by, and Chad Choice's disappearance gradually evolved into a cold case. 4 years later, in October 1995, a grocery sack appeared on the Chase family's doorstep. Initially, it seemed like a regular grocery sack. However, upon opening, it revealed something that would haunt Karen Choice for the rest of her life. Inside the package was a human skull. The skull was subsequently sent to the FBI for analysis. DNA samples from Choice's family were collected to compare with the skull's DNA, to confirm its identity as Chad's. Despite these efforts, the results remained inconclusive. Later, the skull was sent to a university in Texas for further examination, involving the expertise of forensic anthropology. The results came back, and unfortunately Karen's worst fears were confirmed, when forensic analysis revealed that the skull indeed belonged to Chad. Investigators grappled with the ruthless nature of a person who not only commits a crime, but continues to torment the victim's family for years. Despite the struggle to comprehend this, Karen, all along, had an unshakable feeling in her heart that she would never see Chad alive again. All she could do now was pray for justice. While Chad Choice's case grew increasingly difficult to solve, another narrative unfolded in Smith County Jail in early 1996. A man named Patrick Horn was slated to be sentenced in federal court for credit union robberies and carjacking charges. He was also charged with the murder of J.C. Levasseur, a fruit stand owner. It became evident that he was destined to spend the rest of his life behind bars or even face a potential death sentence. However, this man we are discussing was soon to become the center of Chad's murder case. It occurred when he mentioned the name Chad Choice to the police during his time behind the bars. While this might have been a part of a deal to reduce his prison sentence, to the investigators it marked the first significant breakthrough they had made in the case so far. Horn was a resident in the Choice family's neighborhood and was friends with them. During his interview regarding Chad's case, Horn informed investigators that he knew the identity of Chad's killer. As per Horn's account, Chad was murdered by two local drug dealers, both Colombian nationals, who were known by the street names Paco and Carlos. But the case was just about to get more twisted. After Horn made the statement, he received a package in his jail cell containing a small boy's leg bone, later confirmed through analysis to be Chad's. Horn asserted to the police that Paco and Carlos had sent the package. However, detectives couldn't shake the feeling that Horn was hiding something significant about the entire story. Despite repeated questioning by the detectives, Horn consistently maintained that he had no additional information apart from Paco and Carlos being the culprits. However, on May 31st, 1996, Horn finally disclosed something more. Horn then revealed the precise location where Chad was buried. Shortly afterward, he was escorted by the police to 401 Sunnyside in Tyler, which was Horn's own backyard. At 4 p.m. that same day, the detectives began digging and discovered Chad's skeletal remains, along with 38 caliber shell casings. This moment marked a sudden turn in the investigation. With the evidence before them, all suspicions now pointed directly at Patrick Horn. Without delay, in June 1996, the investigators hurried to Athens, a city in Texas. In a jail cell there, a man sat who was anticipated to be a crucial piece of the puzzle, important in solving the case once and for all. This man was none other than Patrick Horn's brother, Keaton Horn, who was facing charges of probation violation. The detectives' suspicions were completely on point this time. With Keaton's statement, this case solidified into concrete evidence that Horn was indeed responsible for this notorious crime. Horn's scheme to mislead investigators had ultimately unraveled. The solution to a seemingly unsolvable case was finally in hand. However, one question still lingered. Why did Horn kill Chad? On September 24, 1999, 8 years after Chad Choice's murder, the jury found Horn guilty in the Smith County Courthouse and sentenced him to death. However, even at the end of his chapter, Horn witnessed tormenting the Choice household. Horn adamantly refused to sign the waiver allowing Chad's remains to be released to his family for a proper burial. Legally, he was required to agree to the release since the remains were evidence in his case. However, he insisted on retaining control over the fate of the 8-year-old Chad's remains. Horn did initially sign a waiver, indicating his agreement to the release of Chad Choice's remains. However, the document was somehow lost between his attorney's office and the judge's office. At first deemed a mere formality, District Judge Diane DiVizzato announced in a December 1999 hearing that she would order the release of 30 exhibits, including Chad's skull and other bones to his family for burial, contingent upon Horn signing another waiver. Horn's appellate lawyer, Tony Wilkinson of Greenville, sent the document to Horn via Federal Express, anticipating its return with his signature within a day. However, a month passed without any response from Horn. He did not reply to several letters from his attorney and ignored messages sent to him through officials at the Atlanta Federal Prison. Assistant District Attorney Ed Marty stated that if the remains were granted without the waiver, they might have to be exhumed sometime in the future. It remains uncertain when Horn eventually signed the waiver, and if he did, when he signed it. Furthermore, Horn was 17 years old when he committed the murder of Chad. According to a ruling by the United States Supreme Court, anyone under the age of 18 cannot be executed. As a result, his sentence was commuted to life in prison. While this might not have been the exact form of justice Karen Joyce desired, she can finally find solace in knowing that Patrick Horn will never walk free. As the final chapter in the Chad Joyce case concludes, there remains a haunting mystery that continues to trouble both investigators and Chad's grieving family. Why did Patrick Horn go to such lengths? Kidnapping Chad Joyce, refusing the ransom, and ultimately taking his life? What could have motivated such a horrifying act? And do you believe the mother who lost her beloved child will ever find peace again? Silk Air Flight 185 took off from Jakarta, Indonesia, on December 19, 1997, for what was intended to be an 80-minute journey to Singapore. The flight was piloted by Captain Su Wei Ming, 41, and First Officer Duncan Ward, 23. The first half hour was uneventful, with calm weather and normal communications between the pilots and air traffic controllers. However, everything changed 35 minutes after takeoff when the flight abruptly banked sharply to the right and began a rapid descent from its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. The plane crashed into the Musi River in Sumatra less than a minute later, approximately halfway between Jakarta and Singapore. Local residents who witnessed the crash rushed into boats to search for survivors, but found only small pieces of debris. When Indonesia's National Transportation Safety Committee, NTSC, arrived, they confirmed the tragic reality. All 104 people on board, including 90 passengers and 7 crew members, had perished. Because the Boeing 737 was manufactured in the United States, the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, became involved in the investigation. The NTSB had considerable experience in investigating 737 crashes and in underwater salvage operations, which proved crucial. The Musi River's murky waters, composed of deep clay and mud, severely hampered visibility and made recovering the wreckage nearly impossible. Investigators would eventually find that, in the final seconds before the crash, Silk Air 185 was traveling faster than the speed of sound. The force of the impact caused debris to be driven as deep as 15 feet into the thick mud. This presented the first significant challenge for the investigation: the absence of a debris field. Normally, crash investigators analyze the scattering pattern of debris to assess the plane's state at impact and determine if any parts had detached before it hit the ground. For instance, a small, contained debris field might indicate that the plane disintegrated on impact, while a larger spread would suggest it had broken apart in the air. Even in water crashes, investigators typically can map a debris field using floating components, like seat cushions. However, the mud and clay at the river's bottom were so dense that they submerged most of these buoyant objects. This caused a great delay in the mapping of the crash site, which would normally be available to investigators very early on in the investigation. As with any investigation, the most important items to recover from the crash site were the 2 so-called black boxes: the cockpit voice recorder, CVR, and the flight data recorder, FDR. The CVR records all noises made inside the cockpit, allowing investigators to hear not only what the pilots were saying during the flight and the eventual crash, but also how many and what kind of alarms may have been going off before impact. The FDR provides more technical data about how the plane and all of its systems had been functioning. Humongous cranes were brought in to dredge the bottom of the river for debris and hopefully locate the 2 recorders. Understanding the exact nature of Flight 185's sudden dive was of vital importance in determining what component of the plane had evidence from the FDR. Investigators used Indonesian air traffic control data to track Flight 185's flight path and calculate the plane's speed. Planes no longer appear on radar returns when they go below 20,000 feet above ground. As such, investigators only had Flight 185's descent from 35,000 feet to 20,000 feet to examine. Even with this narrowed window, Flight 185's rate of descent was calculated as approximately 30,000 feet per minute. Terrifyingly, the maximum rate of descent for a 737 is normally 7,000 feet per minute. This gross anomaly provided the first major break in the investigation, but also served as a grave reminder of just how terrifying the final seconds on board the plane must have been for the passengers and crew. The first major pieces of the plane to be recovered were actually found outside of the massive search area in the river, about 2.5 miles east of the crash site deep in the Sumatran rainforest. Investigators found the horizontal stabilizer from Flight 185. Horizontal stabilizers are used to control the pitch of an airplane and are found in its back tail section. The distance from which the horizontal stabilizer fell from the rest of the plane indicated that it came off during the flight. Flight 185 had been flying during good weather, and there were no obvious conditions that would have minimized the pilot's visibility. The investigators' initial theory of the crash was that there had been some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure on the plane. This theory made quickly discovering the cause of the crash of Flight 185 of utmost importance. In 1997, the Boeing 737 was one of the most widely flown commercial airliners in the world. 5 new 737s came into service every month. Flight 185 had in fact been Silk Air's newest 737, only been in service for 10 months. If a mechanical flaw inherent in the design of the 737 caused the crash of Flight 185, thousands of lives around the world were in danger every single day. These fears about the safety of the Boeing 737 received added merit from the model's troubled past. The 737 had been involved in several incidents of rudder hard-over. Rudder hard-over occurs when a plane's rudder, which controls the direction in which the plane's nose is turned, becomes jammed to one side and cannot be controlled by the pilot. By the time of the Silk Air crash, the NTSB had officially attributed the crashes of two 737s, resulting in the combined loss of 157 lives to rudder hard-over, and suspected that it played a part in at least two other incidents, which thankfully did not result in any loss of life. The separation of the tail section of Flight 185 would have been consistent with an occurrence of rudder hard-over. This possibility raised serious alarm bells for investigators. Boeing had engineered a fix for this problem before the construction of the plane that would eventually serve as Silk Air Flight 185 even began. If this crash had been caused by rudder hard-over, then the perceived fix for the problem was in fact no fix at all, and thousands of modified 737s were still prone to rudder hard-over. As a result, closely inspecting Flight 185's Power Control Unit, PCU, the piece of the plane that Boeing had modified to correct the 737's rudder hard-over problem, became vital to the investigation. Fortunately, the PCU was one of the pieces of the plane that could be recovered from the crash site. The PCU as a whole and the servo valve within it that had failed in two previous fatal 737 crashes were available for examination. They were inspected for corrosion, but none was found. Everyone who examined the component found it to be in working order, and rudder hard-over was ruled out as a cause of the crash. Investigators now attributed the plane's tail ripping off of the back of the plane to its rapid and violent descent and not to a mechanical failure in the tail itself. While this was good news for Boeing and for 737 passengers around the globe, it left the team working on the Flight 185 case, still without an explanation for the crash. On the fifth day of the investigation, Christmas Eve of 1997, investigators, somewhat miraculously, located the flight data recorder of Flight 185. In an even more seemingly impossible stroke of luck, the cockpit voice recorder was found in the new year on the very last day the river was being searched. It was buried under 27 feet of mud. Both black boxes appeared to be in usable condition. However, because Indonesia did not have a laboratory capable of analyzing the data on them, the recorders had to be sent to NTSB headquarters in Washington, D.C., creating another delay in the investigation. When the data from the recorders was finally analyzed, 3 weeks after the crash, it raised more questions than it answered. The FDR had somehow stopped recording while the plane was still in the air. Data was available for the first 34 minutes and 14 seconds of the flight, and it all fell within the expected ranges. After that, there was no data whatsoever. Since the recorder cut off roughly a minute before Flight 185's sudden descent, investigators could not blame the dive for the stopping of the recording. Whatever caused the tape to cut off happened before whatever caused the plane to crash. This left the investigative team with one more question it needed the recordings from the CVR to solve. Furthermore, with the loss of the final minutes of FDR data, the CVR was the only means investigators had of gaining insight into the last moments the plane was in the air and what was happening on board Flight 185 during its final terrifying descent. This loss of information posed a major problem for investigators, but the absence of the recordings itself will become a major clue in piecing together the final minutes of the flight later on in the investigation. Unfortunately, the CVR data was just as puzzling as the FDR data. The first 34 minutes of the recording contained nothing but normal communications, such as the captain's welcome to the passengers over the intercom and the standard checks the captain and the first officer would have gone over together. Neither pilot made any mention of anything unusual happening. Then, like the FDR, the CVR abruptly stopped recording. This was puzzling enough on its own, but the CVR also stopped recording almost 6 minutes before the FDR did, meaning there had most likely been two different causes for the two devices ceasing their recording. Because they are built to withstand a plane crash, black boxes are designed to be very durable and dependable. Any kind of power failure that would cause them to stop recording is exceptionally uncommon. There was also no indication that there had been anything wrong with the plane's electrical system, and such a flaw would not have explained the delay between the two units failing, as they were on two different circuits. The odds that both units would independently fail, much less right before the plane crashed, were almost too minute to be considered. Investigators began experimenting in a test plane to see if some sort of overload could have shorted the circuit and what effects it would have had on the devices. They discovered that it was possible to overload the circuit, but they also discovered that doing so resulted in a loud sound as the breaker popped. This sound was the last noise on the recording from the CVR on the test plane. However, the sound could not be heard on Flight 1805 CVR. With the investigators' possible causes for the failure of the boxes becoming increasingly more limited and simultaneously more disturbing, they ran one more scenario in the test plane, pulling the circuit manually. Doing so did not cause any noise on the recording. Having ruled out a physical cause for the failure of Flight 185's black boxes, investigators began looking into the unsettling reason why someone in the cockpit would disable the recorders. Lacking data about the plane's performance during its final minutes of flight from the FDR, investigators turned back to alternative sources of information. The radar data was used in a series of test flights in a simulator to determine what exact set of circumstances would result in Flight 185's descent from 35,000 feet to 20,000 feet on the specific path shown by radar returns. They tested over 20 different scenarios, including various mechanical failures, trying to match the path taken by Flight 185. None of the scenarios, including the initially suspected rudder hardover, fell within the parameters in the radar return data. The only way to get the simulated 737 to drop as steeply and as quickly as Flight 185 did was by having the pilot accelerate and continuously bank the plane sharply to the right. The only explanation for the accident was that it wasn't an accident, but an intentional maneuver made by one of the two pilots. Before going public with a horrifying theory, investigators began looking for physical evidence to support their version of events. The key piece in confirming that the plane had been in a commanded dive was its jack screw. A jack screw is a part located in the horizontal stabilizer of a plane that rotates when pilots push a switch on their control column. This turning moves the horizontal stabilizer up and down, changing the pitch of the plane. The NTSB was able to calculate the final pitch angle of the stabilizer based on the last setting of the recovered jack screw. The calculations confirmed that the horizontal stabilizer had not been in the expected cruising position. It had instead been in the nose-down position. The logical but horrible conclusion was that one of Flight 185's pilots intentionally crashed the plane into the river. According to the CVR, First Officer Duncan Ward had been alone in the cockpit shortly before the crash. Captain Su-Wei Ming is heard asking his first officer if he would like some water and telling him that he is heading back into the cabin. The last sound the CVR captured was, rather than the popping noise of the CVR circuit as investigators had been looking for earlier, the sound of the captain's harness buckle clanging against the bottom of his chair as he stood up to leave the cockpit. In Indonesian flight traffic controllers confirmed that it was Ward they spoke to when they checked in 2 minutes before the plane began its fatal dive. However, with these final minutes unaccounted for by the CVR, investigators still had to work to determine who had been at the controls of the plane at the time of the crash. At this point, the investigation turned mainly towards the two pilots and their personal lives, trying to discern any reason as to why either of them would kill not only themselves but also 103 other people. Interviews with Silk Air staff showed that New Zealand-born First Officer Duncan Ward was generally well-liked and easy to work with. He had no debts, no troubled romantic relationships, and no history of any sort of mental illness. Initially, there was some suspicion that the pressures of living and working so far away from his home country and his entire family may have caused psychological problems for Ward, but his family members insisted that this was not the case. According to them, Duncan had loved flying since he was a teenager and considered himself very lucky to have the opportunity on paper. Captain Su-Wei Ming similarly seemed to have plenty to live for and no motive to sabotage the flight. He was married and the father of 3 young boys and, as a former Air Force pilot, had risen through the ranks at Silk Air quickly. However, interviews with other pilots revealed that Captain Su had a reputation for often being willing to cut corners and take chances in order to decrease his flight times. 6 months before his death, he had been investigated by the airline because of a sharp landing he had made at an unsafe speed. The landing had been so violent that many of the passengers on board had gotten sick because of it. Captain Su had been demoted from an instructor captain to a regular captain as a result of the investigation. Looking further back into Captain Su's history as a pilot revealed a troubling coincidence. Silk Air, Flight 185, had crashed on December 19, 1997. On December 19, 1979, Su Wei-ming, then an Air Force pilot, took off for a training mission with 3 other fighter pilots. A mechanical problem with his jet caused him to have to turn around and return to base during the course of the mission. His 3 squadron mates continued on without him. All 3 died when their planes hit a mountain obstructed from their view by clouds. At least 2 of the other pilots were believed to have been close friends of Captain Su. Such a heavy loss and a potential case of survivor's guilt would have potentially made the date of December 19th highly emotionally charged for the captain. Su Wei-ming's finances also turned out to be a source of pressure at the time of the crash. He had lost over $1 million in the past 4 years through high-risk online securities exchanging. He had so many outstanding debts that his trading privileges in the Singapore stock market had been suspended at the time of the crash. On the morning of the crash, he had pledged to repay his large debts as soon as he returned to Singapore. Investigators suddenly had a mountain of motives for Captain Su to want to not only end his life but also to damage the reputation of Silk Air. However, just because Captain Su had a motive to crash the plane did not mean he actually did. The last known person to be in the cockpit before the crash was First Officer Ward. Furthermore, he had been alone, which would have given him the opportunity to crash the plane. However, these circumstances, in fact, seemed to exonerate him from suspicion. The cockpit voice recorder is on the captain's side of the cockpit in a 737. When Captain Su left the cockpit, his hand would have been within inches of it. He could have easily pulled the circuit to stop the CVR from recording without his first officer noticing. If First Officer Ward had been the one to pull the circuit, the CVR would have recorded the sounds of him unbuckling his harness and getting up to go over to where he could reach it. As such, it is most likely that Captain Su pulled the circuit as he left the cockpit as heard at the end of the CVR's recording. It is hard to imagine why the captain would want the CVR to stop recording unless he planned to do something that he would not want there to be a record of, like crash the plane. It is impossible to know exactly what happened in the final minutes of Flight 185. However, the circumstantial evidence leads investigators to believe that after First Officer Ward completed his last radio call, Captain Su re-entered the cockpit. He made up a reason to send First Officer Ward into the cabin. Maybe he told him a flight attendant asked to see him, or perhaps he ordered him to take a final break before they needed to plan for landing. After the first officer left, Captain Su would have locked the door. Pulling the circuit to the FDR, unlike the CVR, causes a loud master alarm. Captain Su, by disarming the CVR, had shown that he was actively trying to prevent there being any record of what he planned to do. As such, he would have had to disarm the FDR as well. He had to have locked the door so as to prevent First Officer Ward from rushing back into the cockpit and potentially stopping him from crashing the plane when he heard the loud alarm. Captain Su would have had to use all of his strength to push on the control column enough to cause the sharp descent recorded by the radar data, and he would not have been able to accomplish it while fighting off his first officer. Without the CVR, it is impossible to know if Ward tried to re-enter the cockpit to help when he heard the alarm, or if he had realized what was going on when he found the door to be locked. Since Captain Su sent the plane into its final dive less than a minute after disarming the FDR, it is possible that Ward did not even have a chance to make it back to the door and try to re-enter the cockpit. It is probable, however, that First Officer Ward was standing at the time. Being unsecured by a seat belt or a harness, he would have likely been slammed into the ceiling of the cabin when the plane began its sharp bank. First Officer Ward could very well have been deceased or unconscious within seconds of the beginning of the plane's descent, unable to do anything to try to prevent it. Indonesia's NTSC released its report about Flight 185 3 years after the crash. Shockingly, the formal report disregarded the evidence presented by investigators and announced that no cause of the crash was discovered. The report claimed that there was insufficient evidence to determine a cause for the accident because the final minutes of the flight were not recorded. The NTSB publicly report cited a deliberate act on the part of Su Wei-ming as the cause of the crash and detailed the evidence with which that determination was reached. challenging both the notion that the cause of the accident was unknown and that there was insufficient evidence to reach a conclusion that the plane. There are obvious biases that could be influencing these differing opinions. The NTSC, publicly blaming a pilot flying out of their country's main airport for bringing down a plane, could have potentially damaged customer confidence in commercial air travel. The airport flight 185 had taken off from a lone serviced over 18 million passengers a year at the time of the crash. The NTSC had an obvious motive to try to protect the large and rapidly expanding Indonesian air travel industry. Similarly, the NTSB had motive to protect Boeing, the makers of the 737, from civil lawsuits and the loss of its strong reputation. Allegations that the NTSB report was fabricated to protect the company persist to this day. Boeing was and still is one of the largest manufacturers of commercial airliners in the world and also had and has large aerospace and defense operations, including numerous contracts with the United States government. In 1997, the year of the Flight 185 crash, Boeing employed almost 250,000 million people and generated almost $46 billion in revenue. The company had weathered the crisis of the two US 737 crashes because it had corrected the problem with the model servo valve once it was discovered. If Boeing had incorrectly addressed this problem, the impact on its reputation and therefore its sales could have been catastrophic, since that could lead to the loss of 1,000 of American jobs and severely damage the US economy. The NTSB could have been biased against blaming the crash on a mechanical failure. Both agencies had serious economic and governmental pressures on the results they reported. Despite the conflicting reports issued by their government agencies, both American and Indonesian members of the team that actually investigated the crash take the available evidence to mean that Flight 185 was brought down by an intentional command, most likely by Captain Su Wei-ming. Furthermore, the NTSB report was authored by Greg Fife, who had been directly involved with the investigation and had personally dealt with the evidence. The NTSC report, on the other hand, had been released by the head of the committee, who would have been more aware of and concerned with the political and economic consequences of the committee's ruling. On top of the two conflicting conclusions about the cause of the crash presented by the two government agencies that were in charge of the investigation, blame was assigned to another party in 2004. A jury in a Los Angeles Superior Court concluded that the servo valve in the PCU was what brought down the plane. They ordered Parker Hannifin, the manufacturer of the PCU, to pay the three families who had brought the suit $43,600,000. The servo valve had been suspected early in the investigation into the crash of Flight 185 because problems with it had resulted in two previous 737 crashes. The NTSC, NTSB, and Parker Hannifin had all examined the servo valve and surrounding PCU and found it to be in working order. Evidence collected by the NTSB and the report it issued evaluating it were not allowed into evidence in the Los Angeles case. As such, jurors did not hear about the conclusion that Flight 185 was brought down intentionally, nor did they have access to the majority of the evidence available about Flight 185 because it was collected as part of the official investigation. Lacking the majority of the information about Flight 185's crash, the main source of information in the trial was testimony from a metals expert hired as part of a private investigation for the lawsuit. The expert presented photographs from a scanning electron microscope showing chips in the servo valve of the PCU recovered Flight 185. This expert also testified that these microscopic chips could have interfered with the operation of the plane's rudder, leading to rudder hardover and the crash. However, it is impossible. It initially announced that it would appeal the Los Angeles verdict. However, they eventually decided to settle out of court and pay an unspecified amount of money to each family involved in the crash. They did not, however, ever accept any liability for the crash of Flight 185. In addition to the settlement from Parker Hannifin, each victim's family received $100,000 from Silk Air and an undisclosed amount of compensation from Boeing. Because the NTSC report did not implicate Su Wei-ming in the crash, his family received the entirety of his death benefits. The cause of the crash of Silk Air 185 will probably always be a source of controversy. However, the evidence collected during the investigation most comprehensively points to the loss of the plane and all those on board as being a result of Captain Su Wei-ming intentionally piloting the plane into the Musi River. While the NTSB's evidence for its version of events is circumstantial, it is overwhelming. Rosemary Pacenta was born on July 28, 1932. While not much is known about her early life, it is clear that she never married. For most of her life, Rosemary was the type of woman who kept to herself and minded her own business. In 1972, she moved to 140 Alcott Place, an apartment in Co-op City in the Bronx. For the next 25 years, she lived there alone and worked as a school teacher. Though her life was somewhat routine, she often ventured out to spend time with a few neighbors she had befriended in the building. On Sunday, January 5, 1997, the weather was particularly cold in the Bronx, prompting Rosemary to stay indoors. The night passed, and on Monday morning, January 6, 1997, she failed to show up at her school. Her phone rang multiple times, breaking the silence in her apartment, but there was no response. One of Rosemary's neighbors began to notice something was amiss. The lights in Rosemary's apartment had stayed on through the night. However, she didn't put much thought into it. But when she tried calling Rosemary and got no answer throughout the day, she grew concerned. And then in the evening at 6:15 p.m., the neighbor decided to check up on Rosemary and went to her apartment. From the moment she arrived at Rosemary's apartment door, she had an eerie feeling. The door to the apartment had been left slightly open. She walked in slowly, taking small steps, afraid of what she might find. The neighbor's worst fears came true as soon as she walked into the kitchen and discovered Rosemary's body in a pool of blood. She shrieked, looking at the gruesome scene, and tried to pull herself together. She informed the authorities immediately, and soon Detective George Wood and Sergeant Curtis Oates from the New York Police Department arrived to inspect the crime scene. Rosemary's body was almost completely covered in blood. She was lying face down with a 9-inch knife still lodged in her back. Looking at the multiple stab wounds on Rosemary's body, the detectives could tell that she had suffered an extremely painful death. Detectives also noticed that Rosemary's throat had been slit, and the defense of bruises suggested that Rosemary had put up a fight against her attacker during the struggle between the two. Outside the apartment in the lobby, there was more evidence that supported their theory. Detectives found stains of blood smeared across the wall next to the elevator. However, there was no traces of blood inside the elevator. This led the detective to search the staircase of the building, and on the 10th floor across a flight of stairs, there was another trail of blood. Detectives now believed that sometime during the struggle, Rosemary had managed to wound her attacker. Detectives were sure that the blood found smeared across the elevator wall, and on this staircase 13 floors below Rosemary's apartment belonged to the person who killed Rosemary. This gave detectives an idea about how Rosemary's killer might have escaped the building. At first, they thought of taking the elevator and pressed the button with his blood-covered hands and left a trail on the wall. But perhaps the elevator was taking too long, or maybe they thought that given their messy appearance, someone in the elevator might suspect them. They then thought it would be best to take the stairs if they wanted to leave the building without being noticed, and that was what they did. While the bloodstains were a strong piece of evidence in the case, it didn't give detectives an idea of who the killer might be. The samples were obtained and preserved for further testing and future use. Later, an autopsy confirmed that Rosemary had been stabbed a total of 39 times, out of which 8 wounds were on her back. The knife found jammed into Rosemary's back belonged to a set from her own kitchen. This made the detectives believe that Rosemary's murder was probably not a premeditated one. They came up with a theory that when the attacker entered Rosemary's apartment, they initially didn't have any intentions of killing her. But when a struggle ensued, they did it anyway. And since there were some items missing from the apartment, it seemed like robbery was the motive behind the tragic incident. A few days after the murder, a funeral was held for Rosemary at Granby Cemetery, Granby, Hartford County, Connecticut, USA. Her loved ones gathered around to pay their respects, and she was laid to rest. Months went by, but there weren't any new developments in the case. Even with strong evidence and convincing theories, detectives were having a hard time coming up with any leads to follow. Soon, the police department diverted their attention to a fresh trail of murders in New York, and Rosemary's case went cold. More than 2 years later, in May 1999, Detective Kevin Lawler from the NYPD was assigned to the cold case squad and handed Rosemary's case. Skimming through Rosemary's case file, he had an idea of how he was going to move forward with the case. With assistance from Detective Mark Tebbins, Detective Lawler got the blood samples found on the elevator wall and in the staircase re-examined. The forensics department was successful in developing a DNA profile of Rosemary's killer, and it was uploaded to the Combined DNA Index System, or simply CODIS, which is a nationwide database of DNA profiles. All the detectives needed to do now was wait and hope for a match. After another 2 years, on August 20th, 2001, Detective Lawler received a phone call from the NYPD crime lab regarding Rosemary's case. There finally was a match through CODIS, and the person was identified at 28-year-old Charles Jones. Detective Lawler had been desperately awaiting this call, and now that he had the information he needed, he wasted no time in investigating the genetic link further. In order to make sure that he wasn't missing anything out, he performed a background check on Jones and uncovered some intriguing information. Originally, Jones wasn't linked to Rosemary's murder, but since he had been imprisoned after pleading guilty to a robbery and assault of another Co-op City resident on August 13, 1998, he was required to submit a DNA sample right before being released on August 10, 2001. And then on August 20, 2001, when Jones' DNA profile was uploaded on CODIS, it matched with the sample that belonged to Rosemary's killer. Furthermore, at the time of Rosemary's murder, Jones himself lived in Coop City, just a couple blocks from her apartment. While this strengthened the elevator against Jones, it still wasn't enough for Detective Lawler to charge Jones yet. Detective Lawler was quick to realize that while the blood sample evidence did place Charles Jones in the building at the time of the murder, it did not place him in any way inside Rosemary's apartment where the murder took place. This could completely destroy the detective's theory of Rosemary's murder and give Jones a chance to escape. Detective Lawler and Detective Tebbins needed more information and stronger evidence to put Jones behind bars. They decided to head over to Jones's house and have a talk with him. When the detectives arrived at Jones's place, they were told that he wasn't home at the time and that they should come back later. Since they didn't have solid evidence against Jones yet, they had to be extremely careful about the case, as even a slight misstep could cause all their progress to be lost. They didn't want anyone in Jones's family to learn about the reason behind their visit, which could tip him off and give him another chance to escape. And so they left a message for Jones saying that he had an outstanding traffic violation and they only wanted to talk to him to clear it. The detectives had to leave Jones' house without seeing him, but not without setting up a trap for him. A couple of days later, Jones took the bait and showed up to the precinct to talk about his traffic violation. The next steps were going to be very crucial, as Jones would soon be made aware of the real reason why he was called in for questioning. Detectives wanted to create a comfy environment for Jones before confronting him. After 30 minutes of being nice to Jones, the detectives began the interrogation. Even though Jones seemed nervous, he still wasn't breaking, and so detectives threw in some facts to shake his confidence. They told him that the blood found in the building of Rosemary's apartment belonged to him, and that was enough evidence to link him to Rosemary's murder. Listening to this information, Jones changed his story. The process still didn't seem like it was working. Detective Lawler had to do something more to break Jones and get a clear confession out of him. He walked up to his desk, picked up an envelope, and pulled out a bunch of pictures and laid them on the table in front of Jones. The picture showed Rosemary's body lying cold and lifeless on her kitchen floor. Detective Lawler thought this might drive Jones into admitting his guilt, but he was wrong. The tensions were now high even after several attempts of making him speak the truth, but the detectives were not letting him go anywhere. The interrogation went on for another 8 hours and only came to an end when Jones finally gave in. He decided to confess to the murder and cut a deal for his plea bargain. By stating a straight 8, Jones meant that he would serve only 8 years in prison for a full confession of the murder. By now, Jones had realized that there was no way out of this mess. One way or another, he would have to give in and suffer the damage for his actions, but thankfully Jones chose wisely. Instead of contesting the accusations against him, he gave Detectives Lauer a full confession, hoping that it would help him during his sentencing. According to Jones, the whole incident was merely a misunderstanding. He was persistent that Rosemary attacked him first, and he only acted in self-defense. However, something about this confession wasn't sitting well with the detectives. At the time of the murder, Jones was 23 years old, almost 6 feet tall. A well-built tall man defending himself from a 5'4" elderly woman seemed like a made-up story. While it did seem like this wasn't premeditated murder, the detectives weren't fully on board with the idea that Jones acted in self-defense. Charles Jones was arrested on Friday, August 24, 2001, and charged with robbery in the murder of Rosemary Passant. Jones was made aware that if he contested the accusations against him in the court and lost, it would end in a lengthy murder trial with a possible death penalty as the outcome. On the morning of January 11, 2002, in the Bronx County Courthouse, Jones pleaded guilty to a charge of first-degree manslaughter and was handed a sentence of 19 years behind bars. Charles Jones's capture brought closure to many of the Bronx residents, but especially to Rosemary's loving neighbors. Even though their friend was long gone, she would never be forgotten. Rosemary's case being solved brought a huge amount of relief to her family and friends. Belinda Bailey, one of Rosemary's neighbors and friends, said that her friend's murder remained a mystery for almost 4 years, and those 4 years were the most painful for her. She lived right down the hall from Rosemary's apartment, and whenever she crossed it, she would think of her. Even though it took some time, the detectives were able to solve Rosemary's case through DNA technology and bring closure to her loved ones. Detectives are now determined to implement the same technology to crack thousands of other cold cases and serve justice to victims like Rosemary and their families. Jones's confession told a different story from what the detectives had theorized. Do you think he was hiding the whole truth or not? Apart from Rosemary, Jones was linked to another assault from 1998. Do you think there are more cases in which Jones escaped from undetected? Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. On November 10, 2015, the life of 30-year-old Pastor Davy Blackburn was irrevocably changed when he returned home from the gym to his residence on Sunnyfield Court in Indianapolis, Indiana. There, he faced his worst nightmare. His 28-year-old wife, Amanda Blackburn, who was 12 weeks pregnant, lay on the living room floor, partially clothed, injured, and covered in blood. Rushing upstairs, he found their 15-month-old son, Weston, safe in his crib. Davy immediately called 911, as Amanda, though still alive, was in critical condition. Tragically, neither she nor her unborn child would survive this devastating event. The next day, on November 11, 2015, Amanda was taken off life support and passed away. Who could commit such a terrible act against a pregnant woman? Was it a random robbery gone awry, or were there more sinister motives involved? Prepare to explore the complexities of this case, which, despite being officially solved, continues to intrigue many who suspect there is more beneath the surface. Amanda Grace Byers was born on July 31, 1987, in Muskegon, Michigan, to her loving parents, Phil and Robin Byers. She was the youngest, with an older brother, James, and a sister, Amber. Surrounded by love, Amanda readily shared her kindness with others. She began her education in Indianapolis, Indiana, before relocating to Elkhart, Indiana, with her family in 1995. Amanda graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 and continued her studies at Pensacola Christian College in Pensacola, Florida, earning an associate's degree in 2008. Described as both beautiful and graceful, Amanda exuded confidence and grace in all that she did. Her spirit of never giving up was a testament to her character, and throughout her life, she steadfastly held on to her faith in God. Her family's strong Christian values, particularly her father's role as a pastor at the First Baptist Church in Elkhart, deeply influenced her. With a radiant smile that was her trademark, Amanda had a passion for uniting people in their faith in Jesus. Discover the chilling world of secret crime mysteries, where we delve into the most perplexing cold cases and unsolved crimes. Join us as we unravel hidden clues and explore haunting mysteries. Subscribe now and be part of the journey to bring these cases to light. It was only fitting that she would choose a life partner who shared her strong Christian values, and so she found Davy Blackburn. Davy, born on November 2, 1985 in Tuscaloosa, embarked on his educational journey at Tuscaloosa County High School before transferring to Shades Valley High School. During his father's tenure as a pastor at Brookview Wesleyan Church in Birmingham, Alabama, he pursued higher education at Southern Wesleyan University in South Carolina, where he graduated with the degree in religion and media communication. Amanda and Davy met on a blind date set up by Amanda's sister, Amber, who was dating Davy's best friend, Gavin. It was October 1st, 2005, and they all attended a concert featuring the Christian band Hawk Nelson. Although they didn't expect the date to go well, it turned out to be the beginning of something special. Their relationship moved quickly, but it faced the challenge of being long distance. They were both attending different colleges, and they could only see each other during breaks, typically for periods of about 2 weeks at a time. To make it work, they even sought counseling to improve their communication. Despite the distance, they knew they had found the one in each other and made the most of the time they could spend together. Davy saw Amanda as the missing piece that completed his life in a unique and irreplaceable way. Aside from Davy, Amanda shared an incredibly close bond with her sister, Amber, to the extent that they confided in each other about everything. They experienced significant life moments side by side, whether it was running marathons together or walking down the aisle together with their father. On August 1st, 2008, Amanda and Davy Blackburn tied the knot shortly after Amanda's graduation. Following their nuptials, the couple initially established their home in Greenville, South Carolina, where Davy undertook the role of an assistant pastor at New Spring Church. However, the tug of their previous home grew stronger, prompting their return to Indianapolis by 2012. Together, this young couple embarked on a journey of creating Resonant Church, an institution designed to offer worship and guidance to young individuals, with its message finely tuned to resonate with the hearts of the youth. Amanda and Davy were both deeply committed to their church, with Davy serving as the pastor. Collectively, they invested a significant portion of their time in counseling and guiding the church community. They engaged in extensive discussions on topics such as relationship advice, marital challenges, and intimate relationships, drawing from their own experiences and faith to offer support and guidance to those in need. Alongside the church, their own family began to flourish as on July 28, 2014, the couple welcomed their son, Weston, into the world. As expected, Amanda proved to be an exceptional mother, dedicating all her time and love to her precious child. Therefore, the decision to expand their family further was an easy one. Amanda became pregnant for the second time in 2015. Although they never underwent an official test to determine the gender, both Davy and Amanda were convinced that their second child would be a girl. They even selected the name Everett for the baby, who was expected to arrive on May 18, 2016. Tragically, Amanda would never live to see that day. On the fateful morning of November 10, 2015, just shortly after 8:30 a.m., the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department received a distressing 911 call from Davy Blackburn. He had found his wife, Amanda, who was 12 weeks pregnant, collapsed inside their residence. In response to the urgent call, Indianapolis police officers swiftly arrived at the Blackburn residence situated at the 28100 block of Sunnyfield Court on the northwest side of Indianapolis. They initiated an inquiry seeking to understand the sequence of events leading up to this tragic discovery. According to his account, the day began like any other. He awoke at approximately 4:30 a.m., dedicated time to reading his Bible, and subsequently departed for LA Fitness Gym around 6 a.m. He explained that he had left the door unlocked due to the fact, at the time, they possessed only one house key, which was attached to his wife's key ring. Davy explained that he had spent approximately an hour at the gym and then concluded his workout session, starting his drive back home. During his drive, he was engrossed in a phone conversation with a friend, which continued even after he arrived home around 7:30 a.m. To avoid disturbing Amanda and their 15-month-old son, Weston, Davy opted to stay in his car in the driveway to finish up his conversation. His phone conversation came to an end around 8:20 a.m., and he made his way into the house and stumbled upon a scene straight out of a horror movie. On the living room floor, Amanda was lying face down, unconscious and covered in blood. Davy said he was initially uncertain about what had transpired, believing that Amanda might have fainted due to a dizzy spell and that a decorative ladder in the living room had accidentally fallen on her. However, as he looked closer, he noticed that her pants were removed. Her underwear was neatly folded under her left thigh, and her shirt pulled over her head, as if somebody was trying to take it off. Although she was lying in a pool of blood, she was still breathing. Deeply concerned about the safety of their 15-month-old son, Davy ran upstairs to reach Weston's room where he found the child safe and unharmed in his crib. Overwhelmed by a flood of emotions, he promptly dialed 911 to request urgent assistance. While they entered the house, officers discovered Amanda in the exact condition Davy had described. She was clinging to life, and paramedics engaged in a relentless battle to resuscitate her. When that failed, they rushed her to the hospital in hopes of saving both her and her onboard child, racing against time. With this critical situation unfolding, the investigation swung into motion. Even though suspicion had never been directed at Davy, it was standard procedure to commence the investigation with a close examination of the spouse. So the investigators visited the LA fitness gym where Davy had been that morning. Following a thorough confirmation of his alibi, Davy was quickly cleared from any involvement in the murder. With this crucial step completed, the investigative efforts could be concentrated on the crime scene itself. The officers instantly observed a series of irregularities within the scene. Amanda's wallet and credit cards were strewn across the floor, a pack of Swisher Sweet cigars were conspicuously placed on the kitchen counter, and a decorative lamp had been knocked over in close proximity to where Amanda lay, all of which pointed to a violent struggle. The presence of the cigars was particularly perplexing as neither Amanda nor Davy were smokers. This scene bore the haunting marks of the violence and confrontation that had transpired just hours earlier. While investigators were diligently searching for clues, Amanda was fighting for her life. Tragically, she wouldn't survive. On November 11, 2015, she was taken off life support and passed away, along with her unborn baby, leaving her family in mourning over her tragic murder and desperate for justice. The autopsy report unveiled the cruel and horrific extent of the violence inflicted upon Amanda. Contrary to Davy's initial impression that she might have been struck in the head, the report indicated that she had sustained 3 gunshot wounds, one to her arm, another to her upper back, and the fatal one to the back of her head. In addition to the gunshot wounds, there were telling signs of trauma, including scratches on her left cheek, a split lip, and the loss of a lower tooth, painting a distressing picture of the physical ordeal she had endured. Throughout the crime scene, extensive DNA swabs were conducted spanning the entirety of the house. This methodical investigation led to the discovery of a variety of items and pieces of evidence, such as a roll of duct tape, earphones, a bullet, and scattered change on the floor. Collectively, these findings painted a vivid picture of the chaos of the crime scene. Additionally, the caliber of the bullets was identified as either a .38 or 9mm, providing a crucial clue regarding the potential weapon utilized in this tragic incident. Another vital clue emerged within the confines of the home. Amanda's cell phone was located in her bedroom, and upon examination, investigators noticed that she had received an email alert at 7:53 a.m. on the morning of the home invasion, notifying her about a suspicious transaction involving her Chase debit card. Subsequent investigation revealed that the debit card had been stolen. This digital breadcrumb initiated a chain of investigative steps that would eventually lead the detectives to a series of ATM transactions. These transactions in turn led to the discovery of surveillance footage capturing a suspect in the act of attempting to withdraw money. The individual in the footage had wrapped a pink shirt around his face in an effort to conceal his identity, marking a significant breakthrough in the investigation. He was also wearing a dark-colored vest. This evidence unmistakably indicated that the home invasion had, in fact, been a robbery that tragically escalated into a deadly confrontation. Around the same time, a series of burglaries in the same vicinity began to reveal a pattern too conspicuous to overlook. On that very morning of November 10th at 5:23 a.m., Jacola Steersbrook, a resident of the same neighborhood, placed a call to 911 to report a break-in. She recounted to the police that she had woken at 4:30 a.m. only to discover her cell phone missing from her bedroom. As she ventured further, she discovered that her sliding glass door was ajar. Her potted plants had been disturbed, and her Apple MacBook, purse, headphones, car keys, and even a pack of Swisher cigars were all gone. In an even more disturbing turn of events, her 2007 Chrysler Sebring was absent from the parking lot. The investigation also unveiled that the apartment surveillance cameras capturing still images of the 3 individuals entering the premises. Although their identities remained undisclosed, it was determined that the burglars had gained access by cutting the porch screen and subsequently opening the sliding door. However, they had disabled the camera during the actual burglary, further obscuring their identification. The second 911 call that morning was placed at 8:17 a.m. by Allison Becker, a neighbor who resided on the same street as Davy and Amanda. She reported that she had not been at home that morning and returned to discover that her residence had fallen victim to a burglary. The thieves made off with 4 televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany pearl necklace, a pink woman sweater, an AT&T remote, a bag of oranges, and a few bed sheets likely used to wrap the stolen items for transport. As the investigation unfolded, it became apparent that this apartment was also equipped with a security camera, which, much like the others, had been disabled. This time at 5:36 a.m., detectives pieced together that the burglars had entered the apartment by cutting through the porch screen and somehow managed to unlock the deadbolt, securing the sliding glass door. To add to the unnerving atmosphere, it appeared that the robbers had settled in, consuming wine and beer before departing, leaving the empty bottles behind. These unsettling actions hinted at a disturbing level of confidence the burglars had. Detectives at this point believed that the same group might have been responsible for the string of burglaries in the area and could have been responsible for the death of Amanda and her unborn baby. As the police conducted inquiries throughout the neighborhood to seek information on any suspicious activities from the day of the robberies, they indeed found several individuals who had witnessed unusual occurrences. One neighbor recounted that just before 7 a.m. on the ill-fated morning, she had seen a man dressed entirely in black with a hood concealing his head, walking in front of her house. Another witness recalled seeing the same man who was engaged in a loud conversation on his phone with a t-shirt pulled over his face. By 7:10 a.m., yet another neighbor reported observing a Chrysler Sebring pull up alongside the man. The man was seen entering the car, which then quickly departed. This information expanded the investigative net, eventually revealing another crucial clue. Surveillance footage from one resident's camera captured both the car and the man. Another witness came forward to report that on the morning of November 10, 2015, she heard 2 loud noises accompanied by a woman's screams, a chilling detail that led the police to theorize that this might have been the moment when Amanda was attacked. The stolen Chrysler Sebring emerged as a pivotal link, unmistakably connecting the dots between the series of burglaries. Remarkably, it was discovered abandoned by the side of the road, not far from the Blackburn residence on November 11, 2015, the very day Amanda tragically passed away. A comprehensive search of the vehicle led to the discovery of some of the stolen items alongside an ATM receipt, indicating a denied transaction attempt of $500 conducted using Amanda's debit card at 6:36 a.m. on November 10th. This evidence was supported by the ATM surveillance footage capturing a man with his face concealed in a pink sweater, as it was previously mentioned. However, this time another significant piece of evidence emerged. The same man was seen in surveillance footage of a nearby ATM at 6:54 a.m., successfully completing a transaction for $400. This evidence strongly suggested that Amanda had been attacked almost immediately after Davy left the house that morning. Nonetheless, DNA samples were collected from the car and subsequently forwarded for testing, with the results screened through Cody's to identify any potential matches. By November 17, 2015, investigators received a breakthrough, a DNA match that finally put a suspect on their radar. The DNA discovered in the car was linked to a 21-year-old man named Jalen Watson. Intriguingly, Jalen had only been released from prison on August 6, 2015 following a previous conviction for burglary, and he was currently on parole. Delving into Jalen's Facebook account, detectives unearthed the connection between him and a 24-year-old man named Dino Gordon, who also happened to be on parole for burglary. The plot continued to thicken as the investigators tracked the location data associated with the phone numbers of both these men on the morning of November 10th. The unfolding sequence of events began to reveal itself through the location pings from their phones at 4:40 a.m., roughly coinciding with the timing of the first robbery. Their phones pinged off the tower nearest to the initial home. This pattern recurred with the second robbery and chillingly corresponded to the estimated time of Amanda's murder at 6:25 a.m. The digital footprints left behind continued to be traced, leading investigators to the towers closest to the ATMs, where Amanda's stolen debit card was used at 6:39 a.m. and then once more at 6:54 a.m. Gradually, the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, painting a clear picture of the crime spree. Deeper scrutiny of Jalen's communications ultimately led to the discovery of the third and youngest member of the burglar trio, an 18-year-old named Larry Taylor Jr. A review of the communication records unveiled conversations that implicated Larry in the crime that morning. Born in 1997, relatively little was known about Larry, who would soon take on a central role in Amanda Blackburn's murder. Similar to his associates, Larry also had a criminal history that included misdemeanor charges, one of which involved an incident of public nudity and indecency, where he had exposed himself to a woman in a parking lot. Investigators proceeded to obtain the phone number Jalen had provided for his parole board, which turned out to belong to his older sister, Jornita. When the police spoke with her, she disclosed that on that night prior to the tragic events, Larry, Jalen, and Dino had been hanging out at her apartment. They departed the apartment at 3:30 a.m. on November 10th. Additionally, she shared with the authorities that one of the three men had been wearing a dark vest that morning, corroborating a description provided by a witness. Jornita also handed over a 9mm pistol that had been brought to the apartment, likely by either Jalen or Dino, and left under her bed. On that fateful morning, the trio's criminal activities began with burglaries, which evolved into something far more sinister in no time. According to a confidential informant whose identity remained undisclosed, Larry, Jalen, and Dino had ventured out in the early morning hours with the intention of breaking into a residence to obtain some money. Larry had also brought along a .38 revolver with him. They arrived at Jacola Searsbrook apartment on the east side of Indianapolis on foot. Larry was the first to gain entry into Jacola's apartment and then let the other two inside through the front door. Following the theft of numerous items, the trio fled the scene, using Jacola's car for transportation. They initially drove to the residence of Jalen's child's mother, located near 38 and Kessler Boulevard, with the intention of him being dropped off there. However, as he was unable to establish contact with the woman, they departed and headed to a nearby neighborhood to engage in further burglaries. While in the neighborhood, the men noticed a house with a back porch that appeared vulnerable to intrusion. This particular residence was situated on Sunnyfield Court and belonged to Allison Becker, who was not present at home during that time. The men parked the car and gained entry to the home through the patio door. After spending some time inside consuming alcohol and stealing numerous items, they eventually exited the apartment to load the pilfered possessions into their car. It was at this point that Larry informed the others that he had observed someone departing from a neighboring home, leading them to believe that this residence might be unoccupied. Once they had completed loading their vehicle, the three of them drove to that particular home. It was the marital home of Amanda and Davey. Upon entering the residence through the unlocked front door, the men immediately spotted a purse on the kitchen counter, taking the money it contained and dividing it among themselves. Additionally, they confiscated some credit cards found there. As they continued to search the rest of the home, they unexpectedly encountered Amanda. The men formulated a plan to use Amanda's credit cards at an ATM to obtain money. Their initial attempt to persuade Amanda to accompany them was met with her refusal, and when they tried to physically compel her to leave, she resisted and dropped to the ground. So it was decided that Jalen and Dino would go to the ATM, while Larry would remain behind with Amanda and her son, who was still asleep in his room upstairs. The informant further disclosed that Jalen and Dino proceeded to drive to a nearby Chase ATM, but they encountered difficulties in using the card with that particular machine. Jalen and Dino then called Larry, who apparently provided them with the correct ATM passcode. From there, they drove to a different Chase Bank ATM located in the vicinity of 86th Street and Ditch Road. After parking there, Jalen exited the vehicle and approached the ATM. Given the cold weather, he wrapped the pink sweater that had been acquired from Allison's residence around his face. On this occasion, he successfully withdrew $400 from the ATM, which was then divided between Jalen and Dino. Meanwhile, Larry placed several calls to Dino, expressing his frustration and demanding that they return to the Blackburns' residence to pick him up. Eventually, They complied with his request. But by the time they got there, Larry had already left the Blackburns' house and was walking down the street with a backpack he had taken from the home. Larry was reportedly in a state of panic and urged the others to simply leave him behind. He instructed Jalen to drive to an apartment complex situated at 56 in Georgetown, where they left him at the residence of an individual referred to as Shy. While en route, Larry disclosed to them that he had attempted to sleep with Amanda, but she had rejected his advances. As a result, he had shot her once, and as she fell down, he shot her again in the back of her head. Eventually, the men abandoned Jacola's car near 38th Street and Brookwood Drive in Indianapolis and went their separate ways. The diligent efforts of the Indianapolis police combined with the mounting evidence culminated in the arrest of all three individuals responsible for Amanda's tragic death just 2 weeks after the incident. Larry faced a total of 13 charges including murder, burglary, criminal confinement while armed with a deadly weapon, and robbery resulting in serious bodily injury. His accomplice Jalen was charged with 10 offenses which included murder, burglary, robbing resulting in serious bodily injury, and auto theft. Initially, the third accomplice, Dino, was charged with burglary and theft. But as the case developed, he too faced the charges of murder. The dark saga of Larry Taylor extended even further with revelations about his potential involvement in other heinous crimes coming to light. On November 4, 2015, just a week before Amanda's murder, the lifeless body of Rolando Gonzalez Hernandez, a 27-year-old Mexican man, was discovered next to his car at his apartment complex, having been fatally shot in the head. Witnesses shared with authorities that Larry had openly boasted about a robbery and shooting that had occurred at the same apartment complex using derogatory language to describe the victim based on his ethnicity. According to Larry, the robbery had produced a measly sum of $10 from Rolando's wallet. Additionally, it was alleged that Larry had confided in other witnesses about breaking into a woman's home and subjecting her to a terrifying assault at gunpoint. Despite these allegations, Larry wasn't charged with these crimes due to insufficient evidence. However, there was no escaping the consequences of his actions in the case of Amanda. Yet the legal procedure to bring Larry and his accomplices to justice was not only complex, but long drawn out. Spanning 2 to 3 years of legal maneuvering, plea negotiations, and the anticipation of a trial, ultimately, Dino and Jalen reached agreements that required them to testify against Larry during his bench trial. In exchange for their cooperation, the murder charges against them were dismissed. Jalen was sentenced to 29 years in prison, while Dino received a 30-year sentence. The trial of Larry Taylor Jr. didn't start until December 2021. However, when it finally did, an unusual situation arose. His defense attorney successfully persuaded the court to withhold information about Amanda's unborn child from the jury, even though Larry had originally been charged with the baby's death as well. Nevertheless, the jurors somehow discovered Amanda's pregnancy during the trial, prompting the judge to declare a mistrial due to concerns that it might evoke sympathy from the jury. A second trial was scheduled for June 2022. However, another obstacle arose. Some jurors had become aware of the previous mistrial and were discussing it among themselves. As a result, the judge declared another mistrial, further prolonging the legal proceedings. The third attempt to try Larry for Amanda's murder was scheduled for October 2022. In this trial, the prosecution relied on the testimonies of Dino and Jalen, cell phone data, and other witness accounts. Thankfully, the trial proceeded without any more unexpected revelations. And by September 2022, a verdict was reached. Ultimately, Larry Taylor was convicted on various charges, which encompassed murder, burglary, theft, criminal confinement, auto theft, and unlawful possession of a handgun. The court sentenced Larry to 86 years of imprisonment, ultimately concluding a chaotic legal odyssey linked to the tragic loss of Amanda Grace Blackburn and her unborn baby. The verdict undoubtedly brought solace to Amanda's grieving family. Davey even went as far as to express his forgiveness toward his wife's killers. However, the irreplaceable loss of Amanda remains a permanent void. Sadly, Amanda's son, Weston, has had to grow up without the presence of his mother, having only been allowed to spend 15 months with her. Weston celebrated his 9th birthday this year and has been thriving under the care of his father, who has found a new path in life. In December 2017, 2 years after Amanda's tragic death, Davy entered into a new chapter by marrying Christy Monroy, a single mother who attended Resident Church and shared the same CrossFit gym with Davy. On November 4, 2019, Christy, who had a daughter named Natalia from her previous marriage, gave birth to Davy's son, Cohen David Parker Blackburn. Currently, the blended family is flourishing, as evident from their active social media presence and blog post. Usually, this would be the conclusion of our story. However, in this case, there are lingering unanswered questions and missing pieces of the puzzle that have left some people wondering if there's more to the story. Today, we will explore the alternate theories that have piqued people's curiosity, allowing you to form your own opinion. So without further delay, let's delve into the uncharted territory we've previously left unexplored. Before we proceed, we want to mention that most of this information is allegations or rumors, and Davy had never been under suspicion in the official investigation. We want to make it clear that we do not intend to spread misinformation or support any kind of propaganda. We apologize if anything we have said in this video has hurt somebody's feelings, as it is not our intention to do so. Some people believe that Davy might have been involved in his wife's murder, and he was the one who orchestrated it. Several factors have raised questions about his innocence. For starters, it was revealed that during the investigation that just 2 months before Amanda's death, Davy had taken out a significant life insurance policy on her. Strangely, this policy came into effect after a mere 8 weeks. Coincidentally, right after Amanda's death. Davy benefited greatly from this. But was it intentional? No one knows. Coming back to the day of the home invasion, there were some unusual deviations in Davy's routine. Those familiar with Davy would attest that he typically left for the gym at 5:30 a.m., but on this particular day, he was a half an hour late. His wake-up time was no different than usual, leaving some to wonder about the reason for this anomaly. Furthermore, his workouts typically spanned an hour, but on this occasion, it lasted only 45 minutes, excluding the driving time. Additionally, some find it implausible that Davy would sit in his car for an entire hour without entering his home. In light of these anomalies, certain theories have emerged, speculating that he might have been waiting for his wife's tragic fate to unfold. The 911 call in this case is a matter that has drawn significant attention among web sleuths, and for good reason. There are several troubling aspects to it. First and foremost, the time it took Davy to call 911 is unusual. He waited for almost 12 minutes before seeking help, despite discovering his spouse in a severely injured state and covered in blood. This extended delay raises questions. Moreover, the most unsettling part of the 911 call is Davy's strangely composed demeanor. While on the call, as the dispatcher connected to another line, Davy remained eerily silent. He made no effort to wake Amanda or communicate with her, even though he knew she was still breathing. This behavior is highly unusual given the severity of the situation. It's equally perplexing that Davy initially thought Amanda had been in an accident when in reality she had been viciously attacked and left for dead. These factors contribute to the mystery and speculation surrounding the case. There's another aspect of this case that has raised questions among some observers. They have pointed out how Davy appeared to be capitalizing on this tragedy. During Amanda's funeral, he continuously tweeted the hashtag #NothingIsWasted. Shortly after the funeral, he legally registered the domain name #NothingIsWasted and even used that quote to brand her tombstone. He went on to release a podcast, a book, a blog, all under the same brand name, detailing his personal journey through Amanda's death and the healing process. Critics have pointed out that some of his statements and blog posts seem to revolve around himself, which has raised questions about potential narcissism. For instance, just hours after the arrest in the case, he released a statement in which he expressed rapid forgiveness for the individuals responsible for the death of his spouse. For some, the speed at which he chose to forgive those who had essentially torn his world apart was unsettling. His quote, "The best is yet to come," has led to speculation and discussions about Davy's motivations and behavior. Comparisons drawn from Davy's post have highlighted how he sometimes appears distant in his narratives. Some people have observed that he presents the murder in a very matter-of-fact way and rarely mentions his unborn child, who tragically never had a chance to come into the world. On multiple occasions, Davey has expressed that while the incident has been painful for him, he wouldn't change any of it, and he believes that Amanda is where she needs to be, by Jesus' side. It's possible that Davey, as a man of faith, has accepted everything life has thrown his way, no matter how tragic. He might genuinely be grateful for the life he has been given, despite the immense losses he has suffered. However, whether coincidental or intentional, some of his behavior and statements have raised red flags for certain individuals. In a bizarre coincidence, just 2 weeks before Amanda's tragic death, Davey delivered a sermon in which he acted out a murder scene, repeatedly shooting someone in the back with an airsoft gun. This performance was intended to illustrate how worship could be metaphorically used as a weapon. If this video wasn't eerie enough, another incident left many people shocked. In 2018, Daviana's current wife, Christy, dressed as robbers for a Halloween party and even posted pictures on social media. What added to the unease was the presence of a ladder in the picture, bearing eerie similarities to the circumstances of Amanda's murder. This costume choice, coming just a few years after such a tragic event, raised numerous questions and concerns. Concerns have also been raised by some individuals regarding how swiftly authorities cleared Davey of suspicion. As a renowned local pastor with connections to influential figures and law enforcement, some believe that Davey was never thoroughly investigated. Additionally, theories began to circulate based on Davey and Amanda's own and videos, in which they discussed their marital difficulties and how they overcame them to become soulmates. Some people speculated that their marital problems led Davey to seek a way to eliminate his wife. However, it's important to note that while these theories sound like elements of a dark plot, they remain purely circumstantial and have never been substantiated. In fact, it's essential to acknowledge certain gaps in these theories, with the major one being, if Davey was involved in the murder, why did none of the individuals involved, Jalen, Dino, or Larry, ever mention his name? Ultimately, we leave it to our audience to decide whether the truth lies in what's already known, or if there's something concealed beneath the surface as we conclude our story here. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe Davey had any involvement in his wife's murder? Or do you consider these allegations to be entirely baseless, with the actual killer already behind bars? Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 20-year-old Alta Apatanco faced significant challenges in 1971. After separating from Melissa's father, she was raising her 21-month-old daughter, Melissa Highsmith, on her own. To support them, she worked as a waitress in Fort Worth, Texas, but struggled to find reliable childcare. In her search, she placed an ad in a local newspaper for a babysitter and received a response from a woman who offered to care for Melissa at her home. Due to her urgent need for childcare, Alta didn't have the opportunity to meet the woman before hiring her. On August 23, 1971, she left Melissa with her roommate while she went to work, arranging for the babysitter to pick her up. The babysitter arrived as scheduled, and the roommate handed over Melissa. According to her, the woman was well-dressed and wore white gloves. However, the babysitter did not return with Melissa at the agreed-upon time. She did not return at all, and Alta called the police. The search for Melissa would drag on for decades, eventually becoming one of Fort Worth's oldest missing persons cases. Alta would endure not only heartbreak over her daughter vanishing, but also suspicion that she had done something to her daughter and created the story about the babysitter to cover up what she had done. She eventually reconciled with Melissa's father, Jeffrey Highsmith, after they worked together to search for their daughter and had 4 more children. Alta and Jeffrey never gave up hope that they would find Melissa, dropping everything to travel across the country to chase down potential leads as they came up. Over the years, they identified several women who they believed could have been Melissa, only to be disappointed to learn that they were not once DNA tests were conducted. The Highsmith family regularly held vigils for Melissa on her birthday, November 6th. They held one for her on November 6th, 2022, her 53rd birthday. Later that same day, they received the clue that would help them finally find Melissa after more than 51 years when Melissa's father, Jeffrey, received a notification from the commercial DNA website 23andMe. The notification showed that Jeffrey had matched with someone who had also submitted their DNA to the site based on the amount of DNA Jeffrey shared with this person. She appeared to be his granddaughter, but it was no one he actually knew. The family then turned to an amateur genealogist who used Ancestry.com and public records to locate and contact the previously unknown granddaughter's adoptive father. He remembered the name of his daughter's biological father and the first name of her biological mother. This led the genealogist to a marriage certificate and the full name of the woman's biological mother. The Highsmiths found her on Facebook and sent her a message, telling her they believed they were her family. The woman they contacted was 53-year-old Melanie Walden. Upon reading the Facebook message, Melanie initially did not believe that she could be Melissa and thought that the message could be part of a scam. However, when she was told about a birthmark Melissa had on her back, she became open to the idea, as she had a birthmark in the same spot. Melanie confronted the woman she believed to be her mother, who then admitted that she had purchased Melanie for $500 back in 1972 and that at some point she had realized that Melanie was the baby Melissa whose kidnapping had been featured in the local media. DNA testing later confirmed that Melanie was Melissa Highsmith, and she was reunited with her family at the end of November 2022. Melissa's life as Melanie had been difficult. She believed the woman who raised her was her biological mother, but that she had regretted having her. She had an abusive childhood that led to her running away from home as a teenager. She endured multiple failed marriages and was arrested on several occasions. By the time she was 19, she had given birth to 3 children, all of whom were taken from her custody and put up for adoption. By the time her family located her, Melanie's life had dramatically improved. She became very religious, which in turn led to her making money by cleaning her church. She expanded on that work by beginning to clean houses as well. In April of 2022, she got married again to a man named John Brown, who she considers to be her soulmate. Given her difficult upbringing and poor relationship with the people she knew as her mother and stepfather, learning that she had loving parents and siblings who had spent decades searching for her was very emotional for her. While the statute of limitations for the kidnapping has long since passed, police in Fort Worth are still investigating the case. Melanie looks forward to spending more time with her family, especially her mother, with whom she shared an immediate connection. She plans on using her birth name of Melissa and wants to have a new marriage ceremony with her husband so that her father can walk her down the aisle. On the evening of January 24, 1980, around 6:50 p.m., the Barton County Sheriff's Office was called to a home in the Nelson Trailer Park just west of Great Bend, Kansas. When they arrived, they were met with a bloody scene and the body of a young woman who had been shot multiple times. The young woman was 23-year-old Mary Robin Walter. Her body had been discovered by her husband, with whom she had a 5-year-old daughter, Pamela. At the time of her murder, Robin was a nursing student at Barton County Community College. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including the Kansas Bureau of Investigation and the Great Bend Police Department, worked on the case alongside the sheriff's office. Despite numerous interviews and the identification of a person of interest, they were not able to identify enough evidence to file charges against anyone for Robin's murder. In April of 2022, Detective Sergeant Adam Hales of the Barton County Sheriff's Office began looking at Robin's case while he was recovering from COVID. Looking at the files, he realized that some information had been overlooked and some information had been added to the file later on but not brought to the attention of the initial investigators. 2 more detectives were assigned to investigate the case further with him. In October of 2022, their investigation uncovered new information in the case, which led to them submitting Robin's case to Barton County Attorney Levi Morris for review. He reviewed the case over the following month and obtained an arrest warrant for murder in the 2nd degree in connection to Robin's murder. On December 8, 2022, 68-year-old Stephen Hanks was arrested in Oxford, Kansas, and taken to the Barton County Jail. He is currently being held in lieu of a $500,000 bond. Hanks had been one of Robin's neighbors at the time of her murder and had been the early person of interest in the case. He had been arrested in 1981 for rape, battery, robbery, and burglary, and was incarcerated from 1983 until 1993. Authorities are not disclosing what the new evidence that finally led to his arrest is out of concern for jeopardizing the ongoing criminal proceedings. They believe that because the case was solved after 42 years 10 months, it is the oldest homicide arrest in the history of the state of Kansas and one of the oldest cases to be solved with an arrest rather than just a posthumous identification in the United States. Hanks being charged with the murder did not come as a shock to Robin's family, who had long believed he was our killer. Robin's daughter Pamela says she had already chosen to forgive Hanks years before he was charged with her mother's murder. After years of nightmares about the death of her mother, Pamela has mentally blocked out a lot of the details of her mother's murder, choosing to focus instead on the happy memories she has of Robin, like her mother teaching her how to brush her teeth. Pamela continues to wear her mother's wedding ring. Robin's niece, Leslie Schrag, issued a statement on behalf of the family following the arrest of Hanks. It read in part, "We are grateful for detectives' efforts to bring Robin's murderer to justice. Robin was truly beautiful inside and out. This world was robbed of her presence, and we will never know how that has shaped our lives. Friday's news is bittersweet. Many of those who knew Robin are gone. Her parents, husband, and a sister will not get to share in our collective relief that Robin's case will have a conclusion." 20-year-old Claire Gravel was a native of North Andover, Massachusetts. According to her friends, she was kind and smart and had a sweet smile. In 1986, Claire was a sophomore at Salem State College. On June 29, 1986, she played in a softball game and then went out with her team to Major McLeish's pub on Washington Street in Salem. Claire left the pub around 1 a.m. on June 30th, although what happened to her after that is unclear. A friend claimed to have given her a ride back to the rooming house on Loring Street where she was living, but there were no sightings of her there and police were never able to independently verify this claim. Another witness said they saw Claire outside the pub arguing with a man before getting into his car. 3 workers discovered Claire's body on the afternoon of June 30th in the woods off of Route 128 in Beverly. She had been strangled to death. The case went cold within days, with one investigator already telling the media they were at a stalemate in the investigation as early as July 5th. Inaccurate rumors of a white truck being connected to the crime and of Claire having been severely beaten led to numerous tips that did not further the investigation being called in. It would be more than 36 years before charges were brought against a suspect in Claire's case. On August 24, 2022, Essex District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett announced that a grand jury had just indicted 63-year-old John Carey for Claire's murder. He was arraigned on October 21st, appearing in court via video conference, and plead not guilty. Carey was already incarcerated in Massachusetts, serving a 20-year sentence due to be completed in 2027. This sentence stemmed from a conviction for attempted murder and home invasion. He attempted to strangle the wife of one of his friends to death in her home and was only stopped when the victim's 12-year-old son came upon the attack and helped his mother fight Carey off. Carey was tied to Claire's case thanks to DNA. He had been compelled to provide a sample of his DNA when he was incarcerated, so his DNA profile was in the database when investigators later ran a DNA profile they found on Claire's tank top through the system. The tank top had been made into a figure 8 and used to strangle Claire. Claire's father, brothers, and sister-in-law were in court for Carey's arraignment. After the court proceedings were complete, Bob Gravel told the media that Claire was always on his mind and he was heading to the cemetery to tell her what had transpired in court that day. 79-year-old Lucille Holtgren lived in the Galt, California area for 25 years, having previously lived in Ohio. She spent most of those years living with her husband, Frank. But in May of 1986, she was living alone because Frank had passed away due to Alzheimer's disease 7 months earlier. She was the loving mother of 2 grown sons. She had a kind and sweet personality and loved taking care of others. Children in her neighborhood were always welcome in her house for cookies and lemonade during the summer. She had a strong religious faith and was active at her church. Her friends were therefore concerned when Lucille failed to attend church one Sunday. The following day, May 23, 1986, 2 of her friends went to her home to check on her. They were able to get inside through a sliding glass door, which they found partially opened. Inside the home, they found Lucille's body, which had visible severe injuries. They immediately left and drove to the Galt Police Department to get help. Lucille's autopsy showed that she had been sexually assaulted and had died as a result of being stabbed in the chest and strangled. The coroner placed her time of death as between 2 to 5 days before her body was found. A large amount of evidence was collected from Lucille's home and dozens of interviews were conducted. However, no arrest was made in the case. Almost 36 years later, in January of 2022, the Sacramento County Crime Lab re-examined the evidence preserved from Lucille's crime scene. DNA was found in scrapings taken from underneath Lucille's fingernails and from bodily fluids found on Lucille's bedding. When the profile sequence from that DNA was run through the criminal database, a match was found. On May 17, 2022, the Galt Police Department issued a press release identifying Lucille's killer as Terry Leroy Bramble, who had been 32 years old at the time of the murder. His DNA was in the database due to the fact that he was a registered sex offender because of a 1992 conviction for sexual assault in San Joaquin County. He was a longtime transient in the Galt area who lived under a Highway 99 bridge for many years. Unfortunately, he died of natural causes in 2011 and cannot be prosecuted for Lucille's murder. Lucille's oldest son, Frank, passed away before his mother's killer was identified, but her younger son, Henry, survived to see the identification. He described her as his champion, who he still misses every day. He was not sure he would ever see the case solved and is grateful for the efforts of everyone who worked to solve the case. Diane Dawn was a free spirit from New Jersey who spent a year as an exchange student in Austria. For years older than her sister, Victoria, the two remained very close. Diane's time abroad meant she finished her final year of high school a year late, overlapping with Victoria's senior year. During that time, Diane not only helped Victoria with subjects like music and foreign languages, but also assisted her in skipping school for ski trips together. An accomplished violinist, Diane eventually followed Victoria to California, where they could reconnect. By 1988, 29-year-old Diane was living in an apartment complex on Graves Avenue in Santee, California, with her 2-year-old son, Mark. Mark and Victoria's daughter, Christine, were born just a few months apart, allowing Diane and Victoria to spend quality time with their children. Diane worked for the San Diego Transit Corporation, where she became the first female radio repair technician. However, she failed to show up for work on Monday, May 2, 1988. Concerned, a coworker went to her apartment to check on her. Upon entering, they found Diane deceased in a back room, having been stabbed in the chest and also bludgeoned. She was nude, but an examination of her body did not find any signs that she had been sexually assaulted. Diane's young son was found wandering in a nearby area of the apartment complex, thankfully unharmed. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department did not find any signs of forced entry into Diane's apartment, nor did they find a motive for anyone to want to kill Diane. Diane's son Mark was adopted by a family friend and grew up with 2 older brothers. He remained close with his birth mother's family and regularly saw his aunt, cousins, and grandparents. Even with a loving adoptive family and a strong relationship with his biological family, Mark still sometimes felt alone as he grew up, knowing he had lost his mother. As years passed without a resolution to Diane's case, her family began losing hope. I didn't think anything was ever going to come of this. I thought I, myself, was going to go to my grave, not knowing Diane's sister, Victoria, would tearfully say years later. Investigators did not forget about Diane's case and tried to use new technology to solve it as it became available to them. Scrapings from under Diane's fingernails had been preserved, and in late 2000, they were tested in hopes of developing a DNA profile of Diane's killer. A profile was developed, but when it was uploaded to a national criminal database, no match was found. A hair follicle had also been found in Diane's hand, and a new technology was used to process it in the summer of 2010. However, when a DNA profile was developed, there was still no match to it in any database. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy as a possible avenue for finally solving the case in May of 2020. The The San Diego County Sheriff's Department utilized genealogy databases that give users the option of making their DNA profiles available for comparison to law enforcement. Close relatives of the killer were not in the database, which meant the process was very labor-intensive for investigators as they created family trees of his more distant relatives trying to identify him. Investigators contacted numerous individuals they believed to be distantly related to the killer, asking for information about their family histories, and ultimately constructed 9 family trees containing over 1,300 people related to the killer, either by blood or marriage. The massive and detailed effort did eventually identify a potential suspect, but he had passed away since the murder. His children agreed to provide samples of their DNA. Testing on these samples confirmed that their father was the individual whose DNA was found under Diane's nails and in her hand. On March 16, 2022, authorities announced the identity of the suspect, Warren Robertson. Robertson, along with his wife and several other relatives, had lived in the same apartment complex as Diane in 1988. Authorities have not been able to determine if he and Diane knew each other prior to the murder. They both enjoyed racing and attended local stock car races at the nearby El Cajon Speedway. Robertson was never a suspect in the case prior to his DNA being matched to the DNA from the crime scene, thanks to genetic genealogy. He was not mentioned in any reports from the initial investigation, and he does not appear to have been questioned in the initial canvassing of the apartment complex in 1988. Robertson was a native of Arkansas. He worked as a tow truck driver at the time of Diane's murder. He did have a criminal record, but only for low-level property crimes, not for any other violent offenses. Robertson and his family moved away from the apartment complex shortly after Diane was killed to Lakeside, California. They then moved again the following year, this time to Indiana. Robertson died in a house fire there in 1999 at the age of 39. At the press conference announcing Robertson's identification, Diane's sister recounted memories of her beloved sister and thanked members of law enforcement for never giving up on the case. She said that the day she learned a suspect had finally been identified was the best day of her life, aside from the days her children were born. Diane's now adult son, Mark, provided a video statement played at the press conference. While he was too young at the time of her death to have many strong memories of his mother, he stated that everyone who had ever spoken to him about his mother told him how good of a person she was. He likes to think he inherited those positive traits from her and tries to be a good person, to be like his mother. The answers that my family received, it's closure. And closure is everything, even after so much time has passed, Mark said in the video. And now I have a story to tell the world and tell people who cross my path. In 1980, 19-year-olds Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were high school sweethearts engaged to be married. Tim lived with his family in Hebron, a small town in Jefferson County, while Kelly resided in Fort Atkinson, also in Jefferson County. The couple met at Fort Atkinson High School. Kelly was a kind and beautiful young woman with a passion for cosmetology, and Tim was a strong, hard-working farm boy. Both were cherished by their friends and family for their kind-hearted nature. As a couple, Tim and Kelly were seen as role models for their peers. After graduating high school, Tim began his farming career, relying on his best friend, a tractor he affectionately called the Lonesome Loser. Meanwhile, Kelly had just graduated from beauty school in 1980, aspiring to become a hairstylist and beautician. On August 9, 1980, they attended a wedding reception at Concord House in Wisconsin, planning to meet friends afterward and head to a carnival, but they never arrived. The last sighting of them was around 11 p.m. that night when they left the reception. By the next morning, August 10th, when they still hadn't been seen or heard from, Tim's father, David Hack, filed missing person reports for both. That same day, David discovered Tim's brown Oldsmobile parked at Concord House, locked with Tim's wallet containing $67, his jacket, and his checkbook inside. On August 15th, searchers found Kelly's pants and underwear by the roadside, about 3 miles from Concord House, with male bodily fluids present. They also found some ropes by the roadside that had been knotted by someone who appeared to have military experience. The discovery of these articles of clothing shifted the case drastically. Suddenly, it was no longer a matter of finding a couple who might have just decided to take off and have a romantic getaway. It was now a matter of trying to find them alive, because they were likely in danger. About 2 months later, some squirrel hunters from Milwaukee were out in the Isonia, Wisconsin area, about 7 miles from the Concord House. While walking through a wooded area along a railroad track parallel to Highway 16, east of Watertown, they found the badly decomposed remains of Kelly Drew. She was completely naked. About 100 yards away, they found a fully clothed male body that was identified as the body of Tim Heck. The case, now officially a homicide, was dubbed the Sweetheart Murders. The cause of death was not immediately apparent because investigators found no murder weapon at the scene. However, upon examination, the medical examiner found stab wounds on Tim's body and ligature marks on Kelly, suggesting death by stabbing. The bodily fluids found on Kelly's clothes also suggested assault. The Sweetheart Murders had all the elements of a sensational story, so it started making headlines across the country. 2 teenage sweethearts appeared to have been murdered in a senseless act of violence, and police could not identify the killer or killers. Their investigation began while interviewing everyone who knew the couple to find out if anyone might have hated them enough to kill them. Police also interviewed everyone who attended the wedding reception, including the Concord House staff who worked there that night. One of the questioned workers was Edward Wayne Edwards, a handyman working at the Concord House. Edward, who lived in a campground adjacent to the Concord House near Interstate 94, claimed that he had not seen the couple, and that he was not even at the Concord House around the time the couple went missing. He claimed that he was deer hunting in the nearby woods. However, police noticed that he had a broken nose. When they asked him about it, he claimed he had gotten it during his deer hunting trip. It seemed weird to the investigators because this was August, and deer hunting season in Wisconsin was around November. After the police questioned him, Edward moved his wife and his 5 children away from Wisconsin in September 1980. Meanwhile, the most promising lead investigators were eyewitness accounts of a dirty-looking van that had been parked next to Tim's car in the Concord House parking lot. Witnesses claimed that they noticed the van suddenly driving away suspiciously around the time Tim and Kelly were last seen. Edward had a van that fit that description, where he often kept a .357 revolver. But without a plate number or strong evidence connecting him to the crime scene, police could do very little to follow up on that lead. And like that, all other leads in the investigation dried up, the case file was shelved, and the case went cold. In 2028, 20 years after the murders of Tim Heck and Kelly Drew, Richard Luall from the Wisconsin Department of Justice, one of the investigators in charge of the original investigation, asked for the case to be reopened. For almost 30 years, Luall had been unable to let go of the case. And now that he was close to retirement, he wanted to do everything in his power to close the case. In an interview, he said, "As I was reaching my retirement age, DNA was making drastic leaps and bounds." He felt more confident pursuing the case now because of technological and scientific advancements of the last couple of decades. His newfound confidence was reflected in how he approached the case with vigor. Luall had a hunch that the police had already interviewed the killer in the earlier stages of the investigation, and that the person's name would be on file. He just had to find it. After 2 months of digging through the files, witness statements, and interview recordings, one name stood out to Luall: Edward Wayne Edwards. Not only did Edward have the opportunity and means to commit the crimes, but the fact that he moved his entire family out of Wisconsin shortly after police interviewed him raised red flags. Luall and a team of cold case investigators decided to follow up on his hunch that Edward was the potential killer. When they interviewed Edward's neighbors from when he lived in Concord, Wisconsin, they learned that Edward had been a very difficult person to live with. He was short-tempered and volatile, a restless man who often beat his wife and children on a whim. They said he was basically a monster. His son, John Edwards, who was now 37 years old in 2008, described him as a troubled man, saying, "I don't think he knew how to control his emotions. There was some type of rage there." In 2009, April Balasiel, Edward's daughter, contacted authorities with disturbing information. She said she knew some things about the cold case murder of Tim Heck and Kelly Drew that she believed could help investigators close the case. However, this information that she had implicated one of the men closest to her life, her father, Edward Wayne Edwards, a former Marine with a long history of crime. April was a curious child growing up, and her father's unusual life was the most fascinating puzzle to her. Throughout her life, she had questions about how her father lived and why the family had to move around so often. One day, when she was now an adult, she came across the news article about the unsolved murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, and she remembered that they had moved from Concord, Wisconsin around that time. The puzzle was finally falling into place, and she just knew she had to contact authorities. Edward Wayne Edwards was born in Akron, Ohio in 1933. He lost his parents at a young age and had to live in an orphanage run by nuns. Edward's time at the orphanage was marked with physical and emotional abuse, ultimately shaping him into a restless and rebellious teenager. He had several run-ins with the police for petty crimes like shoplifting and breaking and entering, and by 17 he was serving time at a juvenile detention center. By 1951, when Edward was 18, he was released from juvenile detention on the condition that he join the U.S. Marines. But after just a few months as a Marine, Edward disappeared and had to be dishonorably discharged. He wasn't ready to leave the life of crime behind, because Edward soon found himself in jail again for robbery. By 1955, when he was 22, he escaped from jail in Akron and traveled across different states robbing gas stations. Edward would spend the rest of his 20s and 30s as a fugitive, drifting around the country while doing odd jobs here and there, working as a ship docker, vacuum cleaner retailer, and handyman. From his autobiography, it is easy to tell that Edward enjoyed his notoriety during this period. According to him, he never tried to use an alias or disguise his identity while committing his crimes because he wanted to be famous. In 1960, at 27, Edward was once again in prison, this time for attempting to impersonate a federal officer. However, he escaped from the Portland, Oregon jail, where he was being held, prompting the FBI to place him on its 10 most wanted list in 1961. In 1962, authorities caught up with Edward and imprisoned him in the United States Penitentiary, Leavenworth, but he was paroled in 1967 for good behavior. In his memoir, he attributed his growth to the influence of a benevolent card at Leavenworth. After his parole, Edward got married and became a motivational speaker. In 1972, at age 39, Edward appeared on 2 television shows, To Tell the Truth and What's My Line? That same year, he released his autobiography, The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, the true life story of Ed Edwards. It seemed like the stars were finally lining up for Edward. He had beaten the system. He was on his way to success. Unfortunately, Edward's good luck did not last long. In 1977, he committed his first murder. His victims were 21-year-old Billy Lavaco and his girlfriend, 18-year-old Judith Straub, residents of Sterling, Ohio. Billy and Judith went on a date on August 7, 1977, but never returned. Later that day, Judith's car was found in the parking lot of Silver Creek Metropark with her shoes and purse still inside. The following day, August 8th, Norton Police, assisted by family members and a National Guard helicopter, launched a search for Billy and Judith. The search party found their bodies in the high weeds near the Metropark. They had been shot point blank with a 20-gauge shotgun. At the time, investigators could not connect Billy and Judith's case to Edward, so he got away with the murders. These murders also established a pattern that would continue with the murders of Tim and Kelly. Meanwhile, by 1982, when he was 49, Edward was back behind bars in Pennsylvania for arson, but he was still proud of his criminal accomplishments because in 1993, he wrote a letter to the FBI requesting his criminal and history records for cities in 19 states. The records were supposedly for a new book he was writing about criminals he met while in prison, such as Tony Provenzano, Charles Manson, and Jimmy Hoffa. In 1996, Edward, 63 years old, committed his third murder. His victim was his foster son, 25-year-old Danny Boy Edwards, who lived with him in Burton, Ohio for 7 years. Before he met his grisly end, Danny Boy was a soldier in the U.S. Army. Edward somehow convinced him to abscond from the Army and return home. When he got home, Edward tricked him into entering the nearby woods and then killed him with 2 gunshots to the face. Edward left Danny Boy's body in a shallow grave. A hunter eventually found it there and alerted the authorities. But like his first set of murders, Edward also got away with murdering Danny Boy for the next couple of years. People close to Edward, like his son John and his daughter April, described him as a troubled man. He was extremely abusive to his wife and children, resulting in his children moving away from home as soon as possible to escape his abuse. Investigators believed Edward fit the bill for the stereotypical serial killer. He had a long history of crime, he was physically violent with his family members, and the fact that he wrote a book about his crimes showed that he was a narcissist. Edward also had military experience, so he would have known how to tie the knot on the ropes investigators believed were used to strangle Kelly. In addition, Edward's history of arson fits perfectly with the image of someone extremely controlling. By the time he was in his mid-70s, he was overweight and had to move around in a wheelchair depending on an oxygen tank to breathe. So, his neighbors in Louisville, Kentucky had no idea that behind his elderly facade lay an evil mind that had done so much damage. However, with new evidence in April's statements, investigators now had a more solid reason to believe Edward might have been involved in the murders. They had to visit him. When investigators got to his home in Louisville and initially began questioning him, Edward denied knowing anything about the murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew. He claimed he hadn't heard anything about them going missing, although he had been questioned about it in 1980. But while investigators doubled down and pressed him more, Edward confessed that he had drank some beers at the Concord house on that fateful night and that he may have seen the couple while he was drinking. He also said, contrary to his earlier statement, he had not been deer hunting that night. After the interview, investigators asked if they could take a swab of his saliva for DNA testing. Edward confidently said they could, believing the DNA test would not reveal anything he did not want investigators to know about. When the state crime lab tested Edward's DNA sample, it matched the DNA found on Kelly's pants. In 2009, Edwards had settled in a trailer park in Louisville, Kentucky. He was pleasant and friendly to his neighbors, and none of them suspected that he had such a dark history. That is until police picked him up and brought him to Wisconsin on July 31, 2009. He was charged with the murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew. While he was being interviewed, Edward was confronted with the results of the DNA test. Investigators asked him to explain how his bodily fluids came to be on Kelly's clothes. Edward started stuttering, cooking up a story about how he and Kelly had gotten intimate earlier that evening of August 9, 1980. But the act was consensual. He was shifting in his seat, moving his hands every which way. When he sensed the investigators were not buying his performance, he sighed and muttered something under his breath. After replaying the interview recording 100 of times, investigators were confident they had heard what Edward said. "Damn it, I killed her." It was as good a confession as any. The gig was up for Edward, and he decided to plead guilty to the murder of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew. In April 2010, Edward Wayne Edwards was convicted of the 1980 Sweetheart murders and given 2 life sentences to run concurrently. Although Edward had asked to be executed, Wisconsin had no death penalty. But according to retired homicide detective Phil Waters, Edward had been in and out of prison. He knows what life is like. He's not a guy that wants to be sitting in a prison ward somewhere and dying a slow death. So hoping to convince the state to give him the death penalty, Edward wrote a letter to the Ohio prosecutor's office, saying, "You're going to want to put a needle in my arm." In 2010, Edward confessed to the murders of 21-year-old Billy Lavaco and 18-year-old Judith Straub. But it turned out that when he committed the murders in 1977, the death penalty was unconstitutional, so he did not get his wish. Instead, he was given a life sentence for each murder. But he still had one trick up his sleeve. In 2011, during a jailhouse interview, Edward confessed to killing his foster son, 25-year-old Danny Boy Edwards. His motive was the $250,000 life insurance policy he was set to receive upon Danny Boy's death. This time, his plan worked. On March 8, 2011, Edward was sentenced to death for the murder of Danny Boy Edwards. Although he was only convicted of 5 murders, police speculate that he could have at least 9 to 15 more undiscovered victims. In the book titled Peyton, Ellen, Files, the author Phil Stanford suggested that Edward might have been responsible for the murders of Beverly Allen and Larry Peyton. which took place in Portland, Oregon in 1960. In March 2017, Detective Chan Garcia from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, one of the investigators in charge of the Sweetheart murders, suggested that Edward might have been responsible for 15 other murders, including the famous Zodiac killings. Retired homicide detective John Cameron also believed Edward was responsible for the Zodiac killings and other high-profile unsolved cases, but these claims have not been proven as of yet, so they are considered conspiracy theories. On April 7, 2011, Edward Edwards passed away at the Corrections Medical Center, Columbus, Ohio at age 77. His death was of natural causes, a relatively merciful ending to a vicious crime spree that left 5 dead and dozens racked with grief. Edward escaped execution by lethal injection, which had been set for August 31, 2011. Although Edward was eventually arrested, and he ultimately did not get away with the murders of Tim and Kelly, their family members have not exactly found relief in that. Kelly's mother, Norma Walker, said instead of getting closure, Edward's arrest ripped open old wounds. She said, "You hoped this day would come, but now that it's here, it's really hard. Everything starts all over again. All the memories come back. He robbed me of my daughter, robbed me of my Christmases, birthdays, weddings, everything families do together." As for Tim's family, the fact that their son and his girlfriend's killer had been found was enough. Tim's father, David, said he was just glad it's over and was grateful for the DNA technology that confirmed Edward was the killer. April Balasillo, Edward's daughter whose tip helped close the cold case, now spends her time trying to help the families of victims with unsolved cases find closure. Through her podcast, The Clearing, she investigates cold murder cases and tries to get authorities to reopen them. Tim Heck and Kelly Drew had a bright future ahead of them that was violently snatched away by their killer, Edward Edwards. Edward, the serial killer, had nothing personal against the couple. They just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, which makes it all the more tragic. Although Edward ultimately got arrested and sentenced to death for his crimes, some believe he escaped justice by dying of natural causes just weeks before he was scheduled to be executed. What do you think about that? Did Edward get what he deserved? On November 17, 1978, an individual was out looking for firewood near Lake of the Woods in the Wainema National Forest in southern Oregon. While they were doing so, they came across a gruesome scene approximately half a mile off of Dead Indian Road near Oregon, Route 140. They discovered the badly decomposed body of a young man. Members of the Klamath County Sheriff's Office quickly responded to the scene. The following day, as they continued searching for clues as part of their investigation into the young man's death, they discovered the body of a young woman. Her body had also undergone extensive decomposition. The remains of a small dog were also found. The man and the woman had been haphazardly buried in separate shallow graves. Based on the callous way the bodies had been disposed of, authorities were able to immediately tell that whoever had placed the bodies there had absolutely no respect for the individuals. The male victim's wallet was found amongst his clothes, allowing authorities to quickly identify him as 19-year-old Kirk Leonard Wiseman. The female victim was soon identified as his girlfriend, 17-year-old Cynthia Lynn Freyer. Their autopsy showed that they had both been shot in the head multiple times with a .22 caliber firearm and that Cynthia had been raped. The couple lived in Sepulveda, California, a neighborhood in Los Angeles that has since been renamed North Hills. They had been missing since September. The couple had been in Everett, Washington visiting family along with their brown and white terrier who traveled with them in a carrier. They left Everett on September 23, 1978 to slowly make their way back to California and took a flight from Seattle to Eugene, Oregon. Kirk and Cynthia were known to hitchhike regularly, and witnesses were found to support the theory that they had been hitchhiking around southern Oregon prior to their murders. After arriving in Eugene on 23rd, they hitchhiked to Roseburg and spent the night in a motel there. A witness came forward reporting that they had then picked the couple up hitchhiking and dropped them off at a restaurant in Grants Pass. The couple had plans to visit Crater Lake at some point during their travels before they returned to California because it was somewhere Cynthia had always wanted to visit. She had traveled in the area with her family the year before, but bad weather had forced them to cancel their plans to visit Crater Lake and made Cynthia even more determined to see it. One of the few items that was discovered along with the victims' bodies was a sign that read K Falls. The couple may have used the sign while hitchhiking, looking for a ride to Klamath Falls. Investigators came to believe that the couple had been killed by someone who picked them up hitchhiking either while they were traveling from Ashland to Klamath Falls or while they were traveling back to Ashland after visiting Klamath Falls. They were never able to find evidence confirming that the couple had made it to Klamath Falls. Carl Burkhart was a detective with the Klamath County Sheriff's Office in 1978 and one of the first investigators to respond to the scene when Kirk's body was first discovered. He eventually went on to become the sheriff of Klamath County. He maintained his interest in the case until he retired in 2001. Several other investigators would work on the case for the next 2 decades, with the collective efforts of everyone who worked on the case ultimately leading to it being solved. The evidence from the case was carefully preserved in 1978, meaning that when technology to isolate and process DNA evidence became more commonly used by law enforcement decades later, the evidence was still available for forensic examination. Investigators began looking at the case and exploring the possibility of DNA evidence being found on some of the preserved items in 2011. However, it would not be until 2019 that the crime lab was able to identify DNA on any of the pieces of evidence. DNA from an unknown male was located on pieces of Cynthia's clothing that had been submitted for examination. The items were sent to another lab to confirm the findings of the crime lab. The second lab produced the same results. The DNA profile was run through criminal databases, but no match was found. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy and worked with Marshall University to prepare a sample to submit to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia. Parabon used this sample to attempt to identify a suspect based on the amount of DNA the sample had in common with individuals who had submitted their DNA to a genealogy database. They ultimately were able to identify a potential suspect in a report they generated during the summer of 2021. Authorities learned that the potential suspect had died in Texas in 1996, making it more difficult for them to confirm it was his DNA found on Cynthia's clothes. They then turned to the man's ex-wife and children. While they were upset by the idea that he was a murderer, they agreed to cooperate with the investigation, prioritizing Kirk and Cynthia's family's need for answers over their own discomfort. They provided samples of their DNA, which helped confirm that it was the suspect's DNA found on the evidence. They also provided additional information important to the investigation during interviews. They confirmed that the suspect had lived in the Klamath Falls area from 1976 until 1982, during which time he was employed at a local lumber mill. His family was very familiar with the area where Kirk and Cynthia's bodies were found, stating that they had gone camping with the suspect in that area regularly and had routinely driven through the area on the way to visit family friends as well. At a press conference on January 6, 2022, authorities announced that the suspect whose DNA had been found on Cynthia's clothing was Ray Mason Whitson Jr. He did not have a criminal record. According to Klamath County District Attorney Eve Costello, the DNA evidence was strong enough for Whitson to be prosecuted based off of it, had he not died before it was discovered. Detective Dan Towery met with Kirk and Cynthia's loved ones prior to the press conference. Both families requested that he publicly express their gratitude to Whitson's family for their willingness to cooperate with the investigation and bring them answers and some measure of closure, despite the emotional toll doing so took on them. While Whitson cannot be prosecuted or found guilty in a court of law, the investigation is formally being suspended as prosecutors and investigators believe they have identified the only individual responsible for Kirk and Cynthia's murders. With the case formally closed, several personal items that belonged to the victims that had been held as evidence for more than 4 decades can now be returned to their families. These items include postcards, jewelry, and an unmailed letter addressed to Cynthia's parents, written shortly before Cynthia was killed and found with her body. The letter described how much fun she and Kirk had in Washington state and detailed some of their hopes and plans for the future. The letter will finally be delivered to Cynthia's mother, more than 43 years after Cynthia wrote it. On Friday, April 19, 1991, 12-year-old David Hibbs was looking forward to a slightly longer weekend. It was an early dismissal day at school, and he got off the bus, arriving at his home in the 1200 block of Spencer Drive in the Croydon section of Bristol Township, Pennsylvania, around 1:05 p.m. David had received his report card that day and was excited to share that he had made the honor roll. However, upon arrival, he found smoke pouring from the windows of his house. Panic set in as he realized his mother was inside, her car parked in the driveway. He rushed to the door, desperate to help her, but was unable to get past the flames and heavy smoke filling the kitchen. In a state of distress, he ran outside, screaming for someone to assist his mother. A neighbor, who was doing yard work, heard him and called for help. While waiting for firefighters to arrive, the neighbor and a nearby concrete worker attempted to enter the home but were also thwarted by the smoke. David informed them that his mother might be napping in her bedroom, prompting them to break the window in that room. But when they looked inside, she was not in the room. Half a dozen neighbors came to help as well, using their garden hoses to try to contain the fire. Tragically, David's mother, 36-year-old Joy Hibbs, was inside the house. Her charred body was discovered in David's bedroom. Authorities initially assumed she had been killed in what they believed to be an accidental fire. However, it was determined that 3 fires, one in the hallway, one in the kitchen, and one in the bedroom where Joy had been found, had been set deliberately. The autopsy performed on Joy's body the day after her death showed that she had been murdered. There were no signs of smoke inhalation in her lungs, meaning she was dead before the fire started. She had been stabbed in the chest and neck 5 times, beaten badly enough that she had broken ribs, and strangled, most likely with the computer cord found wrapped around her body. The fire appeared to have been set to destroy evidence in the murder. Joy was originally from Central Florida and kept her southern charm even after she moved north. She loved to spend time outdoors fishing and gardening. She and her husband, Charlie, celebrated their 18th wedding anniversary 6 days before she was killed. The couple had 2 children, and Joy was a devoted and loving mother. Her daughter, Angie, who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, would later describe her mother as her best friend. Joy worked as a medical assistant and was highly regarded by everyone in her community. Joy's husband, Charlie, was investigated for involvement in the case, but ultimately cleared of suspicion. He was at a job site in Northeast Philadelphia at the time of the murder. He voluntarily underwent a polygraph examination, which he passed and did everything police asked of him. He was devastated by the loss of his wife. "I don't believe in God anymore," he told the Philadelphia Inquirer 2 months after the murder. "If there was a God, this wouldn't have happened. She never hurt anyone in her life. She had me on a diet and not smoking. Now I die tomorrow and I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'm sick to my stomach all the time." Joy had no known enemies, and authorities had little physical evidence to go on as most of the house had been charred by the fire and then covered in water during the efforts to extinguish it. Investigators looked into Joy's movements on the day she was killed. 2 days a week, including Fridays, the doctor's office where Joy worked opened late and stayed open late. She would normally work from 8 a.m. until 2:30 p.m., but on Fridays, she did not have to be at work until 2 p.m., so she had the morning free for her other responsibilities. After getting her children off to school, Joy had gone to the bank to cash her paycheck. Following her death, the contents of her purse were found strewn about her kitchen, and her wallet was found in her couch with no cash in it, indicating that robbery may have been a potential motive for the crime. She left the bank at 9:53 a.m. She then went to the grocery store, with a receipt showing that she checked out at 10:54 a.m. Back at home, Joy was visited by a local minister and a member of his congregation. Joy had expressed interest in joining their church after attending services there on Easter. The 2 visitors were questioned and eliminated as suspects. They were witnessed leaving the home around 11:45. Police, therefore, placed the time of Joy's death as sometime between 11:50 a.m. and 12:50 p.m. During this hour-long of time, multiple witnesses reported seeing one of the few major clues investigators had: a blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo seen parked haphazardly outside of Joy's house. The car had not only been notable because of how poorly it had been parked and the problems it created for drivers on the street, but also because the Hibbs home was at the center of a T-shaped intersection, making the front of their house an unsafe place to park. A potential suspect, who had a disagreement with Joy shortly before she was killed, did drive such a vehicle. Joy and her husband had started occasionally using marijuana in the late 1980s. Charlie usually obtained the small amount of marijuana they required from a coworker, but Joy had begun purchasing from a former neighbor, a man who drove a blue Monte Carlo. He had recently sold her what turned out to be just stems and seeds. Joy had tried to return it and get her money back, but he had refused. This individual refused to take a polygraph examination, later stating that his attorney had advised him against it because he suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome and nerve damage in his shoulder, which he said could interfere with the results of the test. Police also believed this individual had an alibi for the time of the murder and that a disagreement over a transaction valued at somewhere between $20 and 40 cents was not a sufficient motive for murder. While he was considered a person of interest, there was not enough evidence to charge him with Joy's murder. Joy's family, however, was not convinced of his innocence. In 2014, Joy's son David stated that he believed police knew who the killer was but had botched the investigation because they did not know what they were doing. In 2021, Charlie Hibbs, who is now 66 and living in Washington State, dipped into his retirement funds to offer a $25,000 reward in the case. The 3 decades that had passed since the murder had not eroded his desire to get justice for his wife. "This is something you can't put behind you. You just learn to live with it," he told the Philadelphia Inquirer. "I'm just reaching out for help. She was a good woman, and she never harmed anyone in her life. She didn't deserve what happened, and neither did my children." His son David and a family friend, who wished to remain anonymous, also contributed money, doubling the reward to $50,000 just a year later. An arrest would finally be made in Joy's case. On May 25, 2022, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew Weintraub announced the arrest of 56-year-old Robert Francis Atkins of Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. He was charged with murder of the first degree, murder of the second degree, 2 counts of arson, and 2 counts of robbery in connection to Joy's murder. Atkins was the person of interest who drove the blue Monte Carlo and had sold Joy marijuana. He had long been suspected by Joy's family. Following the announcement of the reward in May of 2021 and the media coverage it generated, Joy's case was reopened and eventually sent to a grand jury in January of 2022. One of the witnesses called to testify before the grand jury was April Atkins, the ex-wife of Robert Atkins. She had been contacted by police in connection to Joy's murder in 2014, but told them at the time that she did not know anything about it. Then, in September of 2016, following the deaths of her mother, niece, and significant other, she knew that there was something she needed to make right, and she went to the Bristol Township Police on her own accord. April told authorities that on the day Joy was murdered, her husband had come home with blood all over his clothes. He told her that he had stabbed someone and set their house on fire. He also ordered her to get their 2 young children ready because they were taking an unplanned weekend trip to the Poconos. He threw his clothes into the washing machine and took a shower. April did not want to leave town because she was due to go to work at 3 p.m. Her job required employees to give them at least 2 hours notice for calling out for a shift if they wanted to use paid leave. Records from her employer confirmed that she had called out at 2:15 on April 19, 1991. The Atkins family had already lost their house, 2 doors down from the Hibbs family home, to foreclosure and was living paycheck to paycheck, so going without a day's pay was a major problem. But Atkins insisted that they go. They quickly packed and began driving to They quickly packed and began driving to a motel in the Poconos. According to April, her husband drove incredibly fast and aggressively the entire drive. When she woke up during that night at the motel, her husband was not there. The next day, he had new sneakers. While they were staying at the motel, he had April dress the kids to take a walk, and they went out to an area behind the motel. Her husband had a bag with him when they started. He disappeared for a while and returned without the bag. The family stayed at the motel from late Friday afternoon until Sunday. Police went to the motel and confirmed that the family was there and accepted the timeline Atkins provided, placing their arrival in the early afternoon, making him appear to have an alibi for the time of Joy's murder when, in fact, he did not. Records from the motel show that the family did not actually check in until 4:53 p.m. Atkins also claimed that the trip had been planned for weeks, a claim his then-wife's last-minute call to work to say she wasn't coming in that day seems to dispute. April stated that she had not come forward because she feared for her life. Robert Atkins had been physically and sexually abusive towards her since she was a teenager. He used drugs, including methamphetamines and steroids, which increased his violent behavior. However, his drug use also led to him becoming a criminal informant with police. He was very close with several officers, had called police after some of the incidents of domestic violence during their marriage, but believed her husband's relationship with the responding department prevented action from being taken against him. While she and Robert were divorced by the time investigators came to see her in 2014, she was still afraid of him and had to be in regular contact with him because their youngest child, their son Gabriel, was still a minor. Gabriel was living with him at the time as well, potentially putting him in harm's way. April cooperated with police by making a recorded phone call to her ex-husband in December of 2021. Portions of this call were played for the grand jury. She told him a fabricated story about how authorities had arrived at her home to question her about Joy's murder, and that as she was making the call, they were interviewing her roommate, to whom April had admitted her ex-husband's involvement in the murder. He told her in a variety of ways to stop talking to police and that the phone was probably being tapped. He also said that he had explained everything recent attention his family was getting from law enforcement had taken a major toll on Gabriel's emotional state. He tearfully admitted on the stand that while talking about the case with his father had stated that I might have done it and stuff happened. Joy's son David also testified before the grand jury. He stated that his mother had confided in him that she had gotten into an argument about marijuana with Atkins just weeks before she was killed. He testified that Atkins told his mother, "I will blow up your house and I will kill you." After hearing testimony over a period of several months, the grand jury recommended that Atkins be charged on May 19, 2022. At his arraignment on May 25th, Atkins was denied bail, and he has been remanded to the Bucks County Correctional Facility. A preliminary hearing in the case is scheduled for June 8th. While Joy's family was not shocked by the identity of the man arrested for her murder, they were grateful he is finally being charged in the case. Following the arrest, they released a statement remembering Joy and thanking the members of the DA's office and the police department, whose recent work had led to Atkins being charged for the murder. The statement also read, "The immense grief and suffering our family has endured over the last 3 decades will never disappear. For 31 years, our family has been haunted by this tragic loss, knowing, without a doubt, that Robert Atkins was the perpetrator. Our family has waited 31 years for justice to prevail." The summer of 1992 was a difficult time for Nona Cobb. The 29-year-old was a widow and had lost custody of her 3-year-old son, Josh, 7 months earlier. Nona's sister, Becky, and her husband had custody of the little boy. Nona loved her son very much and was very proud of him. She called her sister every day to check in on Josh. Nona was struggling with a drug problem. While her family did not support her drug use, they still loved her. She loved us and we loved her. Just because you do something wrong doesn't mean you stop loving her, her sister Vicky would later tell the Winston-Salem Journal. Nona was last seen alive on the night of July 6, 1992. She was seen getting into a truck with a man at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County, North Carolina, south of Kings Mountain. Her body would be discovered at 6:15 the following morning along the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, North Carolina. She had been strangled. There were few early leads in Nona's case. The first major suspect for her murder was identified in 1995. Sean Patrick Goebel was a truck driver from Asheboro, North Carolina, and was questioned about Nona's murder after a fingerprint tied him to another killing. He denied any involvement in Nona's case. Later that year, police were able to eliminate him as a suspect in Nona's murder based on DNA evidence collected from her body. Goebel was later convicted of killing 3 other women and is currently serving 2 life sentences, plus 14 years, in prison. Years later, it would be that same DNA evidence that would lead to investigators finally being able to make an arrest in Nona's case. In April of 2021, special agents from the State Bureau of Investigation's Cold Case Investigation Unit and investigators from the Surrey County Sheriff's Office began re-examining the physical evidence in the case. Still unable to find a match to the DNA from Nona's body, they began working with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, the founder of Identifiers International. This effort ultimately led to the identification of a suspect in the case. Was arrested in Diamond Head, Mississippi, and charged with her murder. Was arrested in Diamond Head, Mississippi, and charged with her murder. He is currently being held at the Hancock County Jail, awaiting his extradition to North Carolina to face the charges. The investigation is ongoing, and authorities are not releasing any further information at this time. They are also investigating the possibility that Alexander is also responsible for other murders. Melissa Tremblay was born on March 1, 1977. Her father was not very involved in her life, and she was her mother's only child. According to her friends, Melissa had a fun and bubbly personality. She was a very tough little girl with a spunky attitude. She already had her own distinct personal style and preferred to have her hair feathered and her clothes to have a funky edge to them. Melissa was featured in a local news story looking for a big sister through the Big Brothers Big Sisters program at the Salem Boys and Girls Club, and stated that she wanted to be a secretary when she grew up because she liked to type. In 1988, Melissa and her mother lived in Salem, New Hampshire, and Melissa was a 6th grade student at the Lancaster School. September 11th that year was a Sunday, and that day, 11-year-old Melissa traveled to Lawrence, Massachusetts, a 20-minute drive away from her home, with her mother and her mother's boyfriend. At some point, while the adults were socializing at the LaSalle Social Club on Andover Street, Melissa left the building to go play in the neighborhoods surrounding the club. Melissa was last seen in the late afternoon by a railroad worker and a pizza delivery man. Melissa's mother and her boyfriend frantically looked for Melissa throughout the neighborhoods around the social club but could not find her. They called police to report Melissa missing at 9 p.m. Melissa would not be found until the following day, September 12, 1988. Her body was found in the Old Boston and Main Railway Yard near Andover Street and South Broadway, not far from the social club. She had been stabbed to death. After she was killed, her body had been run over by a train, amputating her left leg. Police interviewed numerous witnesses and identified multiple persons of interest over the years, but did not find enough evidence to arrest a suspect. Serial killer Tommy Lynn Sells, who rode rail lines and worked at carnivals, was considered as a potential suspect, but ultimately cleared of involvement in Melissa's murder. Melissa's mother passed away without ever learning who killed her daughter. Melissa's friend, Andrea Ganley, was just 7 years old at the time of Melissa's murder. Losing her friend in such a brutal way at such a young age played a major part in shaping the person she would grow up to be. As an adult, Andrea pressed for police to remain focused on the case and used social media to raise awareness about Melissa and her murder. According to authorities, the social media campaign was helpful as it resulted in new tips being called in. Melissa's case was formally reopened in 2014 and investigated by assistant district attorneys and state police detectives assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office Cold Case Unit. It would take several more years of work before an arrest was finally made in Melissa's case. On April 27, 2022, nearly 34 years after Melissa was killed, Essex District Attorney Jonathan Blodgett announced that the night before, 74-year-old Marvin C. McClendon Jr. of Bremen, Alabama had been arrested as a fugitive from justice. He was considered a fugitive because of an arrest warrant that had been issued for him that day for Melissa's murder. McClendon was a retired corrections officer previously employed by the Massachusetts Department of Corrections, working for the department on 3 different occasions between 1970 and 2002. At the time of Melissa's murder, he was living in Chelmsford, Massachusetts, but he had several ties to the city of Lawrence. At the time, he was moonlighting as a carpenter and worked at several locations in Lawrence. He furthermore was known to frequent several establishments there, including the Seventh-day Adventist Church on Salem Street. He also drove a van that matched the description of one witnesses had seen Melissa near on the day she was killed. At the time of the press conference, McClendon was in the custody of the Cullman County Sheriff's Office pending his arraignment. A judge in Massachusetts had already ruled that he would be held without bond. McClendon ultimately waived rendition and was sent back to Massachusetts instead of first appearing in an Alabama court. McClendon first briefly appeared in court in Massachusetts on May 13th. He will next be in court on June 17th for a dangerousness hearing when it will be determined if he should continue to be held in custody. According to DA Blodgett, McClendon had been a person of interest in the case for some time. He further stated that evidence found on Melissa's body was instrumental in identifying McClendon as her killer. However, due to the ongoing criminal case, he could not elaborate on the nature of that evidence at the time of McClendon's arrest. On the day of McClendon's first court appearance, family. They took DNA samples from several members of the family, including Marvin. The rest of his family lives in Alabama, and he is the only known member of the family to have ever been in Massachusetts. He is also the only known member of his family who is left-handed, and analysis of Melissa's fatal wound showed that it had been inflicted by someone who was left-handed. Essex Victim Advocates has been in contact with the surviving members of Melissa's extended family. The family issued a statement on April 29th, which read, in part, "We would like to thank the police who have worked so hard over the years to make sure justice was found. Since her murder in 1988, we have always prayed for justice. We are very eager for the next steps that the Essex County DA's office will be taking in the prosecution of Marvin McClendon." In 1980, 22-year-old Dale Nancy Wyman lived on Washington Avenue in what was then the city of Vanier, Ontario. She had mentioned to some family members that she wanted to leave home because her father was abusive, but they did not expect her to leave without telling anyone where she was going, which she did on July 16, 1980. Around 11:45 that morning, she left home with a suitcase and hailed a cab to take her to a bus station on Catherine Street. She did not tell anyone where she was going, and her family never heard anything else from her. Police investigating her disappearance interviewed the main witness in the case, the taxi driver who picked up Dale and took her to the bus station. He told them that Dale had mentioned that she was not sure where she was traveling to, but she was considering Toronto or Montreal. He also said that when he went inside the bus terminal after dropping Dale off to get a cup of coffee, he had seen Dale talking with two other young adults who have never been identified. Tips called into police placed Dale in Alberta in 1991 and Toronto in 1992, but the sightings were never substantiated. Dale's family received a phone call from a hospital in Saskatoon trying to locate the family of an individual in their care, but this did not lead them to Dale. This call did lead to retired RCMP officer Linda Davidson, who is now the director of an organization called Murdered Unidentified Cold Case Investigations, investigating hospital records and unidentified remains from this area, when she began working on the case as a private investigator decades later. In May of 2021, in honor of Dale's 63rd birthday, there was a new appeal to the public for information about the case. Police in Ottawa released a new age-progressed sketch of what Dale might look like, along with a video message recorded by Dale's sister, Brenda Larchie. In it, Brenda stated, "Dale is deeply missed by her brother and two sisters. Our hearts hold an empty space for her, and we pray and hope that someone may remember her in any way. Please help us to resolve this and find some peace and closure. Thank you, and God bless for any tips brought forward." Brenda also spoke directly to her sister in case she saw the message, saying that she loved her and wishing her a happy birthday. It would be this effort that would ultimately lead to the resolution of Dale's case. On August 10, 2022, Ottawa police announced that a third party had eventually seen the age-progressed image of Dale and called to report that Dale had been living outside of Canada and had recently passed away. Ottawa Police's Missing Persons Unit followed up on the tip and was able to confirm the information. At the time, authorities did not release any further information about what had become of Dale. However, it was later disclosed that the third party who had called in was Dale's daughter. Dale had made a life for herself in Ohio, where she had a family. She passed away just 2 months before her daughter saw the age-progressed image and learned that she was a missing person whose family had never given up the search for her. Dale's siblings are struggling to accept this new information, as well as the fact that Dale passed away just before they found her. Dale's daughter has been put in contact with her family in Canada. 8-year-old Chad Choice lay in bed, lost in dreams, when an intruder quietly entered the house and took him into the darkness of the night. Initially considered a runaway case due to the lack of evidence, the investigation quickly turned into a nightmare as the critical 48-hour window passed with no sign of Chad. Who could have had the ability to silently enter Chad's home and take him without a trace? However, the most pressing question remained: would Chad ever reunite with his family and return home? The city of Tyler, named after the 10th President of the United States, John Tyler, is the largest city in northeastern Texas. Often referred to as the Rose Capital or Rose City, Tyler earned its reputation due to its extensive history of rose production, cultivation, and processing. Each October, the city welcomes thousands of tourists. However, the October of 1991 took a dark turn, as Chad Choice mysteriously vanished without a trace, casting a shadow over the usually vibrant atmosphere. Ernest Chadwick Choice, known affectionately as Chad Choice, came into the world on April 26, 1983 in Texas. He was one of the cherished 4 children in the Choice household, a beautiful soul deeply adored by his family, particularly his mother, Karen Elaine Choice. Chad was an outgoing youngster, surrounded by a large circle of friends with whom he frequently played. Moreover, his strong bond and affectionate relationship with his siblings were apparent, as they often enjoyed quality time together. Chad's energetic and lively nature was further evident in his regular visits to the playground. Chad had an older sister named Angela Choice, who fondly recalls that her little brother had a passion for riding bikes, scaling trees, and indulging in sports. Details about the remaining siblings were not made public. As a student at Mommy G. Griffin Elementary School, Chad's life was in its budding stage. At just 8 years old, he had his entire future ahead of him. However, fate often takes unforeseen turns, and tragically, Chad's destiny had already been sealed. The daily routine of the Choice family was shattered on the morning of October 31, 1991. On the fateful morning, Chad's mother, Karen, rose early and went to the church without waking her children, allowing them to continue sleeping. However, just a few minutes into her church service, Karen received a phone call. Karen rushed back home and began scouring the neighborhood for Chad. She sought assistance from her neighbors as well. Despite their collective efforts and their thorough search, Chad seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Now it was the police's turn to investigate the matter. Karen dialed 711, reaching the Tyler police station, where Sergeant Bill Gokane responded and arrived at their house shortly after the call. During his initial inspection, he looked for signs of a break-in, but there were no indication of forced entry. Moreover, there were no signs of struggle inside the house. Based on the initial investigation, Gokane began to consider the possibility that Chad might have run away from home. However, Karen firmly believed that her son had been kidnapped. And as the sun set and the day turned into a chilly night, her tension escalated into fear. Adding to her fear, the crucial 48-hour window had passed without any signs of him. Later during the interview, Chad's older sister Angela Choice provided a crucial piece of information to the detective. Her house keys had disappeared the day before, and she distinctly recalled leaving them by the back door of the residence. This revelation raised additional questions, suggesting the possibility of a planned kidnapping or something even more disturbing. 2 days after Chad's disappearance, a ransom note was discovered at the business of Chad's uncle, Greg Sterling, prompting the investigation to swiftly shift focus to a kidnapping scenario. As the family attempted to deliver the money at the Greyhound bus station, as instructed, the kidnapper failed to appear. Several days later, Chad's mother received an anonymous phone call, revealing that Chad's disappearance was leaked to a family member's drug debt, with a man named Paco. Investigators discovered that Greg Sterling owed money to 3 Colombian drug dealers in the area, Paco Jr. and Carlos, shedding light on a possible motive of Chad's abduction. However, the case still remained elusive. On the 1-year anniversary of Chad's disappearance, his mother Karen Choice discovered a note fluttering on her car windshield. The note asserted that Chad was still alive and demanded $6,000 for his safe return. This development reignited the investigation, filling the Choice family with hope and prayers of seeing Chad again. However, The case suffered a setback when the kidnapper failed to make contact once more, causing the investigation to stall again. Time was not on their side. Slowly, years were passing by, and Chad Choice's disappearance gradually evolved into a cold case. 4 years later, in October 1995, a grocery sack appeared on the Chase family's doorstep. Initially, it seemed like a regular grocery sack. However, upon opening, it revealed something that would haunt Karen Choice for the rest of her life. Inside the package was a human skull. The skull was subsequently sent to the FBI for analysis. DNA samples from Choice's family were collected to compare with the skull's DNA, to confirm its identity as Chad's. Despite these efforts, the results remained inconclusive. Later, the skull was sent to a university in Texas for further examination, involving the expertise of forensic anthropology. The results came back, and unfortunately Karen's worst fears were confirmed, when forensic analysis revealed that the skull indeed belonged to Chad. Investigators grappled with the ruthless nature of a person who not only commits a crime, but continues to torment the victim's family for years. Despite the struggle to comprehend this, Karen, all along, had an unshakable feeling in her heart that she would never see Chad alive again. All she could do now was pray for justice. While Chad Choice's case grew increasingly difficult to solve, another narrative unfolded in Smith County Jail in early 1996. A man named Patrick Horn was slated to be sentenced in federal court for credit union robberies and carjacking charges. He was also charged with the murder of J.C. Levasseur, a fruit stand owner. It became evident that he was destined to spend the rest of his life behind bars or even face a potential death sentence. However, this man we are discussing was soon to become the center of Chad's murder case. It occurred when he mentioned the name Chad Choice to the police during his time behind the bars. While this might have been a part of a deal to reduce his prison sentence, to the investigators it marked the first significant breakthrough they had made in the case so far. Horn was a resident in the Choice family's neighborhood and was friends with them. During his interview regarding Chad's case, Horn informed investigators that he knew the identity of Chad's killer. As per Horn's account, Chad was murdered by 2 local drug dealers, both Colombian nationals, who were known by the street names Paco and Carlos. But the case was just about to get more twisted. After Horn made the statement, he received a package in his jail cell containing a small boy's leg bone, later confirmed through analysis to be Chad's. Horn asserted to the police that Paco and Carlos had sent the package. However, detectives couldn't shake the feeling that Horn was hiding something significant about the entire story. Despite repeated questioning by the detectives, Horn consistently maintained that he had no additional information apart from Paco and Carlos being the culprits. However, on May 31st, 1996, Horn finally disclosed something more. Horn then revealed the precise location where Chad was buried. Shortly afterward, he was escorted by the police to 401 Sunnyside in Tyler, which was Horn's own backyard. At 4 p.m. that same day, the detectives began digging and discovered Chad's skeletal remains, along with 38 caliber shell casings. This moment marked a sudden turn in the investigation. With the evidence before them, all suspicions now pointed directly at Patrick Horn. Without delay, in June 1996, the investigators hurried to Athens, a city in Texas. In a jail cell there, a man sat who was anticipated to be a crucial piece of the puzzle, important in solving the case once and for all. This man was none other than Patrick Horn's brother, Keaton Horn, who was facing charges of probation violation. The detectives' suspicions were completely on point this time. With Keaton's statement, this case solidified into concrete evidence that Horn was indeed responsible for this notorious crime. Horn's scheme to mislead investigators had ultimately unraveled. The solution to a seemingly unsolvable case was finally in hand. However, one question still lingered. Why did Horn kill Chad? On September 24, 1999, 8 years after Chad Choice's murder, the jury found Horn guilty in the Smith County Courthouse and sentenced him to death. However, even at the end of his chapter, Horn witnessed tormenting the Choice household. Horn adamantly refused to sign the waiver allowing Chad's remains to be released to his family for a proper burial. Legally, he was required to agree to the release since the remains were evidence in his case. However, He insisted on retaining control over the fate of the 8-year-old Chad's remains. Horn did initially sign a waiver, indicating his agreement to the release of Chad Choice's remains. However, the document was somehow lost between his attorney's office and the judge's office. At first deemed a mere formality, District Judge Diane DiVizzato announced in a December 1999 hearing that she would order the release of 30 exhibits, including Chad's skull and other bones, to his family for burial, contingent upon Horn signing another waiver. Horn's appellate lawyer, Tony Wilkinson of Greenville, sent the document to Horn via Federal Express, anticipating its return with his signature within a day. However, a month passed without any response from Horn. He did not reply to several letters from his attorney and ignored messages sent to him through officials at the Atlanta Federal Prison. Assistant District Attorney Ed Marty stated that if the remains were granted without the waiver, they might have to be exhumed sometime in the future. It remains uncertain when Horn eventually signed the waiver, and if he did, when he signed it. Furthermore, Horn was 17 years old when he committed the murder of Chad. According to a ruling by the United States Supreme Court, anyone under the age of 18 cannot be executed. As a result, his sentence was commuted to life in prison. While this might not have been the exact form of justice Karen Joyce desired, she can finally find solace in knowing that Patrick Horn will never walk free. As the final chapter in the Chad Joyce case concludes, there remains a haunting mystery that continues to trouble both investigators and Chad's grieving family. Why did Patrick Horn go to such lengths? Kidnapping Chad Joyce, refusing the ransom, and ultimately taking his life? What could have motivated such a horrifying act? And do you believe the mother who lost her beloved child will ever find peace again? Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.